Shockwaves by Clive Cussler. Raft of the Gladiator. January 17th, 1856. The Tasman Sea. Of the 4 clipper ships built in Aberdeen, Scotland, in 1854, one stood out from the others. She was the Gladiator, a big ship of 1,256 tons, 198 feet in length, and a 34-foot beam, with 3 towering masts reaching for the sky at a rakish angle. She was one of the fleetest of the clippers ever to take to the water, but she was a dangerous ship to sail in rough weather because of her too fine lines. She was hailed as a ghost, having the capability of sailing under the barest breath of wind. Indeed, the Gladiator was never to experience a slow passage from being becalmed. Unfortunately and unpredictably, she was a ship destined for oblivion. Her owners fitted her out for the Australian trade and emigrant business, and she was one of the few clippers designed to carry passengers as well as cargo. But as they soon discovered, there weren't that many colonists who could afford the fare, so she was sailing with first and second-class cabins empty. It was found to be far more lucrative to obtain government contracts for the transportation of convicts to the continent that initially served as the world's largest jail. The Gladiator was placed under command of one of the hardest-driving clipper captains, Charles "Bully" Skaggs. He was aptly named, though Skaggs did not use the lash on shirking or insubordinate crewmen. He was ruthless in driving his men and ship on record runs between England and Australia. His aggressive methods produced results. On her 3rd homeward voyage, Gladiator set a 63-day record that still stands for sailing ships. Skaggs had raced the legendary captains and clipper ships of his time, John Kendricks of the fleet Hercules and Wilson Asher in command of the renowned Jupiter, and never lost. Rival captains who left London within hours of the Gladiator invariably found her comfortably moored at her dock when they arrived in Sydney Harbor. The fast runs were a godsend to the prisoners, who endured the nightmarish voyages in appalling torment. Many of the slower merchant ships took as long as 3.5 months to make the voyage. Locked below decks, the convicts were treated like a cargo of cattle. Some were hardened criminals, some were political dissidents. All too many were poor souls who had been imprisoned for stealing a few pieces of cloth or scraps of food. The men were being sent to the penal colony for every offense from murder to pickpocketing. The women, separated from the men by a thick bulkhead, were mostly condemned for petty theft or shoplifting. For both sexes, there were few conveniences of any kind. Skimpy bedding in small wooden berths, the barest of hygienic facilities, and food with little nutrients was their lot for the months at sea. Their only luxuries were rations of sugar, vinegar, and lime juice to ward off scurvy, and a half pint of port wine to boost their morale at night. They were guarded by a small detachment of 10 men from the New South Wales Infantry Regiment, under the command of Lieutenant Silas Shepherd. Ventilation was almost non-existent. The only air came from hatchways with solidly built grills that were kept closed and heavily bolted. Once they entered the tropics, the air became stifling during the blazing hot days. They suffered even more during rough weather, cold and wet, thrown about by the waves crashing against the hull. Living in a state of virtual darkness, doctors were required to serve on the convict ships, and the Gladiator was no exception. Surgeon Superintendent Otis Gorman saw to the prisoners' general health and arranged for small groups of them to come on deck for fresh air and exercise whenever the weather permitted. It became a source of pride for surgeons to boast, when finally reaching the dock in Sydney, that they hadn't lost a prisoner. Gorman was a compassionate man who cared for his wards, bleeding them when required, lancing abscesses, dispensing treatment and advice on lacerations, blisters, and purges, also overseeing the spreading of lime chloride in the water closets, the laundering of clothes, and the scouring of the urine tubs. He seldom failed to receive a letter of thanks from the convicts as they filed ashore. Bully Skaggs mostly ignored the unfortunates locked below his decks. Record runs were his stock in trade. His iron discipline and aggressiveness had paid off handsomely in bonuses from happy shipping owners, while making him and his ship immortal in the legends of clipper ships. This trip he smelled a new record and was relentless. 52 days out of London, bound for Sydney with a cargo of trade goods and 192 convicts, 24 of them women. He pushed Gladiator to her absolute limits, seldom taking in sail during a heavy blow. His perseverance was rewarded with a 24-hour run of an incredible 439 miles. And then Skaggs's luck ran out. Disaster loomed over the astern horizon. A day after Gladiator's safe passage through the Bass Strait between Tasmania and the southern tip of Australia, the evening sky filled with ominous black clouds, and the stars were blotted out as the sea grew vicious. In proportion, unknown to Skaggs, a full-blown typhoon was hurling itself upon his ship from the southeast beyond the Tasman Sea. Agile and stout as they were, the clipper ships enjoyed no amnesty from the Pacific's anger. The tempest was to prove the most violent and devastating typhoon within memory of the South Sea Islanders. The wind gained in velocity with each passing hour. The seas became heaving mountains that rushed out of the dark and pounded the entire length of the Gladiator. Too late. Skaggs gave the order to reef the sails. A vicious gust caught the exposed canvas and tore it to shreds, but not before snapping off the masts like toothpicks and pitching the shrouds and yards onto the deck far below. Then, as if attempting to clean up their mess, the pounding waves cleared the tangled wreckage of the masts overboard. A 30-foot surge smashed into the stern and rolled over the ship, crushing the captain's cabin and tearing off the rudder. The deck was swept free of boats, helm, deckhouse, and galley. The hatches were stove in, and water poured into the hold unobstructed. This one deadly, enormous wave had suddenly battered the once graceful clipper ship into a helpless, crippled derelict. She was tossed like a block of wood, made unmanageable by the mountainous seas, unable to fight the tempest. Her unfortunate crew and cargo of convicts could only stare into the face of death as they waited in terror for the ship to take her final plunge into the restless depths. 2 weeks after the Gladiator failed to reach port, ships were sent out to retrace the known clipper passages through Bass Strait and the Tasman Sea, but they failed to turn up a trace of survivors, corpses, or floating wreckage. Her owners wrote her off as a loss. The underwriters paid off. The relatives of the crew and convicts mourned their passing, and the ship's memory became dimmed by time. Some ships had a reputation as floating coffins or hell ships, but the rival captains who knew Skaggs and the Gladiator merely shook their heads and crossed off the vanished graceful clipper ship as a victim of her tender sailing qualities and Skaggs' aggressive handling of her. 2 men who had once sailed on her suggested that she might have been abruptly caught in a following gust, in unison with a wave that broke over the stern, the combined force pushing her bow beneath the water and sending her plummeting to the bottom. In the underwriting room of Lloyd's of London, the famous maritime underwriters, the loss of the Gladiator was recorded in the logbook between the sinking of an American steam tugboat and the grounding of a Norwegian fishing boat. Almost 3 years were to pass before the mysterious disappearance was solved. Incredibly, unknown to the maritime world, the Gladiator was still afloat after the terrible typhoon had passed on to the west. Somehow the ravaged clipper ship had survived, but the sea was entering between sprung planks in the hull at an alarming rate. By the following noon, there were 6 feet of water in the hold, and the pumps were fighting a losing battle. Captain Bully Skaggs' flinty endurance never wavered. The crew swore he kept the ship from foundering by sheer stubbornness alone. He issued orders sternly and calmly, enlisting those convicts who hadn't suffered major injuries, from having been knocked about by the constant battering of the sea, to man the pumps while the crew concentrated on repairing the leaking hull. The rest of the day and night was spent in an attempt to lighten the ship, throwing overboard the cargo and any tool or utensil that was not deemed indispensable. Nothing helped. Much time was lost, and the effort achieved little. The water gained another 3 feet by the following morning. By mid-afternoon, an exhausted Skaggs bowed to defeat. Nothing he or anyone could do would save the Gladiator, and without boats there was only one desperate gamble: to save the souls on board. He ordered Lieutenant Shepard to release the prisoners and line them up on deck opposite the watchful eyes of his armed detachment of soldiers. Only those who worked the pumps and members of the crew, feverishly attempting to caulk the leaks, remained at their labor. Bully Skaggs didn't need the lash or a pistol to have complete domination of his ship. He was a giant of a man with the physique of a stonemason. He stood 6 feet 2 inches tall, with eyes that were olive gray, peering from a face weathered by the sea and sun. A great shag of ink-black hair and a magnificent black beard that he braided on special occasions framed his face. He spoke with a deep, vibrant voice that enhanced his commanding presence. In the prime of life, he was a hard-bitten 39 years old. As he looked over the convicts, he was startled by the number of injuries, the bruises, the sprains, the heads wrapped with blood-soaked bandages. Fear and consternation were revealed on every face. An uglier group of men and women he'd never laid eyes on. They tended to be short, no doubt due to a lifetime of insufficient diet. Their countenances were gaunt, their complexions pallid, cynical, impervious to the word of God. They were the dregs of British society, without expectation of seeing their homeland again, without hope of living out a fruitful life. When the poor wretches saw the terrible damage above deck, the stumps of the masts, the shattered bulwarks, the missing boats, they were overwhelmed with despair. The women began uttering cries of terror, all except one, Skaggs noted, who stood out from the rest. His eyes briefly paused on the female convict, who was nearly as tall as most of the men. The legs showing beneath her skirt were long and smooth. Her narrow waist was shadowed by a nicely shaped bosom that spilled over the top of her blouse. Her clothes appeared neat and clean, and her waist-length yellow hair had a brushed luster to it, unlike that of the other women, whose hair was unkempt and stringy. She stood poised, her fear masked by a show of defiance as she stared back at Skaggs through eyes as blue as an alpine lake. This was the first time Skaggs had noticed her, and he idly wondered why he hadn't been more observant. He refocused his wandering thoughts on the emergency at hand and addressed the convicts. "Our situation is not promising," Skaggs began. "In all honesty, I must tell you the ship is doomed, and with the sea's destruction of our boats, we cannot abandon her." His words were greeted with a mixed reaction. Lieutenant Shepard's infantrymen stood silent and motionless, while many of the convicts began to wail and moan piteously, expecting to see the ship go to pieces within moments. Several of the convicts fell to their knees and begged the heavens for salvation. Turning a deaf ear to the doleful cries, Skaggs continued his address. "With the help of a merciful God, I will attempt to save every soul on this ship. I intend to build a raft of sufficient size to carry everyone on board until we are saved by a passing ship or drift ashore on the Australian mainland. We'll load ample provisions of food and water, enough to last us for 20 days. If you don't mind me asking, Captain, how soon do you reckon before we'd be picked up?" The question came from a huge man with a contemptuous expression, who stood head and shoulders above the rest. Unlike his companions, he was fashionably dressed, with every hair on his head fastidiously in place. Before answering, Skaggs turned to Lieutenant Shepard. "Who's that dandy?" Shepard leaned toward the captain. "Name is Jess Dorset." Skaggs's eyebrows raised. "Jess Dorset, the highwayman?" The lieutenant nodded. "The same. Made a fortune." He did, before the Queen's men caught up with him. "The only one of this motley mob who can read and write. Skaggs immediately realized that the highwayman might prove valuable if the situation on the raft turned menacing. The possibility of mutiny was very real. "I can only offer you all a chance at life, Mr. Dorset. Beyond that, I promise nothing. So what do you expect of me and my degenerate friends here? I expect every able-bodied man to help build the raft. Any of you who refuse or shirk will be left behind on the ship." "Hear that, boys?" Dorset shouted to the assembled convicts. "Work or you die." He turned back to Skaggs. "None of us are sailors. You'll have to tell us how to go about it." Skaggs gestured toward his first officer. "I have charged Mr. Ramsay with drawing up plans and framing the raft. A work party drawn from those of my crew not required to keep us afloat will direct the construction." At 6'4", Jess Dorset seemed a giant when standing among the other convicts. The shoulders beneath the expensive velvet coat stretched broad and powerful. His copper-red hair was long and hung loose over the collar of the coat. His head was large-nosed, with high cheekbones and a heavy jaw. Despite 2 months of hardship locked in the ship's hold, he looked as though he'd just stepped out of a London drawing room. Before they turned from each other, Dorset and Skaggs briefly exchanged glances. First Officer Ramsay caught the intensity. The tiger and the lion, he thought pensively. He wondered who would be left standing at the end of their ordeal. Fortunately, the sea had turned calm. Since the raft was to be built in the water, the construction began with the materials being thrown overboard. The main framework was made up from the remains of the masts, lashed together with a strong rope. Casks of wine, along with barrels of flour meant for the taverns and grocery stores of Sydney, were emptied and tied within the masts for added buoyancy. Heavy planking was nailed across the top for a deck, and then surrounded by a waist-high railing. 2 spare topmasts were erected fore and aft, and fitted with sails, shrouds, and stays. When completed, the raft measured 80 feet in length by 40 feet wide, and though it looked quite large, by the time the provisions were loaded on board, it was a tight squeeze to pack in 192 convicts, 11 soldiers, and the ship's crew, which numbered 28, including Bully Skaggs, for a total of 231. At what passed for the stern, a rudimentary rudder was attached to a makeshift tiller behind the aft mast. Wooden kegs containing water, lime juice, brined beef, and pork, as well as cheese and several pots of rice and peas cooked in the ship's galley, were lowered on board between the masts and tied down under a large sheet of canvas that was spread over 2/3 of the raft as an awning to ward off the burning rays of the sun. The departure was blessed by clear skies and a sea as smooth as a mill pond. The soldiers were disembarked first, carrying their muskets and sabers. Then came the convicts, who were all too happy to escape sinking with the ship. Now dangerously down by the bow, the ship's ladder was inadequate to support them all, so most came over the side, dangling from ropes. Several jumped or fell into the water and were recovered by the soldiers. The badly injured were lowered by slings. Surprisingly, the exodus was carried off without incident. In 2 hours, all 203 were safely stationed on the raft in positions assigned by Skaggs. The crew came next. Captain Skaggs, the last man to leave the steeply slanting deck. He dropped a box containing 2 pistols, the ship's log, a chronometer, compass, and a sextant into the arms of First Officer Ramsay. Skaggs had taken a position fix before dropping over the side and had told no one, not even Ramsay, that the storm had blown the Gladiator far off the normal shipping routes. They were drifting in a dead area of the Tasman Sea, 300 miles from the nearest Australian shore, and what was worse, the current was carrying them even farther into nothingness where no ship sailed. He consulted his charts and determined their only hope was to take advantage of the adverse current and winds and sail east toward New Zealand. Soon after settling in, everyone in their place on the crowded deck, The raft's passengers found to their dismay that there was only enough space for 40 bodies to tie down at any one time. It was obvious to the seamen from the ship that their lives were in great jeopardy. The planked deck of the raft was only 4 inches above the water. If confronted with a rough sea, the raft and its unfortunate passengers would be immersed. Skaggs hung the compass on the mast forward of the tiller. "Set sail, Mr. Ramsay. Steer a heading of 115 degrees east-southeast." "Aye, Captain. We'll not try for Australia, then?" "Our best hope is the west coast of New Zealand." "How far do you make it?" 600 miles. Skaggs answered as if a sandy beach lay just over the horizon. Ramsay frowned and stared around the crowded raft. His eyes fell on a group of convicts who were in hushed conversation. Finally, he spoke in a tone heavy with gloom. "I don't believe any of us God-fearing men will see deliverance while we're surrounded by this lot of scum." The sea remained calm for the next 5 days. The raft's passengers settled into a routine of disciplined rationing. The cruel sun beat down relentlessly, turning the raft into a fiery hell. There was a desperate longing to drop into the water and cool their bodies, but already the sharks were gathering in anticipation of an easy meal. The seamen threw buckets of salt water on the canvas awning, but it only served to heighten the humidity beneath. Already the mood on the raft had begun to swing from melancholy to treachery. Men who had endured 2 months of confinement in the dark hold of the Gladiator now became troubled without the security of the ship's hull, and with being encompassed by nothingness. The convicts began to regard the sailors and the soldiers with ferocious looks and mutterings that did not go unnoticed by Skaggs. He ordered Lieutenant Shepard to have his men keep their muskets loaded and primed at all times. Jess Dorset studied the tall woman with the golden hair. She was sitting alone beside the forward mast. There was an aura of tough passivity about her, a manner of overlooking the hardships without expectations. She appeared not to notice the other female convicts, seldom conversing, choosing to remain aloof and quiet. She was, Dorset decided, a woman of values. He snaked toward her through the bodies packed on board the raft until he was stopped by the hard gaze of a soldier who motioned him back with a musket. Dorset was a patient man and waited until the guards changed shifts. The replacement promptly began leering at the women, who quickly taunted him. Dorset took advantage of the diversion to move until he was at the imaginary boundary line dividing the men from the women. The blonde woman did not notice. Her blue eyes were fixed on something only she could see in the distance. "Looking for England?" he asked, smiling. She turned and stared at him as if making up her mind whether to grace him with an answer. "A small village in Cornwall, where you were arrested." "No, that was in Falmouth." "For attempting to murder Queen Victoria?" Her eyes sparkled, and she laughed. "Stealing a blanket, actually. You must have been cold." She became serious. "It was for my father. He was dying from the lung disease." "I'm sorry. You're the highwayman." "I was, until my horse broke her leg, and the Queen's men ran me down." "And your name is Jess Dorset." He was pleased that she knew who he was and wondered if she had inquired of him. "And you are—" "Betsy Fletcher," she answered without hesitation. "Betsy," Dorset said with a flourish. "Consider me your protector. I need no fancy highwayman," she said smartly. "I can fend for myself." He motioned around the horde jammed on the raft. "You may well need a pair of strong hands before we see hard ground again." "Why should I put my faith in a man who never got his hands dirty?" He stared into her eyes. "I may have robbed a few coaches in my time, but next to the good Captain Skaggs, I'm most likely the only man you can trust not to take advantage of a woman." Betsy Fletcher turned and pointed at some evil-looking clouds scudding in their direction before a freshening breeze. "Tell me, Mr. Dorset, how are you going to protect me from that?" "We're in for it now, Captain," said Ramsay. "We'd better take down the sails." Skaggs nodded grimly. "Cut short lengths of rope from the keg of spare cordage and pass them around. Tell the poor devils to fasten themselves to the raft to resist the turbulence." The sea began to heap up uncomfortably, and the raft lurched and rolled as the waves began to sweep over the huddled mass of bodies, each passenger clutching their individual length of rope for dear life, the smart ones having tied themselves to the planks. The storm was not half as strong as the typhoon that did in the Gladiator, but it soon became impossible to tell where the raft began and the sea left off. The waves rose ever higher as the whitecaps blew off their crests. Some tried to stand to get their heads above water, but the raft was pitching and rolling savagely. They fell back on the planking almost immediately. Dorset used both his and Betsy's ropes to fasten her to the mast. Then he wrapped himself in the shroud lines and used his body to shield her from the force of the waves. As if to add insult to injury, rain squalls pelted them with the force of stones cast by devils. The disorderly seas struck from every direction. The only sound that came above the fury of the storm was Skaggs's vehement cursing as he shouted orders to his crew to add more lines to secure the mound of provisions. The seamen struggled to lash down the crates and kegs, but a mountainous wave reared up at that moment and crashed down onto the raft and pushed it deep under the water. For the better part of a minute there was no one on that pathetic craft who didn't believe they were about to die. Skaggs held his breath and closed his eyes and swore without opening his mouth. The weight of the water felt as though it was crushing the life out of him. For what seemed an eternity, the raft sluggishly rose through a swirling mass of foam into the wind again. Those who hadn't been swept into the sea inhaled deeply and coughed out the salt water. The captain looked around the raft and was appalled. The entire mass of provisions had been carried away and had disappeared as if they had never been loaded aboard. What was even more horrendous was that the bulk of the crates and kegs had carved an avenue through the pack of convicts, maiming and thrusting them from the raft with the force of an avalanche. Their pathetic cries for help went unanswered. The savage sea made any attempt at rescue impossible, and the lucky ones could only mourn the bitter death of their recent companions. The raft and its suffering passengers endured the storm through the night, pounded by the wash that constantly rolled over them. By the following morning the sea had begun to ease off, and the wind dwindled to a light southerly breeze. But they still kept an eye out for the occasional renegade wave that lurked out of sight before sweeping in and catching the half-drowned survivors off guard. When Skaggs was finally able to stand and appraise the total extent of the damage, he was shocked to find that not one keg of food or water had been spared from the violence of the sea. Another disaster. The masts were reduced to a few shreds of canvas. He ordered Ramsay and Shepherd to take account of the missing. The number came to 27. Shepherd shook his head sadly as he stared at the survivors. Poor beggars. They look like drowned rats. Have the crew spread what's left of the sails and catch as much rainwater as possible before the squall stops, Skaggs ordered Ramsay. We no longer have containers to store it, Ramsay said solemnly. And what will we use for sails? After everybody drinks their fill, we'll repair what we can of the canvas and continue on our east-southeast heading. As life re-emerged on the raft, Dorset untied himself from the mast shrouds and gripped Betsy by the shoulders. Are you harmed? He asked attentively. She peered at him through long strands of hair that were plastered against her face. I won't be attending no royal ball looking like a drenched cat. Soaked as I am, I'm glad to be alive. It was a bad night, he said grimly, and I fear it won't be the last. Even as Dorset comforted her, the sun returned with a vengeance. Without the awning, torn away by the onslaught of the wind and waves, there was no protection from the day's heat. The torment of hunger and thirst soon followed. Every morsel of food that could be found among the planks was quickly eaten. The little rainfall caught by the torn canvas sails was soon gone. When their tattered remains were raised again, the sails had little effect and proved almost worthless for moving the raft. If the wind came from astern, the vessel was manageable, but attempting to tack only served to twist the raft into an uncontrollable position crosswise with its beam to the wind. The inability to command the direction of the raft only added to Skaggs's mounting frustrations. Having saved his precious navigational instruments by clutching them to his breast during the worst of the deluge, he now took a fix on the raft's position. "Any nearer to land, Captain?" asked Ramsay. "I'm afraid not," Skaggs said gravely. "The storm drove us north and west. We're farther away from New Zealand than we were at this time 2 days ago. We won't last long in the southern hemisphere in the dead of summer without fresh water." Skaggs gestured toward a pair of fins cutting the water 50 feet from the raft. "If we don't sight a boat within 4 days, Mr. Ramsay, I fear the sharks will have themselves a sumptuous banquet." The sharks did not have long to wait. The second day after the storm, the bodies of those who succumbed from injuries sustained during the raging seas were slipped over the side and quickly disappeared in a disturbance of bloody foam. One monster seemed particularly ravenous. Skaggs recognized it as a great white, feared as the sea's greediest murder machine. He estimated its length to be somewhere between 22 and 24 feet. The horror was only beginning. Dorset was the first to have a premonition of the atrocities that the poor wretches on the raft would inflict upon themselves. "They're up to something," he said to Betsy. "I don't like the way they're staring at the women." "Who are you talking about?" she asked through parched lips. She had covered her face with a tattered scarf, but her bare arms and her legs below the skirt were already burned and blistered from the sun. "That scurvy lot of smugglers at the stern of the raft, led by the murdering Welshman, Jake Huggins. He'd as soon slit your gullet as give you the time of day. I'll wager they're planning a mutiny." Betsy stared vacantly around the bodies sprawled on the raft. "Why would they want to take command of this?" "I mean to find out," said Dorset, as he began making his way over the convicts slouched about the damp planking, oblivious to everything around them while suffering from a burning thirst. He moved awkwardly, annoyed at how stiff his joints had become with no exercise except holding onto ropes. He was one of the few who dared approach the conspirators, and he muscled his way through Huggins' henchmen. They ignored him as they muttered to themselves in low tones and cast fierce looks at Shepherd and his infantrymen. "What brings you nosing around, Dorset?" grunted Huggins. The smuggler was short and squat with a barrel chest, long matted sandy hair, an extremely large flattened nose and an enormous mouth with missing and blackened teeth, which combined to give him a hideous leer. "I figured you could use a good man to help you take over the raft." "You want to get in on the spoils and live a while longer, do you? I see no spoils that can prolong our suffering," Dorset said indifferently. Huggins laughed, showing his rotting teeth. "The women, you fool! We're all dying from thirst and the damnable heat, and you want sex? For a famous highwayman, you're an idiot," Huggins said irritably. "We don't want to lay the little darlings. The idea is to cut them up and eat their tender flesh. We can save the likes of bully Skaggs, his sailor boys and the soldiers for when we really gets hungry." The first thought that struck Dorset was that Huggins was making a disgusting joke, but the inspired evil that lurked in his eyes and the ghastly grin plainly demonstrated it was no play of words. The thought was so vile it filled Dorset with horror and revulsion, but he was a consummate actor and gave an uncaring shrug. "What's the hurry? We might be rescued by this time tomorrow. There won't be no ship or island on the horizon any time soon." Huggins paused, his ugly face contorted with depravity. "You with us, highwayman?" "I've got nothing to lose by throwing in with you, Jake," Dorset said with a tight smile. "But the big blonde woman is mine. Do what you will with the rest." I can see you've taken a liking to her, but my boys and I share and share alike. I'll let you have first claim. After that, she's divided up." "Fair enough," Dorset said dryly. "When do we make our move?" "1 hour after dark. At my signal, we attack the soldier boys and go for their muskets. Once we're armed, we'll have no trouble with Skaggs and his crew. Since I've already established a place by the forward mast, I'll take care of the soldier guarding the women." "You want to be first in line for supper, is that it?" "Just hearing you talk about it," said Dorset sardonically, "makes me hungry." Dorset returned to Betsy's side but said nothing to her about the terror about to be unleashed by the convicts. He knew Huggins and his men were observing his every move, making certain he was not making a furtive effort to warn the Gladiator's crew and the soldiers. His only opportunity would come with darkness, and he had to move before Huggins gave his signal to launch the horror. He lay as near to Betsy as the guard would allow and appeared to doze away the afternoon. As soon as dusk covered the sea and the stars appeared, Dorset left Betsy and snaked his way to within a few feet of First Officer Ramsay and hailed him in a hushed whisper. "Ramsay, do not move or act as if you're listening to anyone." "What is this?" Ramsay blurted under his breath. "What do you want?" "Listen to me," Dorset said softly. "Within the hour, the convicts, led by Jake Huggins, are going to attack the soldiers. If they are successful in killing them all, they will use their arms against you and your crew. Why should I believe the words of a common criminal? You'll all be dead if you don't." "I'll tell the captain," Ramsay said grudgingly. "Just remind him it was Jess Dorset who warned you." Dorset broke off and crawled back to Betsy. He removed his left boot, twisted off the sole and heel, and removed a small knife with a 4-inch blade. Then he sat back to wait. A quarter moon was beginning to rise over the horizon, giving the pitiful creatures on board the raft the look of ghostly wraiths, some of whom suddenly began rising to their feet and moving toward the prohibited area in the center. "Kill the swine!" Huggins shouted, leaping forward and leading a surge of flesh toward the soldiers. Half out of their minds with thirst, the mass of prisoners unleashed their hatred for authority and made a rush toward the middle of the raft from all sides. A volley of musket fire cut holes in their ranks, and the unexpected resistance stunned them momentarily. Ramsay had passed on Dorset's alarm to Skaggs and Shepherd. The infantrymen, muskets loaded and bayonets fixed, waited along with Skaggs and his crew, who had been armed with the soldiers' sabers, the carpenters' hammers and hatchets, and any other weapon they could scrape up. "Don't give 'em time to reload, boys," Huggins roared. "Strike hard." The mass of maddened mutineers rushed forward again, met this time with thrusting bayonets and slashing sabers. Yet nothing diminished their rage. They threw themselves against the cold steel, several of them grasping the sharpened blades in their bare hands. Desperate men grappled and sliced each other on a black sea under the eerie moonlight. The soldiers and sailors fought furiously. Every inch of the raft was occupied by men fighting savagely to kill each other. The bodies piled up, entangling the feet of combatants. Blood flowed on the deck planking, making it difficult to stand, if not impossible to rise after falling. In the darkness, now oblivious to their thirst and hunger, they blindly fought and slaughtered. The only sounds made by the combatants were the cries of the wounded and the moans of the dying. The sharks, as if sensing a bounty, began circling ever closer. The high-pointed fin of the executioner, the name the seamen gave the great white, silently carved through the water, less than 5 feet from the raft. None of the unfortunates who fell in the water climbed on board again. Pierced by 5 saber wounds, Huggins staggered toward Dorset, a large splintered board in an upraised hand. "You bloody traitor," he hissed. Dorset hunched and held the knife out in front of his body. "Step forward and die," he said calmly. Infuriated, Huggins yelled back, "It is you who will feed the sharks, highwayman. Then he put his head down and charged, swinging the board like a scythe. At the instant, Huggins lunged at him. Dorset dropped to his hands and knees, unable to check his momentum. The enraged Welshman stumbled over him and fell, crashing heavily to the deck. Before he could raise himself up, Dorset had leaped on the immense back, reversed the knife in his hand, and slashed Huggins' throat. "You'll not be dining on the ladies this night," Dorset said fiercely as Huggins' body stiffened before going limp in death. Dorset killed 3 more men that fateful night. At one stage of the battle he was assaulted by a small group of Huggins' followers who were set on ravaging the women. Foot to foot, man to man, they struggled and labored to murder each other. Betsy appeared and fought at his side, screaming like a banshee and clawing at Dorset's enemies like a tiger. Dorset's only wound came from a man who gave out a fiendish yell before biting him cruelly in the shoulder. The bloody brawl raged on for another 2 hours. Skaggs and his seamen, Shepherd and his infantrymen, fought desperately, beating off every assault and then counterattacking. Again and again the mad rush was pushed back by the ever-thinning ranks of the defenders who desperately clung to the center of the raft. Shepherd went down, garroted by 2 convicts. Ramsay suffered severe contusions, and Skaggs had 2 ribs broken. Sadly, the convicts had managed to kill 2 of the women and toss them overboard during the melee. Then, at last, having been decimated with dreadful casualties, 1 by 1, 2 by 2, the mutineers began ebbing back to the outer perimeter of the raft. By daylight, the dead were seen sprawling grotesquely around on the raft. The stage was set for the next hideous act of the macabre drama. As the surviving sailors and soldiers looked on incredulously, the convicts began cutting up and devouring their former comrades. It was a scene out of a nightmare. Ramsay made a rough count of the remaining survivors and was shocked to see that only 78 out of the 231 were still alive. In the senseless battle, 109 convicts had perished. 5 of Shepherd's soldiers had vanished, presumably thrown overboard, and Ramsay counted 12 of the Gladiator's crewmen dead or missing. It seemed inconceivable that so few could have subdued so many, but the convicts were not trained for combat as were Shepherd's infantrymen, or as physically toughened by hard work at sea as Skaggs' crew. The raft rode noticeably higher in the water now that its passenger list was sharply scaled down by 126 or so. Those parts of the corpses not eaten by the mob, crazed by the agony of hunger, were thrown to the waiting sharks. Unable to stop them, Skaggs restrained his revulsion and looked the other way as his crewmen, also maddened by the demands of shrinking stomachs, began cutting the flesh from 3 of the bodies. Dorset and Betsy and most of the other women, though weakened by the relentless torment of starvation, could not bring themselves to survive on the flesh of others. A rain squall came up in the afternoon and slaked their thirst, but the hunger pangs never let up. Ramsay came over and spoke to Dorset. "The captain would like a word with you." The highwayman accompanied the first officer to where Skaggs was lying, his back against the aft mast. Surgeon Superintendent Gorman was binding up the captain's ribcage with a torn shirt. Before the dead were rolled into the sea, the ship's surgeon stripped the bodies of their clothes to use as bandages. Skaggs looked up at Dorset, his face taut with pain. "I want to thank you, Mr. Dorset, for your timely warning. I dare say the honest people who are still left on this hellish vessel owe their lives to you. I've led a wicked life, Captain, but I don't mingle with foul-smelling rabble. When we reach New South Wales, I'll do my best to persuade the governor to commute your sentence." "I'm grateful to you, Captain. I'm under your orders." Skaggs stared at the small knife that was shoved into Dorset's belt sash. "Is that your only weapon?" "Yes, sir. It performed admirably last night." "Give him a spare saber," Skaggs said to Ramsay. "We're not through with those dogs yet." "I agree," said Dorset. "They'll not have the same fury without Jake Huggins to lead them. but they're too unhinged by thirst to give up. They'll try again after dark. His words were prophetic. For reasons known only to men deranged by lack of food and water, the convicts assaulted the defenders 2 hours after the sun set. The attack was not as fierce as the night before. Wraith-like figures reeled against each other, recklessly clubbing and slashing the bodies of convicts, sailors and soldiers intermingling as they fell. The convicts' resolve had been weakened by another day on the raft without food or drink, and their resistance suddenly faded and broke as the defenders counter-attacked. The enfeebled convicts stopped and then stumbled back. Skaggs and his faithful seamen smashed into their center as Dorset, along with Shepherd's few remaining infantrymen, struck from the flank. In another 20 minutes it was all over. 52 died that night. With the dawn, only 25 men and 3 women were left, out of the 78 from the night before. 16 convicts, including Jess Dorset, Maeve Fletcher, and 2 other women, 2 soldiers, and 10 of the Gladiator's crew, including Captain Skaggs. First Officer Ramsey was among the dead. Surgeon Superintendent Gorman was mortally wounded and passed on later that afternoon like a lamp that slowly runs out of oil. Dorset had received a nasty gash in his right thigh, and Skaggs had suffered a broken collarbone to add to his broken ribs. Amazingly, Betsy had emerged with only minor bruises and cuts. The convicts were thoroughly beaten. There wasn't one who didn't suffer from ugly wounds. The insane battle for the raft of the Gladiator was over. By the 10th day of their grisly ordeal, another 6 had died. 2 young lads, a cabin boy no more than 12 and a 16-year-old soldier, decided to seek death by throwing themselves into the sea. The other 4 were convicts who perished from their wounds. It was as if the rapidly dwindling number of survivors were watching a terrifying vision. The sun's blazing torment returned like a burning fever accompanied by delirium. On day 12, they were down to 18. Those who could still move were in rags, their bodies covered with wounds from the massacre, faces disfigured by the burning sun, skin covered with sores from scraping against the constantly moving planking and immersion in salt water. They were far beyond despondency, and their hollow eyes began to see visions. 2 seamen swore they saw the Gladiator, dove off the raft and swam toward the imaginary ship until they went under or were taken by the ever-present executioner and his voracious friends. Hallucinations conjured up every image, from banquet tables laden with food and drink to populated cities or homes none had visited since childhood. Skaggs fancied he was sitting in front of a fireplace with his wife and children in his cottage overlooking the harbor at Aberdeen. He suddenly stared at Dorset through strange eyes and said, "We have nothing to fear. I have signaled the Admiralty, and they have sent a rescue ship." In as much of a stupor as the captain, Betsy asked him, "Which pigeon did you use to send your message, the black or the gray?" Dorset's cracked and peeling lips curled in a painful smile. Amazingly, he had managed to keep his wits and had assisted the few seamen who could still move about in repairing damage to the raft. He found a few scraps of canvas and erected a small awning over Skaggs, while Betsy tended to the captain's injuries and showed him the kindest attention. The sea captain, the highwayman, and the thief struck up a friendship as the long hours dragged on. His navigational instruments having been lost over the side during the fighting, Skaggs had no idea of their position. He ordered his men to make an attempt at catching fish, using twine and nails for hooks. Bait was human flesh. The smaller fish completely ignored the offer of free food. Surprisingly, even the sharks failed to show an interest. Dorset tied a rope to the hilt of a saber and thrust it into the back of a large shark that swam close to the raft, lacking his former strength to fight the monster of the deep. He wrapped the free end of the rope around a mast. Then he waited for the shark to die before dragging it on board. His only reward was an empty saber blade that was bent into a 90-degree angle. 2 sailors tried attaching bayonets to poles as spears. They punctured several sharks that did not seem at all disturbed by their wounds. They had given up attempting to catch a meal, when later that afternoon a large school of mullet passed under the raft. Between 1 and 3 feet long, they proved far easier to spear and throw on the deck of the raft than the sharks. Before the school swam past, 7 cigar-shaped bodies with forked tails were flopping on the waterlogged planks. "God hasn't forsaken us," mumbled Skaggs, staring at the silvery fish. "Mullet usually inhabit shallow seas. I've never seen them in deep water." "It's as though he sent them directly to us," murmured Betsy, her eyes wide at the sight of her first meal in nearly 2 weeks. Their hunger was so great and the number of fish so meager that they added the flesh of a woman who had died only an hour before. It was the first time Skaggs, Dorset, and Betsy had touched human flesh. Somehow eating one of their own seemed oddly justified when mixed with the fish, and since the taste was partially disguised, it also seemed less disgusting. Another gift arrived with a rain squall that took nearly an hour to pass over and provided them with a catch of 2 gallons of water. Despite having their strength temporarily renewed, despondency was still painted on their faces. The wounds and contusions, irritated by the salt water, caused unending agony, and there was still the sun, which continued to torture them. The air was stifling and the heat intolerable. The nights brought relief and cooler temperatures, but some of the raft's passengers could not endure the misery of one more day. Another 5, 4 convicts and the last soldier, quietly slipped into the sea and perished quickly. By the 15th day, only Skaggs, Dorset, Betsy Fletcher, 3 sailors and 4 convicts, 1 a woman, were left alive. They were beyond caring. Death seemed unavoidable. The spark of self-preservation had all but gone out. The mullet was long gone, and although those who died had sustained the living, the lack of water and the torrid heat made it impossible to hold out for more than another 48 hours before the raft would float empty of life. Then an event occurred that diverted attention from the unspeakable horrors of the past 2 weeks. A large greenish-brown bird suddenly appeared out of the sky, circled the raft 3 times, and then lit with a flutter on a yardarm of the forward mast. It stared down through yellow eyes with beady black pupils at the pathetic humans on the raft, their clothes in shreds, limbs and faces scarred from combat and the scorching rays of the sun. The thought of trying to snare the bird for food instantly flooded everyone's mind. "What kind of strange bird is that?" Betsy asked. Her tongue so swollen her voice was like a whisper. "It's a kea," Skaggs murmured. "One of my former officers kept one." "Do they fly over the oceans like gulls?" asked Dorset. "No, they're a species of parrot that lives on New Zealand and the surrounding islands. I never heard of one flying over water unless—" Skaggs paused. "Unless it's another message from the Almighty." His eyes took on a distant look as he painfully rose to his feet and peered at the horizon. "Land," he exclaimed with joy. "Land to the west of us." Unnoticed in their apathy and lethargy until now, the raft was being pushed by the swells toward a pair of green mounds rising from the sea no more than 10 miles distant. Everyone turned their eyes westward and saw a large island with 2 low mountains, one on each end, and a forest of trees between. For a long moment no one spoke, each suspended in expectation, but fixed with a fear that they might be swept by the currents around their salvation. Almost all the haggard survivors struggled to their knees and prayed to be delivered on the beckoning shore. Another hour passed before Skaggs determined that the island was growing larger. "The current is pushing us toward it," he announced gleefully. "It's a miracle, a bloody miracle. I know of no island on any chart in this part of the sea." "Probably uninhabited," guessed Dorset. "How beautiful," Betsy murmured. staring at the lush green forest separating the two mounts. I hope it has pools of cool water. The unexpected promise of continued life revived what little strength they had left and inspired them to take action. Any desire of trapping the parrot for dinner quickly vanished. The feathered messenger was considered a good omen. Skaggs and his few seamen set a sail made from the tattered awning, while Dorset and the remaining convicts tore up planks and feverishly used them as paddles. Then, as if to guide them, the parrot took wing and flew back toward the island. The landmass rose and spread across the western horizon, drawing them like a magnet. They rode like madmen, determined their suffering should come to an end. A breeze sprang up from behind, pushing them ever faster toward sanctuary, adding to their delirium of hope. There would be no more waiting for death with resignation. Deliverance was down to less than 3 miles away, with the last of his strength. One of the sailors climbed the mast shrouds to a yardarm. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he squinted over the sea. "What do you make of the shoreline?" demanded Skaggs. "Looks like we're coming to a coral reef surrounding a lagoon." Skaggs turned to Dorset and Fletcher. "If we can't make entry through a channel, the breakers will pile us up on the reef." 30 minutes later, the sailor on the mast called out, "I see a blue water passage through the outer reef, 200 yards off to starboard." "Rig a rudder," Skaggs ordered his few crewmen. "Quickly." Then he turned to the convicts. "Every man and woman who has the brawn, grab a plank and paddle for your life." A dreadful fear appeared with the crashing of breakers onto the outer reef. The waves struck and burst in an explosion of pure white foam. The boom of water crashing into coral came like the thunder of cannon. The waves grew to a mountainous height as the seafloor rose when they neared land. Terror replaced desperation as the occupants of the raft envisioned the destruction that would occur if they were dashed against the reef by the crushing force of the breakers. Skaggs took the jury-rigged tiller under one arm and steered toward the channel as his sailors worked the tattered sail. The convicts, looking like ragged scarecrows, paddled ineffectually. Their feeble efforts did very little to propel the raft. Only with everyone paddling on the same side at the same time as Skaggs ordered could they assist him in steering for the channel. The raft was overtaken by a wall of churning froth that swept it forward at a terrible speed. For one brief moment it was elevated on the crest. The next it plunged into the trough. 2 of the male convicts were swept into the blue-green turbulence and never seen again. The sea-worn raft was breaking up. The ropes, chafed and stretched by the constant rolling of the sea, began to fray and part. The framework of masts that supported the deck planking twisted and began splitting. The raft groaned when inundated by the following wave. To Dorset, the immovable coral reef looked close enough to reach out and touch, and then they were swept into the channel between the jagged edges of the reef. The surge carried them through, the raft spinning around, pieces of it whirling into the sun-sparkled sea like a Roman candle. As the main frame of the raft disintegrated around them, the survivors were thrown into the water. Once past the barrier reef, the blue, contorted sea became as gentle as a mountain lake and turned a bright turquoise. Dorset came up choking, one arm locked around Betsy's waist. "Can you swim?" he coughed. She shook her head violently, sputtering out the seawater she'd swallowed. "Not a stroke." He pulled her along as he swam toward one of the raft's masts, which was floating less than 10 feet away. He soon reached it and draped Betsy's arms over the curved surface. He hung on beside her, gasping for breath, heart pounding, his weakened body exhausted from the exertion of the last hour. After taking a minute or two to recover, Dorset looked about the floating wreckage and took count. Skaggs and 2 of his sailors were a short distance away and still among the living, climbing aboard a small section of planking that was miraculously still tied together. Already they were ripping off boards to use as patties. Of the convicts, he spotted 2 men and the woman floating in the water, clinging to various bits and pieces of what remained of the raft of the Gladiator. Dorset turned and looked toward the shore. A beautiful white sandy beach beckoned less than a quarter of a mile away. Then he heard a nearby shout. "You and Betsy hang on!" Skaggs hailed him. "We'll pick you and the others up and then work toward shore." Dorset waved in reply and gave Betsy a kiss on the forehead. "Mind you don't let me down now, old girl. We'll be walking dry land in half an hour." He broke off in sudden panic, his joy short-lived. The tall fin of a great white shark was circling the wreckage in search of new prey. The executioner had followed them into the lagoon. It wasn't fair. Dorset screamed inside his mind. To have endured suffering beyond imagination only to have salvation snatched from their fingertips by the jaws of death was a foul injustice. Few were the men and women to have been more unfortunate. He clutched Betsy tightly in his arms and watched with morbid terror as the fin stopped circling, headed in their direction, and slowly slipped beneath the surface. His heart froze as he waited helplessly for the jagged teeth to snap shut on his body. Then, without warning, the second miracle occurred. The calm waters of the lagoon under them abruptly turned into a boiling cauldron. Then a great fountain-like gush burst into the air, followed by the great white shark. The murderous beast thrashed about wildly, its awesome jaws snapping like a vicious dog's at a huge sea serpent that was coiled around it. Everyone clutching the floating wreckage stared dumbstruck at the life and death struggle between the two monsters of the deep. From his position on his scrap of raft, Skaggs had a good seat to observe the struggle. The body of the enormous eel-like creature stretched from a blunt head to a long, tapering tail. Skaggs estimated the length of the body to be 60 to 65 feet, with the circumference of a large flour barrel. The mouth on the end of the head opened and closed spasmodically, revealing short, fang-like teeth. The skin appeared smooth and was a dark brown on the upper surface of the body, almost black, while the belly was an ivory white. Skaggs had often heard tales of ships sighting serpentine sea monsters, but had laughed them off as the visions of sailors, after drinking too much rum in port, frozen in awe. He was not laughing now as he watched the once feared executioner writhe violently in a futile attempt to shake off its deadly attacker. The compact, cartilaginous body of the shark prevented it from contorting its head and jaws far enough backward to bite into the serpent. Despite its tremendous strength and its frenzied convulsions, it could not shake the death grip. Revolving around in complete circles with great speed, shark and serpent writhed beneath the surface before reappearing in an explosion of spray that beat the water into froth again. The serpent then began biting into the shark's gill slits. After another few minutes, the gargantuan combat faded. The shark's agonized struggle ceased, and the two monsters slowly sank out of sight in the deepest part of the lagoon. The hunter had become the meal of another hunter. Skaggs wasted no time after the epic battle in pulling the bedraggled convicts from the water onto the small piece of the raft that still hung together, stunned by what they had witnessed. The pitifully few survivors finally reached the white sandy beach and staggered ashore, carried at last from their nightmare world to a Garden of Eden as yet unknown to European mariners. A stream of pure water was soon found that ran from the volcanic mountain that rose above the southern end of the island. 5 different varieties of tropical fruit grew in the forested area, and the lagoon was teeming with fish. Their perils over, only 8 out of the original 231 who set out on the raft of the Gladiator lived to tell about the horrors of their 15 days adrift in the sweltering emptiness of the sea. 6 months after the tragic loss of the Gladiator, its memory was briefly revived when a fisherman, coming ashore to repair a leak in his small boat, discovered a hand gripping a sword protruding from the beach. Digging the object from the sand, he was surprised to find a life-sized image of an ancient warrior. He carried the wooden sculpture 50 miles north to Auckland, New Zealand, where it was identified as the figurehead of the lost clipper ship Gladiator. Eventually cleaned and refinished, the warrior was placed in a small maritime museum, where onlookers often stared at it and pondered the mystery of the ship's disappearance. The enigma of the clipper ship Gladiator was finally explained in July of 1858 by an article that ran in the Sydney Morning Herald. Return from the dead. The seas around Australia have witnessed many a strange sight, but none so strange as the sudden appearance of Captain Charles Bully Skaggs, reported missing and presumed dead when his clipper, the Gladiator, owners Carlisle and Dunhill of Inverness, vanished in the Tasman Sea during the terrible typhoon of January 1856, when only 300 miles southeast of Sydney. Captain Skaggs astonished everyone by sailing into Sydney Harbour in a small vessel he and his only surviving crewman had constructed during their sojourn on an uncharted island. The ship's figurehead, washed up on the west coast of New Zealand 1.5 years ago, confirmed the loss of the ship until Captain Skaggs's miraculous return. No word on how his ship was lost or the fate of the 192 convicts being transported to the penal colony or the 11 soldiers and 28 crewmen was known. According to Captain Skaggs, only he and 2 others were cast up on an uninhabited island, where they survived extreme hardships for over 2 years until they could build a vessel with tools and materials salvaged from the wreckage of another unfortunate ship that was driven ashore a year later with the loss of her entire crew. They constructed the hull of their craft from wood cut from the native trees they found growing on the island. Captain Skaggs and his crewman, Thomas Cochrane, the ship's carpenter, seemed remarkably fit after their ordeal and were anxious to board the next ship bound for England. They expressed their profound sorrow for the tragic deaths of the Gladiator's passengers and their former shipmates, all of whom perished when the clipper sank during the typhoon. Incredibly, Skaggs and Cochrane managed to cling to a piece of floating wreckage for several days before currents carried them onto the deserted island's beach, more dead than alive. The tiny piece of land where the men existed for over 2 years cannot be precisely plotted, since Skaggs lost all his navigational instruments at the time of the sinking. His best reckoning puts the uncharted island approximately 350 miles east-southeast of Sydney, an area other ships' captains claim is devoid of land. Lieutenant Silas Shepherd, whose parents reside in Hornsby, and his detachment of 10 men from the New South Wales Infantry Regiment, who were guarding the convicts, were also listed among the lost. The Legacy, September 17, 1876, Aberdeen, Scotland. After Skaggs's return to England and a brief reunion with his wife and children, Carlisle and Dunhill offered him command of their newest and finest clipper ship, the Culloden, and sent him to engage in the China tea trade. After 6 more grueling voyages, in which he set 2 records, Bully Skaggs retired to his cottage in Aberdeen, worn out at the early age of 47. The captains of clipper ships were men grown old before their time. The demands of sailing the world's fleetest ships took a heavy toll on body and spirit. Most died while still young. A great number went down with their ships. They were an elite breed, the famed iron men who drove wooden ships to unheard-of speeds during the most romantic era of the sea. They went to their graves, under grass or beneath the waves, knowing they had commanded the greatest sailing vessels ever built by man. Tough as the beams inside his ships, Skaggs was taking his last voyage at 59, having built up a tidy nest egg by investing in owners' shares on his last 4 voyages. He was providing his children with a sizable fortune. Alone after the death of his beloved wife, Lucy, and his children grown with families of their own, he maintained his love for the sea by sailing in and around the firths of Scotland in a small ketch he'd built with his own hands. It was after a brief voyage through bitterly cold weather to visit his son and grandchildren at Peterhead that he took sick. A few days before he died, Skaggs sent for his longtime friend and former employer, Abner Carlyle, a respected shipping magnate who built a sizable fortune with his partner, Alexander Dunhill. Carlyle was a leading resident of Aberdeen. Besides his shipping company, he also owned a mercantile business and a bank. His favorite charities were the local library and a hospital. Carlyle was a thin, wiry man, completely bald. He had kindly eyes and walked with a noticeable limp, caused by a fall off a horse when he was a young man. He was shown into Skaggs's house by the captain's daughter, Jenny, whom Carlyle had known since she was born. She embraced him briefly and took him by the hand. "Good of you to come, Abner. He's been asking for you every half hour. How is the old sea dog?" "I fear his days are numbered," she answered with a trace of sadness. Carlyle looked around the comfortable house filled with nautical furniture, the walls holding charts marked with daily runs during Skaggs's record voyages. "I'm going to miss this house. My brothers say it is best for the family if we sell it." She led Carlyle upstairs and through an open door into a bedroom with a large window that overlooked Aberdeen Harbor. "Father, Abner Carlyle is here." "About time," Skaggs muttered grumpily. Jenny gave Carlyle a peck on the cheek. "I'll go and make you some tea." An old man, ravaged by 3 decades of a hard life at sea, lay unmoving on the bed, as bad as Skaggs looked. Carlyle couldn't help but marvel at the fire that still burned in those olive-gray eyes. "I've got a new ship for you." "Bully." "The hell you say?" rasped Skaggs. "What's her rigging?" "None. She's a steamer." Skaggs's face turned red and he raised his head. "Goddamn stinkpots. They shouldn't be allowed to dirty up the seas." It was the response Carlyle had hoped for. Bully Skaggs may have been at death's door, but he was going out as tough as he lived. "Times have changed, my friend. Cutty Sark and Thermopylae are the only clippers you and I knew that are still working the seas. I don't have much time for idle chatter. I asked you to come to hear my deathbed confession and do me a personal favor." Carlyle looked at Skaggs and said sarcastically, "You thrash a drunk or bed a Chinese girl in a Shanghai brothel you never told me about." "I'm talking about the Gladiator," Skaggs muttered. "I lied about her. She sank in a typhoon," Carlyle said. "What was there to lie about?" "She sank in a typhoon, all right. But the passengers and crew didn't go down to the bottom with her." Carlyle was silent for several moments. Then he said carefully, "Charles Bully Skaggs, you're the most honest man I have ever known. In the half-century we've known each other, you've never betrayed a trust. Are you sure it isn't the sickness that's making you say crazy things? Trust me now when I say I've lived a lie for 20 years in repayment of a soul debt." Carlyle stared at him curiously. "What is it you wish to tell me?" "A story I've told no one." Skaggs leaned back on his pillow and stared beyond Carlyle, far into the distance at something only he could see. The story of the raft of the Gladiator. Jenny returned half an hour later with tea. It was dusk, and she lit the oil lamps in the bedroom. "Father, you must try to eat something. I've made your favorite fish chowder." "I've no appetite, daughter. Abner must be starved. Listening to you all afternoon, I'll wager he'll eat something." "Give us another hour," shuddered Skaggs. "Then make us eat what you will." As soon as she was gone, Skaggs continued with the saga of the raft. "When we finally got ashore, there were 8 of us left. Of the Gladiator's crew, only myself, Thomas Cochrane, the ship's carpenter, and Alfred Reed, an able seaman, survived. Among the convicts there was Jess Dorset, Betsy Fletcher, Marion Adams, George Pryor, and John Winkleman, 8 out of the 231 souls who set sail from England. "You'll have to excuse me, dear old friend," said Carlyle, "if I appear skeptical. Scores of men murdering each other on a raft in the middle of the ocean. The survivors subsisting on human flesh and then being saved from being devoured by a man-eating shark through the divine intervention of a sea serpent that kills the shark. An unbelievable tale, to say the least. "You are not listening to the ravings of a dying man?" Skaggs assured him weakly. "The account is true, every word of it." Carlyle did not want to unduly upset Skaggs. The wealthy old merchant patted the arm of the sea captain, who in no small way had helped to build the shipping empire of Carlisle and Dunhill, and reassured him. "Go on, I'm anxious to hear the ending. What happened after the 8 of you set foot on the island?" For the next half hour, Skaggs told of how they drank their fill in a stream with sweet and pleasant water that ran from one of the small volcanic mountains. He described the large turtles that were caught in the lagoon, thrown on their backs and butchered with Dorset's knife, the only tool among them. Then, using a hard stone found at the water's edge and the knife as flint, they built a fire and cooked the turtle meat. 5 different kinds of fruit that Skaggs had never seen before were picked from trees in the forest. The vegetation seemed oddly different from the plants he'd seen in Australia. He recounted how the survivors passed the next few days gorging themselves until they regained their strength. "With our bodies on the mend, we set out to explore the island," Skaggs said. Continuing his narration, "It was shaped like a fishhook, 5 miles in length and a little less than 1 wide. 2 massive volcanic peaks, each about 12 to 1,500 feet high, stood at the extreme ends. The lagoon measured about 3/4 of a mile long and was sheltered by a thick reef to seaward. The rest of the island was buttressed by high cliffs." "Did you find it deserted?" asked Carlyle. "Not a living soul did we see, nor animal, only birds. We saw signs that aborigines had once inhabited the island, but it appeared they had been gone a long time." "Any evidence of shipwrecks?" "Not at that time. After the calamity on the raft, the island must have seemed like paradise," said Carlyle. "She was the most beautiful island I've seen in my many years at sea," Skaggs agreed, referring to his place of refuge in the feminine. "A magnificent emerald on a sapphire sea. She was—" He hesitated, as if envisioning the jewel rising out of the Pacific. "We soon settled into an idyllic way of life. I designated those to be in charge of certain services and appointed times for fishing, the construction and repair of shelter, the harvesting of fruit and other edibles, and the maintenance of a constant fire for cooking, as well as to signal any ship that might pass by. In this manner we lived together in peace for several months." "I'm keen to guess," said Carlyle. "Trouble flared between the women." Skaggs shook his head feebly. "More like among the men over the women." "So you experienced the same circumstances as the Bounty mutineers on Pitcairn Island?" "Exactly. I knew there would soon be trouble, and I designed a schedule for the women to be divided equally among the men, not a scheme to everybody's liking. Of course, especially the women, but I knew of no other way to prevent bloodshed. Under the circumstances, I would have to agree with you. All I succeeded in doing was hastening the inevitable. The convict John Winkleman murdered able seaman Reed over Marian Adams, and Jess Dorset refused to share Betsy Fletcher with anyone. When George Pryor attempted to rape Fletcher, Dorset beat his brains in with a rock. And then you were 6, Skaggs nodded. Tranquility finally reigned on the island when John Winkleman married Marian Adams and Jess married Betsy. Married? Carlyle snorted in righteous indignation. How was that possible? Have you forgotten? Abner, Skaggs said with a grin cracking his thin lips. As a ship's captain, I was empowered to perform the ceremony. By not actually standing on the deck of your ship, I must say you stretched matters a bit. I have no regrets. We all lived in harmony until ship's carpenter Thomas Cochrane and I sailed away. Did you and Cochrane not have desire for the women? Skaggs' laughter turned into a brief coughing spell. Carlyle gave him a glass of water. When he recovered, Skaggs said, Whenever my thoughts became carnal, I envisioned my sweet wife, Lucy, I vowed to her that I would always return from a voyage as chaste as I left. And the carpenter, Cochrane, as fate would have it, preferred the company of men. It was Carlyle's turn to laugh. You picked a strange lot to share your adventures. Before long, we had built comfortable shelters out of rock and conquered boredom by constructing many ingenious devices to make our existence more enjoyable. Cochrane's carpentry skill became particularly useful once we found proper woodworking tools. How did this come about? After about 14 months, a severe gale drove a French naval sloop onto the rocks at the southern end of the island. Despite our efforts to save them, the entire crew perished as the pounding of the breakers broke up their ship around them. When the seas calmed 2 days later, we recovered 14 bodies and buried them next to George Pryor and Alfred Reed. Then Dorset and I, who were the strongest swimmers, launched a diving operation to recover whatever objects from the wreck we might find useful. Within 3 weeks, we had salvaged a small mountain of goods, materials, and tools. Cochrane and I now possessed the necessary implements to build a boat sturdy enough to carry us to Australia. What of the women? How did Betsy and Marion fare? Queried Carlyle. Skaggs's eyes took on a sad look. Poor Marion. She was kind and true, a modest servant girl who had been convicted of stealing food from her master's pantry. She died giving birth to a daughter. John Winkleman was horribly distraught. He went mad and tried to kill the baby. We tied him to a tree for 4 days until he finally got hold of his senses, but he was never quite the same again. He rarely spoke a word from that time until I left the island. And Betsy, cut from a different cloth, that one, strong as a coal miner, she carried her weight with any man, gave birth to 2 boys in as many years as well as nursing Marion's child. Dorset and Betsy were devoted to each other. Why didn't they come with you? Best they stayed on the island. I offered to plead for their release with the governor, but they didn't dare take the chance. And rightly so. As soon as they'd have landed in Australia, the penal constables would have grabbed the children and distributed them as orphans. Betsy's fate was probably to become a wool spinner in the filthy squalor of the female factory at Parramatta, while Jess was sure to end up in the convict barracks at Sydney. They'd likely never have seen their boys and each other again. I promised them that as long as I lived, they'd remain forgotten along with the lost souls of the Gladiator. And Winkleman too? Skaggs nodded. He moved to a cave inside the mountain at the north end of the island and lived alone. Carlyle sat silent and reflected on the remarkable story Skaggs had related. All these years you've never revealed their existence. I found out later that if I had broken my promise to remain silent, that bastard of a governor in New South Wales would have sent a ship to get them. He had a reputation for moving hell to regain an escaped prisoner. Skaggs moved his head slightly and stared through the window at the ships in the harbor. After I returned home, I saw no reason to tell the story of the Gladiator's raft. You never saw them again after you and Cochrane set sail for Sydney? Skaggs shook his head. A tearful goodbye it was. 2. Betsy and Jess standing on the beach holding their baby boys and Marion's daughter, looking for all the world like a happy mother and father. They found a life that wasn't possible in the civilized world. He spat out the word civilized. And Cochrane, what was to stop him from speaking out? Skaggs's eyes glimmered faintly. As I mentioned, he also had a secret he didn't want known, certainly not if he ever wished to go to sea again. He went down with the Zanzibar when she was lost in the South China Sea back in '67. Haven't you ever wondered how they made out? No need to wonder, Skaggs replied slyly. I know. Carlyle's eyebrows raised. I'd be grateful for an explanation. 4 years after I departed, an American whaler sighted the island and stood in to fill her water casks. Jess and Betsy met the crew and traded fruits and fresh fish for cloth and cooking pots. They told the captain of the whaler that they were missionaries who were stranded on the island after their ship had been wrecked. Before long, Other whalers began stopping by for water and food supplies. One of the ships traded Betsy's seeds for hats she'd woven out of palms, and she and Jess began tilling several acres of arable land for vegetables. How do you know all this? They began sending out letters with the whalers. They're still alive? Asked Carlyle, his interest aroused. Skaggs' eyes saddened. Jess died while fishing 6 years ago. A sudden squall capsized his boat. Betsy said it looked as if he struck his head and drowned. Her last letter, along with a packet, arrived only 2 days ago. You'll find it in the center drawer of my desk. She wrote that she was dying from some sort of disease of the stomach. Carlyle rose and crossed the bedroom to a worn captain's desk that Skaggs had used on all his voyages after the Gladiator went down. He pulled a small packet wrapped in oilskin from the drawer and opened it. Inside he found a leather pouch and a folded letter. He returned to his chair, slipped on his reading glasses, and glanced at the words. For a girl convicted of theft, she writes very well. Her earlier letters were full of misspellings, but Jess was an educated man, and under his tutelage, Betsy's grammar showed great improvement. Carlyle began reading aloud. My dear Captain Skaggs, I pray you are in good health. This will be my last letter to you, as I have a malady of the stomach, or so the doctor aboard the whaling ship Amy and Jason tells me, so I will soon be joining my Jess. I have a last request that I pray you will honor. In the first week of April of this year, my 2 sons and Marion's daughter, Mary, departed the island on board a whaler whose captain was sailing from here to Auckland for badly needed repairs to his hull after a brush with a coral reef. There, the children were to book passage on a ship bound for England and then eventually make their way to you in Aberdeen. I have written to ask you, dearest friend, to take them under your roof upon their arrival and arrange for their education at the finest schools England has to offer. I would be eternally grateful, and I know Jess would share the same sentiments. Rest his dear departed soul, if you will honor my request. I have included my legacy for your services and whatever cost it takes to see them through school. They are very bright children and will be diligent in their studies. With deepest respect, I wish you a loving farewell. Betsy Dorset. One final thought. The serpent sends his regards. Carlyle peered over his glasses. The serpent sends his regards. What nonsense is that? The sea serpent who saved us from the great white shark, answered Skaggs. Turned out he lived in the lagoon. I saw him with my own eyes on at least 4 other occasions during my time on the island. Carlyle looked at his old friend as if he were drunk, then thought better of pursuing the matter. She sent young children alone on a long voyage from New Zealand to England. Not so young, said Skaggs. The oldest must be going on 19. If they left the island the early part of April, they may come knocking on your door at any time, providing they did not have to wait long in Auckland to find a stout ship that made a fast passage. My God, man, you're in an impossible situation. What you really mean is, how can a dying man carry out an old friend's dying wish? You're not going to die, said Carlyle, looking Skaggs in the eye. Oh, yes, I am, Skaggs said firmly. You're a practical businessman, Abner. Nobody knows that better than me. That's why I asked to see you before I take my final voyage. You want me to wet nurse Betsy's children. They can live in my house until you drop their anchor in the best educational institutions money can buy. The pitiful amount that Betsy made selling hats and food supplies to visiting whaling ships won't come close to covering the cost of several years of boarding at expensive schools. They'll need the proper clothes and private tutors to bring them up to proper learning levels. I hope you're not asking me to provide for total strangers. Skaggs pointed to the leather pouch. Carlyle held it up. Is this what Betsy sent you to educate her children? Skaggs nodded slightly. Open it. Carlyle loosened the strings and poured the contents into his hand. He looked up at Skaggs incredulously. Is this some sort of joke? These are nothing but ordinary stones. Trust me, Abner, they are not ordinary. Carlyle held up one about the size of a prune in front of his spectacles and peered at it. The surface of the stone was smooth and its shape was octahedral, having 8 sides. This is nothing but some sort of crystal. It's absolutely worthless. Take the stones to Levi Strauser, the Jewish gem merchant. Show the stones to him. Precious gems, they're not, said Carlyle firmly. Please. Skaggs barely got the word out. The long conversation had tired him. As you wish, old friend. He pulled out his pocket watch and looked at the time. I'll call on Strauser first thing in the morning and return to you with his appraisal. Thank you, Skaggs murmured. The rest will take care of itself. Carlyle walked under an early morning drizzle to the old business district near Castlegate. He checked the address and turned up the steps to one of the many inconspicuous gray houses built of local granite that gave the city of Aberdeen a solid, if drab, appearance. Small brass letters mounted beside the door read, simply, Strauser and Sons. He pulled the bell knob and was shown into a Spartan-furnished office by a clerk, offered a chair and a cup of tea. A slow minute passed before a short man in a long frock coat, a salt and pepper beard down to his chest, entered through a side door. He smiled politely and extended his hand. I am Levi Strauser. What service can I perform for you? My name is Abner Carlyle. I was sent by my friend Captain Charles Skaggs. Captain Skaggs sent a messenger who announced your coming. I am honored to have Aberdeen's most renowned merchant in my humble office. Have we ever met? We don't exactly travel in the same social circles, and you are not the kind of man who buys jewelry. My wife died young and I never remarried, so there was no reason to purchase expensive baubles. I too lost a wife at an early age, but I was fortunate enough to find a lovely woman who bore me 4 sons and 2 daughters. Carlyle had often done business with Jewish merchants over the years, but he had never had dealings in gemstones. He was on unfamiliar ground and felt uncomfortable with Strauser. He took out the leather pouch and laid it on the desk. Captain Skaggs requested your appraisal of the stones inside. Strauser laid a sheet of white paper on the desktop and poured the contents of the pouch in a pile in the center. He counted the stones. There were 18. He took his time and carefully scrutinized each one through his loupe, a small magnifier used by jewelers. Finally, he held up the largest and the smallest stones, one in each hand. If you will kindly be patient, Mr. Carlyle, I would like to conduct some tests on these 2 stones. I'll have one of my sons serve you another cup of tea. Yes, thank you. I don't mind waiting. Nearly an hour passed before Strauser returned to the room with the 2 stones. Carlyle was a shrewd observer of men. He had to be to have successfully negotiated over 1,000 business ventures since he purchased his first ship at the tender age of 22. He saw that Levi Strauser was nervous. There were no obvious signs, no shaking hands, little ticks around the mouth, beads of sweat. It was there in the eyes. Strauser looked like a man who had beheld God. May I ask where these stones came from? Strauser asked. I cannot tell you the exact location, Carlyle answered honestly. The mines of India are played out, and nothing like this has come out of Brazil. Perhaps one of the new diggings in South Africa. It is not for me to say. Why? Is there a value to the stones? You do not know what they are? Strauser asked in astonishment. I am not an expert in minerals. My business is shipping. Strauser held out his hands over the stones like an ancient sorcerer. Mr. Carlyle, these are diamonds, the finest uncut stones I have ever seen. Carlyle covered his amazement nobly. I don't question your integrity, Mr. Strauser, but I can't believe you are serious. My family has dealt in precious stones for 5 generations. Mr. Carlyle, believe me when I say you have a fortune lying on the desk. Not only do they have indications of perfect transparency and clearness, but they possess an exquisite and very extraordinary violet rose color. Because of their beauty and rarity, they command a higher price than the perfect colorless stones. Carlyle came back on keel and cut away the cobwebs. What are they worth? Rough stones are almost impossible to classify for value, since their true qualities do not become apparent until they are cut and faceted to enhance the maximum optical effect and polished. The smallest you have here weighs 60 carats in the rough. He paused to hold up the largest specimen. This one weighs out at over 980 carats, making it the largest known uncut diamond in the world. I judge that it might be a wise investment to have them cut before I sell them, or if you prefer, I could offer you a fair price in the rough. Carlyle began to place the stones back in the leather pouch. No, thank you. I represent a dying friend. It is my duty to provide him with the highest profit possible. Strouser quickly realized that the canny Scotsman could not be influenced to part with the uncut stones. The opportunity to obtain the diamonds for himself, have them faceted, and then sell them on the London market for an immense gain was not in the cards. Better to make a good profit than none at all, he decided wisely. You need not go any farther than this office, Mr. Carlyle. 2 of my sons apprenticed at the finest diamond-cutting house in Antwerp. They are as good, if not better, than any cutters in London. Once the stones are faceted and polished, I can act as your broker should you then wish to sell. Why should I not sell them on my own? For the same reason I would come to you to ship goods to Australia, instead of buying a ship and transporting them myself. I am a member of the London Diamond Exchange. You are not. I can demand and receive twice the price you might expect. Carlyle was shrewd enough to appreciate a sound business offer when he heard one. He came to his feet and offered Strouser his hand. I place the stones in your capable hands. Mr. Strouser, I trust it will prove to be a profitable arrangement for you and the people I represent. You can bank on it, Mr. Carlyle. As the Scots shipping magnate was about to step from the office, he turned and looked back at the Jewish precious stone dealer. After your sons are finished with the stones, what do you think they will be worth? Strouser stared down at the ordinary-looking stones, visualizing them as sparkling crystals. If these stones came from an unlimited source that can be easily exploited, the owners are about to launch an empire of extraordinary wealth. If you will forgive me for saying so, your appraisal sounds a bit fanciful. Strouser looked across the desk at Carlyle and smiled. Trust me when I say these stones, when cut and faceted, could sell in the neighborhood of £1 million. It's approximately $7 million at that time, or close to $50 million on today's market. Good God, Carlyle blurted. That much? Strouser lifted the huge 980-carat stone to the light, holding it between his fingers as if it were the Holy Grail. When he spoke, it was in a voice of adoring reverence, perhaps even more, much more. Death from nowhere. January 14th, 2000. Seymour Island, Antarctic Peninsula. There was a curse of death about the island, a curse proven by the graves of men who set foot on the forbidding shore, never to leave. There was no beauty here, certainly nothing like the majestic ice-shrouded peaks, the glaciers that towered almost as high as the white cliffs of Dover, or the icebergs that floated serenely like crystal castles that one might expect to see on and around the great landmass of the Antarctic and its offshore islands. Seymour Island comprised the largest ice-free surface on or near the whole continent. Volcanic dust, laid down through the millennia, hastened the melting of ice, leaving dry valleys and mountains without a vestige of color and nearly devoid of all snow. It was a singularly ugly place, inhabited only by few varieties of lichen and a rookery of Adelie penguins who found Seymour Island an ample source for the small stones they used to build their nests. The majority of the dead, buried in shallow pits pried from the rocks, came from a Norwegian Antarctic expedition after their ship was crushed in the ice in 1859. They survived 2 winters before their food supply ran out, finally dying off one by one from starvation. Lost for over a decade, their well-preserved bodies were not found until 1870 by the British while they were setting up a whaling station. Others died and were laid beneath the rocks of Seymour Island. Some succumbed to disease, others to accidents that occurred during the whaling season. A few lost their lives when they wandered from the station, were caught by an unexpected storm and frozen by wind chill. Surprisingly, their graves are well marked. Crews of whalers caught in the ice passed the winter until the spring melt by chiseling inscriptions on large stones, which they mounted over the burial sites. By the time the British closed the station in 1933, 60 bodies lay beneath the loathsome landscape. The restless ghosts of the explorers and sailors that roamed the forsaken ground could never have imagined that one day their resting place would be crawling with accountants, attorneys, plumbers, housewives, and retired senior citizens who showed up on luxurious pleasure ships to gawk at the inscribed stones and ogle the comical penguins that inhabited a piece of the shoreline. Perhaps, just perhaps, the island would lay its curse on these intruders too. The impatient passengers aboard the cruise ship saw nothing ominous about Seymour Island. Safe in the comfort of their floating palace, they saw only a remote, unspoiled and mysterious land rising from a sea as blue as an iridescent peacock feather. They felt only excitement at a new experience, especially since they were among the first wave of tourists ever to walk the shores of Seymour Island. This was the 3rd of 5 scheduled stops as the ship hopscotched among the islands along the peninsula. Certainly not the most attractive, but one of the more interesting according to the cruise line literature. Many had traveled Europe and the Pacific, seen the usual exotic places travelers flocked to around the world. Now they wanted something more, something different. A visit to a destination few had seen before, a remote place they could set foot on and brag about to friends and neighbors afterward. As they clustered on the deck near the boarding ladder in happy anticipation of going ashore, aiming their telephoto lenses at the penguins, Maeve Fletcher walked among them, checking the bright orange insulated jackets passed out by the ship's cruise staff, along with life jackets for the short trip between the ship and shore. Energetic and in constant motion, she moved about with a concentrated briskness, in a lithe body that had seen more than its fair share of vigorous exercise. She towered above the women and stood taller than most of the men. Her hair, braided in 2 long pigtails, was as yellow as a summery iris. She stared through eyes as blue as the deep sea, from a strong face with high cheekbones. Her lips always seemed parted in a warm smile, revealing a tiny gap in the center of her upper teeth. Tawny skin gave her a robust, outdoorsy look. Maeve was 3 years shy of 30, with a master's degree in zoology. After graduation, she took a 3-year sabbatical to gain field experience studying bird and animal life in the polar regions. After she returned to her home in Australia, she was halfway through her dissertation for a doctorate at the University of Melbourne when she was offered a temporary job as naturalist and expedition leader for passengers of Rupert and Saunders, a cruise line based in Adelaide and specializing in adventure tours. It was an opportunity to earn enough money to finish her dissertation, so she dropped everything and set sail to the Great White Continent on board the company's ship Polar Queen. This trip there were 91 paying passengers on board, and Maeve was one of 4 naturalists who were to conduct the excursions on shore. Because of the Penguin Rookery, the historic buildings still standing from the whaling operations, the cemetery and the site of the camp where the Norwegian explorers perished, Seymour Island was considered a historical site and a fragile environment. To reduce visitor impact, the passengers were guided ashore at staggered times and in separate groups for 2-hour expeditions. They were also lectured on a code of behavior They were not to step on lichens or moss, nor step within 5 meters of any bird or animal life, nor could they sneak souvenirs, not so much as a small rock. Most of them were Australians, with a few New Zealanders mixed in. Maeve was scheduled to accompany the first party of 22 visitors to the island. She checked off the list of names as the excited travelers stepped down the boarding ladder to a waiting Zodiac, the versatile rubber float craft designed by Jacques Cousteau. As she was about to follow the last passenger, the ship's first officer, Trevor Haynes, stopped her on the boarding ladder, quiet and quite handsome in the lady's eyes. He was uncomfortable mingling with the passengers and rarely made an appearance away from the bridge. "Tell your people not to be alarmed if they see the ship sailing off," he told her. She turned and looked up the steps at him. "Where will you be going?" "There is a storm brewing 100 miles out. The captain doesn't want to risk exposing the passengers to any more rough water than necessary, nor does he want to disappoint them by cutting short the shore excursions. He intends to steam 20 kilometers up the coast and drop off another group at the seal colony, then return in time to pick you up and repeat the process, putting twice the number ashore in half the time. That's the idea. That way, we can pack up and leave and be in the relatively calm waters of the Bransfield Strait before the storm strikes here." "I wondered why you didn't drop the anchor." Maeve liked Haynes. He was the only ship's officer who wasn't continually trying to sweet-talk her into his quarters after late-night drinks. "I'll expect you in 2 hours," she said with a wave. "You have your portable communicator should you encounter a problem." She held up the small unit that was attached to her belt. "You'll be the first to know. Say hello to the penguins for me." "I shall." As the Zodiac skimmed over water that was as flat and reflective as a mirror, Maeve lectured her little band of intrepid tourists on the history behind their destination. Seymour Island was first sighted by James Clark Ross in 1842. 40 Norwegian explorers, cast away when their ship was crushed in the ice, perished here in 1859. We'll visit the site where they lived until the end and then take a short walk to the hallowed ground where they are buried. "Are those the buildings they lived in?" asked a lady who must have been pushing 80, pointing to several structures in a small bay. "No," answered Maeve. "What you see are what remains of an abandoned British whaling station. We'll visit it just before we take a short hike around that rocky point you see to the south, to the Penguin Rookery." "Does anyone live on the island?" asked the same lady. "The Argentinians have a research station on the northern tip of the island." "How far away?" Maeve smiled condescendingly. "About 30 kilometers. There's always one in every group who has the curiosity of a 4-year-old, she mused. They could see the bottom clearly now. Naked rock with no growth to be seen anywhere. Their shadow followed them about 2 fathoms down as they cruised through the bay. No rollers broke on the shoreline. The sea ran smooth right up to the edge, lapping the exposed rock with the slight wash usually found around a small lake. The crewman shut off the outboard motor as the bow of the Zodiac skimmed onto the shore. The only sign of a living thing was a pure white snow petrel that glided through the sky above them like a large snowflake. Only after she had helped everyone to disembark from the Zodiac and wade ashore onto the pebbled beach in the knee-high rubber boots supplied by the ship did Maeve turn and look at the ship as it gathered way and steamed northward. The Polar Queen was quite small by cruise ship standards. Her length was only 72 meters, with a 2,500 gross rated tonnage. She was built in Bergen, Norway, especially to cruise polar waters. She was as ruggedly constructed as an icebreaker, a function she could perform if the occasion arose. Her superstructure and the broad horizontal stripe below her lower deck were painted glacier white. The rest of her hull was a bright yellow. She could skirt the ice floes and icebergs with the agility of a rabbit due to her bow and stern thrusters. Her comfortable cabins were furnished in the style of a ski chalet, with picture windows facing the sea. Other amenities included a luxurious lounge and dining salon, hosted by a chef who turned out 3-star culinary creations, a fitness center, and a library filled with books and information on the polar regions. The crew was well-trained and numbered 20 more than the passengers. Maeve felt a tinge of regret she couldn't quite understand as the yellow and white polar queen grew smaller in the distance. For a brief moment she experienced the apprehension the lost Norwegian explorers must have felt at seeing their only means of survival disappear. She quickly shook off any feelings of uneasiness and began leading her party of babbling travelers across the gray moonscape to the cemetery. She allotted them 20 minutes to pick their way among the tombstones, shooting rolls of film of the inscriptions. Then she herded them around a vast pile of giant bleached whale bones near the old station, while describing the methods the whalers used to process the whales. After the danger and exhilaration of the chase and kill, she explained, came the rotten job butchering the huge carcass and rendering the blubber into oil. Cutting in and trying out, as the old-timers called it. Next came the antiquated huts and rendering building. The whaling station was still maintained and monitored on an annual basis by the British and was considered a museum of the past. Furnishings, cooking utensils in the kitchen, along with old books and worn magazines, were still there just as the whalers left them when they finally departed for home. Please do not disturb any of the artifacts, Maeve told the group. Under international law, nothing may be removed. She took a moment to count heads. Then she said, now I'll lead you into the caves dug by the whalers, where they stored the oil in huge casks before shipping it to England. From a box left at the entrance to the caves by expedition leaders from previous cruises, she passed out flashlights. Is there anyone who suffers from claustrophobia? One woman who looked to be in her late 70s raised her hand. I'm afraid I don't want to go in there. Anyone else? The woman who asked all the questions nodded. I can't stand cold, dark places. All right, said Maeve. The two of you wait here. I'll conduct the rest a short distance to the whale oil storage area. We won't be more than 15 minutes. She led the chattering group through a long, curving tunnel carved by the whalers to a large storage cavern stacked with huge casks that had been assembled deep inside the rock and later left behind. After they entered, she stopped and gestured at a massive rock at the entrance. The rock you see here was cut from inside the cavern and acts as a barrier against the cold, and to keep competing whalers from pilfering surplus oil that remained after the station closed down for the winter. This rock weighs as much as an armored tank, but a child can move it, providing he or she knows its secret. She paused to step aside, placed her hand on a particular place on the upper side of the rock and easily pushed it to close the entrance. An ingenious bit of engineering. The rock is delicately balanced on a shaft through its middle. Push in the wrong spot and it won't budge. Everyone made jokes about the total darkness broken only by the flashlights as Maeve moved over to one of the great wooden casks. One had remained half full, and she held a small glass vial under a spigot and filled it with a small amount of oil. She passed the vial around, allowing the tourists to rub a few drops between their fingers. Amazingly, the cold has prevented the oil from spoiling. Even after nearly 130 years, it's still as fresh as the day it came from the cauldron and was poured into the cask. It feels as though it has extraordinary lubricating qualities, said a gray-haired man with a large red nose, common in a heavy drinker. Don't tell the oil companies, Maeve said with a thin smile, or the whales will become extinct before next Christmas. One woman asked for the vial and sniffed it. Can it be used as cooking oil? Yes, indeed, Maeve answered. The Japanese are particularly fond of whale oil for cooking and margarine. In fact, the old whalers used to dip their biscuits in salt water and then fry them in the bubbling blubber. I tried it once and found it to have an interesting, if slightly bland taste. Maeve was abruptly cut off by the scream of an elderly woman who frantically clutched the sides of her head. 6 other people followed suit, the women crying out, the men groaning. Maeve ran from one to the other, stunned at the look of intense pain in their eyes. "What is it?" she shouted. "What's wrong? Can I help you?" Then suddenly, it was her turn. A dagger-like thrust of pain plunged into her brain, and her heart began to pound erratically. Instinctively, her hands pressed her temples. She stared dazedly at the excursion members. Through the hypnotic spell of agony and terror, all their eyes seemed to be bulging from their sockets. Then she was struck by a tidal wave of dizziness, rapidly followed by great nausea. She fought an overwhelming urge to vomit before losing all balance and falling down. No one could understand what was happening. The air became heavy and hard to breathe. The beams of the flashlights took on an unearthly bluish glow. There was no vibration, no shaking of the earth, and yet dust began to swirl inside the cavern. The only sounds were the screams of the tormented. They began to sag and fall to the ground around Maeve. With horrified disbelief, she found herself immersed in disorientation, caught in the grip of a crazy nightmare where her body was turning itself inside out. One moment people stared at death from an unknown source. Then inexplicably, an instant later, the excruciating agony and vertigo began to ease. As quickly as it had come on, it faded and disappeared. Maeve felt exhausted to her bones. She leaned weakly against the cask of whale oil, eyes closed, vastly relieved at being free of pain. No one found the voice to speak for nearly 2 minutes. Finally, a man, who was cradling his stunned wife in his arms, looked up at Maeve. "What in God's name was that?" Maeve slowly shook her head. "I don't know," she answered dully. With great effort she made the rounds, greatly cheered at finding everyone still alive. They all appeared to be recovering with no lingering effects. Maeve was thankful that none of the more elderly had suffered permanent damage, especially heart attacks. "Please wait here and rest while I check the 2 lads at the entrance of the tunnel and contact the ship." They were a good group, she thought. None questioned or blamed her for the unexplained event. They immediately began comforting each other, the younger ones helping the more elderly to restful positions. They watched as she swung open the massive door and walked through the portal until the beam of her flashlight vanished around a curve in the tunnel. As soon as Maeve reached daylight again, she couldn't help wondering if it had all been a hallucination. The sea was still calm and blue. The sun had risen a little higher in a cloudless sky. And the 2 ladies who had preferred to remain in the open air were lying sprawled on their stomachs, each clutching at nearby rocks as if trying to keep from being torn away by some unseen force. She bent down and tried to shake them awake, but stiffened in horror when she saw the sightless eyes and the gaping mouths. Each had lost the contents of her stomach. They were dead, their skin already turning a dark purplish blue. Maeve ran down to the Zodiac, which was still sitting with its bow pulled onto the shoreline. The crewman who had brought them ashore was also lifeless, the same appalling expression on his face, with the same skin color. In numbed shock, Maeve lifted her portable communicator and began transmitting. "Polar Queen, this is Land Expedition 1. We have an emergency. Please answer immediately. Over." There was no reply. She tried again and again to raise the ship. Her only response was silence. It was as if Polar Queen and her crew and passengers had never existed. January is midsummer in Antarctica, and days are long with only an hour or 2 of twilight. Temperatures on the peninsula can reach as high as 15 degrees Celsius, 59 degrees Fahrenheit. But since the tour group had come ashore, it had dropped to freezing. At the scheduled time for the Polar Queen to return, there was neither word nor sign of her. Maeve continued her futile attempts to make contact every half hour until 11 o'clock in the evening. As the polar sun dipped toward the horizon, she stopped hailing on the ship's channel to conserve the transmitter's batteries. The portable radio's range was limited to 10 kilometers, and no other ship or passing aircraft was within 500 kilometers of picking up her calls for help. The nearest source of relief was the Argentinian research station on the other end of the island, but unless freak atmospheric conditions stretched her signals, they would not have received them either. In frustration, she gave up and planned to try again later. Where was the ship and crew? She wondered constantly. Was it possible they had encountered the same murderous phenomenon and suffered harm? She did not wish to dwell on pessimistic thoughts. For the time being, she and her party were secure. But without food or bedding for warmth, she did not see how they could hold out very long. A few days at most. The ages of her excursion group were on the high side. The youngest couple were in their late 60s, while the rest ranged through the 70s to the oldest. A woman of 83 who wanted a taste of adventure before she went into a nursing home. A sense of hopelessness welled inside Maeve. She noted with no small apprehension that dark clouds were beginning to drift in across the sea from the west, the vanguard of the storm that First Officer Trevor Haynes had warned Maeve to expect. She had enough experience with South Polar weather conditions to know that coastal storms would be accompanied by fierce winds and blinding sleet. Little or no snow would fall. Debilitating wind chill would be the primary danger. Maeve finally gave up hope of seeing the ship anytime soon and began to plan for the worst by making preparations for the excursion members to bed down for the next 10 hours. The still-standing huts and rendering shed were pretty well open to the elements. The roofs had caved in long ago, and high winds had broken the few windows, as well as carrying off the doors. She decided her group would stand a better chance of surviving the bitter cold and life-threatening wind by remaining in the cavern. A fire using a stack of weathered lumber at the whaling station was a possibility, but it would have to be placed near the entrance, farther back in the cave, and the smoke could cause asphyxiation. 4 of the younger men helped her place the bodies of the 2 women and crewmen in the rendering shed. They also pulled the Zodiac farther ashore and tied it down to prevent it from being blown inland by the increasing winds. Next, they sealed all but a small opening of the tunnel entrance with rocks to minimize any frigid gusts that might sweep through into the cavern. She did not want to seal them off completely from the outside by closing the rock door. Then she gathered everyone around and ordered them to huddle together for mutual warmth. There was nothing left to do, and the hours of waiting for rescue seemed like an eternity. They tried to sleep, but found it all but impossible. The numbing cold slowly began to penetrate their clothing, and the wind outside turned into a gale that shrieked like a banshee through the air hole in the stone barrier they'd erected at the tunnel entrance. Only 1 or 2 complained. Most bore the ordeal stoically. Some were actually excited at experiencing a real adventure. 2 of the Aussie husbands, big men who had made their fortune as partners in a construction firm, teased their wives and cracked sarcastic jokes to keep everyone's spirits up. They seemed as unconcerned as if they were waiting to board a plane. They were all good people in their twilight years. Maeve thought, it would be a shame, crime, if they were to all die in that icy hellhole. Her mind wandered, and she vaguely envisioned them all interred under the rocks with the Norwegian explorers and the British whalers. A delusion, she reminded herself firmly. Despite the fact that her father and sisters were violently hostile toward her, she could not bring herself to believe they would deny her proper burial in the family plot where her ancestors rested. And yet she knew it was a distinct possibility that her family would no longer admit that Maeve was of their own flesh and blood, not after the birth of her twin boys. She lay there, staring at the fog that formed in the cavern from the heavy, concentrated breathing, and tried to picture her sons, now only 6 years old, watched over by friends, while she earned badly needed money with the cruise line. What would become of them if she died? She prayed that her father would never get his hands on them. Compassion never entered into his reckonings. People's lives mattered little to him, nor was money a driving force. He considered it merely a tool, power to manipulate. That was his passion. Maeve's two sisters shared their father's callousness toward others. Fortunately, she took after her mother, a gentle lady who was driven to suicide by her cold and abusive husband when Maeve was 12. After the tragedy, Maeve never considered herself part of the family. None of them had forgiven her for leaving the fold and striking out on her own under a new name with nothing but the clothes on her back. It was a decision she had never regretted. She awakened, listening for a sound, or rather the lack of it. The wind was no longer whistling into the tunnel from outside. The storm was still brewing, but there was a temporary break in the frigid wind. She returned and roused the two Australian contractors. "I need you to accompany me to the Penguin Rookery," she told them. "They're not hard to capture. I'm breaking the law. But if we are to stay healthy until the ship returns, we must put nourishment in our stomachs." "What do you think, mate?" boomed one of the men. "I could use a taste of bird," replied the other. "Penguins aren't candidates for gourmet dining," Maeve said, smiling. "Their meat is oily, but at least it's filling." Before they left for the rookery, she prodded the others to their feet and sent them to steal wood from the whaling station to build a fire. "In for a penny, in for a pound. If I'm going to jail for killing protected creatures and destroying historic property, I might as well do a thorough job of it." They made for the rookery, which was about 2 kilometers around the point encircling the north part of the bay. Though the wind had died, the sleet made their way miserable. They could hardly see more than 3 meters in front of them. It was as though they were looking at everything through a sheet of water. Sight was even more difficult without goggle. They were wearing only sunglasses, and the drifting sleet blew in around the rims of the lenses and caked their eyelashes. Only by keeping close to the edge of the water did they maintain a sense of direction. They added 20 minutes to the hike by not walking across the point as the crow flies, but at least the detour prevented them from becoming lost. The wind howled in again, biting into their exposed faces. The thought of them all trekking to the Argentinian research station crossed Maeve's mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Few would survive the 30-kilometer journey through the storm. Better than half the aged tourists would quickly perish along the way. Maeve had to consider all prospects, the feasible and the impractical. She might make it. She was young and strong, but she could not bring herself to desert the people who were depending on her. Sending the big Aussie men who trudged beside her was a possibility. The nagging problem as she saw it was, what would they find when they arrived? What if the Argentinian scientists had died under the same mysterious circumstances as the members of her own party? If the worst had occurred, then the only hard incentive for reaching the station was to use their powerful communications equipment. The decision was agonizing. Should she risk the 2 Australians' lives in a hazardous trek, or keep them at hand to help her care for the old and the weak? She decided against going for the research station. Her job did not involve putting the passengers of Rupert and Saunders in life-threatening situations. It seemed inconceivable that they had been abandoned. They had no choice but wait it out until rescue came from whatever source, and exist the best way they could until then. The sleet had slackened, and their vision increased to nearly 50 meters. Overhead, the sun appeared as a dim orange ball with a halo of varied colors like a round prism. They rounded the spur of rock encompassing the bay and curved back to the shoreline containing the Penguin Rookery. Maeve did not relish the thought of killing penguins, even as a means to stay alive. They were such tame and friendly creatures. The Pygoscelis adeliae or Adelie penguins are one of 17 true species. They sport a black feathered back and hooded head and a white breast and stare through beady little eyes. As suggested by fossils found on Seymour Island, their ancestors evolved more than 40 million years ago and were as tall as a man. Attracted to their almost human social behavior patterns, Maeve had spent one whole summer observing and studying a rookery and had begun a love affair with this most delightful of birds. In contrast with the larger emperor penguin, the adelies can move as fast as 10 kilometers an hour, and often faster when tobogganing over the ice on their chests. Give them a funny little derby and a cane to swing, she often mused, and they could have waddled along in a perfect imitation of Charlie Chaplin. "I believe the bloody sleet is slackening," said one of the men. He was wearing a leather cap and puffing on a cigarette. "About damn time," uttered the other, who had used a scarf to wrap his head, turban style. "I feel like a damp rag." They could clearly see out to sea for nearly half a kilometer. The once glass-like sea was now a turmoil of whitecaps agitated by the wind. Maeve turned her attention to the rookery. As far as she could see was a carpet of penguins, over 50,000 of them. As she and the hussies walked closer, it struck her as odd that none of the birds stood on their little feet, tail feathers extended as props to keep from falling over backward. They were scattered all about, most lying on their backs as if they had toppled over. "Something's not right," she said. "None are standing." "No fools, those birds," said the man in the turban. "They know better than to stand against blowing sleet." Maeve ran to the edge of the rookery and looked down at the penguins lying on the outer edge. She was struck by the absence of sound. None moved nor showed interest in her approach. She knelt and studied one. It lay limp on the ground, eyes staring sightless at her. Her face was stricken as she looked at the thousands of birds that showed no sign of life. She stared at 2 leopard seals, the natural predator of penguins, whose bodies washed back and forth in the small surge along the rock-strewn beach. "They're all dead," she muttered in shock. "Bloody hell," gasped the man in the leather cap. "She's right. Not one of the little buggers is breathing." "This can't be real," Maeve thought wildly. She stood absolutely still. She could not see what caused the mass death, but she could feel it. The crazy idea that every living thing in the rest of the world had died from the mysterious malady suddenly struck her mind. Is it possible we're the only ones left alive on a dead planet? She wondered in near panic. The man with the scarf turban wrapped around his head bent over and picked up a penguin. "Saves us the trouble of having to slaughter them." "Leave them be," Maeve shouted at him. "Why?" the man replied indignantly. "We've all got to eat. We don't know what killed them. They might have died from some sort of plague." The man in the leather cap nodded. "The little lady knows what she's talking about. Whatever disease killed these birds could do us in too. I don't know about you, but I don't aim to be responsible for my wife's death." "But it wasn't a disease," the other man argued. "Not what killed those little old ladies and that sailor lad. It was more like some fluke of nature." Maeve stood her ground. "I refuse to gamble with lives. Polar Queen will be back. We haven't been forgotten. If the captain is trying to give us a good scare, he's doing a damned fine job of it. He must have a good reason for not returning." "Good reason or not, your company better be heavily insured because they're going to get their ears sewed off when we get back to civilization." Maeve was in no mood to argue. She turned her back on the killing ground and set off toward the storage cavern. The 2 men followed, their eyes searching over a menacing sea for something that wasn't there. To wake up after 3 days in a caw on a barren island in the middle of a polar storm and know you are responsible for 3 deaths and the lives of 9 men and 11 women is not an enjoyable experience, without any sign of the hoped-for arrival of the Polar Queen. The once cheerful excursion that came ashore to experience the wondrous isolation of the Antarctic had become a nightmare of abandonment and despair for the vacation travelers. And to add to Maeve's desperation, the batteries of her portable communicator had finally gone dead. Any time now, Maeve knew she could expect the older members of the party to succumb to the harsh conditions inside the cave. They had lived their lives in warm and tropical zones and were not acclimated to the freezing harshness of the Antarctic. Young and hardy bodies might have lasted until help finally arrived, but these people lacked the strength of 20 and 30-year-olds. Their health was generally frail and vulnerable with age. At first, they joked and told stories, treating their ordeal as merely a bonus adventure. They sang songs, mostly waltzing Matilda, and attempted word games, but soon lethargy set in, and they went quiet and unresponsive. Bravely, they accepted their suffering without protest. Now, hunger overcame any fear of diseased meat, and Maeve stopped a mutiny by finally relenting and sending the men out to bring in several dead penguins. There was no problem of decomposition setting in, since the birds had frozen soon after they were killed. One of the men was an avid hunter. He produced a Swiss Army knife and expertly skinned and butchered the meat. By filling their bellies with protein and fat, they would add fuel to maintain their body heat. Maeve found some 70-year-old tea in one of the whalers' huts. She also appropriated an old pot and a pan. Next, she tapped the casks for a liter of the remaining whale oil, poured it in the pan, and lit it. A blue flame rose, and everybody applauded her ingenuity at producing a workable stove. Then she cleaned out the old pot, filled it with snow, and brewed the tea. Spirits were buoyed, but only for a short time. Depression soon recast its heavy net over the cavern. Their determination not to die was being sapped by the frigid temperature. They morbidly began to believe the end was inevitable. The ship was never returning, and any hope of rescue from another origin bordered on fantasy. Or no longer mattered if they expired from whatever unknown disease, if any, killed the penguins. None were dressed properly to resist for long, sustained temperatures below freezing. The danger of asphyxiation was too great to use the whale oil to build a bigger fire. The small amount in the pan merely produced a feeble bit of warmth, hardly sufficient to prolong life. Eventually, the fatal tentacles of the cold would encircle them all. Outside, the storm went from bad to worse, and it began to snow. A rare occurrence on the peninsula during summer, hope of a chance discovery was destroyed as the storm mounted in intensity. 4 of the elderly were near death from exposure, and Maeve suffered bleak discouragement as all control began to slip through her frozen fingers. She blamed herself for the 3 that were already dead, and it affected her badly. The living looked upon her as their only hope. Even the men respected her authority and carried out her orders without question. God help them, she whispered to herself. I can't let them know I've come to the end of my rope. She shuddered from an oppressive feeling of helplessness. A strange lethargy stole through her. Maeve knew she must see the terrible trial through to its final outcome. But she didn't think she had the strength to continue carrying 20 lives on her shoulders. She felt exhausted and didn't want to struggle anymore. Dimly, through her listlessness, she heard a strange sound unlike the cry of the wind. It came to her ears as though something were pounding the air. Then it faded. Only her imagination, she told herself. It was probably nothing but the wind changing direction and making a different howl through the air vent at the tunnel entrance. Then she heard it again, briefly, before it died. She struggled to her feet and stumbled through the tunnel. A snowdrift had built up against the wind barrier and nearly filled the small opening. She removed several rocks to widen a passage and crawled outside into an icy world of wind and snow. The wind held steady at about 20 knots, swirling billows of snow like a tornado. Suddenly, she tensed and squinted her eyes into the white turbulence. Something seemed to be moving out there, a vague shape with no substance, and yet darker than the opaque veil that fell from the sky. She took a step and pitched forward. For a long moment she thought of just lying there and going to sleep. The urge to give it all up was overwhelming, but the spark of life refused to diminish and blink out. She lifted herself to her knees and stared through the wavering light. She caught something moving toward her, and then a gust obliterated it. A few moments later it reappeared, but closer this time. Then her heart surged. It was the figure of a man covered in ice and snow. She waved excitedly and called to him. He paused as if listening, then turned and began walking away. This time she screamed, a high-pitched scream such as only a female could project. The figure turned and stared through the drifting snow in her direction. She waved both arms frantically. He waved back and began jogging toward her. "Please don't let him be a mirage or a delusion," she begged the heavens. And then he was kneeling in the snow beside her, cradling her shoulders in arms that felt like the biggest and strongest she had ever known. "Oh, thank God. I never gave up hoping you'd come." He was a tall man, wearing a turquoise parka with the letters Numa stitched over the left breast and a ski mask with goggles. He removed the goggles and stared at her through a pair of incredible opaline green eyes that betrayed a mixture of surprise and puzzlement. His deeply tanned face seemed oddly out of place in the Antarctic. "What in the world are you doing here?" he asked in a husky voice tinged with concern. "I have 20 people back there in a cavern. We were on a shore excursion. Our cruise ship sailed off and never returned." He looked at her in disbelief. "You were abandoned?" She nodded and stared fearfully into the storm. "Did a worldwide catastrophe occur?" His eyes narrowed at the question. "Not that I'm aware of." "Why do you ask?" 3 people in my party died under mysterious circumstances, and an entire rookery of penguins just north of the bay has been exterminated down to the last bird." If the stranger was surprised at the tragic news, he hid it well. He helped Maeve to her feet. "I'd better get you out of this blowing snow." "You're American," he said, shivering from the cold. "And you're Australian. It's that obvious? You pronounce it like I—" She held out a gloved hand. "You don't know how glad I am to see you, Mr. My name is Dirk Pitt." "Maeve Fletcher." He ignored her objections, picked her up, and began carrying her, following her footprints in the snow toward the tunnel. "I suggest we carry on our conversation out of the cold. You say there are 20 others that are still alive." Pitt gave her a solemn look. It would appear the sales brochures oversold the voyage. Once inside the tunnel, he set her on her feet and pulled off his ski mask. His head was covered by a thick mass of unruly black hair. His green eyes peered from beneath heavy dark eyebrows, and his face was craggy and weathered from long hours in the open, but handsome in a rugged sort of way. His mouth seemed set in a casual grin. This was a man a woman could feel secure with, Maeve thought. A minute later, Pitt was greeted by the tourists like a hometown football hero who had led the team to a big victory. Seeing a stranger suddenly appear in their midst had the same impact as winning a lottery. He marveled that they were all in reasonably fit shape, considering their terrible ordeal. The old women all embraced and kissed him like a son, while the men slapped his back until it was sore. Everybody was talking and shouting questions at once. Maeve introduced him and related how they met up in the storm. "Where did you drop from, mate?" they all wanted to know. "A research vessel from the National Underwater and Marine Agency. We're on an expedition trying to discover why seals and dolphins have been disappearing in these waters at an astonishing rate. We were flying over Seymour Island in a helicopter when the snow closed in on us, so we thought it best to land until it blew over. There are more of you, a pilot and a biologist who remained on board. I spot Ted what looked like a piece of a zodiac protruding from the snow. I wondered why such a craft would be resting on an uninhabited part of the island and walked over to investigate. That's when I heard Miss Fletcher shouting at me. Good thing you decided to take a walk when you did," said the 83-year-old great-grandmother to Maeve. I thought I heard a strange noise outside in the storm. I know now that it was the sound of his helicopter coming in to land. An incredible piece of luck we stumbled into each other in the middle of a blizzard," said Pitt. "I didn't believe I was hearing a woman scream. I was sure it was a quirk of the wind until I saw you waving through a blanket of snow." "Where is your research ship?" Maeve asked. "About 40 kilometers northeast of here." "Did you by chance pass our ship, Polar Queen?" Pitt shook his head. "We haven't seen another ship for over a week." "Any radio contact?" asked Maeve. "A distress call, perhaps?" "We talked to a ship supplying the British station at Halley Bay, but I've heard nothing from a cruise ship." "She couldn't have vanished into thin air," said one of the men in bewilderment. "Not along with the entire crew and our fellow passengers. We'll solve the mystery as soon as we can transport all you people to our research vessel. It's not as plush as Polar Queen, but we have comfortable quarters, a fine doctor, and a cook who stands guard over a supply of very good wines. I'd rather go to hell than spend another minute in this freeze box," said a wiry New Zealand owner of a sheep station, laughing. "I can only squeeze 5 or 6 of you at a time into the helicopter, so we'll have to make several trips," explained Pitt, "because we set down a good 300 meters away. I'll return to the craft and fly it closer to the entrance to your cave so you won't have to suffer the discomfort of trekking through the snow." "Nothing like curbside service," Maeve said, feeling as if she had been reborn. "May I go with you?" "Feel up to it." She nodded. "I think everyone will be glad to not have me ordering them about for a little while." Al Giordino sat in the pilot's seat of the turquoise Numa helicopter and worked a crossword puzzle. No taller than a floor lamp, he had a body as solid as a bee keg poised on 2 legs, with a pair of construction DR ricks for arms. His ebony eyes occasionally glanced into the snow glare through the cockpit windshield. Then, seeing nothing of Pitt, they refocused on the puzzle. Curly black hair framed the top of a round face, which was fixed with a perpetual sarcastic expression about the lips that suggested he was skeptical of the world and everyone in it, while the nose hinted strongly at his Roman ancestry. A close friend of Pitt's since childhood, they had been inseparable during their years together in the Air Force before volunteering for an assignment to help launch the National Underwater and Marine Agency, a temporary assignment that had lasted the better part of 14 years. "What's a 6-letter word for fuzzballed Goondorfer that eats stinkweed?" he asked the man sitting behind him in the cargo bay of the aircraft, which was packed with laboratory testing equipment. The marine biologic from Numa looked up from a specimen he'd collected earlier and raised his brows quizzically. "There is no such beast as a fuzzballed Goondorfer." "You sure? It says so right here." Roy Van Fleet knew when Giordino was sowing a cornfield with turnips. After 3 months at sea together, Van Fleet had become too savvy to fall for the stubborn Italian's con jobs. On second thought, it's a flying sloth from Mongolia. See if Slabo fits, realizing he had lost his easy mark. Giordino looks up from the puzzle again and stared into the falling snow. "Dirk should have been back by now." "How long has he been gone?" asked Van Fleet. "About 45 minutes. Giordino screwed up his eyes as a pair of vague shapes took form in the distance. "I think he's coming in now." Then he added, "There must have been funny dust too, that cheese sandwich I just ate. I'd swear he's got Soma one with him." "Not a chance. There isn't another soul within 30 kilometers. Come see for yourself." By the time Van Fleet had capped his specimen jar and placed it in a wooden crate, Pitt had thrown open the entry hatch and helped Maeve Fletcher climb inside. She pushed back the hood on her orange jacket, fluffed out her long golden hair, and smiled brightly. "Greetings, gentlemen. You don't know how happy I am to see you." Van Fleet looked as if he had seen the resurrection. His face registered total incomprehension. Giordino, on the other hand, simply sighed in resignation. "Who else?" He asked no one in particular, But Dirk Pitt could tramp off into a blizzard on an uninhabited backwater island in the Antarctic and discover a beautiful girl. Less than an hour after Pitt alerted the Numa research vessel Ice Hunter, Captain Paul Dempsey braved an icy breeze and watched as Giordino hovered the helicopter above the ship's landing pad. Except for the ship's cook busily preparing hot meals in the galley, and the chief engineer, who remained below, the entire crew, including lab technicians and scientists, had turned out to greet the first group of cold and hungry tourists to be airlifted from Seymour Island. Captain Dempsey had grown up on a ranch in the Bear, Tooth Mountains astride the Wyoming-Montana border. He ran away to sea after graduating from high school and worked the fishing boats out of Kodiak, Alaska. He fell in love with the icy seas above the Arctic Circle and eventually passed the examination to become captain of an ice-breaking salvage tug. No matter how high the seas or how strong the wind, Dempsey never hesitated to take on the worst storms the Gulf of Alaska could throw at him after he'd received a call from a ship in distress. During the next 15 years, his daring rescues of innumerable fishing boats, 6 coastal freighters, 2 oil tankers, and a Navy destroyer created a legend that resulted in a bronze statue beside the dock at Seward, a source of great embarrassment to him. Forced into retirement when the ocean-going salvage company became debt-ridden, he accepted an offer from the chief director of Numa, Admiral James Sandecker, to captain the agency's polar research ship, Ice Hunger. Dempsey's trademark, a chipped briar pipe, jutted from one corner of his tight but good-humored mouth. He was a typical tugman, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, habitually standing with legs wide set. Yet he presented a distinguished appearance. Gray-haired, clean-shaven, a man given to telling good sea stories, Dempsey might have been taken for a jovial captain of a cruise ship. He stepped forward as the wheels of the chopper settled onto the deck. Beside him stood the ship's physician, Dr. Mose Greenberg, tall and slender. He wore his dark brown hair in a ponytail. His blue-green eyes twinkled, and he had about him that certain indefinable air of trustworthiness common to all conscientious, dedicated doctors around the world. Dr. Greenberg, along with 4 crewmen bearing stretchers for any of the elderly passengers who found it difficult to walk on their own, ducked under the revolving rotor blades and opened the rear cargo door. Dempsey moved toward the cockpit and motioned to Giordino to open the side window. The stocky Italian obliged and leaned out. "Is Pitt with you?" asked Dempsey loudly above the swoosh of the blades. Giordino shook his head. He and Van Fleet stayed behind to examine a pack of dead penguins. "How many of the cruise ship's passengers were you able to carry?" "We squeezed in 6 of the oldest ladies who had suffered the most. 4 more trips ought to do it. 3 to transport the remaining tourists, and 1 to bring out Pitt, Van Fleet, the guide, and the 3 dead bodies they stashed in an old whaler's rendering shed." Dempsey motioned into the miserable mixture of snow and sleet. "Can you find your way back in this soup?" "I plan to beam in on Pitt's portable communicator. How bad off are these people?" "Better than you might expect for senior citizens who've suffered 3 days and nights in a frigid cave. Pitt said to tell Dr. Bone Greenberg that pneumonia will be his main worry. The bitter cold has sapped the older folks' energy, and in their weakened condition, their resistance is real low." "Do they have any idea what happened to their cruise ship?" asked Dempsey. "Before they went ashore, their excursion guide was told by the first officer that the ship was heading 20 kilometers up the coast to put off another group of excursionists. That's all she knows. The ship never contacted her again after it sailed off." Dempsey reached up and lightly slapped Giordino on the arm. "Hurry back, and mind you don't get your feet wet." Then he moved around to the cargo door and introduced himself to the tired and cold passengers from the Polar Queen as they exited the aircraft. He tucked a blanket around the 83-year-old woman who was being lifted to the deck on a stretcher. "Welcome aboard, Old," he said with a warm smile. "We have hot soup and coffee and a soft bed waiting for you in our officers' quarters." "If it's all the same to you," she said sweetly, "I'd prefer tea." "Your wish is my command, dear lady," Dempsey said gallantly. "Tea it is." "Bless you, Captain," she replied, squeezing his hand. As soon as the last passenger had been helped across the helicopter pad, Dempsey waved off Giordino, who immediately lifted the craft into the air. Dempsey watched until the turquoise craft dissolved and vanished into the white blanket of sleet. He relit the ever-present pipe and tarried alone on the helicopter pad after the others had hurried back into the comfort of the ship's superstructure to get out of the cold. He had not counted on a mission of mercy. Certainly not one of this kind. Ships in distress on ferocious seas, he could understand. But ships' captains who abandoned their passengers on a deserted island under incredibly harsh conditions he could not fathom. The Polar Queen had sailed far more than 25 kilometers from the site of the old whaling station. He knew that for certain. The radar on Ice Hunter's bridge could see beyond 120 kilometers, and there was no contact that remotely resembled a cruise ship. The gale had slackened considerably by the time Pitt, along with Maeve Fletcher and Van Fleet, reached the Penguin Rookery. The Australian zoologist and the American biologist had become friendly almost immediately. Pitt walked behind them in silence as they compared universities and colleagues in the field. Maeve plagued Van Fleet with questions pertaining to her dissertation, while he queried her for details concerning her brief observation of the mass decimation of the world's most beloved bird. The storm had carried the carcasses of those nearest the shoreline out to sea, but by Pitt's best calculation, a good 40,000 of the dead birds still lay scattered amid the small stones and rocks, like black and white gunny sacks filled with wet grain. With the easing of the wind and sleet, visibility increased to nearly a kilometer. Giant petrels, the vultures of the sea, began arriving to feast upon the dead penguins. Majestic as they soared gracefully through the air, they were merciless scavengers of meat from any source. As Pitt and the others watched in disgust, the huge birds quickly disemboweled their lifeless prey, forcing their beaks inside the penguin carcasses until their necks and heads were red with viscera and gore. "Not exactly a sight I care to remember," said Pitt. Van Fleet was stunned. He turned to Maeve, his eyes unbelieving. "Now that I see the tragedy with my own eyes, I find it hard to accept so many of the poor creatures dying within such a concentrated space in the same time period." "Whatever the phenomenon," said Maeve, "I'm certain it also caused the death of my 2 passengers and the ship's crewman who brought us ashore." Van Fleet knelt and studied one of the penguins. No indication of injury, no obvious signs of disease or poison. The body appears fat and healthy. Maeve leaned over his shoulder. "The only nonconformity that I found was the slight protrusion of the eyes." "Yes, I see what you mean. The eyeballs seem half again as large." Pitt looked at Maeve thoughtfully. "When I was carrying you to the cave, you said the 3 who died did so under mysterious circumstances." She nodded. "Some strange force assaulted our senses, unseen and non-physical. One have no idea what it was, but I can tell you that for at least a full 5 minutes, it felt like our brains were going to explode. The pain was excruciating." "From the blue coloring on the bodies you showed me in the rendering shed," said Van Fleet, "the cause of death appears to be cardiac arrest." Pitt stared over the scene of so much annihilation. Not possible that 3 humans, countless thousands of penguins, and 50 or more leopard seals all expired together from a heart condition. "There must be an interrelating cause," said Maeve. "Any connection with the huge school of dolphins we found out in the Weddell Sea, or the pod of seals washed up just across the channel on Vega Island. All deader than petrified wood?" Pitt asked Van Fleet. The marine biologist shrugged. "Too early to tell without further study. There does, however, appear to be a definite link. Have you examined them in your ship's laboratory? Asked Maeve. I've dissected 2 seals and 3 dolphins and found no hook one can hang a respectable theory on. The primary consistency seems to be internal hemorrhaging. Dolphins, seals, birds, and humans, Pitt said softly. They're all vulnerable to this scourge. Van Fleet nodded solemnly. Not to mention the vast numbers of squid and sea turtles that have washed ashore throughout the Pacific, and the millions of dead fish found floating off Peru and Ecuador in the past 2 months. If it continues unstopped, there is no predicting how many species of life above and under the sea will become extinct. Pitt turned his gaze toward the sky at the distant sound of the helicopter. So what do we know except that our mystery plague kills every living thing in air and liquid without discrimination? All within a matter of minutes, added Maeve. Van Fleet came to his feet. He appeared badly shaken. If we don't determine whether the cause is from natural disturbances or human intervention of some kind, and do it damned quick, we may be looking at oceans devoid of all life. Not just oceans. You're forgetting this thing also kills on land, Maeve reminded him. I don't even want to dwell on that horror. For a long minute, no one said a word, each trying to comprehend the potential catastrophe that lay somewhere in and beyond the sea. Finally, Pitt broke the silence. It would appear, he said, a pensive look on his craggy face, that we have our work cut out for us. Pitt studied the screen of a large monitor that displayed a computer-enhanced satellite image of the Antarctic Peninsula and the surrounding islands. He leaned back, rested his eyes a moment, and then stared through the tinted glass on the navigation bridge of Ice Hunter as the sun broke through the dissipating clouds. The time was 11 o'clock on a summer's evening in the southern hemisphere, and daylight remained almost constant. The passengers from Polar Queen had been fed and bedded down in comfortable quarters charitably provided by the crew and scientists, who doubled up. Doc Greenberg examined each and every one and found no permanent damage or trauma. He was also relieved to find only a few cases of mild colds, but no evidence of pneumonia. In the ship's biolaboratory, 2 decks above the ship's hospital, Van Fleet, assisted by Maeve Fletcher, was performing post-mortem examinations on the penguins and seals they had airlifted from Seymour Island in the helicopter. The bodies of the 3 dead were packed in ice until they could be turned over to a professional pathologist. Pitt ran his eyes over the huge twin bows of the Ice Hunter. She was not your garden variety research ship, but one of a kind. The first scientific vessel entirely computer-designed by marine engineers working with input from oceanographers. She rode high on parallel hulls that contained her big engines and auxiliary machinery. Her space-age rounded superstructure abounded with technical sophistication and futuristic innovations. The quarters for the crew and ocean scientists rivaled the staterooms of a luxury cruise ship. She was sleek and almost fragile-looking, but that was a deception. She was a workhorse, born to ride smooth in choppy waves and weather the roughest sea. Her radically designed triangular hulls could cut through and crush an ice floe 4 meters thick. Admiral James Sandecker, the feisty director of the National Underwater and Marine Agency, followed her construction from the first computerized design drawing to her maiden voyage around Greenland. He took great pride in every centimeter of her gleaming white superstructure and turquoise hulls. Sandecker was a master of obtaining funds from the new tight-fisted Congress, and nothing had been spared in Ice Hunter's construction, nor her state-of-the-art equipment. She was without argument the finest polar research ship ever built. Pitt turned and refocused his attention on the image beamed down from the satellite. He felt almost no exhaustion. It had been a long and tiring day, but one filled with every emotion, happiness and satisfaction at having saved the lives of over 20 people. and sorrow at seeing so many of nature's creatures lying dead almost as far as the eye could see. This was a catastrophe beyond comprehension. Something sinister and menacing was out there, a hideous presence that defied logic. His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of Giordino and Captain Dempsey as they stepped out of the elevator that ran from the observation wing above the navigation bridge down through 15 decks to the bowels of the engine room. "Any glimpse of Polar Queen from the satellite cameras?" asked Dempsey. "Nothing I can positively identify," Pitt replied. "The snow is blurring all imaging." "What about radio contact?" Pitt shook his head. "It's as though the ship were carried away by aliens from space. The communications room can't raise a response. And while we're on the subject, the radio at the Argentinian research station has also gone dead." "Whatever disaster struck the ship and the station," said Dempsey, "must have come on so fast none of the poor devils could get off a distress call." "Have Van Fleet and Fletcher uncovered any clues leading to the cause of the deaths?" asked Pitt. "Their preliminary examination shows that the arteries ruptured at the base of the creatures' skulls, causing hemorrhaging. Beyond that, I can tell you nothing." "Looks like we have a thread leading from a mystery to an enigma, to a dilemma, to a puzzle with no solution in sight," Pitt said philosophically. "If Polar Queen isn't floating nearby or sitting on the bottom of the Weddell Sea," Giordino said thoughtfully, "we might be looking at a hijacking." Pitt smiled as he and Giordino exchanged knowing looks. "Like the Lady Flamborough?" Her image crossed my mind. Dempsey stared at the deck, recalling the incident. "The cruise ship that was captured by terrorists in the port of Punta del Este several years ago." Giordino nodded. "She was carrying heads of state for an economic conference. The terrorists sailed her through the Strait of Magellan into a Chilean fjord, where they moored her under a glacier. It was Dirk who tracked her down, allowing for a cruising speed of roughly 18 knots. Dempsey estimated. Terrorists could have sailed Polar Queen halfway to Buenos Aires by now." "Not a likely scenario," Pitt said evenly. "I can't think of one solid reason why terrorists would hijack a cruise ship in the Antarctic. So what's your guess?" "I believe she's either drifting or steaming in circles within 200 kilometers of us." Pitt said it so absolutely, he left little margin for doubt. Dempsey looked at him. "You have a prognostication we don't know about?" "I'm betting my money that the same phenomenon that struck down the tourists and crewmen outside the cave also killed everybody on board the cruise ship." "Not a pretty thought," said Giordino, "but that would explain why she never returned to pick up the excursionists. And let us not forget the second group that was scheduled to be put ashore 20 kilometers farther up the coast," Dempsey reminded them. "This mess gets worse by the minute," Giordino muttered. "Al and I will conduct a search for the second group from the air," Pitt said, contemplating the image on the monitor. "If we can't find any sign of their presence, we'll push on and check on the people manning the Argentinian research station. For all we know, they could be dead too." "What in God's name caused this calamity?" Dempsey asked no one in particular. Pitt made a vague gesture with his hands. "The familiar causes for extermination of life in and around the sea do not fit this puzzle. Natural problems generally responsible for huge fish kills around the world, like fluctuations in temperatures of surface water or algal blooms such as red tides, do not apply here. Neither is present. That leaves man-made pollution, a possibility that also fails to measure up," Pitt argued. "There are no known industrial sources for toxic pollution within thousands of kilometers, and no radioactive and chemical wastes could have killed every penguin in such a short time span, certainly not those that were safely nesting on land clear of the water. I fear we have a threat no one has faced before." Giordino pulled a massive cigar from the inside pocket of his jacket. The cigar was one of Admiral Sandecker's private stock, made expressly for his private enjoyment, and Giordino's too. since it was never discovered how he had helped himself to the Admiral's private stock for over a decade without ever getting caught. He held a flame to the thick, dark brown shaft of tobacco and puffed out a cloud of fragrant smoke. "Okay," he said, enjoying the taste. "What's the drill?" Dempsey wrinkled his nose at the cigar's aroma. "I've contacted officials of Rupert and Saunders, the line that owns Polar Queen, and apprised them of the situation. They lost no time in initiating a massive air search. They've requested that we transport the survivors of the shore excursion to King George Island, where a British scientific station has an airfield. From there, arrangements will be made to airlift them back to Australia. Before or after we look for Polar Queen," Giordino put to him. "The living come first," Dempsey replied seriously. "As captain of the ship, the decisions belong to him. You two probe the coastline in your helicopter while I steer the Hunter on a course toward King George Island. After our passengers are safely ashore, we'll make a sweep for the cruise ship." Giordino grinned. "By then, the Weddell Sea will be swarming with every salvage tug from here to Cape Town, South Africa." "Not our problem," said Dempsey. "Numa isn't in the ship salvage business." Pitt had tuned out of the conversation and walked over to a table where a large chart of the Weddell Sea was laid flat. He ignored any inclination to work by instinct and drove himself to think rationally, with his brain and not his gut. He tried to put himself on board the Polar Queen when she was struck by the murdering scourge. Giordino and Dempsey went quiet as they stared at him expectantly. After nearly a minute, he looked up from the chart and smiled. "Once we program the relevant data into the teleplotting analyzer, it should give us a ballpark location with a fighting chance for success." "So what do we feed into the brain box?" Dempsey's term for any piece of electronics relating to the ship's computer systems. "Every scrap of data on wind and currents from the last 3.5 days, and their effects against a mass the size of Polar Queen. Once we calculate a drift pattern, we can tackle the problem of whether she continued making way with a dead crew at the helm, and in what direction. Suppose that instead of steaming around in circles, as you suggested, her rudder was set on a straight course. Then she might be 1,500 kilometers away, somewhere in the middle of the South Atlantic and out of range of the satellite imaging system." Giordino put it to Pitt. "But you don't think so?" "No," Pitt said quietly. "If the ice and snow covering this ship after the storm is any indication, Polar Queen has enough of the stuff coating her superstructure to make her nearly invisible to the satellite imaging system." "Enough to camouflage her as an iceberg?" asked Dempsey. "More like a snow-blanketed projection of land." Dempsey looked confused. "You've lost me." "I'll bet my government pension," said Pitt with cast-iron conviction. "We'll find the Polar Queen hard aground somewhere along the shore of the peninsula, or beached on one of the outlying islands." Pitt and Giordino took off at 4 o'clock in the morning. When most of the crew of Lee Hunter were still sleeping, the weather had returned to milder temperatures, calm seas, and crystal-clear blue skies, with a light 5-knot wind out of the southwest, with Pitt at the controls. They headed toward the old whaling station before swinging north in search of the second group of excursionists from Polar Queen. Pitt could not help feeling a deep sense of sadness as they flew over the rookery's killing ground. The shore, as far as the horizon, seemed carpeted with the bodies of the comical little birds. The Adelie penguins were very territorial, and birds from other rookeries around the Antarctic Peninsula were not likely to immigrate to this particular breeding ground. The few survivors who might have escaped the terrible scourge would require 20 years or more to replenish the once numerous population of Seymour Island. Fortunately, the massive loss was not enough to critically endanger the species. As the last of the dead birds flashed under the helicopter, Pitt leveled out at 50 meters and flew above the waterline, staring out the windscreen for any sign of the excursionists' landing site. Giordino gazed out his side window, scanning the open water pack ice for any glimpse of Polar Queen, occasionally making a mark on a folded chart that lay across his lap. "If I had a dime," Giordino muttered, "for every iceberg on the Weddell Sea, I could buy General Motors." Pitt glanced past Giordino out the starboard side of the aircraft at a great labyrinth of frozen masses calved from the Larsen ice shelf and driven northwest by the wind and current into warmer water, where they split and broke up into thousands of smaller bergs. 3 of them were as big as small countries. Some measured 300 meters thick and rose as high as 3-story façades, buildings from just the water surface. All were dazzling white with hues of blue and green. The ice of these drifting mountains had formed from compacted snow in the ancient past, before breaking loose and plowing relentlessly over the centuries toward the sea and their slow but eventual meltdown. "I do believe you could pick up Ford and Chrysler too. If Polar Queen struck any one of these thousands of bergs, she could have gone to the bottom in less time than it takes to tell about it. A thought I don't care to dwell on." "Anything on your side?" asked Giordino. "Nothing but gray, undistinguished rock poking through a blanket of white snow. I can only describe it as sterile monotony." Giordino made another notation on his chart, and checked the airspeed against his watch. 20 kilometers from the whaling station, and no sign of passengers from the cruise ship. Pitt nodded in agreement. "Certainly nothing I can see that resembles a human. Maeve Fletcher said they were supposed to put the second party ashore at a seal colony." "The seals are there all right," Pitt said, gesturing below. "Must be over 800 of them, all dead." Giordino raised in his seat and peered out the port window as Pitt banked the helicopter in a gentle descending turn to give him a better view. The yellow-brown bodies of big elephant seals packed the shoreline for nearly a kilometer. From 50 meters in the air, they looked to be sleeping, but a sharp look soon revealed that not one moved. "It doesn't look like the second excursion group left the ship," said Giordino. There was nothing more to see. So Pitt swung the aircraft back on a course over the surf line. "Next stop, the Argentinian research station. It should be coming into view at any time." "I'm not looking forward to what we might find," said Pitt uneasily. "Look on the bright side." Giordino smiled tightly. "Maybe everybody said to hell with it, packed up and went home." "Wishful thinking on your part," Pitt replied. "The station is highly important for its work in atmospheric sciences. It's one of 5 permanently occupied survey stations that measure the behavior and fluctuations of the Antarctic ozone hole." "What's the latest news on the ozone layer?" "Weakening badly in both northern and southern hemispheres," Pitt answered seriously. "Since the large cavity over the Arctic pole has opened, the amoeba-shaped hole in the south, rotating in clockwise direction from polar winds, has traveled over Chile and Argentina as high as the 45th parallel. It also passed across New Zealand's South Island as far as Christchurch. The plant and animal life in those regions received the most harmful dose of ultraviolet radiation ever recorded." "Which means we'll have to pile on the suntan lotion," Giordino said sardonically. "The least of the problem," said Pitt. "Small overdoses of ultraviolet radiation badly damage every agricultural product from potatoes to peaches. If the ozone values drop a few more percentage points, there will be a disastrous loss of food crops around the world." "You paint a grim picture." "That's only the background," Pitt continued. "Couple that with global warming and increasing volcanic activity, and the human race could see a rise in sea level of 30 to 90 meters in the next 200 years. The bottom line is that we've altered the Earth in a terrifying way we don't yet understand." "There!" Giordino abruptly cut in and pointed. They were coming over a shoulder of rock that sloped toward the sea. "Looks more like a frontier town than a scientific base." The Argentinian Research and Survey Station was a complex of 10 buildings, constructed with solid steel portal frames that supported dome roofs. The hollow walls had been thickly filled with insulation against the wind and frigid cold. The antenna array for gathering scientific data on the atmosphere festooned the domed roofs like the leafless branches of trees in winter. Giordino tried one last time to raise somebody on the radio while Pitt circled the buildings. "Still quiet as a hermit's doorbell," Giordino said uneasily as he removed the earphones. "No outstretched hand from a welcome committee," Pitt observed. Without a further word, he settled the helicopter neatly beside the largest of the 6 buildings, the rotor blades whipping the snow into a shower of ice crystals. A pair of snowmobiles and an all-terrain tractor sat deserted, half buried in snow. There were no footprints to be seen. No smoke curled from the vents. No smoke, or at least white vapor, meant no inhabitants, none that were alive at any rate. The place looked eerily deserted. The blanket of white gave it a ghostly look indeed, thought Pitt. "We'd better take along the shovels stored in the cargo bay," he said. "It looks like we're going to have to dig our way in." It required no imagination at all to fear the worst. They exited the aircraft and trudged through snow up to their thighs until they reached the entrance to the central building. About 2 meters of snow had drifted against the door. 20 minutes later, they had removed enough to pull the door half ajar. Giordino gave a slight bow and smiled grimly. "After you." Pitt never doubted Giordino's fortitude for a minute. The little Italian was utterly fearless. It was an old routine they had practiced many times. Pitt led the way while Giordino covered any unexpected movement from the flanks and rear. One behind the other, they stepped into a short tunnel ending at an interior door that acted as an additional cold barrier. Once through the inside door, they continued on down a long corridor that opened into a combination recreation and dining room. Giordino walked over to a thermometer attached to the wall. "It's below freezing in here," he muttered. "Somebody hasn't been tending the heat," Pitt acknowledged. They did not have to go far to discover their first resident. The odd thing about him was that he didn't look like he was dead. He knelt on the floor, clutching the top of a table, staring open-eyed and unwinkingly at Pitt and Giordino as if he had been expecting them. There was something unnaturally wrong and foreboding about his stillness. He was a big man, bald but for a strip of black hair running around the sides of his head and meeting in the back. Like most scientists who spent months and sometimes years in isolated outposts, he had ignored the daily male ritual of shaving, as evidenced by the elegantly brushed beard that fell down his chest. Sadly, the magnificent beard had been soiled when he retched. The frightening part about him, the part that made the nape of Pitt's neck tingle, was the expression of abject fear and agony on the face that was frozen by the cold into a mask of white marble. He looked hideous beyond description. The eyes bulged, and the mouth was oddly twisted open, as if in a final scream. That this individual had died in extreme pain and terror was obvious. The fingernails of the white hands that dug into the tabletop were broken and split. 3 of them had left tiny droppings of ice-crystalled blood. Pitt was no doctor and had never entertained the thought of becoming one, but he could tell this man was not stiffened by rigor mortis. He was frozen solid. Giordino stepped around a serving counter and entered the kitchen. He returned within 30 seconds. "There are 2 more in there." "Worst fears confirmed," said Pitt heavily. Had just one of the station's people survived, he'd have maintained the auxiliary motors to run the generators for electrical heat and power. Giordino looked down the corridors leading to the other buildings. "I'm not in the mood to hang around. I say we vacate this ice palace of the dead and contact Ice Hunter from the chopper." Pitt looked at him shrewdly. "What you're really saying is that we pass the buck to Captain Dempsey and give him the thankless job of notifying the Argentinian authorities that the elite group of scientists manning their chief polar research station have all mysteriously departed for the great beyond." Giordino shrugged innocently. "It seems the sensible thing to do. You could never live with yourself if you slunk off without making a thorough search for a possible survivor." Can I help it if I have an inordinate fondness for people who live and breathe? Find the generating room, fuel the auxiliary motors, restart them, and turn on the electrical power. Then head for the communications center and report to Dempsey while I check out the rest of the station. Pitt found the rest of the Argentinian scientists where they had died, the same look of extreme torment etched on their faces. Several had fallen in the lab and instrument center, 3 grouped around a spectrophotometer that was used to measure the ozone. Pitt counted 16 corpses in all, 4 of them women, sprawled in various compartments about the station. Everyone had protruding, staring eyes and gaping mouths, and all had vomited. They died frightened, and they died in great pain, frozen in their agony. Pitt was reminded of the plaster casts of the dead from Pompeii. Their bodies were fixed in odd, unnatural positions. None lay on the floor, as if they had simply fallen. Most looked as if they had suddenly lost their balance and were desperately clinging to something to keep upright. A few were actually clutching carpeted flooring. 1 or 2 had hands tightly clasped against the sides of their head. Pitt was intrigued by the odd positions and tried to pry the hands away to see if they might have been covering any indications of injury or disease. But they were as rigid as if they had been grafted to the skin of the ears and temples. The vomiting seemed an indication that death was brought about by virulent disease or contaminated food, and yet the obvious causes did not set right to Pitt's way of thinking. No plague or food poisoning is known to kill in a few short minutes. As he walked in deep contemplation toward the communications room, a theory began unfolding in his mind. His thoughts were rudely interrupted when he entered and was greeted by a cadaver perched on a desk, like a grotesque ceramic statue. "How did he get there?" Pitt asked calmly. "I put him there," Giordino said matter-of-factly without looking up from the radio console. "He was sitting on the only chair in the room, and I figured I needed it worse than he did. He makes a total of 17. The toll keeps adding up. You get through to Dempsey? He's standing by. Do you want to talk to him?" Pitt leaned over Giordino and spoke into the satellite telephone that linked him with almost any point of the globe. "This is Pitt. You there, Skipper?" "Go ahead, Dirk. I'm listening." "Has Al filled you in on what we've found here?" "A brief account. As soon as you can tell me there are no survivors, I will alert Argentinian authorities." "Consider it done. Unless I missed 1 or 2 in closets or under beds, I have a body count of 17. 17, Dempsey repeated. "I read you. Can you determine the cause of death?" "Negative," Pitt answered. "The apparent symptoms aren't like anything you'd find in your home medical guide. We'll have to wait for a pathologist's report. You might be interested to know that Miss Fletcher and Van Fleet have pretty well eliminated viral infections and chemical contamination as the cause of death for the penguins and seals. Everyone at the station vomited before they died. Ask them to explain that. I'll make a note of it. Any sign of the second shore party? Nothing. They must still be on board the ship. Very strange. So what are we left with?" Dempsey sighed defeatedly. "A big fat puzzle with too many missing pieces. On the flight here, we passed over a seal colony that was wiped out. Have you determined how far the scourge extends?" "The British station 200 kilometers to the south of you on the Jason Peninsula, and a U.S. cruise ship that's anchored off Hope Bay have reported no unusual events nor any evidence of mass creature destruction. By taking into account the area in the Weddell Sea where we discovered the school of dead dolphins, I put the death circle within a diameter of 90 kilometers, using the whaling station on Seymour Island as a center point. We're going to move on now," Pitt notified him, "and make a sweep for Polar Queen. Mind that you keep enough fuel in reserve to return to the ship." "In the bank," Pitt assured Dempsey. "An invigorating swim in ice water I can do without." Giordino closed down the research station's communications console, and then they stepped lively toward the entrance. Jogged quickly was closer to the truth. Neither Pitt nor Giordino wished to spend another moment in that icy tomb. As they rose from the station, Giordino studied his chart of the Antarctic Peninsula. "Where to? The right thing to do is search in the area selected by Ice Hunter's computer," Pitt replied. Giordino gave Pitt a dubious look. "You realize, of course, that our ship's data analyzer did not agree with your idea of the cruise ship running aground on the peninsula or a nearby island." "Yes, I'm well aware that Dempsey's brain box put Polar Queen steaming around in circles far out in the Weddell Sea. Do I detect a tone of conflict?" "Let's just say a computer can only analyze the data that is programmed into it before offering an electronic opinion." "So where to?" Giordino repeated. "We'll check out the islands north of here as far as Moody Point at the tip of the peninsula. Then we'll curve east and work out to sea until we converge with the Ice Hunter." Giordino well knew he was being baited and hooked by the biggest flim-flam man in the polar seas, but he took the bait anyway. "You're not strictly following the computer's advice." "Not 100%, no." Giordino could feel the jerk on the line. "I'd like a faint clue as to what's going on in your devious mind. We found no human bodies at the seal colony, so we now know the ship did not heave to for a shore excursion. Follow me? Thus far, picture the ship steering north from the whaling station. The scourge, plague, or whatever you want to call it, strikes before the crew has a chance to send the passengers ashore. In these waters, with ice floes and bergs floating all around like ice cubes in a punch bowl, there is no way the captain would have set the ship on automated control. The risk of collision is too great. He would have taken the helm himself, probably steering the ship from one of the electronic steering consoles on the port and starboard bridge wings." "Good as far as it goes," Giordino said mechanically. "Then what?" "The ship was cruising along the coast of Seymour Island when the crew was stricken," Pitt explained. "Now take your chart and draw a line slightly north of east for 200 kilometers and cross it with a 30-kilometer arc. Then tell me where you are and what islands intersect the course." Before Giordino complied, he stared at Pitt. Why didn't the computer come to the same conclusion? Because as a ship's captain, Dempsey was more concerned with winds and currents. He also assumed, and rightly so for a master mariner, that the last act of a dying captain would be to save his ship. That meant turning Polar Queen away from the danger of grounding on a rocky shore and steering her toward the relative safety of the sea and taking his chances with the icebergs. "You don't think that was the way it was?" "Not after seeing the bodies at the research station. Those poor souls hardly had time to react, much less carry out a sound decision. The captain of the cruise ship died in his own vomit, while the ship was on a course parallel to the shore. With the rest of the ship's officers and the engine room crew stricken, Polar Queen sailed on until she either beached on an island, struck a berg and sank, or steamed out into the South Atlantic until her engines ran out of fuel and she became a drifting derelict far off the known sea lanes." The absence of reaction to Pitt's divination was almost total. It was as if Giordino expected it. "Have you ever thought seriously of becoming a professional palm reader?" "Not until 5 minutes ago," Pitt came back. Giordino sighed and drew the course Pitt requested on the chart. After a few minutes, he propped it against the instrument panel so Pitt could view his markings. "If your mystical intuition is on target, the only chance Polar Queen has for striking hard ground between here and the South Atlantic is on one of 3 small islands that are little more than pinnacles of exposed rock." "What are they called?" "Danger Islands. They sound like the setting of an adolescent pirate novel." Giordino thumbed through a coastal reference manual. "Ships are advised to give them a wide berth," he said. "High basalt palisades rising sharply from rough waters. Then it lists the ships that have piled up on them." He looked up from the chart and reference manual and gave Pitt a very narrow look. Not exactly a place where kids would play. From Seymour Island to the mainland, the sea was as smooth as a mirror and just as reflective. The rock-bound mountains soared above the water, and their snowy mantles were reproduced by the water in exacting detail. West of the islands, the sea was calmed by a vast army of drifting icebergs that rose from marine blue water like frosted sailing ships from centuries past. Not one genuine vessel was in sight. Nothing of human manufacture marred the incredibly beautiful seascape. They skirted Dundee Island, not far below the extreme tip of the peninsula. Directly ahead of them, Moody Point curled toward the Danger Islands, like the bony finger of the old guy with the scythe signifying his next victim. The calm waters ended off the point, as if they had walked from a warm, comfortable room through a door into a storm outside. They found the sea suddenly transformed into an unbroken mass of white-capped swells marching in from the Drake Passage. A buffeting wind also sprang up and caused the helicopter to sway like a toy locomotive hurtling around a model train layout. The peaks of the 3 Danger Islands came into view, their rock escarpments rising out of a sea that writhed and thrashed around their base. They rose so steeply that even seabirds couldn't get a foothold on their sheer walls. They thrust angrily from the sea, in contempt of the waves that broke against the unyielding rock in rapid explosions of foam and spray. The basalt formation was so hard that 1,000,000 years of onslaught by a maddened sea produced little weathering. Their polished walls ran up to vertical peaks that possessed no flat spaces wider than a good-sized coffee table. "No ship could live long in that bedlam," said Pitt. "No shallow water around those pinnacles," Giordino observed. "The water looks to drop off 100 fathoms within a stone's throw of the cliffs." According to the charts, it drops over 1,000 meters in less than 3 kilometers. They circled the first island in the chain, a wicked, brooding mass of ugly stone sitting amid the churning violence. There was no sign of floating debris on the tormented sea. They flew across the channel separating this island from the next, looking down on the rushing white-capped surge that reminded Pitt of the spring floodwaters gushing down the Colorado River through the Grand Canyon. No ship's captain would be crazy enough to take his vessel within a cannon shot of this place. "See anything?" Pitt asked Giordino as he struggled to keep the helicopter stable against the unpredictable winds that tried to slam them against the towering cliffs. A seething mass of liquid only a whitewater kayaker could love. Nothing more. Pitt completed the circumference and dipped the craft toward the 3rd and outermost island. This one looked dark and evil, and it took surprisingly little imagination to see that the peak was shaped in the likeness of an upturned face, much like that of the devil, with slitty eyes, small rock protrusions for horns, and a sharp beard below smirking lips. "Now that's what I call repugnant," said Pitt. "I wonder what name it goes by." "No individual names are given on the chart," Giordino replied. A moment later, Pitt swung the helicopter on a parallel course with the wave, swept Palisades, and began circling the barren island. Suddenly, Giordino stiffened and peered intently through the front windscreen. "Do you see that?" Pitt turned briefly from the spectacular collision between water and rock and gazed forward and down. "I see no flotsam. Forget the water. Look over the top of that high ridge, dead ahead." Pitt studied the strange rock formation that trailed from the main mass and led into the sea like a man-made breakwater. "That blob of white snow beyond the ridge?" "That ain't no blob of snow," Giordino said firmly. Pitt suddenly realized what it was. "I've got it now," he said with mounting excitement. It was smooth and white and shaped like a triangle with the top cut off. The upper rim was black, and there was some sort of painted emblem on the side. A ship's funnel, and there's her radar mast sticking up 40 meters forward. You made a good call, pal. If it's Polar Queen, she must have struck the cliffs on the other side of that spur. But that was an illusion. When they flew over the natural seawall jutting into the sea, it became apparent that the cruise ship was floating undamaged a good 500 meters from the island. It was incredible, but there she was without a scratch. "She's still clear," Giordino shouted. "Not for long," Pitt said. In an instant he took in the dire situation. The Polar Queen was steaming in large circles. Her helm somehow jammed hard to starboard. They had arrived less than 30 minutes before her arc would bring her in collision with the sheer rocks, crushing her hull and sending everyone on board into deep, icy water. "There are bodies on her deck," said Giordino soberly. A few lay scattered about the bridge deck. Several had fallen on the sun deck near the stern. A Zodiac, still attached to the gangway, was dragged along through the swells, 2 bodies lying on its bottom. That no one was alive was obvious by the fact they were all covered with a thin coating of snow and ice. "2 more revolutions and she'll kiss the rock," said Giordino. "We've got to get down there and somehow turn her about." "Not in this wind," said Giordino. "The only open space is the roof over the bridge deck quarters. That's a tricky landing I wouldn't want to try. Once we dump airspeed and hover prior to setting down, we'll have as much control as a dry leaf. A sudden downdraft and we'll end up in the mess down there." Pitt unsnapped his safety harness. "Then you drive the bus while I go down on the winch. There are people under restraint in rubber rooms who aren't that crazy. You'd be whipped around like a yo-yo on a string. You know any other way to get on board?" "Only one, but it's not approved by the Ladies' Home Journal." "The battleship drop in the Vixen affair," said Pitt, recalling. "One more occasion where you were damned lucky," said Giordino. There was no doubt in Pitt's mind the ship was going to pile up on the rocks. Once the bottom was torn out of her, she would sink like a brick. There was always the possibility that someone had survived the unknown plague, as Maeve and her excursionists had in the cave. The cold, hard reality dictated that the bodies be examined in hopes of tracking down the cause of death. If there was the slightest chance of saving the Polar Queen, he had to take it. Pitt looked at Giordino and smiled faintly. "It's time to cue the daring young man on the flying trapeze." Pitt already wore thermal underwear made from heavy nylon pile to retain his body heat and shield him from frigid temperatures. Over this, he pulled on a diver's dry suit, specially insulated for polar waters. The purpose of the dry suit was twofold. The first was to protect him from the wind chill while he was dangling beneath the moving helicopter. The second, to keep him alive in cold water long enough for rescue. Should he drop too soon or too late and miss the ship entirely, he strapped on a quick-release harness and tightened the chin strap to the heavy crash-type helmet that contained his radio headset. He looked through the compartment that held Van Fleet's lab equipment and into the cockpit. "Do you read me okay?" he asked Giordino through the tiny microphone in front of his lips. "A little fuzzy around the edges, but that should clear once you're free of the engine's interference." "How about me?" "Your every syllable is like a chime," Pitt jested, "because the upper superstructure is crowded with the funnel, forward mast, and a batch of electronic navigation equipment. I can't risk dropping you amidships. It will have to be either the open bow or the stern. Make it the sun deck over the stern. The bow contains too much machinery. I'll start the run from starboard to port as soon as the ship turns and the wind comes from abeam," Giordino informed him. "I'll come in from the sea and attempt to take advantage of the calmer conditions on the lee side of the cliffs." "Understood." "You ready?" Pitt adjusted his helmet's face mask and pulled on his gloves. He took the remote control unit to the winch motor in one hand, turned and pulled open the side entry hatch. If he hadn't been dressed for the abrupt blast of polar frigidity, he would have been frozen into a popsicle within a few seconds. He leaned out the door and gazed at Polar Queen. She was circling in closer and closer to her death. Only 50 meters separated her from destruction on this pass. The uncompromising rock walls of the outermost danger island seemed to beckon to her. She looked like an uncaring moth, serenely gliding toward a black spider. Pitt thought there wasn't much time left. She was beginning her final circuit, which would bring her into collision with an immovable object. She would have died before but for the waves that crashed against the sheer rock and echoed back, delaying her trip to the bottom. "Throttling back," Giordino said, announcing the start of his run over the ship. "Exiting now," Pitt informed him. Pitt pressed the release button to reel out the cable. As soon as he had enough slack to clear the doorway, he stepped into space. The rush of wind took him in its grasp and strung his body out behind the underside of the helicopter. The rotor blades thumped above him, and the sound of the turbine exhaust came through his helmet and earphones. Whirling through the chilly air, Pitt felt the same sensation as that felt by a bungee jumper after the initial recoil. He focused his concentration onto the ship, which looked like a toy boat floating on a blanket of blue in the near distance. The superstructure of the ship rapidly grew until it filled most of his vision. Coming up on her. Giordino's voice came over the earphones. "Mind you don't slam into the railing and slice yourself into little pieces." He may have spoken as calmly as though he was parking a car in a garage, but there was a noticeable strain in Giordino's voice as he struggled to keep the slow-moving helicopter stable while heading through frenzied crosswinds. "And don't you bloody your nose on those rocks," Pitt shot back. Those were the last words between them. From now on, it was all by sight and gut instinct. Pitt had let himself down until he was almost 15 meters below and behind the chopper. He fought against the pull and momentum that worked to twist him in circles, using his outstretched arms like the wings and ailerons of an aircraft. He felt himself drop a few meters as Giordino reduced speed. To Giordino, it seemed Polar Queen churned the water with her screws, as though it was business as usual and she was on a tropical pleasure cruise. He eased back on the throttle as far as he dared. One more notch and all control would belong to the winds. He was flying with every shred of experience he'd gained during many thousands of hours in the air, if being tossed about by fickle air currents could be called flying. Despite the wind buffeting, if he maintained his present course, he could drop Pitt dead center onto the sundeck. He later swore that he was pitched and yawed by winds coming at him from 6 different directions. From his position at the end of the winch cable, Pitt marveled that Giordino kept the craft on a straight line. The black cliffs loomed up beyond the ship, ominous and menacing. If it was a sight to daunt the bravest of sea captains, it certainly daunted Giordino. It wouldn't do for him to make a spectacular head-on smash into the exposed rock, any more than it would do for Pitt to miscalculate and strike the side of the ship, breaking every bone in Brianna's body. They were flying toward the lee side of the island, and the winds abated slightly. Not much, but enough for Giordino to feel he had firm control of the chopper and his destiny once more. One instant the cruise ship stretched in front of Giordino, and the next the white superstructure and yellow hulls swept out of sight beneath him. Then all he saw was ice-frozen rock that rose out of sight above his forward view. He could only hope Pitt was away as he abruptly threw the helicopter into a vertical ascent. The cliffs, wet from the billowing spray from the pounding waves, looked as if they were drawing him toward them, like a magnet. Then he was over the icy crest and was struck by the full force of the wind, which threw the aircraft on its tail, the rotor blades in a perpendicular position. Without any attempt at finesse, Giordino threw the helicopter around to a level position on a reverse course and beat back over the ship, his eyes darting as he looked out the window for a glimpse of Pitt. Giordino did not know, could not have known, that Pitt had released his harness and made a perfect drop from a height of only 3 meters directly into the center of the sundeck's open swimming pool. Even from that short height it looked no larger than a postage stamp, but to Pitt it seemed as enticing as the cushiness of a haystack. He flexed his knees and stretched out his arms to lessen his momentum. The depth was only 2 meters in the deep end, and he made a tremendous splash, hurling a huge amount of water onto the deck. His feet, encased in dive boots, impacted solidly on the bottom, and he stopped dead, immersed in a stooped position, with growing apprehension. Giordino circled the superstructure of the ship, searching for a glimpse of Pitt. He didn't spot him at first. He shouted into his microphone, "Did you make it down okay? Make yourself known, buddy." Pitt waved his arms and replied, "I'm here in the swimming pool." Giordino was dazed. "You fell in the pool?" "I've a good notion to stay here," Pitt replied happily. "The heater is still on and the water is warm. I strongly suggest you get your butt to the bridge," Giordino said with deadly seriousness. "She's coming out of the backstretch and into the far turn. I give her no more than 8 minutes before you hear a big scraping noise." Pitt needed no further encouragement. He hoisted himself out of the pool and took off at a dead run, along the deck to the forward companionway. The bridge was only 1 deck above. He took the companionway 4 steps at a time, threw open the door of the wheelhouse, and rushed inside. A ship's officer was lying on the deck, dead, his arms clutching the base of the chart table. Pitt hurriedly scanned the ship's automated navigation system's console. He lost a precious few seconds searching for the digital course monitor. The yellow light indicated that the electronic control was on manual override. Feverishly, he dashed outside onto the starboard bridge wing. It was empty. He turned and rushed back across the wheelhouse onto the port bridge wing. 2 more ship's officers were lying in contorted positions on the deck, white and cold. Another ice-encrusted body hunched over the ship's exterior control panel on his knees, arms frozen underneath and around its pedestal. He wore a foul-weather jacket with no markings but a cap with enough gold braid to show that he was surely the captain. "Can you drop the anchors?" asked Giordino. "Easier said than done," Pitt replied irritably. "Besides, there is no flat bottom. The sides of the island probably drop at a near 90-degree angle for 1,000 fathoms. The rock is too smooth for the anchor flukes to dig in and grip." Pitt saw in a glance why the ship maintained a direct track for nearly 200 kilometers before initiating a circular course to port. A gold medal on a chain had fallen outside the captain's heavy jacket collar and hung suspended above the face of the control panel. Each gust of wind pushed it from side to side, and at the end of each pendulum swing, it struck against one of the toggle-type levers that controlled the movement of the ship. Part of an electronic system almost all commanders of modern vessels use when docking in port. Eventually, the medal had knocked the directional lever into the half-port position, sending Polar Queen steaming around in corkscrew-like circles, ever closer to the danger islands. Pitt lifted the medal and studied the inscription and image of a man engraved on one side. It was St. Francis of Paula, the patron saint of mariners and navigators. Francis was revered for his miracles in saving sailors from resting in the deep. A pity St. Francis had not rescued the captain, Pitt thought. But there was still a chance to save his ship. If not for Pitt's timely appearance, the simplest of events, the freak circumstance of a tiny bit of metal tapping against a small lever, a 2,500 gross ton ship and all its passengers and crew, alive or dead, would have crashed into unyielding rock and fallen into a cold and dispassionate sea. "You'd better be quick." Giordino's anxious voice came over the earphones. Pitt cursed himself for lingering and sneaked a fast glance in awe at the sinister walls that seemed to stretch above his head into the upper atmosphere. They were so flat and smooth from eons of wave action that it was as though some giant hand had polished their surface. The breakers rising out of the sea were roaring into the exposed cliff less than 200 meters away. As Polar Queen narrowed the gap, the incoming swells slammed into her beam, shoving her hull ever closer to disaster. Pitt estimated that she would strike on her starboard bow in another 4 minutes. Unimpeded, the relentless waves swept in from the deep reaches of the ocean and dashed into the cliff with the explosive concussion of a large bomb. The white sea burst and boiled in a huge witch's cauldron of blue water and white spray. It soared toward the top of the jagged rock island, hung there for a moment and then fell back, creating a return wave. It was this backwash that temporarily kept Polar Queen from being quickly swept against the palisades when she passed by. Pitt tried to pull the captain away from the control panel, but he wouldn't budge. The hands clasped around the base refused to give. Pitt gripped the body under the armpits and heaved with all his strength. There was a sickening tearing sound that Pitt knew was the padding of frozen skin that had adhered to metal. Then suddenly the captain was free. Pitt threw him off to the side, found the chrome lever that controlled the helm, and pushed it hard against the slot marked port to increase the angle of turn away from calamity. For nearly 30 seconds it seemed nothing was happening. Then, with agonizing slowness, the bow began to swing away from the boiling surf. It was not nearly quick enough. A ship can't turn in the same radius as a big semi-trailer. It takes almost a kilometer to come to a complete stop, much less cut a sharp inside turn. He briefly considered throwing the port screw into reverse and swinging the ship on her axis, but he needed every knot of the ship's momentum to maintain headway through the quartering swell. And then there was the danger of the stern swinging too far to starboard and crashing into the cliff. "She's not going to make it," Giordino warned him. "She's caught by the rollers. You'd better jump while you still have a chance." Pitt didn't answer. He scanned the unfamiliar control panel and spotted the levers that controlled the bow and stern thrusters. There was also a throttle command unit that linked the panel to the engines. Holding his breath, Pitt set the thruster levers in the port position and pushed the throttles to full ahead. The response was almost instantaneous. Deep below decks, as if guided by an unseen hand, the engine revolutions increased. Momentary relief swelled within Pitt as he felt the throbbing vibration of engines at work under his feet. Now he could do little but stand and hope for the best. Above the ship, Giordino looked down with a sinking sensation. From his vantage point, it didn't seem the ship was turning. He saw no chance for Pitt to escape once the ship rammed into the island. Leaping into the boiling water meant only a futile struggle against the incredible power of a surging sea. An impossible situation at best. "I'm coming in for you," he apprised Pitt. "Stay clear," Pitt ordered. "You can't feel it up there, but the air turbulence this close to the precipice is murderous. It's suicidal to wait any longer. If you jump now, I can pick you up." "Like hell." Pitt broke off in horror as the Polar Queen was caught broadside by a giant comber that rolled over her like an avalanche. For long moments she seemed to slide toward the cliff, nearer the frantic turmoil swirling around the rock. Then she was driving forward again, her icebreaker bow burying itself under the wave, the foaming crest curling as high as the bridge, spray streaming from it like a horse's mane in the breeze. The ship descended ever deeper as if she were continuing a voyage to the bottom far below. The torrent came with a roar louder than thunder and flung Pitt to the deck. He instinctively held his breath as the icy water surged over and around him. He clung desperately to the pedestal of the control console to keep from being swept over the side into the maelstrom. He felt as if he had dropped over a towering cascade. All he could see through his face mask was a billow of bubbles and foam. Even in his Arctic dry suit, the cold felt like a million sharp needles stabbing his skin. He thought his arms were being pulled from their sockets as he clung for his life. Then Polar Queen struggled up and burst through the back of the wave, her bow forging another 10 meters to port. She was refusing to die, game to fight the sea to the bitter end. The water drained from the bridge in rivers until Pitt's head surfaced into the air again. He took a deep breath and tried to stare through the downpour of water that splashed back from the black rock of the cliffs. God, they seemed so close he could spit on them. So close that foam thrown upward by the horrendous collision of water against rock rebounded and fell over the ship like a cloudburst. The ship was a beam of the chaos, and he eased back on the stern thruster, in an attempt to quarter the surge. The bow thruster dug in and shouldered the forward part of the ship into the flood as the stern screws thrashed the water into foam, pushing her on an angle away from the vertical rock face. Imperceptibly, but by the grace of God, her bow was edging out to sea. "She's coming about," Giordino yelled from above. "She's coming about." "We're not out of the woods yet." For the first time since the inundation, Pitt had the luxury of replying. He warily eyed the next sequence of waves that came rolling in. The sea wasn't through with the Polar Queen yet. Pitt ducked as a huge sheet of spray crashed over the bridge wing. The next comber struck like an express train before colliding with the backwash from the last one, bludgeoned by the impact from two sides. The ship was tossed upward until her hull was visible, almost to the keel. Her twin screws rose into the air, throwing white water that reflected the sun like sparks of a fireworks pinwheel. She hung suspended for a terrible moment, finally dropping into a deep trough before she was struck by the next breaker in line. The bow was jerked to starboard, but the thruster battled her back on course. Again and again the cruise ship heeled over as the waves rolled against the sides of her hull. There was no stopping her now. She was through the worst of it and shook off the endless swells as though she were a dog shaking water off its coat. The hungry sea might take her another time, but more likely she would end up at the scrappers 30 or more years from now. But this day she still sailed the brutal waters. "You pulled it off! You really pulled it off!" shouted Giordino, as though he didn't believe his eyes. Pitt sagged against the bridge wing railing and felt suddenly tired. It was then he became conscious of a pain in his right hip. He recalled striking against a stanchion that supported a nightlight when he was immersed by the giant wave. He couldn't see under the dry suit, but he knew that his skin was forming a beautiful bruise. Only after he set the navigation controls for a straight course south into the Weddell Sea did he turn and gaze at the pile of rock that towered above the sea like a jagged black column. There was an angry look about the cold face of the precipice, almost as if it were enraged at being cheated out of a victim. The barren island soon became little more than a pile of sea-ravaged rock as it receded in Polar Queen's wake. Pitt looked up as the turquoise helicopter hovered over the wheelhouse. "How's your fuel?" he asked Giordino. "Enough to make Ice Hunter with a few liters to spare," Giordino answered. "You'd better be on your way, then." Did you ever stop to think that if you board and sail an abandoned ship into the nearest port, you'd make a few $1,000,000 from the insurance underwriters on a salvage contract? Pitt laughed. "Do you really think Admiral Sandecker and the United States government would allow a poor but honest bureaucrat to keep the pay without screaming? Probably not. Can I do anything for you?" "Just give Dempsey my position and tell him I'll rendezvous at whatever position he chooses." "See you soon." Giordino signed off. He was tempted to make a joke about Pitt's having an entire cruise ship to himself, but the reality of the situation quickly set in. There could be no joy at knowing you were the only one alive on a ship of the dead. He did not envy Pitt for even 1 second as he swung the helicopter into a turn and set a course for the Ice Hunter. Pitt removed his helmet and watched as the turquoise helicopter flew low across the blue, ice-cold sea. He watched until it became a speck on the golden blue horizon. A fleeting sense of loneliness shrouded him as he gazed around the empty ship. How long he stood gazing across the decks, devoid of life. He never recalled. He stood there as if stalling, his mind blank. He was waiting for some sort of sound besides the slap of the waves against the bow and the steady beat of the engines. Maybe he waited for a sound that indicated the presence of people, voices or laughter. Maybe he waited for some sign of movement from something other than the ship's pennants flapping in the breeze. More likely he was seized by foreboding about what he would most certainly find. Already the scene at the Argentinian research station was being played out again. The dead passengers and crew, soaked through and sprawled on the upper decks, were only a sample of what he expected to find in the quarters and staterooms below. At last he pulled his mind back on track and entered the wheelhouse. He set the engines on half speed and plotted an approximate course toward an interception point with Ice Hunter. Then he programmed the coordinates into the navigation computer and engaged the automated ship's control system, linking it with the radar to self-steer the ship around any passing icebergs. Assured the ship was in no further danger, he stepped from the wheelhouse. Several of the bodies on the outer decks were crewmen who died in the act of maintaining the ship. 2 were painting bulkheads. Others had been working on the lifeboats. The bodies of 8 passengers suggested that they had been admiring the unspoiled shoreline when they were struck down. Pitt walked down a passageway and looked in the ship's hospital. It was empty, as was the health club. He took the carpeted stairs down to the boat deck, which held the ship's 6 suites. They were all empty except one. An elderly woman lay as if sleeping. He touched her pec with his fingers. She was as cold as ice. He moved down to the salon deck. Pitt began to feel like the ancient mariner on a ship of ghosts. The only thing missing was an albatross around his neck. The generators were still supplying electricity and heat. Everything was orderly and everything in place. The interior warmth of the ship felt good after the inundation of icy water on the bridge wing. He was mildly surprised to find he had become immune to the dead bodies. He no longer bothered to closely examine them to see if there was a spark of life. He knew the tragic truth. Though mentally prepared, he still found it hard to believe there was no life on board. That death had swept through the ship like a gust of wind was foreign to everything he'd ever experienced. It became most uncomfortable for him to intrude into the life of a ship that had known happier memories. He idly wondered what future passengers and crew would think. Cruising on a jinxed ship, would no one sail on her ever again? Or would the tragedy attract sellout crowds in search of adventure mixed with morbidness? Suddenly he paused, cocked an ear, and listened. Piano music was drifting from somewhere within the ship. He recognized the piece as an old jazz tune called Sweet Lorraine. Then, as suddenly as the music began, it stopped. Pitt began to sweat under the dry suit. He paused for a couple of minutes and stripped it off. The dead won't mind me walking around in my thermal underwear, he thought in grim humor. He pushed on. He wandered into the kitchen. The area around the ovens and preparation tables was littered with the corpses of the chefs. Ordinary kitchen help and waiters, lying 2 and 3 deep. There was a cold horror about the place. It looked like a charnel house, but without the blood. Nothing but shapeless, lifeless forms frozen in their final act of clutching something tangible, as if an unseen force were trying to drag them away. Pitt turned away, sickened, and rode the kitchen elevator up to the dining salon. The tables were set for a meal unserved. Silverware, scattered by the ship's violent motion, still lay on immaculately clean tablecloths. Death must have arrived just prior to the seating for the lunchtime meal. He picked up a menu and studied the entrees. Sea bass, Antarctic ice fish, toothfish, a giant cod, and veal steak for those without a taste for fish. He laid the menu on the table and was about to leave when he spotted something that was out of place. He stepped over the body of a waiter and walked to a table by one of the picture windows. Someone had eaten here. Pitt stared at the dishes that still had scraps of food on them. There was a nearly empty bowl of what looked like clam chowder, broken rolls smeared with butter, and a half-consumed glass of iced tea. It was as though someone had just finished lunch and left for a stroll around the deck. Had they opened the dining salon early for someone, he wondered. He rejected any thought that suggested a passenger had eaten here after the death plague struck. Pitt tried to write off the intriguing discovery with a dozen different logical solutions, but subconsciously, a fear began to grow. Unthinkingly, He began to look over his shoulder every so often. He left the dining salon and moved past the gift shop and worked forward into the ship's lounge. A Steinway grand piano was situated beside a small wooden dance floor. Chairs and tables were spaced around the lounge in a horseshoe arrangement. Besides the cocktail waitress who had fallen while carrying a tray of drinks, there was a party of 8 men and women, mostly in their early 70s, who had been seated around a large table but now lay in grotesque positions on the carpet. As he studied the husbands and wives, some locked in a final embrace, Pitt experienced sadness and anguish at the same time. Overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness, he cursed the unknown cause of such a terrible tragedy. Then he noticed another corpse. It was a woman, sitting on the carpet in one corner of the lounge. Her chin was on her knees, head cradled in her arms. Dressed in a fashionable short-sleeved leather jacket and wool slacks, she was not in a contorted position, nor did she appear to have vomited like all the others. Pitt's nerves reacted by sending a cold shiver up his spine. His heart sprinted from a slow, steady beat to a rapid pace. Gathering control over his initial shock, he moved slowly across the room until he stood looking down on her. He reached out and touched her cheek with a light, exploring fingertip, experiencing an incredible wave of relief as he felt warmth. He gently shook her by the shoulders and saw her eyelids quiver open. At first she looked at him dazed and uncomprehending, and then her eyes flew wide. She threw her arms around him and gasped, "You're alive." "You don't know how happy I am to see you are, too," Pitt said softly. His lips parted in a smile. Abruptly, she pulled back from him. No, you can't be real. You're all dead." "You needn't be afraid of me," he said in a soothing tone. She stared at him through wide brown eyes rimmed red from weeping, a sad, enigmatic gaze. Her facial complexion was flawless, but there was an unmistakable pallor and just a hint of gauntness. Her hair was the color of red copper. She had the high cheekbones and full, sculptured lips of a fashion model. Their eyes locked for a moment, and then he dropped his stare slightly. From what he could tell about her in her curled position, she had a fashion model's figure. Her bared arms looked muscular for a woman. Only when she lowered her eyes and peered at his body did he suddenly feel embarrassed to be standing in front of a lady in his long johns. "Why aren't you properly dressed?" she finally murmured. It was an inconsequential question bred from a state of fear and trauma, not curiosity. Pitt didn't bother to explain. "Better yet, you tell me who you are and how you survived when the others died." She looked as if she were about to fall over on her side, so he quickly bent down, circled his arm around her waist, and lifted her into a leather chair next to a table. He walked over to the bar. He went behind the bar, expecting to find the body of the bartender, and was not disappointed. He took a bottle of Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 Tennessee Sour Mash whiskey from a mirrored shelf and poured a shot glass. "Drink this," he said, holding the glass to her lips. "I don't drink," she protested vaguely. "Consider it medicinal. Just take a few sips." She managed to consume the contents of the glass without coughing, but her face twisted into a sour expression as the whiskey, smooth as summer's kiss to a connoisseur, inflamed her tonsils. After she'd gasped a few breaths of air, she looked into his sensitive green eyes and sensed his compassion. "My name is Deirdre Dorset," she whispered nervously. "Go on," he prompted. "That's a start. Are you one of the passengers?" She shook her head. "An entertainer. I sing and play the piano in the lounge." "That was you playing Sweet Lorraine." "Call it a reaction from shock. Shock at seeing everyone dead. Shock at thinking it would be my turn next. I can't believe I'm still alive." "Where were you when the tragedy occurred?" She peered at the 4 couples lying nearby in morbid fascination. The lady in the red dress and the silver-haired man were celebrating their 50th anniversary with friends who accompanied them on the cruise. The night before their private party, the kitchen staff had carved a heart and Cupid out of ice to sit in the middle of a bowl of champagne punch. While Fred, she corrected herself. He was the bartender, opened the champagne, and Marta, the waitress, brought in a crystal bowl from the kitchen. I volunteered to bring the ice carving from the storage freezer. You were in the freezer. She nodded silently. Do you recall if you latched the door behind your? It swings closed automatically. You could lift and carry the ice carving by yourself. It wasn't very large, about the size of a small garden pot. Then what did you do? She closed her eyes very tightly, then pressed her hands against them and whispered, I was only in there for a few minutes. When I came out, I found everyone on the ship dead. Exactly how many minutes would you say? Pitt asked softly. She moved her head back and forth and spoke through her hands. Why are you asking me all these questions? I don't mean to sound like a prosecuting attorney, but please, it's important. Slowly she lowered her hands and stared vacantly at the surface of the table. I don't know. I have no way of knowing exactly how long I was in there. All I remember is it took me a little while to wrap the ice carving in a couple of towels so I could get a good grip on it and carry it without freezing my fingers. You were very lucky, he said. Yours is a classic example of being in the right place at the right time. If you had stepped from the freezer 2 minutes before you did, you'd be as dead as all the others. You were doubly lucky I came on board the ship when I did. Are you one of the crew? You don't look familiar. It was obvious to him she was not fully aware of the Polar Queen's near brush with the danger islands. I'm sorry. I should have introduced myself. My name is Dirk Pitt. I'm with a research expedition. We found your excursion party where they had been abandoned on Seymour Island and came looking for your ship after all radio calls went unanswered. That would have been Maeve Fletcher's party, she said quietly. I suppose they're all dead too. 2 passengers and the crewman who took them ashore, he answered. Miss Fletcher and the rest are alive and well. For a brief instant, her face took on a series of expressions that would have done a Broadway actress proud. Shock was followed by anger, culminating in a slow change to happiness. Her eyes brightened and she visibly relaxed. Thank God Maeve is all right. The sunlight came through the windows of the lounge and shone on her hair, which was loose and flowing about her shoulders, and he caught the scent of her perfume. Pitt sensed a strange mood change in her. She was not young, but a confident woman in the prime of her early 30s, with strong inner qualities. He also felt a disconcerting desire for her that angered him. Not now, he thought, not under these circumstances. He turned away so she wouldn't see the rapt expression on his face. Why? She asked numbly, gesturing around her. Why did they all have to die? He stared at the 8 friends who were enjoying a special moment before their lives were so cruelly stolen from them. I can't be totally certain, he said in a voice solemn with rage and pity, but I think I have a good idea, enough to reconstitute his mind and body after 24 hours of stress and fatigue. He felt worse than when he lay down. He was getting too old to jump out of helicopters and battle raging seas, he mused. When he was 20, he felt strong enough to leap over tall buildings with a single bound. At 30, maybe a couple of one-story houses. How far back was that? Considering his sore muscles and aching joints, he was sure it must be 80 or 90 years ago. He'd been working too long for the National Underwater and Marine Agency and Admiral Sandecker. It was time for a career move, something not as rigorous with shorter hours. Maybe weaving hats out of palm fronds on a Tahiti beach, or something that stimulated the mind, like being a door-to-door contraceptive salesman. He shook off the silly thoughts brought on by weariness and set the automated control system to all stop. A quick radio transmission to Dempsey on board Ice Hunter, informing him that Pitt was closing down the engines and requesting a crew to come aboard and take over the cruise ship's operation. And then he picked up the phone and called Admiral Sandecker over a satellite link to give him an update on the situation. The receptionist at Numa headquarters put him straight through on Sandecker's private line. Though they were a third of the globe apart, Pitt's time zone in the Antarctic was only 1 hour ahead of Sandecker's in Washington, D.C. "Good evening, Admiral. About time I heard from you. Things have been hectic. I had to get the story secondhand from Dempsey on how you and Giordino found and saved the cruise ship. I'll be happy to fill you in with the details. Have you rendezvoused with Ice Hunter?" Sandecker was short on greetings. "Yes, sir. Captain Dempsey is only a few hundred meters off my starboard beam. He's sending a boat across to put a salvage crew on board and take off the only survivor." "How many casualties?" asked Sandecker. "After a preliminary search of the ship," answered Pitt, "I've accounted for all but 5 of the crew. Using a passenger list from the purser's office and a roster of the crew in the first officer's quarters, we're left with 20 passengers and 2 of the crew still among the living, out of a total of 202. That tallies to 180 dead, as near as I can figure. Since it is their ship, the Australian government is launching a massive investigation into the tragedy. A British research station with an airfield is situated not far to the southwest of your position, at Dewes Bay. I've ordered Captain Dempsey to proceed there and transport the survivors ashore. The cruise line owners, Ruppert and Saunders, have chartered a Qantas jetliner to fly them to Sydney. What about the bodies of the dead passengers and crew? They'll be packed in ice at the research station and flown to Australia on a military transport. Soon as they arrive, official investigators will launch a formal inquiry into the tragedy, while pathologists conduct post-mortem examinations on the bodies. "Speaking of Polar Queen," said Pitt. He gave the Admiral the particulars of its discovery by him and Giordino, and the near brush with Calamity in the ferocious breakers around the base of the Danger Islands. At the end he asked, "What do we do with her?" "Ruppert and Saunders are also sending a crew to sail her back to Adelaide, accompanied by a team of Australian government investigators, who will examine her from funnel to keel before she reaches port. You should demand an open contract form for salvage. Numa could be awarded as much as $20 million for saving the ship from certain disaster, entitled to or not. We'll not charge one thin dime for saving their ship." Pitt detected the silky tone of satisfaction in Sandecker's voice. "I'll get twice that sum in favors and cooperation from the Aussie government for future research projects in and around their waters. No one could ever accuse the Admiral of being senile. Niccolo Machiavelli could have taken lessons from you." Pitt sighed. "You might be interested in learning that dead marine life in your area has tapered off. Fishermen and research station support vessels have reported finding no unusual fish or mammal kills in the past 48 hours. Whatever the killer is, it has moved on. Now we're beginning to hear of massive amounts of fish and unusually high numbers of sea turtles being washed up on beaches around the Fiji Islands. Sounds suspiciously like the plague has a life of its own." "It doesn't stay in one place," said Sandecker grimly. "The stakes are high. Unless our scientists can systematically eliminate the possible causes and home in on the one responsible damned quick, we're going to see a loss of sea life that can't be replenished not in our lifetime. At least we can take comfort in knowing it's not a repeat of the explosive reproduction by the red tide from chemical pollution out of the Niger River. Certainly not since we shut down that hazardous waste plant in Mali. That was the cause," added Sandecker. "Our monitors up and down the river have shown no further indications of the altered synthetic amino acid and cobalt that created the problem." "Do our lab geniuses have any suspects on this one?" inquired Pitt. "Not on this end," replied Sandecker. "We were hoping the biologists on board Ice Hunter might have come up with something. If they have, they're keeping it a secret from me." "Do you have any notions on the subject?" asked Sandecker. There was a careful, almost cautious probing in his voice, something juicy that I can give the hounds from the news media who are parked in our lobby nearly 200 strong. A shadow of a smile touched Pitt's eyes. There was a private understanding between them that nothing of importance was ever discussed over a satellite phone. Calls that went through the atmosphere were as vulnerable to eavesdropping as an old Farm Belt party line. The mere mention of the news media meant that Pitt was to dodge the issue. They're drooling for a good story, are they? The tabloids are already touting a ship of the dead from the Antarctic Triangle. Are you serious? I'll be happy to fax you the stories. I'm afraid they'll be disappointed by my hypothesis. Care to share it with me? There was a pause. I think it might be an unknown virus that is carried by air currents. A virus, Sandecker repeated mechanically. Not very original, I must say. I realize it has a queer sound to it, said Pitt. About as logical as counting the holes in an acoustical ceiling when you're in the dentist's chair. If Sandecker was puzzled by Pitt's nonsensical ramblings, he didn't act it. He merely sighed in resignation, as if he was used to chatter. I think we'd better leave the investigation to the scientists. They appear to have a better grip on the situation than you do. Forgive me, Admiral, I'm not thinking straight. You sound like a man wandering in a fog. As soon as Dempsey sends a crew on board, you head for Ice Hunter and get some sleep. Thank you for being so understanding. Simply a matter of appreciating the situation. We'll speak later. A click, and Admiral Sandecker was gone. Deirdre Dorset went out onto the bridge wing and waved wildly as she recognized Maeve Fletcher standing at the railing of Ice Hunter. Suddenly, free of the torment of being the only person alive on a ship filled with cadavers, she laughed in sheer unaffected exhilaration, her voice ringing across the narrowing breach between the two ships. "Maeve!" she cried. Maeve stared across the water, searching the decks of the cruise ship for the female calling her name. Then her eyes locked on the figure standing on the bridge wing, waving. For half a minute she stared, bewildered. Then, as she recognized Deirdre, her face took on the expression of someone walking in a graveyard at night who was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. "Deirdre," she shouted the name questioningly. "Is that any way to greet someone close who's returned from the dead? You here? Alive? Oh, Maeve, you can't know how happy I am to see you alive." "I'm shocked to see you too," said Maeve, slowly taking rein of her senses. "Were you injured while ashore?" Deirdre asked, as if concerned. "A mild case of frostbite, nothing more." Maeve gestured to the Ice Hunter crewmen who were lowering a launch. "I'll hitch a ride and meet you at the foot of the gangway." "I'll be waiting." Deirdre smiled to herself and stepped back into the wheelhouse, where Pitt was talking over the radio to Dempsey. He nodded and smiled at her before signing off. "Dempsey tells me Maeve is on her way over." Deirdre nodded. "She was surprised to see me." "A fortunate coincidence," said Pitt, noting for the first time that Deirdre was nearly as tall as he. "That two friends are the only members of the crew still alive." Deirdre shrugged. "We're hardly what you'd call friends." He stared curiously into brown eyes that glinted from the sun's rays that shone through the forward window. "You dislike each other?" "A matter of bad blood, Mr. Pitt," she said matter-of-factly. "You see, despite our different surnames, Maeve Fletcher and I are sisters." The sea was thankfully calm when Ice Hunter, trailed by Polar Queen, slipped under the sheltering arm of Deuce Bay and dropped anchor just offshore from the British research station. From his bridge, Dempsey instructed the skeleton crew on board the cruise ship to moor her a proper distance away so the two ships could swing on their anchors with the tides without endangering each other. Still awake and barely steady on his feet, Pitt had not obeyed Sandecker's order that he have a peaceful sleep. There were still 101 details to be attended to after he turned over operation of Polar Queen to Dempsey's crew. First, he put Deirdre Dorset in the boat with Maeve and sent them over to Ice Hunter. Then he spent the better part of the sunlit night making a thorough search of the ship. Finding the dead he had missed on his brief walk-through earlier, he closed down the ship's heating system to help preserve the bodies for later examination, and only when Polar Queen was safely anchored under the protecting arm of the bay did he hand over command and return to the Numa research ship. Giordino and Dempsey waited in the wheelhouse to greet and congratulate him. Giordino took one look at Pitt's exhausted condition and quickly poured him a cup of coffee from a nearby pot that was kept brewing at all times in the wheelhouse. Pitt gratefully accepted, sipped the steaming brew, and stared over the rim of the cup toward a small craft with an outboard motor that was chugging toward the ship. Almost before the anchor flukes of Ice Hunter had taken bite of the bottom, representatives from Ruppert and Saunders had departed their aircraft and boarded a Zodiac for the trip from shore. Within minutes they climbed aboard the lowered gangway and quickly climbed to the bridge, where Pitt, Dempsey, and Giordino awaited them. One man cleared the steps 3 at a time and pulled up short, surveying the 3 men standing before him. He was big and ruddy and wore a smile a yard wide. "Captain Dempsey?" he asked. Dempsey stepped forward and extended his hand. "I'm he, Captain Ian Ryan, Chief of Operations for Ruppert and Saunders." "Happy to have you aboard, Captain." Ryan looked apprehensive. "My officers and I are here to take command of Polar Queen." "She's all yours, Captain," Dempsey said easily. "If you don't mind, you can send back my crew in your boat once you're aboard." Relief spread across Ryan's weathered face. It could have been a delicate situation. Legally, Dempsey was salvage master of the cruise ship. Command had passed to him from the dead captain and the owners. "Am I to understand, sir, that you are relinquishing command in favor of Ruppert and Saunders?" "Numa is not in the salvage business, Captain. We make no claim on Polar Queen. The directors of the company have asked me to express our deepest thanks and congratulations for your efforts in saving our passengers and ship." Dempsey turned to Pitt and Giordino and introduced them. "These are the gentlemen who found the survivors on Seymour Island and kept your company's ship from running onto the Danger Island rocks." Ryan pumped their hands vigorously, his grasp strong and beefy. "A remarkable achievement, absolutely remarkable. I assure you that Ruppert and Saunders will prove most generous in their gratitude." Pitt shook his head. "We have been instructed by our boss at Numa headquarters, Admiral James Sandecker, that we cannot accept any reward or salvage monies." Ryan looked blank. "Nothing. Nothing at all." "Not 1 cent, Pitt answered, fighting to keep his bleary eyes open. "How bloody decent of you," Ryan gasped. "That's unheard of in the annals of marine salvage. I've no doubt our insurance carriers will drink to your health every year on the anniversary of the tragedy." Dempsey gestured toward the passageway leading to his quarters. "While we're on the subject of drinks, Captain Ryan, may I offer you one in my cabin?" Ryan nodded toward his officers, who were grouped behind him. "Does that include my crew?" "It most certainly does," Dempsey said with a friendly smile. "You save our ship, rescue our passengers, and then stand us a drink, if you don't mind my saying so," said Ryan in a voice that seemed to come from his boots. "You Yanks are damned odd people." "Not really," Pitt said, his green eyes twinkling through the weariness. "We're just lousy opportunists." Pitt's movements were purely out of habit as he took a shower and shaved, for the first time since before he and Giordino took off to find Polar Queen. He came within an eye blink of sagging to his knees and drifting asleep under the soothing splash of the warm water, too tired even to dry his hair. He tucked a bath towel around his waist and stumbled to his queen-sized bed. No tight bunk or narrow berth on this ship. Pulled back the covers, stretched out, laid his head on the pillow, and was gone. His unconscious mind didn't register the knock on his cabin door, normally alert to the tiniest peculiar sound. He did not awaken or respond when the knock came a second time. He was so dead to the world there wasn't the slightest change in his breathing, nor was there a flutter of his eyelids when Maeve slowly opened the door, peered hesitantly into the small anteroom, and softly called his name. "Mr. Pitt, are you about?" Part of her wanted to leave, but curiosity drew her on. She moved in cautiously, carrying 2 short-stemmed snifter glasses and a bottle of Remy Martin XO cognac loaned to her by Giordino from his private traveling stock. The excuse for her barging in like this was to properly thank Pitt for saving her life. Startled, she caught her reflection in a mirror above a desk that folded from the wall. Her cheeks were flushed like those of a young girl waiting for her date to the high school prom to show up. It was a condition she'd seldom experienced before. Maeve turned away, angry at herself. She couldn't believe she was entering a man's quarters without being invited. She hardly knew Pitt. He was little more than a stranger, but Maeve was a lady used to striking out on her own. Her father, the wealthy head of an international mining operation, had raised Maeve and her sisters as if they were boys, not girls. There were no dolls or fancy dresses or debutante balls. His departed wife had given him 3 daughters instead of sons to continue the family's financial empire, so he simply ignored fate and trained them to be tough. By the time she was 18, Maeve could kick a soccer ball farther than most men in her college class, and she once trekked across the outback of Australia from Canberra to Perth with only a dog, a domesticated dingo, for company, an accomplishment her father rewarded her for by pulling her out of school and putting her to work in the family mines alongside of hard-bodied male diggers and blasters. She rebelled. This was no life for a woman with other desires. She ran away to Melbourne and worked her way through university toward a career in zoology. Her father made no attempt to bring her back into the family fold. He merely abolished her claim to any family investments and pretended she never existed after her twins were born out. Of wedlock 6 months after a wonderful year, she spent with a boy she met in class. He was the son of a sheep rancher, beautifully dark from the harsh outback sun, with a solid body and sensitive gray eyes. They had laughed, loved, and fought constantly. When they inevitably parted, she never told him she was pregnant. Maeve set the bottle and glasses on the desk and stared down at the personal things casually thrown among a stack of papers and a nautical chart. She peeked furtively into a cowhide wallet fat with assorted credit cards, business and membership cards, 2 blank personal checks, and $123 in cash. How strange, she thought. There were no pictures. She laid the wallet back on the desk and studied the other items strewn about. There was a well-worn, orange-faced Doxa dive watch with a heavy stainless steel band and a mixed set of house and car keys. That was all. Hardly enough to give her an insight into the man who owned them, she thought. There had been other men who had entered her life and departed, some at her request, a few on their own, but they all left something of themselves. This seemed to be a man who walked a lonely path, leaving nothing behind. She stepped through the doorway into his sleeping quarters. The mirror above the sink in the bathroom behind was still fogged with steam, a sign that the occupant had recently bathed. She smelled a small whiff of men's aftershave, and it produced a strange tingle in her stomach. "Mr. Pitt?" she called out again, but not loudly. "Are you here?" Then she saw the body laid out full length on the bed, arms loosely crossed over the chest as though he were lying in a coffin. She breathed a sigh of relief at seeing that his loins were covered by a bath towel. "I'm sorry," she said very softly. "Forgive me for disturbing you." Pitt slept on without responding. Her eyes traveled from his head to his feet. The black mass of curly hair was still damp and tousled. His eyebrows were thick, almost bushy, and came close to meeting above a straight nose. She guessed he was somewhere in the neighborhood of 40, though the craggy features, the tanned and weathered skin and chiseled, unyielding jawline made him seem older, small wrinkles around the eyes and lips turned up, giving him the look of a man who was perpetually smiling. It was a strong face, the kind of face women are drawn to. He looked like a man of strength and determination, the kind of man who had seen the best of times and worst of times but never sidestepped whatever life threw at him. The rest of his body was firm and smooth except for a dark patch of hair on his chest. The shoulders were broad, the stomach flat, the hips narrow. The muscles of his arms and legs were pronounced but not thick or bulging. The body was not powerful but tended on the wiry side, even rangy. There was a tenseness that suggested a spring that was waiting to uncoil, and then there were the scars. She couldn't begin to imagine where they came from. He did not seem cut from the same mold as the other men she had known. She hadn't really loved any of them, sleeping with them out of curiosity and rebellion against her father more than passionate desire. Even when she became pregnant by a fellow student, she refused an abortion to spite her father and carried her twin sons to birth. Now, staring down at the sleeping man in the bed, she felt a strange pleasure and power at standing over his nakedness. She lifted the lower edge of the towel, smiled devilishly to herself, and let it fall back in place. Maeve found Pitt immensely attractive and wanted him. Yes, feverishly and shamelessly wanted him. "See something you like, little sister?" came a quiet, husky voice from behind her, chagrined. Maeve spun and stared at Deirdre, who leaned casually against the doorway, smoking a cigarette. "What are you doing here?" she demanded in a whisper. "Keeping you from biting off more than you can chew." Very funny. In a motherly gesture, Maeve pulled the covers over Pitt's body and tucked them under the mattress. Then she turned and physically pushed Deirdre into the anteroom before softly closing the bedroom door. "Why are you following me? Why didn't you return to Australia with the other passengers?" "I might ask the same of you, dear sister. The ship's scientists asked me to remain on board and make out a report of my experience with the death plague. And I remained because I thought we might kiss and make up," Deirdre said, drawing on her cigarette. "There was a time I might have believed you, but not now. I admit there were other considerations. How did you manage to stay out of my sight during the weeks we were at sea? Would you believe I remained in my cabin with an upset stomach?" "That's so much rot," snapped Maeve. "You have the constitution of a horse. I've never known you to be sick." Deirdre looked around for an ashtray, and finding none, opened the cabin door and flipped her cigarette over the railing into the sea. "Aren't you the least bit amazed at my miraculous survival?" Maeve stared into her eyes, confused and uncertain. "You told everyone you were in the freezer. Rather good timing, don't you think?" "You were incredibly lucky." "Luck had nothing to do with it," Deirdre contradicted. "What about yourself? Didn't it ever occur to you how you came to be in the whaling station caves at exactly the right moment?" "What are you implying?" "You don't understand, do you?" Deirdre said, as if scolding a naughty child. "Did you think Daddy was going to forgive and forget after you stormed out of his office, swearing never to see any one of us again? He especially went mad when he heard that you had legally changed your name to that of our great-great-great-grandmother, Fletcher. Indeed. Since you left, he's had your every movement observed from the time you entered Melbourne University until you were employed by Ruppert and Saunders." Maeve stared at her with anger and disbelief that faded as something began to dawn slowly in her mind. He was that afraid that I would talk to the wrong people about his filthy business operations. Whatever unorthodox means Daddy has used to further the family empire was for your benefit as well as Boudica and myself." "Boudica," Maeve spat. "Our sister, the devil incarnate." "Think what you may," Deirdre said impassively. "Boudica has always had your best interests at heart. If you believe that, you're a bigger fool than I gave you credit for. It was Boudica who talked Daddy into sparing your life by insisting I go along on the voyage." "Sparing my life?" Maeve looked lost. "You're not making sense. Who do you think arranged for the ship's captain to send you ashore with the first excursion? You. Me. It was my turn to go ashore. The other lecturers and I worked in sequence. Deirdre shook her head. If they had stuck to the proper schedule, you'd have been placed in charge of the second shore party that never got off the ship. So what was your reasoning? An act of timing, said Deirdre, suddenly turning cold. Daddy's people calculated that the phenomenon would appear when the first shore party was safe inside the whaling station storage caves. Maeve felt the deck reeling beneath her feet, and the color drained out of her cheeks. No way he could have predicted the terrible event, she gasped. A smart man, our father, Deirdre said calmly, as if she were gossiping with a friend over the telephone. If not for his advanced planning, how do you think I knew when to lock myself in the ship's freezer? How could he possibly know when and where the plague would strike? She asked skeptically. Our father, Deirdre said, baring her teeth in a savage smile, is not a stupid man. Maeve's fury seethed throughout her body. If he had any suspicions, he should have given a warning and averted the slaughter, she snapped. Daddy has more important business than to fuss over a boatload of dismal tourists. I swear before God I'll see that you all pay for your callousness. You'd betray the family? Deirdre shrugged sarcastically, then answered her own question. Yes, I believe you would. Bet on it? Never happen. Not if you want to see your precious sons again. Sean and Michael are where Father will never find them. Call in the dogs if you have a mind to, but hiding the twins with that teacher in Perth was not really all that clever. You're bluffing. Your flesh and blood sister, Boudica, merely persuaded the teacher and his wife, the Hollanders as I recall their name, to allow her to take the twins on a picnic. Maeve trembled and felt she was going to be sick as the full enormity of the revelation engulfed her. You have them? The boys, of course. The Hollanders. If she so much as hurt them, nothing of the sort. Sean and Michael. What have you done with them? Daddy is taking very good care of them on our private island. He's even teaching them the diamond trade. Cheer up. The worst that can happen is that they suffer some type of accident. You know better than anybody the risks children run, playing around mining tunnels. The bright side is that if you stand with the family, your boys will someday become incredibly wealthy and powerful men. Like Daddy? Maeve cried in outrage and fear. I'd rather they die. She subdued the urge to kill her sister and sat heavily in a chair, broken and defeated. They could do worse, said Deirdre, gloating over Maeve's helplessness. String along your friends from Numa for a few days, and keep your mouth shut about what I've told you. Then we'll catch a flight for home. She walked to the door and turned. I think you'll find Daddy most forgiving, providing you ask forgiveness and demonstrate your loyalty to the family. Then she stepped onto the outside deck and out of sight. Where dreams come from. Admiral Sandecker seldom used the large boardroom for conferences. He reserved it mainly for visiting congressmen and women, and respected scientists, foreign and American. For internal Nume business, he preferred a smaller workroom just off his office. It was an extremely comfortable room, uniquely his own, sort of a hideaway for him to hold informal but confidential meetings with his Numa directors. Sandecker often used it as an executive dining room. He and his directors relaxing in the soft leather chairs, set around a 3-meter-long conference table built from a section of a wooden hull, salvaged from a schooner on the bottom of Lake Erie, and solidly set in a thick turquoise carpet, in front of a fireplace surrounded by a Victorian mantelpiece. Unlike the modern design and decor of the other offices in the Numa headquarters building, which were encased in soaring walls of green-tinted glass, this room looked as if it was straight out of an antiquated London gentleman's club. All 4 walls and ceiling were richly paneled in a satiny teak, and there were paintings of United States naval actions hung in ornate frames. There was a beautifully detailed painting of the epic battle between John Paul Jones and the woefully armed bonhomme Richard, and the new British 50-gun frigate, Serapis. Next to it, the venerable American frigate Constitution was demasting the British frigate Java. On the opposite wall, the Civil War ironclads Monitor and Virginia, better known as the Merrimac, slugged it out. Commodore Dewey destroying the Spanish fleet in Manila Bay, and a flight of dive bombers taking off from the carrier Enterprise to bomb the Japanese fleet during the Battle of Midway were mounted side by side. Only the painting above the fireplace lacked a sea battle. It was a portrait of Sandecker in casual uniform before he was promoted and thrown on the beach. Below the portrait, in a glass-enclosed case, sat a model of his last command, the missile cruiser Tucson. After Sandecker's retirement, a former president of the United States picked him to organize and establish a newly funded government agency dedicated to research of the sea, beginning in a rented warehouse with a staff of fewer than a dozen people, including Pitt and Giordino. Sandecker had built NUMA into a huge organization that was the envy of oceanographic institutions around the world, manned by 2,000 employees, and with a huge budget rarely questioned and almost always approved by Congress. Sandecker fought advancing age with a passion. Now, in his early 60s, he was a fitness nut who jogged, lifted weights, and engaged in any kind of exercise so long as it brought about sweat and an increased heartbeat. The results of strenuous workouts and a nutritious diet were readily apparent in his honed and trim shape. He was slightly under what would be called average height, and his flaming red hair was still full, cut close and slicked down, with a razor-edge part on the left side. The taut, narrow shape of his face was accented by piercing hazel eyes and a Van Dyke beard that was an exact match in color for the hair on his head. Sandecker's only vice was cigars. He loved to smoke 10 grandly large cigars a day, specially selected and wrapped to his personal taste. He stepped into the conference room in a cloud of smoke as if he were a magician materializing on a fog-shrouded stage. He walked to the head of the table and smiled benignly at the 2 men seated to his left and right. "Sorry to keep you so late, gentlemen, but I wouldn't have asked you to work overtime unless it was important." Hiram Yeager, the chief of NUMA's computer network and overseer to the world's most expansive data library on marine sciences, leaned his chair back on 2 legs and nodded toward Sandecker. Whenever a problem needed solving, Sandecker always started with Yeager. Unperturbed in bib overalls and a ponytail, he lived with his wife and daughters in a ritzy section of the Capitol and drove a non-production BMW. "It was either respond to your request," he said with a slight twinkle in his eye, "or take my wife to the ballet. Either way, you lose," laughed Rudy Gunn, NUMA's executive director and second in command. If Dirk Pitt was Sandecker's ace troubleshooter, Gunn was his organizational wizard, thin with slim hips and narrow shoulders. Humorous as well as bright, he peered through thick horn-rimmed glasses from eyes that suggested an owl waiting for a field mouse to run under his tree. Sandecker slid into one of the leather chairs, dropped an ash from his cigar into a dish made from an abalone shell, and flattened a chart of the Weddell Sea and the Antarctic Peninsula on the surface of the table. He tapped his finger on a marked circle with a series of small red crosses drawn within its circumference and labeled by number. "Gentlemen, you're all familiar with the tragic situation in the Weddell Sea, the latest in a series of kill sites. Number 1 is the position where Ice Hunter found the dead dolphins. 2, the seal kills off South Orkney Island. 3, Seymour Island, the site of mass slaughter of men, women, penguins, and seals. And 4, the approximate position of Polar Queen when the scourge struck." Yeager studied the perimeter of the circle. "Looks to be about 90 kilometers in diameter." "Not good," Gunn said, a deep frown creasing his forehead. "That's twice the size of the last kill zone, near Chirikov Island off the Aleutians. The count was over 3,000 sea lions and 5 fishermen in that disaster. said Sandecker. He lifted a small remote control from the table, aimed it at a panel in the far wall, and pressed a button. A large screen slowly dropped from the ceiling. He pressed another button and a computer-generated chart of the Pacific Ocean appeared in three-dimensional holograph. Several blue, neon-like globes, displaying animated fish and mammals, were projected seemingly from outside the screen and spaced in different areas of the chart. The globe over Seymour Island off the Antarctic Peninsula, as well as one near Alaska, included human figures. Until 3 days ago, Sandecker continued, all the reported kill zones have been in the Pacific. Now, with the sea around Seymour Island, we have a new one in the South Atlantic. That makes 8 appearances of the unknown plague in the past 4 months, said Gunn. The occurrences seem to be intensifying. Sandecker studied his cigar, and not one lead to the source. Frustration is mine, Yeager said, holding his palms up in a helpless gesture. I've tried 100 different computer-generated projections. Nothing comes close to fitting the puzzle. No known disease or chemical pollution can travel thousands of miles, pop up out of the blue, and kill every living thing within a limited area, before totally vanishing without a trace. I've got 30 scientists working on the problem, said Gunn, and they have yet to stumble on a clue indicating a source. Anything from the pathologists on those 5 fishermen the Coast Guard found dead on their boat off Chirikoff Island, asked Sandecker. Preliminary post-mortem examinations show no tissue damage from poison, inhaled or ingested, nor any fast-acting disease that's known to medical science. As soon as Colonel Hunt over at the Walter Reed Army Medical Center has completed his report, I'll have him call you. Damn it, Sandecker burst out. Something killed them. The skipper died in the wheelhouse, his hands gripped on the helm, while the crew went down on deck in the act of bringing in their nets. People just don't drop dead without cause. Certainly not hardy men in their 20s and 30s. Yeager nodded in agreement. Maybe we're looking in the wrong place. It has to be something we haven't considered. Sandecker idly stared at his cigar smoke as it spiraled toward the paneled ceiling. He seldom laid all his cards on the table, preferring to turn them over slowly, one at a time. I was talking to Dirk just before our meeting. Anything new at his end? Asked Gunn. Not from the biologists on board Ice Hunter, but Dirk has a theory, pretty far-fetched, he admits, but one none of us had thought of. I'd like to hear it, said Yeager. He came up with a type of pollution. Gunn looked at Sandecker, his eyes skeptical. What type of pollution could he possibly suggest that we missed? Sandecker grinned like a sniper sighting through his scope. Noise, he answered flatly. Noise, repeated Gunn. What kind of noise? He thinks there might be deadly sound waves that travel through water for hundreds, perhaps thousands of miles, before they surface and lull everything within a certain radius. Sandecker paused and studied his subordinates for their reaction. Yeager was not a cynical man, but he inclined his head and laughed. I'm afraid old Pitt is hitting his special brand of tequila too hard and too fast. Oddly, there was not a hint of doubt on Gunn's face. He peered intently at the projected image of the Pacific Ocean for a few moments. Then he said, I think Dirk is onto something. Yeager's eyes narrowed. You do? I do, Gunn replied earnestly. Rogue underwater acoustics might very well be our villain. I'm happy to hear another vote, said Sandecker. When he first laid it on me, I thought Dirk's mind was sluggish from exhaustion, but the more I considered his theory, the more I came to believe in its possibilities. Word has it, said Yeager, that he single-handedly saved Polar Queen from running onto the rocks. Gunn nodded. It's true. After Al dropped him from a helicopter onto the ship, he steered it away from certain destruction. Back to the dead fishermen, Sandecker said, returning the conference to a more somber note. How long before we have to turn their bodies over to local Alaskan authorities? About 5 minutes after they learn we have them, replied Gunn. The crewmen on the Coast Guard cutter that discovered the ship drifting in the Gulf of Alaska will surely talk once they dock at their station in Kodiak and come ashore, even after their captain has ordered them to remain quiet," said Sandecker. "We're not at war, Admiral. The Coast Guard is highly regarded in northern waters. They won't enjoy being party to a cover-up against men whose lives they are committed to saving. A couple of drinks at the Yukon saloon, and they'll break the news to anyone who will listen." Sandecker sighed. "I suppose you're right. Commandant McIntyre was not happy about the secrecy. It wasn't until he received a direct order from the Secretary of Defense that he caved in and turned the bodies over to Numa scientists." Yeager gave Sandecker a knowing look. "I wonder who got to the Secretary of Defense." Sandecker smiled slyly. "After I explained the seriousness of the situation, he was most cooperative. Much hell will erupt," Yeager prophesied. "Once the local Brotherhood of Fishermen and the dead crew's family members discover that the bodies were found and autopsies performed a week before they were notified. Especially," Gunn added, "when they learn we shipped the bodies to Washington for the post-mortem. We were too early in the hunt for the news media to play havoc with wild stories about how an entire crew and their pet parrot were found dead on a ship under mysterious circumstances. At the time, we didn't need another unexplained phenomena blitz while we were groping in the dark ourselves." Gunn shrugged. "The proverbial cat's out of the bag now. There's no hiding the Polar Queen disaster. After tonight, it will be the lead news story on every TV news program around the world." Sandecker nodded at Yeager. "Hiram, you delve into your library and extract every piece of data dealing with underwater acoustics. Search out any experiments, commercial or military, involving high-energy sound waves through water, their cause and effects on humans and underwater mammals." "I'll start on it immediately," Yeager assured him. Gunn and Yeager rose from their chairs and left the conference room. Sandecker sat there, slouched in his chair and puffing on his cigar. His eyes moved from sea battle to sea battle, lingering for several moments on each before moving to the next. Then he closed his eyes tightly as he collected his thoughts. It was the uncertainty of the dilemma that clouded his mind. After a while, he opened his eyes and stared at the computer-generated chart of the Pacific Ocean. "Where will it strike next?" he spoke aloud to the empty room. "Who will it kill?" Colonel Lee Hunt sat at his desk in his basement office. He disliked the more formal administration offices on the upper floors of Walter Reed and contemplated a bottle of Cutty Sark. Out the window, darkness had settled over the District of Columbia. The streetlights had come on, and the rush-hour traffic was beginning to dwindle. The post-mortems on the 5 fishermen fished from the cold waters of the Northwest were completed, and he was about to head home to his cat. The decision was whether to take a drink or make a final call before leaving. He decided to do both at the same time. He punched the numbers on his telephone with one hand while he poured the scotch into a coffee cup. After 2 rings, a gruff voice answered. "Colonel Hunt, I hope that's you." "It is," replied Hunt. "How'd you know?" "I had a gut feeling you'd call about now." "Always a pleasure to talk to the Navy," said Hunt affably. "What can you tell me?" asked Sandecker. "First, are you sure these cadavers were found on a fishing boat in the middle of the sea?" "They were." "And the 2 porpoises and 4 seals you also sent over here? Where else would you expect to find them?" "I've never performed post-mortem examinations on aquatic creatures before." "Humans. Porpoises and seals are all mammals under the skin. You, my dear Admiral, have a very intriguing case on your hands. What did they die from?" Hunt paused to empty half the cup. "Clinically, the deaths were caused by a disruption of the ossicular chain that consists of the malleus incus and the stapes of the middle ear, which you may recall from your high school physiology class as the hammer, anvil, and stirrup. The stapedial footplate was also fractured. This caused debilitating vertigo and extreme tinnitus, or a roaring in the ears, all culminating in a rupture of the anterior inferior cerebellar artery and causing hemorrhaging into the anterior and middle cranial fossae inside the base of the skull. Can you break that down into simple English? Are you familiar with the term infarction? Asked Hunt. It sounds like slang. Infarction is a cluster of dead cells in organs or tissue that results from an obstruction such as an air bubble that cuts off circulating blood. Just where in the bodies did this thing take place? Inquired Sandecker. There was swelling of the cerebellum with compression of the brainstem. I also found that the vestibular labyrinth. Come again. Besides relating to other bodily cavities, vestibular also pertains to the central cavity of the bony labyrinth of the ear. Please go on. The vestibular labyrinth appeared to be damaged by violent displacement, somewhat as in a fall into deep water, where the hydraulic compression of air perforates the tympanic membrane as water is forced into the external ear canal. How did you arrive at this conclusion? By applying a standard protocol to my investigation. I used magnetic resonance imaging and computer tomography, a diagnostic technique using X-ray photographs that eliminate the shadows of structures in front of and behind the section under scrutiny. Evaluation also included hematologic and serologic studies and lumbar puncture. What were the symptoms at the onset of the disorder? I can't speak for the porpoises or seals, explained Hunt, but the pattern among the humans was consistent. The sudden and intense vertigo, a dramatic loss of equilibrium, vomiting, extreme paroxysmal cranial pain, and a sudden convulsion that lasted less than 5 minutes, all resulting in unconsciousness and then death. You might compare it to a stroke of monster proportions. Can you tell me what caused this trauma? Hunt hesitated, not with any degree of accuracy. Sandecker was not to be put off. Take a wild guess. Since you've put my back to the wall, I'd venture to say you're fishermen. The porpoises and seals expired from extreme exposure to high-intensity sound. January 22, 2000. Near Howland Island, South Pacific. To the crew lining the rails of Mentawai, an Indonesian freighter bound from Honolulu to her next port of call, Jayapura in New Guinea. The sight of an awkward-looking craft in the middle of the ocean was highly unusual, if not downright remarkable. Yet the Ningpo-designed Chinese junk sailed serenely through the 1-meter-high swells that rolled against her bow from the east. She looked magnificent. Her brightly colored sails filled with a southwesterly breeze, her varnished wood sparkling under a golden-orange rising sun. 2 large eyes that I crossed when sighted head-on were painted on her bows, born from the traditional faith that they would see her through fog and stormy seas. The Tzu Ci, named after the last Chinese Dowager Empress, was the second home of Hollywood actor Garrett Converse, never a nominee for an Academy Award, but the biggest box office action hero on the silver screen. The junk was 24 meters in length with a beam of 6 meters, built from top to bottom of cedar and teakwood. Converse had installed every amenity for the crew's accommodations and the latest in navigational technology. No expense was spared. Few yachts were as luxuriously embellished. A master adventurer in the mode of Errol Flynn, Converse had sailed Tzu Ci from Newport Beach on a round-the-world cruise and was now running on the final leg across the Pacific, passing within 50 kilometers of Howland Island, Amelia Earhart's destination when she disappeared in 1937. As the 2 ships plodded past each other on opposite courses, Converse hailed the freighter over the radio. "Greetings from the junk Tzu Ci. What ship are you?" The freighter's radio operator replied, "The freighter Mentawai out of Honolulu. Where are you bound?" "Christmas Island, and then to California." "I wish you clear sailing." "The same to you," Converse answered. The captain of Mentawai watched the junk slip astern and then nodded toward his first officer. I never thought I'd see a junk this deep in the Pacific. The first officer, a man of Chinese descent, nodded disapprovingly. I crewed on a junk when I was a young boy. They're taking a great risk sailing through the breeding grounds of typhoons. Junks are not built for heavy weather. They ride too high and have a tendency to roll crazily. Their huge rudders are easily broken off by a rough sea. They're either very brave or very mad to tempt the fates, said the captain, turning his back on the junk as it grew smaller in the distance. As for me, I feel more comfortable with the steel hull and the solid beat of engines under my decks. 18 minutes after the freighter and junk crossed paths, a distress call was heard by the United States container carrier Rio Grande, bound for Sydney, Australia, with a cargo of tractors and agricultural equipment. The radio room was directly off the spacious navigation bridge, and the operator had only to turn to address the second officer who stood the early morning watch. "Sir, I have a distress signal from the Indonesian cargo freighter Mentawai." The second officer, George Hudson, picked up the ship's phone, punched a number, and waited for an answering voice. "Captain, we've picked up a distress signal." Captain Jason Kelsey was about to take his first forkful of breakfast in his cabin when the call came from the bridge. "Very well, Mr. Hudson, I'm on my way. Try and get her position." Kelsey wolfed down his eggs and ham, gulped half a cup of coffee, and walked through a short passageway to the navigation bridge. He went directly to the radio room. The operator looked up, a curious look in his eyes. "Very strange signal, Captain." He handed Kelsey a notepad. Kelsey studied it, then stared at the radio operator. "Are you sure this is what they transmitted?" "Yes, sir. They came in quite clearly." Kelsey read the message aloud. "All ships come quick. Freighter Mentawai, 40 kilometers south-southwest of Howland Island. Come quick. All are dying." He looked up. "Nothing more? No coordinates?" The radio operator shook his head. "They went dead, and I haven't been able to raise them again." "Then we can't use our radio direction finding systems." Kelsey turned to his second officer. "Mr. Hudson, lay a course for Mentawai's last reported position southwest off Howland Island. Not much to go on without exact coordinates, but if we can't make a visual sighting, we'll have to rely on our radar to spot them." He could have asked Hudson to run the course numbers through the navigation computer, but he preferred working by the old rules. Hudson went to work on the chart table with parallel rulers, attached by swinging hinges, and a pair of dividers, and Kelsey signaled the chief engineer that he wanted Rio Grande to come to full speed. First Officer Hank Sherman appeared on the bridge, yawning as he buttoned his shirt. "We're responding to a distress call," he asked Kelsey. The captain smiled and passed him the notepad. "Word travels fast on this ship." Hudson turned from the chart table. "I make the distance to Mentawai approximately 65 kilometers, bearing 132 degrees. Kelsey stepped over to the navigation console and punched in the coordinates. Almost immediately, the big container ship began a slow swing to starboard as the computerized electronic system steered her onto a new course of 132 degrees. "Any other ships responding?" he asked the radio operator. "We're the only one who attempted a reply, sir." Kelsey stared at the deck. "We should be able to reach her in a shade less than 2 hours. Sherman continued staring at the message in bewilderment. "If this isn't some kind of hoax, it's very possible that all we'll find are corpses." They found Mentawai a few minutes after 8, onsome in the morning. Unlike Polar Queen, which had continued steaming under power, the Indonesian freighter appeared to be drifting. She looked peaceful and businesslike. Smoke curled from her twin funnels, but no one was visible on the decks, and repeated hails through a loudspeaker from the bridge of Rio Grande brought no response. "Quiet as a tomb," said First Officer Sherman ominously. "Good Lord," muttered Kelsey. "She's surrounded by a sea of dead fish. I don't much like the look of it." "You'd better collect a boarding party and investigate," ordered Kelsey. "Yes, sir." On my way. Second Officer Hudson was peering at the horizon through binoculars. There's another ship about 10 kilometers off the port bow. Is she coming on? Asked Kelsey. No, sir. She seems to be moving away. That's odd. Why would she ignore a ship in distress? Can you make her out? She looks like a fancy yacht, a big one with sleek lines, the design you see moored in Monaco or Hong Kong. Kelsey moved to the threshold of the radio room doorway and nodded to the operator. See if you can raise that boat in the distance. After a minute or two, the radio operator shook his head. Not a peep. They've either closed down or they're ignoring us. The Rio Grande slackened speed and glided slowly toward the freighter, rolling slowly in the low swells. They were very close to the lifeless ship now, and from the bridge wing of the big container ship, Captain Kelsey could look straight down on her decks. He saw two inert figures and what he took to be a small dog. He hailed the wheelhouse again, but all was silent. The boat with Sherman's boarding party was lowered into the water and motored over to the freighter. They bumped and scraped alongside as they heaved a grappling hook over the railing and rigged it to pull up a boarding ladder. Within minutes, Sherman was over the side and bending over the bodies on the deck. Then he disappeared through a hatch below the bridge. 4 of the men had followed him while 2 remained in the boat and motored away from the hull a short distance, waiting for a signal to return and pick them up. Even after Sherman made certain the men lying on the deck were dead, he still half expected some of the freighter's crew to be waiting for him. After entering the hatch, he climbed a passageway to the bridge and was overwhelmed with a sense of unreality. All hands from the captain to the mess boy were dead, their corpses strewn about the deck where they fell. The radio man was found with his eyes bulging and his hands clasped around his set as if he were afraid of falling. 20 minutes passed before Sherman eased Mentawai's radio operator to the floor and called over to the Rio Grande. Captain Kelsey, go ahead. Mr. Sherman, what have you found? All dead, sir. Every one of them, including 2 parakeets found in the chief engineer's cabin and the ship's dog, a beagle with its teeth bared. Any clue as to the cause? Food poisoning seems the most obvious. They look like they threw up before they died. Be careful of toxic gas. I'll keep my nostrils open, said Sherman. Kelsey paused, contemplating the unexpected predicament. Then he said, send back the boat. I'll have it return with another 5 men to help you get the ship underway. The nearest major port is Apia in the Samoa Islands. We'll turn the ship over to authorities there. What about the bodies of the crew? We can't leave them lying around, certainly not in the tropical heat. Without hesitation, Kelsey replied, stack them in the freezer. We want them preserved until they can be examined by... Kelsey was abruptly cut off in mid-sentence as Mentawai's hull shuddered from an explosion from deep inside her bowels. The hatches above the cargo holds were thrown skyward as flame and smoke erupted from below. The ship seemed to heave herself out of the water before splashing back and taking on a sharp list to starboard. The roof of the wheelhouse collapsed inward. There was another deep rumble inside the freighter, followed by the screeching sound of tearing metal. Kelsey watched in horror as the Mentawai began to roll over on her starboard side. She's going down, he shouted over the radio. Get out of there before she goes under. Sherman was flat on the deck, stunned from the concussion of the blast. He looked around, dazed, as the deck slanted steeply. He slid into one corner of the shattered radio compartment and sat there in shock, staring dumbly as water surged through the open door to the bridge wing. It was an unreal picture that made no sense to his stunned mind. He took one long, gasping breath that was the last he ever took, and tried feebly to rise to his feet, but it was too late. He was buried under the warm, green water of the sea. Kelsey and the crew of Rio Grande stood frozen in shock as Mentawai rolled over with her hull, showing above the water like some giant, rusting metal turtle. Except for the 2 men in the boat who were crushed by the hull, Sherman's boarding party was trapped inside the ship when the explosions occurred. None escaped to dive over the side. With a great roar of inrushing water and expelled air, the freighter dived beneath the surface as if anxious to become one more unsolved enigma of the sea. No one on board Rio Grande could believe the freighter could go so quickly. They stared in horror at the wreckage mixed with wisps of smoke that swirled around her watery crypt, unable to believe their shipmates were locked inside a steel coffin hurtling toward eternal darkness at the bottom of the sea. Kelsey stood there for nearly a full minute, the grief and outrage etched in his face. Somehow, a tiny thought in the back of his mind finally mushroomed and emerged through the shock. He turned from the whirlpool of death, picked up a pair of binoculars, and stared through the forward windows at the yacht vanishing in the distance. Now only a white speck against a blue sky and an azure sea. It was moving away at great speed. The mysterious vessel had not ignored the distress signal. He realized it had come and gone and was now purposely running away from the disaster. "Damn whoever you are," he spat in anger. "Damn you to hell." 31 days later, Ramini Tantoa, a native of Kupkar Island in the Palmyra Atoll chain, awoke and, as was his usual routine, went for a morning swim in the warm waters of the East Lagoon. Before he took 2 steps in the white sand outside his small bachelor hut, he was astonished to see what he recognized as a large Chinese junk that had somehow sailed through the outer reef channel during the night and was now grounded broadside on the beach. The port beam was already high and dry and embedded in the sand, while the opposite side of the hull was lapped by the gentle waves of the lagoon. Tantoa shouted a hello, but no one appeared on deck or echoed a reply. The junk looked deserted. All sails were set and fluttering under a light breeze, and the flag that flapped on the stern was the stars and stripes of the United States. The varnish on the teak sides looked shiny, as if it hadn't had time to fade under the sun. As he walked around the half-buried hull, Tantoa felt as if the painted eyes on the bows followed him. He finally worked up his nerve and climbed the huge rudder and over the stern railing onto the quarterdeck. He stood there disconcerted. From stem to stern, the main deck was deserted. Everything seemed in perfect order, all lines coiled and in place, the rigging set and taut. Nothing lay loose on the deck. Tantoa climbed below and walked fearfully through the interior of the junk, half expecting to find bodies. Thankfully, he saw no signs of death or disorder. Not a single soul was on board. No ship could sail from China halfway across the Pacific Ocean without a crew. Tantoa told himself. His imagination took hold, and he began to envision ghosts. A ship sailed by a spectral crew. Frightened, he rushed up the stairs onto the deck and leaped over the railing onto the warm sand. He had to report the derelict to the council of Cooper Island's little village. Tantoa ran up the beach to what he believed was a safe distance before staring over his shoulder to see if he was followed by some unspeakable horror. The sand around the junk was deserted. Only the all-seeing eyes on the bows glared at him malevolently. Tantoa raced off toward his village and never looked back. The atmosphere in the ice hunter's dining room had a strange mood of subdued festivity. The occasion was a farewell party thrown by the crew and scientists for the survivors of the Polar Queen tragedy. Roy Van Fleet and Maeve had been working day and night, shoulder to shoulder, for the past 3 days, examining the remains of the penguins, seals and dolphins collected for study, and filling notebooks full of observations. Van Fleet had grown fond of her, but he stopped short of demonstrating any kind of affection. The vision of his pretty wife and 3 children was seldom out of his mind. He was sorry they couldn't have continued working together. The other scientists in the lab agreed that they made a great team. The ice hunter's chef did himself proud with an incredible gourmet dinner featuring fillets of deep-sea cod with mushroom and wine sauce. Captain Dempsey looked the other way while the wine flowed. Only the officers standing watch over the operation of the ship had to remain dry, at least until they came off duty and it was their turn to party. Dr. Mose Greenberg, the shipboard wit, made a long speech laced with banal puns about everyone on board. He might have kept pontificating for another hour if Dempsey hadn't signaled for the chef to bring out a cake, especially baked for the occasion. It was shaped like the continent of Australia, with icing picturing the more notable landmarks, including Ayers Rock and Sydney Harbour. Maeve was truly touched, and tears moistened her eyes. Deirdre appeared bored with it all. As captain, Dempsey sat at the head of the longest table, the women sitting in honor at his elbows. Because he was head of Numa's Special Projects Division, Pitt was allotted the chair at the opposite end of the table. He tuned out the conversations flowing around him and focused his attention on the two sisters. They couldn't have come out of the womb more unalike, he thought. Maeve was a warm and wild creature, a light brightly glowing with life. He fantasized her as a friend's untamed sister washing a car, clad in a tight t-shirt and cut-off shorts while displaying her girlish waist and shapely legs to great advantage. She had changed since he first met her. She talked exuberantly, her arms swaying for effect, vivacious and unpretentious, and yet her manner seemed oddly forced, as if her thoughts were elsewhere and she were under some unknown stress. She wore a short-skirted red cocktail dress that fit her figure as if it were sewn on after she was in it. Pitt thought at first it was loaned to her by one of the women scientists on board who wore a smaller size, and then he recalled seeing her return with Deirdre from Polar Queen on Ice Hunter's shoreboat, with their luggage stacked in the bow. She wore yellow coral earrings that matched the necklace around her bare neck. She glanced in his direction and their eyes met, but only for an instant. She was in the midst of describing her pet dingo in Australia, and she quickly looked back at her audience as if she hadn't recognized him. Deirdre, on the other hand, exuded sensuality and sophistication, traits sensed by every man in the room. Pitt could easily picture her stretched out on a bed covered with silk sheets, beckoning. The only drawback was her imperious manner. She had seemed retiring and vulnerable when he'd found her on Polar Queen, but she too had transformed into a cool and aloof creature. There was also a flinty hardness Pitt had not recognized before. She sat in her chair, straight-backed and regal in a brown sheath dress that stopped discreetly above her silk-stockinged knees. She wore a scarf around her neck that accented her fawn eyes and copper hair, which was drawn severely back in a huge knot. As if sensing that Pitt was studying her, she slowly turned and stared back at him without expression, and then the eyes became cool and calculating. Pitt found himself engaged in a game of wills. She was not about to blink even as she carried on a conversation with Dempsey. Her eyes seemed to look through him and, finding nothing of interest, continued on to a picture hanging on the wall behind. The brown eyes that were locked on opaline green never wavered. She obviously was a lady who held her own against men. Pitt reasoned. Slowly, very slowly, he began to cross his eyes. The comical ploy broke the spell and Deirdre's concentration. Thrusting her chin up in a haughty gesture, she dismissed Pitt as a clown and turned her attention back to the conversation at her end of the table. Though Pitt felt a sensual desire for Deirdre, he felt himself drawn to Maeve. Perhaps it was her engaging smile with the slight gap between the teeth, or the beautiful mass of incredibly blonde hair that fell in a cascade behind and in front of her shoulders. He wondered about her shift of manner since he first found her in the blizzard on Seymour Island. The ready smile and the easy laugh were no longer there. Pitt sensed that Maeve was subtly under Deirdre's control. It was also obvious to him, if to no one else, there was no love lost between them. Pitt mused about the age-old choice faced by the sexes. Women were often torn between Mr. Nice Guy, who generally ended up as father of her kids, and the hell-raising jerk who represented offbeat romance and adventure. Men, for all their faults, were occasionally forced to choose between Miss Wholesome Girl Next Door, who generally ended up as mother to his children, and the wild sexpot who couldn't keep her body off him. For Pitt, there could be no agonized decision. Late tomorrow evening, the ship would buck at the Chilean port of Punta Arenas in Tierra del Fuego, where Maeve and Deirdre would take a commuter flight to Santiago. From there, they could book a direct flight to Australia. A waste of time, he thought, to allow his imagination to run amok. He did not dare to hope that he would ever lay eyes on either one of them again. He slipped a hand below the table and touched the folded fax in his pants pocket. Overcome by curiosity, he had communicated with St. Julian Perlmutter, a close family friend who had accumulated the world's foremost library of shipwreck information. A well-known party giver and gourmand, Perlmutter was well connected in Washington circles and knew where most of the skeletons were buried. Pitt had put in a call and asked his friend to check on the lady's family background. Perlmutter faxed him a brief report in less than an hour with a promise of a more in-depth account within 2 days. These were no ordinary women from common circumstances. If the unmarried men, and maybe even a few of the married, knew that Maeve and Deirdre's father, Arthur Dorset, was head of a diamond empire second only to De Beers and the 6th richest man in the world, they might have pulled out all stops in begging the lady's hand in marriage. The section of the report that struck him as odd was a drawing of the Dorset corporate hallmark that Perlmutter included, instead of the obvious, a diamond on some sort of background. The Dorset logotype was a serpent undulating through the water. The ship's officer on duty came up alongside Pitt and spoke softly. "Admiral Sandecker is on the satellite phone and would like to talk to you." "Thank you. I'll take the call in my cabin," unobtrusively. Pitt pushed back his chair, rose, and left the dining room, unnoticed by all except Giordino. Pitt exhaled a deep breath, removed his shoes, and unlimbered in his leather chair. "Admiral, this is Dirk." "About time." Sandecker grunted. "I could have written my next speech before a congressional budget committee." "Sorry, sir, I was attending a party." There was a pause. "A party on a Numa vessel dedicated to scientific research?" "A farewell get-together for the ladies we rescued from Polar Queen," Pitt explained. "I'd better not hear of any questionable actions." Sandecker was as open and receptive as the next man, but discussing anything less than scientific procedure on board his fleet of research ships was not his strong point. Pitt took great joy in needling the admiral. "Do you mean hanky-panky, sir? Call it what you may. Just see that the crew plays it straight. We don't need any exposure in the scandal rags. May I ask the nature of this call, Admiral?" Sandecker never used the phone simply to reach out and touch someone. "I require the services of you and Giordino here in Washington damned quick. How soon can you fly off Ice Hunter for Punta Arenas?" "We're within the helicopter's range now," said Pitt. "We can lift off within the hour. I've arranged for a military jet transport to be waiting for your arrival at the airport." Sandecker was never one to let the grass grow under his feet, Pitt thought. "Then Al and I will see you sometime tomorrow afternoon. We have much to discuss. Any new developments?" An Indonesian freighter was found off Howland Island with a dead crew. Did the bodies show the same symptoms as those on Polar Queen? "We'll never know," said Sandecker. "It blew up and sank while a boarding party was investigating, killing them as well." "That's a twist." "And to add to the mystery," Sandecker continued, "a Chinese junk luxury yacht owned and sailed by the movie actor Garrett Converse is missing in the same area. His legion of fans won't be happy when they learn he died from unknown causes. His loss will probably get more coverage from the news media than all the dead on the cruise ship," Sandecker acknowledged. "How has my theory on sound waves played?" Pitt asked. Jaeger's working it through his computers as we speak. With luck, he'll have gleaned more data by the time you and Al walk through the door. I have to tell you, he and Rudy Gunn think you may be onto something. See you soon, Admiral, Pitt said, and hung up. He sat motionless and stared at the phone, hoping to God they were on the right track. The dishes were cleared and the party in the ship's dining room had become loud with laughter as everyone competed in telling shaggy dog stories. As with Pitt, hardly anyone noticed that Giordino also had departed the festivities. Captain Dempsey entered into the humor of the evening with an old joke about a rich farmer who sends his ne'er-do-well son to college and makes him take along the old family dog, Rover. The kid then uses the old mangy dog to con his old man out of spending money by claiming he needs $1,000 because his professors claim they can make Rover read, write, and talk. By the time he came to the punchline, everybody laughed more from sheer relief it was, over than from the humor. On one wall nearby, a ship's phone rang, and the first officer answered. Without a word, he nodded in Dempsey's direction. The captain caught the gesture, came over, and took the call. He listened a moment, hung up the receiver, and started for the open passageway leading to the stern deck. "Are you all joked out?" Van Fleet called after him. "I have to stand by for the helicopter's departure," he answered. "What's the mission?" "No mission. Pitt and Giordino have been ordered back to Washington by the Admiral, post haste. They're flying off to the mainland to catch a military transport." Maeve overheard and grabbed Dempsey by the arm. "When are they leaving?" He was surprised by the sudden strength of her grip. "They should be lifting off about now." Deirdre came over and stood next to Maeve. "He must not care enough about you to say goodbye." Maeve felt as if a giant hand had suddenly reached inside her and squeezed her heart. Anguish filled her body. She rushed out the door onto the deck. Pitt had only lifted the helicopter a scant 3 meters off the pad. Hen she came running into view. She could clearly see both men through the helicopter's large windows. Giordino looked down, saw her, and waved. Pitt had both hands busy and could only respond with a warm grin and a nod. He expected to see her smile and wave in return, but her face seemed drawn in fear. She cupped her hands and cried out to him, but the noise of the turbine exhaust and thumping rotor blades drowned out her words. He could only shake his head and shrug in reply. Maeve shouted again, this time with lowered hands as if somehow willing her thoughts into his mind. Too late. The helicopter shot into the air vertically and dipped over the side of the ship. She sagged to her knees on the deck, head in her hands, sobbing as the turquoise aircraft flew over the endless marching swells of the sea. Giordino looked back through his side window and saw Maeve slumped on the deck, Dempsey walking toward her. "I wonder what the fuss was all about," he said curiously. "What fuss?" asked Pitt. "Maeve." She acted like a Greek mourner at a funeral. Concentrating on controlling the helicopter, Pitt had missed Maeve's unexpected display of grief. "Maybe she hates goodbyes," he said, feeling a wave of remorse. "She tried to tell us something," Giordino said vaguely, reliving the scene in his mind. Pitt did not take a backward glance. He felt deep regret at not having said his farewells. It was rude to have denied Maeve the courtesy of a friendly hug and a few words. He had genuinely felt attracted to her. She had aroused emotions within him that he hadn't experienced since losing someone very dear to him in the sea north of Hawaii many years ago. Her name was Summer, and not a day passed that he didn't recall her lovely face and the scent of plumeria. There was no way for him to tell if the attraction was mutual. There were a multitude of expressions in her eyes, but nothing he saw that indicated desire. And nothing in her conversation had led him to believe they were more than merely two people touching briefly before passing into the night. He tried to remain detached and tell himself that their affair had nowhere to go. They were bound to lives on opposite sides of the world. It was best to let her fade into a pleasant memory of what might have been if the moon and stars had shone in the right direction. "Weird," Giordino said, staring ahead at the restless sea as the islands north of Cape Horn grew in the distance. "Weird," Pitt echoed in a tone of indifference. "What Maeve yelled as we lifted off. How could you hear anything over the chopper's racket?" "I couldn't. It was all in the way she formed the words with her mouth." Pitt grinned. "Since when do you read lips?" "I'm not kidding, pal," Giordino said in dead seriousness. "I know the message she tried to get across to us." Pitt knew from long years of experience and friendship that when Giordino turned profound, he worked purely from essentials. You didn't step into his circle, spar with him, and step out unscathed. Pitt mentally remained outside the circle and peered in. "Spit it out! What did she say?" Giordino slowly turned and looked at Pitt, his deep-set black eyes reflective and somber at the same time. "I could swear she said, 'Help me.'" The twin-engined Buccaneer jet transport touched down smoothly and taxied to a quiet corner of Andrews Air Force Base, southeast of Washington. Fitted out comfortably for high-ranking Air Force officers, the aircraft flew nearly as fast as the most modern fighter plane. As the flight steward, in the uniform of an Air Force Master Sergeant, carried their luggage to a waiting car and driver, Pitt marveled at Admiral Sandecker's influence in the capital city. He wondered what general the admiral had conned into temporarily lending the plane to Numa, and what manner of persuasion it took. Giordino dozed during the drive, while Pitt stared unseeing at the low buildings of the city. The rush-hour traffic had begun streaming out of town, and the streets and bridges leading into the suburbs were jammed. Fortunately, their car was traveling in the opposite direction. Pitt cursed his idiocy for not returning to Ice Hunter shortly after liftoff. If Giordino had interpreted her message correctly, Maeve was in some sort of trouble. The possibility that he had deserted her when she was calling out to him gnawed at his conscience. The long arm of Sandecker reached through his melancholy and cast a shroud over his preoccupation with guilt. Never in Pitt's years with Numa had he ever placed his personal problems above the vital work of the agency. During the flight to Punta Arenas, Giordino had provided the crowning touch. "There's a time for being horny, and this isn't it. People in sea life are dying by the boatload out there on the water. The sooner we stop this evil, the more lives will be spared to pay taxes. Forget her for now. When this cauldron of crap is over, you can take a year off and chase her down under." Giordino might never have been hired to teach rhetoric at Oxford, but he seldom failed to fill a book with common sense. Pitt surrendered and reluctantly eased Maeve from his mind, not entirely successfully. The memory of her lingered like a portrait that became more beautiful with the passage of time. His thoughts were broken as the car rolled over the driveway in front of the tall, green, solar-glassed building that housed Numa's headquarters. The visitors' parking lot was covered with television transmitter trucks and vans, emitting enough microwaves to launch a new chicken rotisserie franchise. "I'll run you into the underground parking area," said the driver. "The vultures were expecting your arrival." "You sure an axe murderer isn't roaming the building?" asked Giordino. "No, the reception is for you. The news media are starved for details of the cruise ship massacre. The Australians tried to put a tight lid on it, but all hell broke loose after the surviving passengers talked when they reached Chile. They were glowing in their praise of how you guys rescued them and saved the cruise ship from going on the rocks. The fact that 2 of them were daughters of Diamond King Arthur Dorset naturally excited the expose rags. So now they're calling it a massacre." Pitt sighed. "Lucky for the Indians, they can't blame this one on them," said Giordino. The car stopped in front of a security guard stationed in front of a small alcove that led to a private elevator. They signed an entry form and took the elevator to the 10th floor. When the doors opened, they stepped into a vast room that was Hiram Yeager's electronics fiefdom, from which the computer wizard directed Numa's vast data systems network. Yeager looked up from a huge horseshoe-shaped desk in the middle of the room and smiled broadly. No bib overalls today. But he was wearing a faded Levi's jacket that looked like it had been dragged from Tombstone to Durango by a horse. He jumped to his feet and came from behind the desk, vigorously shaking Pitt's and Giordino's hands. "Good to see you two scoundrels back in the building. It's been as dull as an abandoned amusement park since you skipped to the Antarctic." "Always good to be back on a floor that doesn't rock and roll," said Pitt. Yeager grinned at Giordino. "You look nastier than when you left." "That's because my feet still feel cold as ice," Giordino replied in his usual burlesque tone. Pitt glanced about the room crowded with electronic data systems and a crew of technicians. "Are the Admiral and Rudy Gunn on hand?" "Waiting for you in the private conference room," answered Yeager. "We assumed you and A1 would go there first. I wanted to catch you before we all sat down. What's on your mind?" "I'd like to study your data on sea serpents." Yeager raised his eyebrows. "You did say sea serpents." Pitt nodded. "They intrigue me. I can't tell you why. It may surprise you to learn I have a mountain of material on sea serpents and lake monsters. Forget the legendary creatures swimming around in Loch Ness and Lake Champlain," said Pitt. "I'm only interested in the seagoing variety." Yeager shrugged. "Since most of the sightings are on inland waters, that cuts the search by 80%. I'll have a fat file on your desk tomorrow morning." "Thank you, Hiram. I'm grateful as always." Giordino peered at his watch. "We'd better move along before the Admiral hangs us from the nearest yard arm." Yeager gestured to a nearby door. "We can take the stairway." When Pitt and the others entered the conference room, Sandecker and Gunn were studying the region where the latest case of unexplained death was projected on the holographic chart. The Admiral and Gunn stepped forward to greet them. For a few minutes they all stood in a tight little huddle and deliberated the turn of events. Gunn anxiously probed Pitt and Giordino for details, but they were both extremely tired, and they condensed the wild series of incidents into brief descriptions. Sandecker knew better than to crowd them. Full reports could be written at a later time. He motioned to the empty chairs. "Why don't you sit down, and we'll get to work." Gunn pointed toward one of the blue globes that seemed to float over one end of the table. "The latest kill zone," he said. "An Indonesian freighter called Mentawai, with a crew of 18. Pitt turned to the Admiral. "The vessel that exploded after another ship's crew had boarded her?" "The same," said Sandecker, nodding. "As I told you aboard Ice Hunter, actor Garrett Converse, his crew and his fancy junk were reported sailing in the same area by an oil tanker that went unscathed. The junk and everyone on board appear to have vanished." "Nothing on satellite?" inquired Giordino. "Too much cloud cover, and the infrared cameras won't pick out a vessel as small as a junk." "There is something else to consider," said Gunn. "The captain of the American container ship that found Mentawai reported a luxury yacht speeding from the site. He can't swear to it in court, but he's certain the yacht closed with Mentawai before he arrived, after responding to the freighter's distress call. He also thinks the crew of the yacht are somehow responsible for the explosives that wiped out his boarding party." "Sounds like the good captain has an overactive imagination," suggested Yeager. "To say this man is seeing demons is incorrect. Captain Jason Kelsey is a very responsible seaman with a solid history of skill and integrity." "Did he get a description of the yacht?" asked Pitt. By the time Kelsey concentrated his attention on it, the yacht was too distant to identify. His second officer, however, observed it earlier through binoculars before it widened the gap. Fortunately, he's an amateur artist who enjoys sketching ships and boats while in port. "He drew a picture of it?" "He admits to taking a few liberties. The yacht was pulling away from him, and his view was mostly of the stern quarter. but he managed to give us a good enough likeness to trace the hull design to her builders. Sandecker lit one of his cigars and nodded toward Giordino. "Oh, why don't you act as lead investigator on this one?" Giordino slowly pulled out a cigar, the exact mate of Sandecker's, and slowly rolled it between his thumb and fingers while warming one end with a wooden match. "I'll get on the trail after a shower and a change of clothes." Giordino's slinky method of pilfering the Admiral's private stock of cigars was a mystery that bewildered Sandecker. The cat-and-mouse game had gone on for years, with Sandecker unable to ferret out the secret and too proud to demand an answer from Giordino. What was particularly maddening to the Admiral was that his inventory invariably failed to turn up a count of missing cigars. Pitt was doodling on a notepad and spoke to Jaeger without looking up. "Suppose you tell me, Hiram, did my idea of killer sound waves have any merit?" "A great deal, as it turns out," replied Jaeger. "The acoustics experts are still working out a detailed theory, but it looks as if we're looking at a killer that travels through water and consists of several elements. There are multiple aspects to be examined. The first is a source for generating intense energy. The second, propagation, or how the energy travels from the source through the seas. Third, the target or structure that receives the acoustic energy. And fourth, the physiological effect on human and animal tissue. "Can you make a case for high-intensity sound waves that kill?" Pitt asked. Jaeger shrugged. "We're on shaky ground, but this is the best lead we have at the moment. The only joker in the deck is that sound waves intense enough to kill could not come from an ordinary sound source, and even an intense source could not kill at any great distance unless the sound was somehow focused. Hard to believe that after traveling great distances through water, a combination of high-intensity sound and excessive resonance energy can surface and kill every living thing within 30 or more kilometers. Any idea where these sound rays originate?" asked Sandecker. "Yes, as a matter of fact, we do." "Can one sound source actually cause such a staggering loss of life?" asked Gunn. "No, and that's the catch," replied Jaeger. "To produce wholesale murder above and under the sea of the magnitude we've experienced, we have to be looking at several different sources on opposite sides of the ocean." He paused and shuffled through a stack of papers until he found the one he was looking for. Then he picked up a remote control and pressed a series of codes. 4 green lights glowed on opposite corners of the holographic chart. By borrowing the global monitoring system of hydrophones placed by the U.S. Navy around the oceans to track the Soviet submarine fleet during the Cold War, we've managed to trace the source of the destructive sound waves to 4 different points in the Pacific Ocean. Jaeger paused to pass printed copies of the chart to everyone seated at the table. Number 1, by far the strongest, appears to emanate from Gladiator Island, the exposed tip of a deep ocean range of volcanic mountains that surfaces midway between Tasmania and New Zealand's South Island. Number 2 is almost on a direct line toward the Komandorsky Islands, off the Kamchatka Peninsula in the Bering Sea. "That's a fair ways north," observed Sandecker. "Can't imagine what the Russians have to gain," said Gunn. "Then we head east across the sea to Kunghit Island, off British Columbia, Canada, for number 3. Jaeger continued. "The final source, as traced by a data pattern from the hydrophones, is on the Isla de Pascua, or Easter Island as it is better known." "Making the shape of a trapezium," commented Gunn. Giordino straightened. "A what?" "Trapezium, a quadrilateral with no 2 sides that are parallel." Pitt rose from the table and moved until he was almost standing inside the 3-dimensional chart of the ocean. A bit unusual for the acoustic sources to all stem from islands. He turned and stared at Jaeger. "Are you sure of your data? There is no mistake. Your electronic gear processed the tracking information from the hydrophone system correctly?" Jaeger looked as though Pitt had stabbed him in the chest. "Our statistical analysis takes into account the acoustic network receptions and the alternative ray paths due to ocean variations. I stand humbled. Pitt bowed, making a gesture of apology. Then he asked, "Are the islands inhabited?" Jaeger handed Pitt a small folder. "We've gleaned the usual encyclopedia of data on the islands. Geology, fauna, inhabitants. Gladiator Island is privately owned. The other three are leased from foreign governments for mineral exploration. These have to be considered forbidden zones." "How can sound be propagated such great distances underwater?" inquired Giordino. "High-frequency sound is rapidly absorbed by salts in seawater, but low-frequency acoustic waves ignore the molecular structure of the salts, and their signals have been detected at ranges reaching thousands of kilometers. The next part of the scenario gets hazy, somehow in a manner we've yet to understand. The high-intensity, low-frequency rays, radiating from the various sources, surface and focus in what is known as a convergence zone. It's a phenomenon the scientists call caustics." "Like in caustic soda?" asked Giordino. "No, like an envelope formed when the sound rays meet and converge." Sandecker held up a pair of reading spectacles to the light, checking for smudges. "And if we were all sitting on the deck of a ship that was in the middle of a convergence zone? If struck by only one sound source," explained Jaeger, "we'd hear a soft hum and maybe suffer from nothing more than a mild headache. But if 4 waves converged in the same region at the same time, multiplying the intensity, the structure of the ship would ring or vibrate, and the sonic energy would cause enough internal organ damage to kill all of us within a matter of minutes." "Judging from the scattered sites of the disasters," said Giordino grimly, "this thing can run amok and strike anywhere in the sea." "Or along shorelines," Pitt added. "We're working on predicting where the ray channels converge," Jaeger said, "but it's difficult to come up with a set formula. For the moment, the best we can do is chart tides, currents, sea depths, and water temperatures. They all can significantly alter the path of the sound rays." "Since we have a vague notion of what we're dealing with," said Sandecker, "we can lay out a plan to pull the plug." "The question is," Pitt commented, "except for the mineral exploration companies, what do the islands have in common?" Giordino stared at his cigar. "Clandestine nuclear or conventional weapons testing?" "None of the above," Jaeger replied. "Then what?" demanded Sandecker. "Diamonds." Sandecker stared at Jaeger queerly. "Diamonds, you say?" "Yes, sir." Jaeger checked his file. "The operations on all tour islands are either owned or run by Dorset Consolidated Mining Limited of Sydney, Australia, second only to De Beers as the world's largest diamond producer." Pitt felt as if someone had walked up and suddenly punched him in the stomach. "Arthur Dorset," he said quietly, "the chairman of Dorset Consolidated Mining, happens to be the father of the 2 women, A1 and I, rescued in the Antarctic." "Of course," said Gunn, suddenly seeing the light. "Deirdre Dorset." Then a quizzical look came into his eyes. "But the other lady, Maeve Fletcher?" "Deirdre's sister, who took an ancestral grandmother's name," explained Pitt. Only Giordino saw the humor. "They went to an awful lot of trouble to meet us?" Sandecker shot him a withering look and turned to Pitt. "This strikes me as more than a mere coincidence." Giordino came right back. "I can't help wondering what one of the world's richest diamond merchants will have to say when he learns his diggings came within a hair of killing off his darling daughters." "We may have a blessing in disguise," said Gunn. "If Dorset's mining operations are somehow responsible for an acoustic death plague, Dirk and A1 have the credentials to walk up to his front door and ask questions. The man has every reason to act the role of a grateful father." "From what I know of Arthur Dorset," said Sandecker, "he's so reclusive. He won the Hermit Trophy from Howard Hughes. As with De Beers' diamond mining operations, Dorset's properties are heavily guarded against thievery and smuggling. He is never seen in public, and he has never granted an interview to the news media. We're talking about a very private man. I doubt seriously that saving his daughter's lives will make a dent in this guy. He's as hard-nosed as they come. Yeager motioned toward the blue globes on the holographic chart. People are dying out there. Surely he'll listen to reason should his operations be somehow responsible. Arthur Dorset is a foreign national with an immense power base. Sandecker spoke slowly. We have to consider him innocent of any wrongdoing until we have proof. For all we know at the moment, the scourge is a product of nature. As for us, we're committed to working through official channels. That's my territory. I'll start the ball rolling with the State Department and the Australian ambassador. They can set up a dialogue with Arthur Dorset and request his cooperation in an investigation. That could take weeks, argued Yeager. Why not save time, said Giordino. Cut through the red tape and see if his mining technology is somehow behind the mass murders. You could knock on the door of his nearest diamond mine and ask to see the excavating operation, Pitt suggested with the barest hint of sarcasm. If Dorset is as paranoid as you make him out to be, Giordino said to Sandecker, he's not the type of guy to play games with. Al is right, agreed Yeager. To stop the killing and stop it soon, we can't wait for diplomatic niceties. We'll have to go clandestine. Not a simple exercise. Snooping around diamond mines, said Pitt. They're notoriously well guarded against poachers and any intruders out for a quick buck scavenging for stones. Security around diamond-producing mines is notoriously heavy. Penetrating high-tech electronic systems will require highly trained professionals. A special forces team? Yeager put on the table. Sandecker shook his head. Not without presidential authority. What about the president? Asked Giordino. Too soon to go to him, answered the admiral. Not until we can produce hard evidence of a genuine threat to national security. Pitt spoke slowly as he contemplated the chart. The Convicts Island mine seems the most convenient of the four, since it's in British Columbia and practically on our doorstep. I see no reason why we can't do a little exploring on our own. Sandecker eyed Pitt shrewdly. I hope you're not laboring under the impression our neighbors to the north might be willing to turn a blind eye to an intrusion. Why not? Considering that Numa found a very profitable oil site off Baffin Island for them several years ago. I figure they won't mind if we take a canoe, trip around Convicts and photograph the scenery. Is that what you think? Pitt looked at the admiral like a kid expecting a free ticket to the circus. I may have overstated my case slightly, but yes, that's the way I see it. Sandecker puffed meditatively on his cigar. All right, he finally sighed. Do your trespassing, but just remember, if you get caught by Dorset's security people, don't bother to call home, because nobody will answer the phone. A Rolls-Royce sedan rolled soundlessly to a stop beside an ancient aircraft hangar that stood in a weed-grown field on the far perimeter of Washington's International Airport, like an elegant dowager slumming on the wrong side of the tracks. The stately old car seemed out of place on a deserted dirt road during the night. The only illumination came from the dim yellow glow of a weathered streetlight that failed dismally at reflecting the silver and green metallic paint of the car. The Rolls was a model known as the Silver Dawn. The chassis came out of the factory in 1955 and was fitted with a custom body by the coach builders, Hoopers and Company. The front fenders tapered gracefully into the body at the rear until the skirted wheels and sides were perfectly smooth. The engine was a straight 6 with overhead valves, which carried the car over the roads as quietly as the ticking of an electric clock. Speed with a Rolls-Royce was never a factor. When questioned about horsepower, the factory merely stated that it was adequate. St. Julian Perlmutter's chauffeur, a taciturn character by the name of Hugo Mulholland, pulled on the emergency brake, switched off the ignition and turned to his employer, who filled most of the rear seat. I have never been comfortable driving you here, he said in a hollow bass voice that went with his bloodhound eyes. He stared at the rusting corrugated roof and walls that hadn't seen paint in 40 years. I can't see why anyone would want to live in such a disreputable shack. Perlmutter weighed a solid 181 kilograms. Strangely, none of his body possessed more than a hint of flab. He was remarkably solid for a huge man. He held up the gold knob of a hollow cane that doubled as a brandy flask and rapped it on the walnut table that lowered from the rear of the front seat. That disreputable shack, as you call it, happens to house a collection of antique automobiles and aircraft worth millions of dollars. The chances of being set upon by bandits are unlikely. They don't usually roam around airfields in the dead of night, and there are enough security systems to guard a Manhattan bank. Perlmutter paused to point his cane out the window at a tiny red light that was barely visible. Even as we speak, we're being monitored by a video camera. Mulholland sighed, stepped around the car, and opened the door for Perlmutter. Shall I wait? No, I'm having dinner here. Enjoy yourself for a few hours, then return and pick me up at 11:30. Mulholland helped Perlmutter from the car and escorted him to the entry door of the hangar. The door was stained and layered with dust. The camouflage was well conceived. Anyone who happened to pass the run-down-appearing hangar would assume it was simply a deserted building scheduled for demolition. Perlmutter rapped on the door with his cane. After a few seconds, there was an audible click, and the door opened as if pulled by a ghostly hand. "Enjoy your dinner," said Mulholland as he slid a cylindrical package under Perlmutter's arm and held up the handle of a briefcase for him to grasp. Then he turned and walked back to the rolls. Perlmutter stepped into another world. Instead of dust, grime, and cobwebs, he was in a brilliantly lit, brightly decorated and spotless atmosphere of gleaming paint and chrome. Nearly 4 dozen classic automobiles, 2 aircraft, and a turn-of-the-century railroad car sat in restored splendor on a highly polished concrete floor. The door closed silently behind him as he walked through the incredible display of exotic machinery. Pitt stood on a balcony that extended from an apartment and which ran across one end of the hangar a good 10 meters above the concrete floor. He gestured at the cylindrical package under Perlmutter's arm. "Beware of Greeks bearing gifts," he said, smiling. Perlmutter looked up and gave him a scowl. "I am not Greek, and this happens to be a bottle of French Dom Perignon champagne," he said, holding up the package. "Vintage 1983 to celebrate your return to civilization. I would imagine it's superior to anything in your cellar." Pitt laughed. "All right, we'll test it against my Albuquerque, New Mexico, Gruet Brut non-vintage sparkling wine." "You can't be serious. Albuquerque? Gruet?" "They beat out the best of the California sparkling wines in competition. All this talk about wine is making my stomach growl. Send down your lift." Pitt sent down an antique freight elevator with ornate wrought iron screens around it. As soon as it jangled to a stop, Perlmutter stepped in. "Will this thing take my way? I installed it myself to bring up the furniture, but this will be a true load capacity test." "That's a comforting thought," muttered Perlmutter as the elevator easily carried him up to Pitt's apartment. At the landing, they greeted each other like the old friends they were. "Good to see you, Julien. Always happy to dine with my 10th son." It was one of Perlmutter's running jokes. He was an old confirmed bachelor, and Pitt was the only son of Senator George Pitt of California. "There are 9 others just like me?" Pitt asked, feigning surprise. Perlmutter patted his massive stomach. "Before this got in the way, you'd be amazed how many damsels succumbed to my suave manners and honeyed tongue." He paused to sniff the air. "Is that herring I smell?" Pitt nodded. "You're eating basic German farmhand fare tonight. Corned beef hash with salt herring and steamed spiced sauerkraut preceded by lentil soup with pork liver sausage. I should have brought Munich beer instead of champagne." "Be adventuresome," said Pitt. "Why follow the rules?" "You're absolutely right," said Perlmutter. "Sounds wonderful. You'll make some woman a happy wife with your masterful cooking. I'm afraid a love of cooking won't make up for all my failings. Speaking of lovely ladies, what do you hear from Congresswoman Smith?" "Lauren is back in Colorado, campaigning to keep her seat in Congress," explained Pitt. "I haven't seen her in nearly 2 months." "Enough of this idle talk," said Perlmutter impatiently. "Let's open the bottle of champagne and get to work." Pitt provided an ice bucket, and they went through the Dom Perignon before the main entree and finished the meal with the Gruet Brut during dessert. Perlmutter was mightily impressed with the sparkling wine from New Mexico. "This is quite good, dry and crisp," he said slyly. "Where can I buy a case? If it was only quite good, you wouldn't be interested in obtaining a case," said Pitt, grinning. "You're an old charlatan." Perlmutter shrugged. "I never could fool you." As soon as Pitt cleared the dishes, Perlmutter moved into the living room, opened his briefcase, and laid a thick sheaf of papers on the coffee table. When Pitt joined him, he was glancing at the pages, checking his notations. Pitt settled in a leather sofa beneath staggered shelves that held a small fleet of ship models, replicas of ships that Pitt had discovered over the years. "So what have you got on the renowned Dorset family? Would you believe this represents a shallow scratch on the surface?" Perlmutter replied, holding up the thick volume of over 1,000 pages. "From what I've researched, the Dorset history reads like a dynasty out of an epic novel. What about the current head of the family, Arthur Dorset? Extremely reclusive, rarely surfaces in public, obstinate, prejudiced, and thoroughly unscrupulous, universally disliked by all who remotely come in contact with him." "But filthy rich," said Pitt. "Disgustingly so," replied Perlmutter with the expression of a man who just ate a spider. "Dorset Consolidated Mining Limited and the House of Dorset chain of retail stores are wholly owned by the family. No stockholders, shareholders, or partners. They also control a sister company called Pacific Gladiator that concentrates on the mining of colored gemstones." "How did he get his start?" "For that story, we have to go back 144 years. Perlmutter held out his glass, and Pitt filled it. "We begin with an epic of the sea that was recorded by the captain of a clipper ship and published by his daughter after he died, during a voyage in January of 1856 while he was transporting convicts, a number of them women, to the Australian penal colony at Botany Bay, an inlet south of the present city of Sydney. His ship ran afoul of a violent typhoon while beating north through the Tasman Sea. The ship was called the Gladiator, and she was skippered by one of the most famous clipper captains of the era, Charles Bully Skaggs." "Iron men and wooden ships," murmured Pitt. "They were that," agreed Perlmutter. "Anyway, Skaggs and his crew must have labored like demons to save the ship from one of the worst storms of the century. But when the winds died and seas calmed, Gladiator was little more than a derelict. Her masts were swept over the side, her superstructure was destroyed, and her hull was taking on water. The ship's boats were gone or smashed, and Captain Skaggs knew his ship had only hours to live. So he issued orders for the crew and any convicts handy as carpenters to dismantle what was left of the ship and build a raft. "Probably the only option open to him," Pitt commented. "2 of the convicts were Arthur Dorset's ancestors." Perlmutter continued. "His great-great-grandfather was Jess Dorset, a convicted highwayman, and his great-great-grandmother was Betsy Fletcher, who was given a 20-year sentence to the penal colony for stealing a blanket." Pitt contemplated the bubbles in his glass. Crime certainly didn't pay in those days. Most Americans don't realize that our own colonies were also a dumping ground for England's criminals until the Revolutionary War. Many families would be surprised to learn their ancestors landed on our shores as convicted criminals. "Were the ship's survivors rescued from the raft?" asked Pitt. Perlmutter shook his head. The next 15 days became a saga of horror and death. Storms, thirst, and starvation, and a mad slaughter between the sailors. A few soldiers and the convicts decimated the people clinging to the raft. When it finally drifted onto the reef of an uncharted island and went to pieces, legend has it the survivors were saved from a great white shark by a sea serpent while swimming to shore, which explains the Dorset hallmark. It came from the hallucinations of near-dead people. I wouldn't be surprised. Only 8 of the original 231 poor souls who left the ship staggered onto a beach, 6 men and 2 women more dead than alive. Pitt looked at Perlmutter. That's 223 lost, a staggering figure. Of the 8, Perlmutter went on, a seaman and a convict were later killed after fighting over the women. A replay of the mutiny on the Bounty. Not quite. 2 years later, Captain Skaggs and his remaining seamen, luckily for him the Gladiator's carpenter, built a boat out of the remains of a French naval sloop that was driven on the rocks by a storm with the loss of all hands. Leaving the convicts behind on the island, they sailed across the Tasman Sea to Australia. Skaggs deserted Dorset and Fletcher for a very good reason. The enchantment of living on a beautiful island was preferred to the hell of the prison camps at Botany Bay. And because Skaggs felt he owed his life to Dorset, he told the penal colony authorities that all the convicts had died on the raft, so the survivors could be left in peace. So they built a new life and multiplied. Exactly, said Perlmutter. Jess and Betsy were married by Skaggs and had 2 boys, while the other 2 convicts produced a girl. In time, they built a little family community and began trading food supplies to whaling ships that began making Gladiator Island, as it later became known, a regular stopover during their long voyages. What became of Skaggs? Asked Pitt. He returned to the sea as master of a new clipper ship owned by a shipping company called Carlisle and Dunhill. After several more voyages to the Pacific, he retired and eventually died 20 years later, in 1876. Where do diamonds enter the picture? Patience, said Perlmutter like a school teacher. A little background to better understand the story. To begin with, diamonds, though instigating more crime, corruption, and romance than any other of the Earth's minerals, are merely crystallized carbon. Chemically, they're sister to graphite and coal. Diamonds are thought to have been formed as long ago as 3 billion years, anywhere from 120 to 200 kilometers deep in the Earth's upper mantle. Under incredible heat and pressure, pure carbon along with gases and liquid rock forced their way toward the surface through volcanic shafts, commonly referred to as pipes. As this blend exploded upward, the carbon cooled and crystallized into extremely hard and transparent stones. Diamonds are one of the few materials to touch the Earth's surface from remote depths. Pitt stared at the floor, trying to picture nature's diamond-making process in his mind. I assume a cross-section of the ground would show a trail of diamonds swirling upward to surface in a circular shaft that widens at the surface like a raised funnel, or a carrot, said Perlmutter. Unlike pure lava, which raised high, peaked, volcanoes when it reached the surface, the mix of diamonds and liquid rock, known as kimberlite pipes after the South African city of Kimberley, cooled rapidly and hardened into large mounds. Some were worn down by natural erosion, spreading the diamonds into what are known as alluvial deposits. Some eroded pipes even formed lakes. The largest mass of crystallized stones, however, remained in the underground pipes or chutes. Let me guess. The Dorsets found one of these diamond-laden pipes on their island. You keep getting ahead of me, Perlmutter muttered irritably. Sorry, Pitt said placatingly. The shipwrecked convicts unknowingly found not 1, but 2 phenomenally rich pipes in volcanic mounds on opposite ends of Gladiator Island. The stones they found, which were freed from the rock by centuries of rain and wind, simply appeared to be pretty things. as Betsy Fletcher referred to them in a letter to Skaggs. Actually, uncut and unpolished diamonds are dull-looking stones with almost no sparkle. They often feel and look like an oddly shaped bar of soap. It was not until 1866, after the American Civil War, that a U.S. Navy vessel on an exploratory voyage to find possible sites for deep-water ports throughout the South Pacific stopped at the island to take on water. On board was a geologist. He happened to see the Dorset children playing a game with stones on the beach and became curious. He examined one of the stones and was amazed as he identified it as a diamond of at least 20 carats. When the geologist questioned Jess Dorset as to where the stone came from, the cagey old highwayman told him he brought it with him from England. And that timely little event launched Dorset Consolidated Mining. "Not immediately," said Perlmutter. "After Jess died, Betsy sent her 2 boys, Jess Jr. and Charles, no doubt named after Skaggs, and the daughter of the other 2 convicts, Mary Winkleman, to England to be educated. She wrote Skaggs for his help and included a pouch of uncut diamonds to pay for this undertaking, which the captain turned over to his friend and former employer, Abner Carlyle, acting on behalf of Skaggs, who was on his deathbed. Carlyle had the diamonds faceted and polished, later selling them on the London Exchange for nearly £1 million, or about $7 million in the currency of the time. A tidy sum for college tuition for those days, Pitt said consideringly. The kids must have had a ball. Perlmutter shook his head. You're wrong this time. They lived frugally at Cambridge. Mary attended a proper girls' school outside of London. She and Charles married soon after he took his degree, and they returned to the island, where they directed the mining operations in the dormant volcanoes. Jess Jr. remained in England and opened the House of Dorset, in partnership with a Jewish diamond merchant from Aberdeen by the name of Levi Strasser. The London end of the business, which dealt in the cutting and sale of diamonds, had luxurious showrooms for retail sales, elegant offices on the upper floors for larger wholesale trading, and a vast workshop in the basement, where the stones from Gladiator Island were cut and polished. The dynasty prospered, helped in no small measure by the fact that the diamonds that came out of the island pipes were a very rare violet rose color and of the highest quality. The mines have never played out? Not yet. The Dorsets have been very shrewd in holding back much of their production in cooperation with the cartel to hold up the price. "What about offspring?" asked Pitt. Charles and Mary had 1 boy, Anson. Jess Jr. never married. Anson was Arthur's grandfather? Pitt asked. Yes, he ran the company for over 40 years. He was probably the most decent and honest of the lot. Anson was satisfied to run and maintain a profitable little empire, never driven by greed like his descendants. He gave a great deal of money to charity. Any number of libraries and hospitals throughout Australia and New Zealand were founded by him. When Lai died in 1910, he left the company to a son, Henry, and a daughter, Mildred. She died young in a boating accident. She fell overboard during a cruise on the family yacht and was taken by sharks. Rumors circulated that she was murdered by Henry, but no investigations were made. Henry's money made sure of that. Under Henry, the family launched a reign of greed, jealousy, cruelty, and ravenous power that continues to this day. I recall reading an article about him in the Los Angeles Times, said Pitt. They compared Sir Henry Dorset to Sir Ernest Oppenheimer of De Beers. Neither was exactly what you'd call a saint. Oppenheimer climbed over a multitude of obstacles to build an empire that reaches out to every continent and has diversified holdings in automobiles, paper and explosives manufacture, breweries, as well as the mining of gold, uranium, platinum, and copper. De Beers' main strength, however, still lies with diamonds and the cartel that regulates the market from London to New York to Tokyo. Dorset Consolidated Mining, on the other hand, remained totally committed to diamonds, and except for holdings in a number of colored gemstone mines, rubies in Burma, emeralds in Colombia, sapphires from Ceylon, the family never really diversified into other investments. All profits were plowed back into the corporation. Where did the name De Beers come from? De Beers was the South African farmer who unknowing sold his diamond-laden land for a few $1,000s to Cecil Rhodes, who excavated a fortune and launched the cartel. Did Henry Dorset join Oppenheimer and the De Beers cartel? Asked Pitt. Although he participated in market price controls, Henry became the only large mine owner to sell independently. While 85% of the world's production went through the De Beers-controlled central selling organization to brokers and dealers, Dorset bypassed the main diamond exchanges in London, Antwerp, Tel Aviv, and New York, so he could market a limited production of fine stones direct to the public through the House of Dorset, which now numbers almost 500 stores. De Beers did not fight him. Perlmutter shook his head. Oppenheimer formed the cartel to ensure a stable market and high prices for diamonds. Sir Ernest did not see Dorset as a threat so long as the Australian didn't attempt to dump his supply of stones on the market. Dorset must have an army of craftsmen to support such an operation. Over 1,000 employees in 3 diamond-cutting facilities, 2 cleaving workshops, and 2 polishing departments. They also have an entire 30-story building in Sydney, Australia, that houses a host of artisans who create the House of Dorset's distinctive and creative jewelry. While most of the other brokers hire Jews to cut and facet their stones, Dorset hires mostly Chinese. Henry Dorset died sometime in the late 70s, didn't he? Perlmutter smiled. History repeated itself. At the age of 68, he fell off his yacht while in Monaco and drowned. It was whispered that Arthur got him drunk and shoved him into the bay. What's the story on Arthur? Perlmutter checked his file of papers, then peered over the lenses of his reading glasses. If the diamond-buying public ever had any inkling of the dirty operations Arthur Dorset has conducted over the past 30 years, they'd never buy another diamond till the day he dies. Not a nice man, I take it? Some men are two-faced. Arthur is at least 5-faced. Born on Gladiator Island in 1941, the only child of Henry and Charlotte Dorset, he was educated by his mother, never going to school on the mainland until the age of 18, when he entered the Colorado School of Mines in Golden, Colorado. He was a big man, towering half a head above his classmates, yet he took no interest in sports, preferring to probe around the old ghost mines that are scattered throughout the Rocky Mountains. After graduation with a degree as a mining engineer, he worked the De Beers diggings in South Africa for 5 years before returning home and taking over as superintendent of the family mines on the island. During his frequent trips to the Dorset headquarters building in Sydney, he met and married a lovely young girl, Irene Calvert, who was the daughter of a professor of biology at the University at Melbourne. She gave him 3 daughters, Maeve, Deirdre, and Boudica, 2 Celtic goddesses and a legendary British queen. A feminine triad. Maeve and Deirdre are 27 and 31 years of age. Boudica is 38. Tell me more of their mother, said Pitt. Little to tell. Irene died 15 years ago, again under mysterious circumstances. It wasn't until a year after she was buried on Gladiator Island that a Sydney newspaper reporter ferreted out the fact of her death. He ran an obituary on her before Arthur could bribe the managing editor to kill the piece. Otherwise, nobody would have known she was gone. Admiral Sandecker knows something of Arthur Dorset and says he's impossible to reach, said Pitt. Very true. He is never seen in public, never socializes, has no friends. His entire life revolves around the business. He even has a secret tunnel for entering and leaving the Sydney headquarters building without being seen. He has cut Gladiator Island off from the outside world completely. To his way of thinking, the less known about Dorset mining operations, the better. What about the company? He can't hide the dealings of a vast business forever. I beg to differ, said Perlmutter. A privately owned corporation can get away with murder. Even the governments they operate under have an impossible time trying to probe company assets for tax purposes. Arthur Dorset may be a reincarnation of Ebenezer Scrooge, but he's never hesitated to spend big money to buy loyalty. If he thinks it's beneficial to make a government official an instant millionaire in order to gain leverage and power, Dorset will go for it. Do his daughters work within the company? 2 of them are said to be employed by dear old Dad. The other one? Maeve, Pitt offered. All right. Maeve cut herself off from the family, put herself through university, and came out a marine zoologist. Something of her mother's father must have come through in her genes. And Deirdre and Boudica? The gossip mongers claim the 2 are devils incarnate, and worse than the old man. Deirdre is the Machiavelli of the family, a conniving schemer with larceny in her veins. Boudica is rumored to be quite ruthless, and as cold and hard as ice from the bottom of a glacier. Neither seems to have any interest in men or high living. A distant look reflected in Pitt's eyes. What is it about diamonds that gives them so much allure? Why do men and women kill for them? Why have nations and governments risen and fallen because of them? Besides their beauty after being cut and polished, diamonds have unique qualities. They happen to be the hardest known substance in the world. Rub one against silk, and it produces a positive electrostatic charge. Expose it to the setting sun, and it will later glow in the dark with an unearthly phosphorescence. No, my young friend, diamonds are more than a myth. They are the ultimate creator of illusions. Perlmutter paused and lifted the champagne bottle from the ice bucket. He poured the final few drops in his glass almost sadly. Then he held it up. Damn, it appears I've run dry. After he left the Numa building, Giordino signed out one of the agency's turquoise cars and drove to his recently purchased condominium in Alexandria along the Potomac River. His rooms were an interior decorator's nightmare. None of the furniture or decor matched. Nothing conformed to the basic rules of taste and style. His succession of girlfriends who moved in and moved out all left their mark, and none of their redecorating blended with the judgment of his next companion. Happily, he stayed close friends with every one of them. They enjoyed his company, but none would have married him on a bet. He wasn't a sloppy housekeeper, and he was a fair cook, but he was seldom at home. If he wasn't chasing around the world on undersea projects with Pitt, he was mounting expeditions to search for anything that was lost, be it ships, aircraft, or people. He loved to hunt for the missing. He could never sit around his living room watching TV in the evenings or read a book. Giordino's mind was constantly traveling, and his thoughts were rarely trained on the lady by his side, a condition that frustrated the gentler sex no end. He threw his dirty clothes in the washer and took a quick shower. Then he packed an overnight bag and drove to Dulles International, where he caught an early evening flight to Miami. Upon arrival, he rented a car, drove to the city's port area, and checked into a dockside motel. Next, he checked the yellow pages for marine architects, copying the names, addresses, and phone numbers of those who specialized in private motor yachts. Then he began to call. The first 4 who had already left for home responded with answering machines, but the 5th picked up the call. Giordino was not surprised. He had expected that one of them would be conscientiously working late, creating the construction plans for some rich man's floating home away from home. "Mr. Wes Wilbanks?" inquired Giordino. "Yes, this is Wes. What can I do for you this time of night?" The voice had a soft southern drawl. "My name is Albert Giordino. I'm with the National Underwater and Marine Agency. I need your help in identifying the manufacturer of a boat." "Is it docked here in Miami?" "No, sir. It could be anywhere in the world." "Sounds mysterious." "More than you know. I'll be in the office tomorrow at around 10. This is a matter of some urgency, Giordino said with quiet authority. Okay, I'll be wrapping up in about an hour. Why don't you drop by then? Do you have the address? Yes, but I'm a stranger to Miami. Will Banks gave Giordino directions. The architect's office was only a few blocks away, so Giordino grabbed a fast dinner at a small Cuban cafe and set off on foot, following the directions he'd received over the phone. The man who opened the door was in his early 30s, quite tall and dressed in shorts and a flowered shirt. Giordino's head barely came to Will Banks' shoulder, and he had to look up. The handsome face was framed by an abundance of fashionably slicked-back hair that was graying at the temples. He definitely had the look of someone who belonged to the yachting set. Giordino decided, "Mr. Giordino, Wes Wilbanks, I'm real pleased to meet you. Thank you for seeing me. Come on in. Would you like some coffee? Made this morning, but the chicory keeps it flavorful. Love some?" Wilbanks led him into an office with a hardwood floor, shelves covering one wall stacked with books on yacht and small boat design. The other wall was filled with half-hull models that Giordino assumed were built from Wilbanks's plans. The middle of the room contained a large antique drafting table. A desk with a computer sat nestled on a bench in front of a picture window overlooking the port. Giordino accepted a cup of coffee and laid the sketches from the second officer of the container ship Rio Grande on the drafting table. "I know this isn't much to go on, but I'm hoping you might point me toward the manufacturer." Wilbanks studied the drawings, tilting his head from side to side. After a solid minute, he rubbed his chin and peered over the sketch paper. At first glance, it looks like a basic design from any one of 100 boat builders, but I do believe whoever observed the boat and sketched it was fooled by the angle from which he viewed it. Actually, I believe there are 2 hulls, not one, mounting a futuristic pod that gives it a space-age look. I've always wanted to create something like this, but have yet to find a customer willing to stray very far from conventional designs. You sound like you're talking about a craft for flying to the moon. Not far from it. Wilbanks sat down at his computer and turned it on. "Let me show you with computer graphics what I mean." He rummaged through a drawer, retrieved a disk, and inserted it into his machine. "Here's a concept I created purely for fun and out of frustration at knowing I'll never get paid to build it." The image of a sleek sport cruiser without any sharp lines or edges filled the monitor. Gone was the traditional angular bow. The entire hull and pod that covered the cockpit were smooth and rounded. Nothing conservative about this craft. It looked like something from 50 years in the future. Giordino was impressed. Through the use of computer graphics, Wilbanks gave him a tour through the interior of the boat, focusing on the bold and unusual design of the appliances and furniture. This was truly imagination and innovation at work. "You visualize all this from a couple of rough drawings?" Giordino asked in awe. "Hold on and you'll see," said Wilbanks. He ran the sketches through an electronic scanner that transferred the images to his computer monitor. Then he overlaid the images with his own plans and compared them. Except for minor differences in design and dimensions, they were a very close match. "All in the eyes of the beholder," Giordino murmured. "I'm insanely envious that one of my peers got there first," Wilbanks said. "I'd have sold my kids for a contract to do this baby. Can you give me an idea as to the size and power source? Of mine or yours?" "The boat in the sketches," replied Giordino. "I should say the overall length is somewhere around 30 meters. The beam, just under 10 meters. As to power plants, if it were me, I would have specified a Mersa. Pair of Blitzen Seastorm turbo diesels, most likely bad 98s, which combined could produce more than 2,500 horsepower. Estimated cruising speed with these engines could easily push a boat this size through calm seas at 70 knots or more. Much more depending upon the efficiency of the twin hulls. Who has the facilities to build such a boat?" Wilbanks leaned back and thought a moment. A boat of this size and configuration calls for pretty radical fiberglass forming. Glasstec boats in San Diego could do the job, as could Heinkelmann Specialty Boat Builders in Kiel, Germany. What about the Japanese? They're not players in the yacht industry. Hong Kong has a number of small boatyards, but they primarily build in wood. Most fiberglass boat builders stick to tried and proven concepts. Then in your judgment, it's either Glasstec or Heinkelmann, said Giordino. Those are the two I'd call in to bid on my design, Wilbanks assured him. What about the architect? I can think of at least 20 off the top of my head who specialize in radical design. Giordino smiled. I was lucky in stumbling onto number 21. Where are you staying? The Seaside Motel. Numa doesn't exactly splurge with their expense accounts, do they? You should meet my boss, Admiral James Sandecker. He and Shylock were bosom buddies. Wilbanks laughed. Tell you what, drop back by my office about 10 in the morning. I should have something for you. I'm grateful for your help. Giordino shook Wilbanks's hand, then took a long walk along the waterfront before returning to his motel room, where he read a mystery novel before finally falling asleep. At 10 o'clock on the nose, Giordino entered Wilbanks's studio. The boat architect was studying a set of plans. He held them up and grinned. After you left last night, he said, I refined the sketches you gave me and ran off scaled plans. Then I reduced the size and faxed them to San Diego and Germany. Because of the difference in time, Heinkelmann had responded before I came in this morning. Glasstec replied to my inquiry only 20 minutes before you walked in. Were they familiar with the boat in question? Degg asked Giordino impatiently. Bad news on that end, I'm afraid, Wilbanks said deadpan. Neither designed or built your boat. Then it's back to square one. Not really. The good news is that one of Heinkelmann's engineers saw and studied your boat when it was moored in Monaco about 9 months ago. He reports the manufacturer was a French firm, a new one in the industry I wasn't aware of. Jusseron Marine out of Cherbourg. Then we can fax them a set of your plans, said Giordino. His hopes on the rise again. No need. Wilbanks waved him off. Though the subject never came up, I assumed your real reason for tracing the boat manufacturer was to learn the identity of the owner. I have no reason to deny it. The Heinkelmann engineer who spotted the boat in Monaco was also kind enough to include the owner's name in the fax. He mentioned that he inquired only after he noticed that the crew looked more like a band of mafia toughs than polished seamen maintaining and sailing a luxury yacht. Mafia toughsy. He claimed they all packed guns. The name of the owner? A woman, a wealthy Australian. Her family made 2 fortunes in diamond mining. Her name is Boudica Dorset. While Pitt was on a flight to Ottawa, Canada, Giordino called his plane and briefed him on the mystery yacht. There is no doubt, asked Pitt. Not in my book, replied Giordino. It's almost a dead certainty the boat that fled the death scene belongs to the Dorset family. The plot thickens. You might also be interested in learning that the Admiral asked the Navy to conduct a satellite search of the central and eastern belt of the Pacific Ocean. The yacht was discovered and tracked. It made a brief layover in Hawaii and then continued on toward your goal, Kung-Hit Island. Then I can kill 2 stones with 1 bird. You're just full of pathetic cliches this morning. What does the yacht look like? Unlike any boat you've ever seen before, strictly a space-age design. I'll keep an eye out for it, Pitt promised. I know it's a waste of breath saying this, Giordino said cynically, but stay out of trouble. I'll wire if I need money, Pitt laughed as he hung up, thankful that he had a caring friend like Albert Cassius Giordino. After landing and renting a car, Pitt took the bridge across the Rideau River into Ottawa, the Canadian capital city. The weather was colder than the inside of a refrigerator, and the landscape appeared ugly and barren without leaves on the trees. The only havens of color that sprang from a thick sheet of snow covering the ground were scattered stands of green pines. He glanced over the railing at the river below, the river which ran into the Ottawa River and thence to the mighty St. Lawrence, was flowing under a coating of ice. Canada was an incredibly beautiful country, thought Pitt, but its harsh winters should be sent far to the north, never to return. As he drove across the bridge over the Ottawa River and into the small city of Hull, he glanced at his map and memorized the streets leading to a group of 3 upscale buildings that housed several government offices. The one he was looking for was Environment Canada, a department of the government that corresponded to the USNS, Environmental Protection Agency, in Washington. A security guard at a gatehouse gave him directions and waved him through. Pitt slipped the car into a slot in the visitors' parking lot and entered the building. A quick glance at the building directory, and he was into the elevator and on his way up to Environment Canada's offices. A receptionist nearing retirement looked up and forced a thin smile. "May I help you?" "My name is Pitt. I have an appointment with Mr. Edward Posey." "One moment." She dialed a number, announced his arrival, and then nodded. "Please take the hallway down to the doorway at the end." Pitt thanked her and did as he was told. A pretty red-haired secretary met him at the door and ushered him into Posey's office. A short man with glasses and a beard rose from his chair, leaned over the desk, and pressed Pitt's extended hand. "A pleasure to see you again, Dirk. How long has it been?" 11 years ago, during the spring of 1989. "Yes, the Doodlebug Project. We met at the conference when you gave a report on your discovery of the oil field near Baffin Island." "I need a favor, Ed." Posey nodded to a chair. Sit down. What exactly can I do for you?" "I'd like your permission to investigate the mining activities being conducted at Convicts Island." "You talking about Dorset Consolidated's operations?" Pitt nodded. "The same. Numa has reason to believe their excavating technology is having a devastating effect on sea life as far away as the Antarctic." Posey gave him a thoughtful look. "This have anything to do with that Australian cruise ship and its dead passengers?" "Any connection is purely circumstantial at this date." "But you have your suspicions?" Posey inquired. "We do. Natural Resources Canada is who you should talk to." "I don't think so. If your government operates anything like mine, it would take an act of Parliament to allow an investigation onto land that is legally leased by a mining company. Even then, Arthur Dorset is too powerful to allow that to happen." "It would seem you've crawled into a pipe with no outlet," said Posey. "There is a way out," Pitt said, smiling, "providing you cooperate." Posey looked uneasy. "I can't authorize you to snoop around Dorset's diamond mine. Certainly not without hard evidence of unlawful damage to the environment." "Maybe, but you can hire my services to check out the spawning habits of cauliflower-nosed salmon." "Spawning season is almost over. Besides, I've never heard of a cauliflower-nosed salmon." "Neither have I." "You'll never fool security at the mine. Dorset hires the best in the business, British ex-commandos and American Special Forces veterans. I don't have to climb the fence onto mining property," explained Pitt. "I can find all I require with instruments while sailing around the inlets of Convicts Island." "In a survey boat?" "I was thinking of a canoe, local color and all." "Forget the canoe. The waters around Convicts are treacherous. The waves roll in out of the Pacific and pound the rocky shores like you wouldn't believe." "You make it sound unsafe." "If the sea doesn't get you," Posey said seriously, "Dorset's goon squad will." "So I'll use a bigger boat and carry a harpoon," Pitt said cynically. "Why don't you simply go on the property with a bona fide team of Canadian environmental engineers and blow the whistle on any shady operations?" Pitt shook his head. "A waste of time. Dorset's foreman would only close down the mine until they left. Better to investigate when their guard isn't up." Posey stared past Pitt out the window for several seconds. Then he shrugged. "Okay, I'll arrange for you to work under contract with Environment Canada to investigate the kelp forest around Convicts Island. You're to study any possible damage to the kelp from chemicals running into the sea from the mining operations. How does that sound? Thank you, Pitt said sincerely. How much do I get paid? Posey picked up on the joke. Sorry, you're not in the budget, but I might be persuaded to buy you a hamburger at the nearest fast food joint. Done. One more thing. Are you going it alone? One does not look as suspicious as two. Not in this case, said Posey grimly. I strongly advise you take along one of the local Indians as a guide. That will give you more of an official look. Environment Canada works closely with the tribes to prevent pollution and save forested land. A researcher and a local fisherman working on a project for the government should dilute any doubts by Dorset security. Do you have a name in mind? Asked Pitt. Mason Broadmoor, a very resourceful guy. I've hired him before on a number of environmental projects. An Indian with the name of Mason Broadmoor? He's a member of the Haida who live on the Queen Charlotte Islands of British Columbia. Most of them took British names generations ago. They're excellent fishermen and are familiar with the waters around Convicts Island. Is Broadmoor a fisherman? Not really, but he's very creative. Creative at what? Posey hesitated for a few moments, straightened some papers on his desk, and then stared at Pitt rather sheepishly. Mason Broadmoor, he said finally, carves totem poles. Arthur Dorset stepped out of the private elevator to his penthouse suite, as he did every morning at precisely 7 o'clock, like a bull charging into the ring at Seville, huge, menacing, invincible. He was a giant of a man, brawny shoulders brushing the sides of the door frame as he ducked under the lintel. He had the hairy, muscular build of a professional wrestler. Coarse and wiry sandy hair swirled about his head like a thicket of brambles. His skin was rough and tanned by long days in the sun, working in the open mines, driving his miners for higher production, and he could still fill a muck bucket with the best of them. A huge mustache curled downward past the corners of lips that were constantly stretched open like a moray eel's, revealing teeth yellowed from long years of pipe smoking. He radiated contempt and supreme arrogance. Arthur Dorset was an empire unto himself who followed no laws but his own. Dorset shunned the limelight, a difficult feat with his incredible wealth and the $400 million jewelry trade building he built in Sydney, paid for without bank loans, out of his own coffers. The Trump Towers-like building housed the offices of diamond brokers, traders and merchants, cutting and faceting laboratories, and a polishing factory, known as a major player among diamond producers. Arthur Dorset also played a highly secret role behind the scenes of the colored gemstone market. He strode into the large anteroom, past 4 secretaries without acknowledging their presence, into an office that was located in the center of the building, with no windows to allow a magnificent panoramic view of modern Sydney sprawling outward from its harbor. Too many men who had been crossed in business deals with Dorset gladly would have hired a sniper to take him out. He entered through a steel door into an office that was plain, even Spartan, with walls 2 meters thick. The entire room was one gigantic vault, where Dorset directed the family mining ventures, and where he had collected and now displayed the largest and most opulent stones dug from his mines and faceted by his cutting workshops. Hundreds of incredibly beautiful stones were laid out on black velvet in glass cases. It was estimated this one room alone held diamonds worth close to $1.2 billion. Dorset didn't need a millimeter gauge to measure stones and a diamond scale to weigh them, nor a loupe to detect the flaws or dark spots of carbon within. There was no more practiced eye in the business. Of all the incredible diamonds arrayed for his personal satisfaction, he always came and stared down at the largest, most precious, and perhaps the most highly prized gem in the world. It was D-grade flawless, with tremendous luster, perfect transparency, strong refraction, and a fiery dispersion of light. An overhead light beam excited a burst of radiant fire in an eye-dazzling display of the stone's violet rose color. Discovered by a Chinese worker at the Gladiator mine in 1908, it was the largest diamond ever found on the island, originally weighing in at 11 carats when a rough cutting reduced it to 620. The stone was double rose-cut in 98 facets to bring out its brilliance. If any diamond ignited the imagination with thoughts of romance and adventure, it was the Dorset Rose, as Arthur had modestly named it. The value was inestimable. Few even knew of its existence. Dorset well knew there were a good 50 men somewhere around the world who would dearly love to murder him in order to gain ownership of the stone. Reluctantly, he turned away and sat down behind his desk, a huge monstrosity built of polished lava rock with mahogany drawers. He pressed a button on a console that alerted his head secretary that he was now in his office. She came back over the intercom almost immediately. "Your daughters have been waiting nearly an hour, indifferent." Dorset replied with a voice that was as hard as the diamonds in the room. "Send the little darlings in." Then he sat back to watch the parade, never failing to enjoy the physical and personal differences of his daughters. Boudica, a statuesque giantess, strode through the doorway with the self-assurance of a tigress entering an unarmed village. She was dressed in a ribbed knit cardigan with matching sleeveless tunic and truffle and parchment-striped pants stuffed inside a pair of calfskin riding boots. Far taller than her sisters, she towered over all but a very few men. Staring up at her Amazon beauty never failed to inspire expressions of awe. Only slightly shorter than her father, she had his black eyes, but more ominous and veiled than fierce. She wore no makeup, and a flood of reddish blonde hair fell to her hips, loose and flowing. Her body was not given to fat, but well proportioned. Her expression was half contemptuous, half evil. She easily dominated anyone in her presence except, of course, her father. Dorset saw Boudica as a son he had lost. Over the years, he had begrudgingly accepted her secret lifestyle, because all that truly mattered to him was that Boudica was as strong-willed and unyielding as he was. Deirdre seemed to float into the room, poised and nonchalant, fashionable in a simple but elegant claret-wool double-breasted coat dress, undeniably glamorous. She was not a woman who invented herself. She knew exactly what she was capable of doing. There was no pretense about her. Delicate facial features and supple body aside, she had definite underlying masculine qualities. She and Boudica dutifully sat down in 2 of 3 chairs placed in front of Dorset's desk. Maeve followed her sisters, moving as gracefully as pond reeds in a light breeze, and wearing an indigo plaid wool zip-front shirt with matching skirt over a white ribbed turtleneck. Her long blonde hair was soft and glowing, her skin flushed red and her blue eyes blazing with anger. She moved in a straight line between her seated sisters, chin up firmly, staring deeply into her father's eyes, which reflected intrigue and corruption. "I want my boys," she snapped. It was not a plea but a demand. "Sit down, girl," her father ordered, picking up a briar pipe and pointing it like a gun. "No," she shouted. "You abducted my sons, and I want them back, or by God I'll turn you and these 2 conniving bitches over to the police, but not before I've exposed you all to the news media." He looked at her steadily, calmly appraising her defiance. Then he called his secretary over the intercom. "Will you please connect me with Jack Ferguson?" He smiled at Maeve. "You remember Jack, don't you? That sadistic ape you call your superintendent of mines? What about him?" "I thought you'd like to know. He's babysitting the twins." The anger fled from Maeve's face and was replaced with alarm. Not Ferguson. A little discipline never hurt growing boys. She started to say something, but the intercom buzzed and Dorset held up his hand for silence. He spoke through a speakerphone on his desk. "Jack, you there? There was the sound of heavy equipment in the background as Ferguson replied over his portable phone. "I'm here. Are the boys nearby?" "Yes, sir. I've got them loading muck that's spilled from the cars. I'd like you to arrange an accident." "No!" Maeve screamed. "My God, they're only 6 years old. You can't murder your own grandchildren." She was horrified to see that Deirdre had an expression of complete indifference on her face, while Boudica wore a look as cold as a granite tomb. "I don't consider those bastards my grandchildren," Dorset roared back. Maeve was overcome with sickening fear. It was a battle she could not win. Her sons were in deadly danger, and she saw clearly that her only hope of saving them was to submit to her father's will. She was achingly aware of her helplessness. Somehow she had to stall for time until she devised a plan to save her boys. Nothing else mattered. If only she had gotten her plight across to the man from Numa. He might have thought of a way to help her, but he was thousands of kilometers away. She sagged into an empty chair, beaten but still defiant, her emotions in upheaval. "What do you want from me?" Her father relaxed and pushed a button on the phone, ending the call. The deep creases that ran from the corners of his eyes widened. "I should have beaten you when you were young." "You did, Daddy dear," she said, remembering, "many times." "Enough sentiment," he growled. "I want you to return to the United States and work with their National Underwater and Marine Agency. Watch them carefully. Observe their methods in attempting to discover the cause of the unexplained deaths. If they begin to get close to an answer, do what you can to stall them, sabotage or murder, whatever it takes. Fail me and those dirty little urchins you whelped in the gutter will surely die. Do well, and they'll live in wealth." "You're mad," she gasped, stunned at what she'd heard. "You'd murder your own flesh and blood as if it meant nothing." "Oh, but you're very wrong, dear sister," Boudica interrupted. $20 billion is far more than nothing." "What insane scheme have you hatched?" asked Maeve. "If you hadn't run away from us, you'd know," said Deirdre nastily. "Daddy is going to collapse the world diamond market," revealed Boudica as unruffled as if she were describing a new pair of shoes. Maeve stared at him. "That's impossible. De Beers and the rest of the cartel will never permit a drastic fall in the price of diamonds." Dorset seemed to bulk even larger behind his desk. "Despite their usual manipulation of the laws of supply and demand, in another 30 days the collapse will be a reality, when a tidal wave of stones hits the market at prices any child can afford from his or her allowance. Even you can't dictate the diamond market." "You're dead wrong, daughter," said Dorset smugly. "The overhyped prices on diamonds have traditionally depended on manufactured scarcity. To exploit the myth of diamond rarity, De Beers has propped up the values by buying into new mines in Canada, Australia, Africa, and then stockpiling the production. When Russia opened up their mines in Siberia and filled a 5-story warehouse with thousands of tons of stones, De Beers could hardly allow them to flood the market. So they worked out a deal together. De Beers makes billion-dollar trade loans to the new state of Russia and is paid back in diamonds, thus maintaining high prices in the best interests of the producers and dealers. Many are the mines the cartel has purchased, then closed to keep the supply down. The American pipe in the state of Arkansas is a case in point. If mined, it has every potential of becoming one of the world's leading producers of diamonds. Instead, De Beers bought the property and turned it over to the Park Service, which only allows tourists to dig around the surface for a small charge. They used the same methods with the owners of mining companies from Tanzania to Brazil, said Deirdre. You taught us well, Daddy. We're all familiar with the behind-the-scenes intrigues of the diamond cartel. I'm not, snapped Maeve at Dorset. I was never interested in the diamond trade. A pity you turned a deaf ear to Daddy's lecture, said Boudica. It would have been in your best interests to have been more attentive. What has all this to do with causing the market to fall? Asked Maeve. A collapse in prices would wipe out Dorset Consolidated Mining too. How could you possibly profit from such a disaster? Better you not know until after the event, Dorset said, clamping his stained teeth on the stem of the empty pipe. Unlike Boudica and Deirdre, you can't be trusted to keep silent. 30 days, that's your timetable? Dorset sat back, folded his huge hands across his chest, and nodded. I've had our mining crews working 3 shifts, 24 hours a day for the past 10 years. In another month, I will have accumulated a stockpile of over 2 billion worth of stones. With the worldwide economy flat, diamond sales to consumers have temporarily stagnated. All of the enormous sums the cartel has spent in advertising have failed to push sales. If my instincts are right, the market will reach bottom in 30 days before it rebounds. I intend to attack when it's down. What are you doing in the mines that causes death throughout the ocean? Demanded Maeve. About a year ago, my engineers developed a revolutionary excavator using high-energy pulsed ultrasound to carve through the blue clay that contains the major deposits of diamonds. Apparently, the subterranean rock under the islands we mine creates a resonance that channels into the surrounding water. Though a rare event, it occasionally converges with the resonance from our other mining operations near Siberia, Chile, and Canada. The energy intensifies to a level that can kill animals and humans. However unfortunate, I cannot allow these aberrant side effects to throw off my time schedule. Don't you understand? Pleaded Maeve. Don't you care about the sea life and hundreds of people your greed has killed? How many more must die before this madness is satisfied? Only after I have destroyed the diamond market will I stop, Dorset said coldly. He turned to Boudica. Where is the yacht? I sent it on to Kunghit Island after I debarked in Honolulu and flew home. My chief of security there has informed me that the Canadian Mounties are becoming suspicious. They've been flying over the island, taking photographs and asking questions of the nearby inhabitants. With your permission, I would like to rejoin the yacht. Your geophysicists are also predicting another convergence approximately 500 kilometers west of Seattle. I should be standing by to remove any possible wreckage to frustrate investigation by the American Coast Guard. Take the company jet and return as soon as possible. You know where the deaths will occur next? Maeve demanded in dismay. You must warn ships to stay out of the area. Not a practical idea, Boudica answered, letting the world in on our secret. Besides, Daddy's scientists can only give rough estimates for where and when the sound waves will strike. Maeve stared at her sister, her lips slowly tightening. You had a pretty good idea when you put Deirdre on the Polar Queen to save my life. Boudica laughed. Is that what you think? That's what she told me. I lied to keep you from informing the Numa people, said Deirdre. Sorry, sister dear. Father's engineers made a slight miscalculation in time. The acoustic plague was estimated to strike the ship 3 hours earlier. 3 hours earlier, Maeve murmured as the awful truth slowly dawned on her. I would have been on the ship, and you would have died with the others, said Deirdre as if disappointed. You meant for me to die, Maeve gasped, contempt and horror in her expression. Her father looked at her as if he were examining a stone he'd picked up at his mine. You turned your back on your sisters and me. To us, you no longer existed. You still don't. A strawberry red float plane with Chinook cargo carriers painted in white block letters on the side of the fuselage rocked gently in the water beside a refueling dock near the Shearwater Airport in British Columbia. A short, brown-haired man with an unsmiling face, dressed in an old-fashioned leather flight suit, was holding a gas nozzle in one of the wing tanks. He looked down and examines the man who walked casually along the dock, carrying backpack, and a large black case. He was dressed in jeans with a skier's down vest. A cowboy hat was set square on his head. When the stranger stopped beside the aircraft and looked up, the pilot nodded at the wide-brimmed hat. A Stetson? No, it was custom shade by Manny Gamage out of Austin, Texas. The stranger studied the float plane. It looked to have been built prior to 1970. A de Havilland, isn't she? The pilot nodded. De Havilland Beaver, one of the finest bush planes ever designed. An oldie but goodie. Canadian built in 1967. She'll lift over 4,000 kilograms off 100 meters of water. Revered as the workhorse of the North. Over 100 of them are still flying. Don't see big radial engines much anymore. You a friend of Ed Posey? The pilot asked abruptly. I am, answered Pitt without introducing himself. A bit breezy today. About 20 knots, I should judge. You a flyer? I have a few hours in the air. Malcolm Stokes. Dirk Pitt. I understand you want to fly to Blackwater Inlet. Pitt nodded. Ed Posey told me that's where I could find a totem carver by the name of Mason Broadmoor. I know Mason. His village sits at the lower end of Moresby Island, across the Houston-Stewart Channel from Kung Hit Island. How long a flight? An hour and a half across Hecate Strait. Should get you there in time for lunch. Sounds good, said Pitt. Stokes gestured at the black case. What you got in there? A trombone? A hydrophone? An instrument for measuring underwater sound? Without further discussion, Stokes capped the fuel tank and inserted the nozzle back into the gas pump as Pitt loaded his gear on board. After untying the mooring lines and pushing the plane away from the dock with one foot, Stokes made his way to the cockpit. Care to ride up front? He asked. Pitt smiled inwardly. He saw no passenger seats in the cargo section. Don't mind if I do. Pitt strapped himself into the co-pilot's seat as Stokes started and warmed up the big single radial engine and checked his gauges. Already the receding tide had carried the aircraft 3 meters from the dock. After a visual check of the channel for other boats or planes, Stokes eased the throttle forward and took off, banking the Beaver over Campbell Island and heading west. As they climbed, Pitt recalled the report Hiram Yeager had given him before leaving Washington. The Queen Charlotte Islands are made up of about 150 islands running parallel to the Canadian mainland, 160 kilometers to the east. The total area of the islands comes to 9,084 square kilometers. The population of 5,890 is made up mostly of Haida Indians, who invaded the islands in the 18th century. The Haida used the abundant red cedars to build huge dugout canoes and multi-family plank houses supported by massive portal poles, and to carve splendid totem poles as well as masks, boxes, and dishes. The economy is based on lumber and fishing, as well as the mining of copper, coal, and iron ore. In 1997, prospectors working for Dorset Consolidated Mining Limited found a kimberlite pipe on Kung Hit Island, the southernmost island in the Queen Charlotte chain. After drilling a test hole, 98 diamonds were found in one 52-kilogram sample. Although Kung Hit Island was part of the South Moresby National Park Reserve, the government allowed Dorset Consolidated to file a claim and lease the island. Dorset then launched an extensive excavation operation and closed off the island to all visitors and campers. It was estimated by New York brokers C. Durgo & Co. that the mine could bring out as much as $2 billion in diamonds. Pitt's thoughts were interrupted by Stokes. Now that we're away from prying eyes, how do I know you're Dirk Pitt with the National Underwater and Marine Agency? Do you have the authority to ask? Stokes took a leather case from his breast pocket and flipped it open. Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Criminal Intelligence Directorate. So I'm addressing Inspector Stokes. Yes, sir, that is correct. What would you like to see? Credit cards, driver's license, NUMA ID, a blood donor card. Just answer one question, said Stokes. Dealing with a shipwreck. I have my reasons for wanting to land. Reason 1. To allow the cameras encased in the floats to take close-up pictures during landing and takeoff. Somehow I have the impression they hate uninvited visitors. What makes you think we won't be stood against a privy and shot? Reason 2, said Stokes, brushing off Pitt's objections. My superiors are hoping for just such an event. Then they can come swooping in here and close the bastards down. Naturally. Reason 3. We have an undercover agent working in the mines. We're hoping he can pass me information while we're on the ground. We're just full of devious little plots, aren't we? Said Pitt. In a more serious vein, if worse comes to worst, I'll let Dorset's security people know I'm a Mountie before they offer us a cigarette and a blindfold. They're not so stupid as to risk invasion by a small army of law officers running about the place searching for the body of one of their finest. You did notify your team and superiors we'd be dropping in? Stokes looked hurt. Any disappearance is timed to make the evening newspapers. Not to worry. Dorset's mine executives abhor bad publicity. When exactly do we pull off this marvel of Royal Mounted Police planning? Stokes pointed down to the island again. I should begin my descent in about 5 minutes. Pitt could do little but sit back and enjoy the view. Below he could see the great volcanic cone with its central pipe of blue ground that contained the rough diamonds. What looked like a giant bridge of steel girders stretched over the open core, with a myriad of steel cables that raised and lowered the excavated debris. Once they reached the top, the buckets then moved horizontally like ski gondolas across the open pit to buildings where the diamonds were extracted from the tailing, which were then dumped onto a huge mound that enclosed the diggings. The mound also acted as an artificial barrier to discourage anyone from entering or leaving, a reality Pitt found obvious from the total absence of any entrances except one, a tunnel that opened to a road that led to a dock on a small bay. He knew from his map that the bay was called Rose Harbor. As he watched, a tug with an empty barge in tow was pulling away from the dock and heading toward the mainland. A series of prefabricated buildings grouped between the mound and the pit were apparently used for offices and living quarters for the miners. The enclosure, easily 2 kilometers in diameter, also accommodated the narrow airstrip with a hangar. The entire mining operation looked like a gigantic scar on the landscape from the air. That's one big pockmark, said Pitt. Without looking down, Stokes said, that pockmark, as you call it, is where dreams come from. Stokes leaned out his fuel mixture and starved his big 450 horsepower Pratt & Whitney R985 Wasp engine until it began to miss and backfire. Already, a voice was coming over the radio warning him away from the property, but he ignored it. I have a fuel blockage and must borrow your airstrip for an emergency landing. Sorry for the inconvenience, but it can't be helped. Then he switched off the radio. Don't you just hate dropping in unannounced? Said Pitt. Stokes was concentrating on landing the plane, with the engine coughing and barely turning over, and did not reply. He lowered a pair of small wheels through the forward center of the 2 large pontoons and lined up with the runway. A crosswind caught the plane, and Stokes overcompensated. Pitt tensed slightly as he observed that Stokes lacked full control. The Mountie was reasonably competent but hardly an expert pilot. The landing was rough, and he almost ground-looped. Before the plane rolled to a stop in front of the airstrip's hangar, it was surrounded by nearly 10 men in blue combat fatigues, holding Bushmaster customized M16 assault rifles with suppressors. A tall, gaunt man in his early 30s and wearing a combat helmet stepped up on one of the floats and opened the door. He entered the aircraft and made his way to the cockpit. Pitt noticed the guard rested his hand on a holstered 9mm automatic. This is private property, and you are trespassing, he said in a perfectly friendly voice. Sorry, said Stokes, but the fuel filter clogged. The second time this month. It's this damn stuff they're passing off as gas nowadays. How soon can you make repairs and be on your way? 20 minutes, no more. Please hurry, said the security official. You'll have to remain by your plane. May I borrow a bathroom? Pitt asked politely. The security guard studied him for a moment, then nodded. There's one in the hangar. One of my men will escort you. You don't know how grateful I am, Pitt said, as if in minor agony. He jumped out of the plane and set off toward the hangar, with a security guard close at his heels. Once inside the metal structure, he turned as if waiting expectantly for the guard to direct him to the door leading to the bathroom. It was a ploy. He'd already guessed the correct door, but it gave him a brief instant to glance at the aircraft resting on the hangar floor. A Gulfstream 5, the latest development in business jets, was an imposing aircraft. Unlike the earlier Learjet, so eagerly purchased and flown by the rich and famous, whose interior barely had enough room to turn around in, the GV was spacious, giving passengers plenty of elbow room and enough height for most tall men to stand up straight. Capable of cruising 924 kilometers per hour at an altitude of just under 11,000 meters, with a range of 6,300 nautical miles, the aircraft was powered by a pair of turbofan jets built by BMW and Rolls-Royce. Dorset spared no expense for his transportation fleet, thought Pitt. An aircraft like this cost upward of $33 million. Parked just in front of the main hangar door, menacing and sinister in dark blue-black paint, were a pair of squat-looking helicopters. Pitt recognized them as McDonnell Douglas 530 MD Defenders, a military aircraft designed for silent flying and high stability during abnormal maneuvers. A pair of 7.62 millimeter guns were mounted in pods under the fuselage. An array of tracking gears sprouted from the underside of the cockpit. These were scout models specially modified for tracking diamond smugglers or other unwelcome intruders on the ground. After he came out of the bathroom, he was motioned by the guard into an office. The man who sat at a desk was small, thin, fastidiously attired in a business suit, suave, cool, and completely satanic. He turned from a computer monitor and studied Pitt, his deep-set eyes gray and unreadable. Pitt found the man slimy and repellent. I am John Merchant, Chief of Security for this mine, he said with a distinctive Australian accent. May I see some identification, please? Silently, Pitt handed over his Numa ID and waited. Dirk Pitt. Merchant rolled the name on his tongue and repeated it. Dirk Pitt. Aren't you the chap who found an immense cache of Inca treasure in the Sonoran Desert a few years ago? I was only one member of the team. Why have you come to Konghit? Better you ask the pilot. He's the one who landed the plane on your precious mining property. I'm only a passenger along for the ride. Malcolm Stokes is an inspector with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. He's also a member of the Criminal Investigation Directorate. Merchant gestured toward his computer. One have an entire data file on him. It's you who are in question. You're very thorough, said Pitt. Taking into account your close contacts in the Canadian government, you probably already know I'm here to study the effects of chemical pollution on the local kelp and fish populations. Would you care to see my documents? I already have copies. Pitt was tempted to believe Merchant, but he knew Posey well enough to trust his confidence. He decided Merchant was lying. It was an old Gestapo ploy, to make the victim think the accuser knew all there was to know. Then why bother to inquire, to find if you are in the habit of inaccurate statements? Am I under suspicion for some hideous crime? Asked Pitt. My job is to apprehend smugglers of illicit diamonds before they traffic their stones to European and Middle Eastern clearinghouses. Because you came here uninvited, I have to consider your motives. Pitt observed the reflection of the guard in the windows of a glass cabinet. He was standing slightly behind Pitt, to his right, automatic weapon held across his chest. Since you know who I am and claim to have bona fide documentation for my purpose for coming to the Queen Charlotte Islands, you cannot seriously believe that I'm a diamond smuggler. Pitt rose to his feet. I've enjoyed the conversation, but I see no reason to hang around. I regret that you must be detained temporarily, Merchant said, brisk and businesslike. You have no authority. Because you are a trespasser on private property under false pretenses, I have every right to make a citizen's arrest. Not good, Pitt thought. If Merchant dug deeper and connected him to the Dorset sisters and the Polar Queen, then no lies, no matter how creative, could explain his presence here. What about Stokes? Since you claim you know he's a Mountie, why not turn me over to him? I prefer turning you over to his superiors, Merchant said almost cheerfully, but not before I can investigate this matter more thoroughly. Pitt didn't doubt now that he would not be allowed off the mining property alive. Is Stokes free to leave? The minute he finishes his unnecessary repairs to the aircraft, I enjoy observing his primitive attempts at surveillance. It goes without saying that he'll report my seizure. A foregone conclusion, said Merchant dryly. Outside the hangar came the popping sound of an aircraft engine firing up. Stokes was being forced to take off without his passenger. If he was going to act, Pitt figured that he had less than 30 seconds. He noted an ashtray on the desk with several cigarette butts and assumed Merchant smoked. He threw up his hands in a gesture of defeat. If I'm to be detained against my wishes, do you mind if I have a cigarette? Not at all, said Merchant, pushing the ashtray across the desk. I may even join you. Pitt had stopped smoking years before, but he made a slow movement as if to reach in the open breast pocket of his shirt. He doubled up his right hand into a fist and clasped it with his left. Then, in a lightning move, pulling with one arm and pushing with the other for extra strength, he jammed his right elbow into the security guard's stomach. There came an explosive gasp of agony as the guard doubled over. Merchant's reaction time was admirable. He pulled a small 9mm automatic from a belt holster and unsnapped the safety in one well-practiced motion. But before the muzzle of the gun could clear the desktop, he found himself staring down the barrel of the guard's automatic rifle, now cradled in Pitt's steady hands, lined up on Merchant's nose. The security chief felt as though he were staring through a tunnel with no light at the other end. Slowly, he placed his pistol on the desk. "This will do you no good," he said acidly. Pitt grabbed the automatic and dropped it in his coat pocket. "Sorry I can't stay for dinner, but I don't want to lose my ride." Then he was through the door and sprinting across the hangar floor. He threw the rifle in a trash receptacle, cleared the door, and slowed to a jog as he passed through the ring of guards. They stared at him suspiciously, but assumed their boss had allowed Pitt to leave. They made no move to stop him as Stokes opened the throttle and the float plane began moving down the runway. Pitt leaped onto a float, yanked open the door against the wash from the propeller, and threw himself inside the cargo bay. Stokes looked dumbfounded as Pitt slipped into the co-pilot's seat. "Good Lord, where did you come from?" "The traffic was heavy on the way to the airport," Pitt said, catching his breath. "They forced me to take off without you." "What happened to your undercover agent?" "He didn't show. Security around the plane was too tight. You won't be happy to learn that Dorset's security chief, a nasty little jerk called John Merchant, has you pegged as a snooping Mountie from the CID? "So much for my cover as a bush pilot," Stokes muttered as he pulled back on the control column. Pitt slid open the side window, stuck his head into the prop blast, and looked back. The security guards appeared to be wildly scurrying about like ants. Then he saw something else that caused a small knot in his stomach. "I think I made them mad. Could it be something you said?" Pitt pulled the side window closed. "Actually, I beat up a guard and stole the chief of security's sidearm. That would do it. They're coming after us in one of those armed helicopters." "I know the type," Stokes said uneasily. "They're a good 40 knots faster than this old bus. They'll overhaul us long before we can make it back to Shearwater." "They can't shoot us down in front of witnesses," said Pitt. How far to the nearest inhabited community on Moresby Island? Mason Broadmoor's village. It sits on Blackwater Inlet, about 60 kilometers north of here. If we get there first, I can make a water landing in the middle of the village fishing fleet. His adrenaline pumping. Pitt gazed at Stokes through eyes flashing with fire. Then go for it. Pitt and Stokes quickly became aware they were in a no-win situation from the very start. They had little choice but to take off toward the south before banking on a 180-degree turn for Moresby Island to the north. The McDonnell Douglas Defender helicopter, manned by Dorset's security men, had merely to lift vertically off the ground in front of the hangar, turn northward, and cut in behind the slower floatplane even before the chase shifted into first gear. The de Havilland Beaver's airspeed indicator read 160 knots, but Stokes felt as if he were flying a glider as they crossed the narrow channel separating the two islands. "Where are they?" he asked, without taking his eyes from a low range of cedar and pine-covered hills directly ahead, and the water only 100 meters below. "Half a kilometer back of our tail and closing fast," Pitt answered. "Just one?" "They probably decided knocking us down was a piece of cake and left the other chopper home. But for the extra weight and air drag of our floats, we might be on equal footing." "Do you carry any weapons in this antique?" asked Pitt. "Against regulations. A pity you didn't hide a shotgun in the floats, unlike your American peace officers, who think nothing of packing an arsenal. We're not keen to wave guns around unless there is a life-threatening situation." Pitt glanced at him incredulously. "What do you call this mess?" "An unforeseen difficulty," Stokes answered stoically. "Then all we have is the 9mm automatic I stole, against 2 heavy machine guns," said Pitt resignedly. "You know, I downed a chopper by throwing a life raft into its rotor blades a couple of years ago." Stokes turned and stared at Pitt, unable to believe the incredible calm. "Sorry, except for a pair of life vests. The cargo bay is bare. They're swinging around on our starboard side for a clear shot. When I give the word, drop the flaps and pull back the throttle. I'll never pull out if I stall her at this altitude. Coming down in treetops beats a bullet in the brain and crashing in flames." "I never thought of it quite like that," Stokes said grimly. Pitt watched intently as the blue-black helicopter pulled parallel to the floatplane and seemed to hang there, like a hovering falcon eyeing a pigeon. They were so close that Pitt could discern the expressions on the faces of the pilot and co-pilot. They were both smiling. Pitt opened his side window and held the automatic out of sight under the frame. "No warning over the radio?" said Stokes disbelievingly. "No demand we return to the mine?" "These guys play tough. They wouldn't dare kill a Mountie unless they've got orders from someone high up in Dorset Consolidated." "I can't believe they expect to get away with it." "They're sure as hell going to try," Pitt said quietly. His eyes locked on the gunner. "Get ready." He was not optimistic. Their only advantage, which was really no advantage at all, was that the 530 MD Defender was better suited for ground attack than air-to-air combat. Stokes held the control column between his knees as one hand embraced the flap levers and the other gripped the throttle. He found himself wondering why he placed so much trust in a man he had known less than 2 hours. The answer was simple. In all his years with the Mounties, he had seen few men who were in such absolute control of a seemingly hopeless situation. "Now!" Pitt shouted, raising and firing off the automatic in the same breath. Stokes rammed the flaps to the full-down position and slapped back the throttle. The old Beaver, without the power of its engine and held by the wind resistance against the big floats, slowed as abruptly as if it had entered a cloud of glue. At almost the same instant, Stokes heard the rapid-fire stammer of a machine gun and the thump of bullets on one wing. He also heard the sharp crack of Pitt's automatic. This was no fight, he thought, as he frantically threw the near-stalling plane around in the air. This was a high school quarterback facing the entire defensive line of the Arizona Cardinals football team. Then suddenly, for some inexplicable reason, the shooting stopped. The nose of the plane was dropping, and he pushed the throttle forward again to regain a small measure of control. Stokes stole a glance sideways as he leveled out the float plane and picked up speed. The helicopter veered off. The co-pilot was slumped sideways in his seat behind several bullet holes in the plastic bubble of the cockpit. Stokes was surprised to find that the beaver still responded to his commands. What surprised him even more was the look on Pitt's face. It was sheer disappointment.
"Damn," Pitt muttered. "I missed."
"What are you talking about? You hit the co-pilot." Pitt, angry at himself, stared at him. "I was aiming at the rotor assembly." "You timed it perfectly," Stokes complimented him. "How did you know the exact instant to give me the signal and then shoot?" The pilot stopped smiling. Stokes let it go. They weren't out of the storm yet. Broadmoor's village was still 30 kilometers away. "They're coming around for another pass," said Pitt. "No sense in attempting the same dodge." Pitt nodded. "I agree. The pilot will be expecting it. This time pull back on the control column and do an Immelman." "What's an Immelman?" Pitt looked at him. "You don't know? How long have you been flying? For God's sake." 21 hours, give or take." "Oh, that's just great," Pitt groaned. "Pull up in a half loop and then do a half roll at the top to end up going in the opposite direction." "I'm not sure I'm up for that." "Don't the Mounties have qualified professional pilots?" "None who were available for this assignment," Stokes said stiffly. "Think you might hit a vital part of the chopper this time?" "Not unless I'm amazingly lucky," Pitt replied. "I'm down to 3 rounds." There was no hesitating on the part of the Defender's pilot. He angled in for a direct attack from above and to the side of his helpless quarry. A well-designed attack that left little room for Stokes to maneuver. "Now," Pitt yelled, "put your nose down to gain speed and then pull up into your loop." Stokes's inexperience caused hesitation. He was barely coming to the top of the loop in preparation for the half roll when the 7.62mm shells began smashing into the float plane's thin aluminum skin. The windshield burst into 1,000 pieces as shells hammered the instrument panel. The Defender's pilot altered his aim and raked his fire from the cockpit across the fuselage. It was an error that kept the beaver in the air. He should have blasted the engine. Pitt fired off his final 3 rounds and hurled himself forward and down to make himself as small a target as possible in an act that was pure illusion. Remarkably, Stokes had completed the Immelman, late to be sure, but now the beaver was headed away from the helicopter before its pilot could swing his craft around 180 degrees. Pitt shook his head in dazed incredulity and checked his body for wounds. Except for a rash of small cuts on his face from slivers that had flown off the shattered windshield, he was unscathed. The beaver was in level flight, and the radial engine was still roaring smoothly at full revolutions. The engine was the only part of the plane that hadn't been riddled with bullets. He looked at Stokes sharply. "Are you okay?" Stokes slowly turned and gazed at Pitt through unfocused eyes. "I think the bastards just shot me out of my pension," he murmured. He coughed, and then his lips were painted with blood that seeped down his chin and trickled onto his chest. Then he slumped forward against his shoulder harness, unconscious. Pitt took the co-pilot's control wheel in his hands and immediately threw the float plane around into a hard 180-degree bank until he was heading back on a course toward Mason Broadmoor's village. His snap turn caught the helicopter's pilot off guard, and a shower of bullets sprayed the empty air behind the float plane's tail. He wiped away the blood that had trailed into one eye and took stock. Most of the aircraft was stitched with over 100 holes, but the control systems and surfaces were undamaged, and the big 450 Wasp engine was still pounding away on every one of its cylinders. Now what to do? The first plan that ran through his mind was to make an attempt at ramming the helicopter. The old take-'em-with-you routine, Pitt mused, but that's all it could have been. An attempt. The Defender was far more nimble in the air than the lumbering Beaver with its massive pontoons. He'd stand as much chance as a cobra against a mongoose. A fight the mongoose never failed to win against the slower cobra. Only when it came up against a rattlesnake did the mongoose go down to defeat. The crazy thought running through Pitt's mind became divine inspiration as he sighted a low ridge of rocks about half a kilometer ahead and slightly to his right. There was a path toward the rocks, through a stand of tall Douglas fir trees. He dove between the trees, his wingtips brushing the needles of the upper branches. To anyone else, it would have seemed like a desperate act of suicidal madness. The gambit misled the Defender's pilot, who broke off the third attack and followed slightly above and behind the floatplane, waiting to observe what looked like a certain crash. Pitt kept the throttle full against its stop and gripped the control wheel with both hands, eyes focused on the wall of rocks that loomed ahead. The airstream blasted through the shattered windshield, and he was forced to turn his head sideways in order to see. Fortunately, the gale swept away the trickling blood and the tears that it pried from his squinting eyes. He flew on between the trees. There could be no misjudgment, no miscalculation. He had to make the right move at the exact moment in time. A tenth of a second either way would spell certain death. The rocks were rushing toward the plane as if driven from behind. Pitt could clearly see them now, gray and brown jagged boulders with black streaks. He didn't have to look to see the needle on the altimeter registering on 0 or the needle on the tachometer wavering far into the red. The old girl was hurtling toward destruction just as fast as she could fly. "Low!" he shouted into the wind, rushing through the smashed windshield. 2 meters low! He barely had time to compensate before the rocks were on him. He gave the control column a precisely measured jerk, just enough to raise the plane's nose, just enough so the tips of the propeller whipped over the ridge, missing the crest by centimeters. He heard the sudden crunch of metal as the aluminum floats smashed into the rocks and tore free of the fuselage. The Beaver shot into the air, as graceful as a soaring hawk released from its tether, unburdened by the weight of the bulky floats, which lay smashed against the rocks, and with the drag on the aircraft decreased by nearly half. The ancient plane became more maneuverable and gained another 30 knots in airspeed. She responded to Pitt's commands instantly, without a trace of sluggishness as she chewed the air, fighting for altitude. Now, he thought, a satanic grin on his lips. "I'll show you an Immelman." He threw the aircraft into a half-loop and then snapped it over in a half-roll, heading on a direct course toward the helicopter. "Right your will, sucker!" he shouted, his voice drowned out by the rush of wind and the roar of the engine's exhaust. "Here comes the Red Baron." Too late, the chopper's pilot read Pitt's intentions. There was nowhere to dodge, nowhere to hide. The last thing he expected was an assault by the battered old floatplane, but here it was closing on a collision course at almost 200 knots. It came roaring at him at a speed he didn't believe possible. He made a series of violent maneuvers, but the pilot of the old floatplane anticipated his moves and kept coming on. He angled the helicopter's nose toward his opponent in a wild attempt to blast the punctured Beaver out of the sky before the imminent crash. Pitt saw the helicopter turn head-on, saw the flash from the guns in the pods, heard the shells punching into the big radial engine. Oil suddenly spurted from under the cowling, streaming onto the exhaust stacks and causing a dense trail of blue smoke to streak behind the plane. Pitt held up a hand to shield his eyes from the hot oil splattering against his face in stinging torrents from the airstream. The sight that froze in his memory a microsecond before the impact was the expression of grim acceptance on the face of the helicopter's pilot. The prop and engine of the float plane smashed squarely into the helicopter just behind the cockpit in an explosion of metal and debris that sheared off the tail rotor boom. Deprived of its torque compensation, the main body of the helicopter was thrown into a violent lateral drift. It spun around crazily for several revolutions before plummeting like a stone, 500 meters to the ground. Unlike special effects crashes in motion pictures, it didn't immediately burst into flames after crumpling into an unrecognizable mass of smoldering wreckage. Nearly 2 minutes passed before flames flickered from the debris and a blinding sheet of flame enveloped it. Pieces of the Beaver's shattered propeller spun into the sky like a fireworks pinwheel. The cowling seemed to burst off the engine and fluttered like a wounded bird into the trees. The engine froze and stopped as quickly as if Pitt had turned off the ignition switch. He wiped the oil from his eyes, and all he could see over the exposed cylinder heads was a carpet of treetops. The Beaver's airspeed fell off, and she stalled as he braced himself for the crash. The controls were still functioning, and he tried to float the plane down into the upper tree limbs. He almost made it, but the outer edge of the right wing collided with a 70-meter-tall red cedar, throwing the aircraft into an abrupt 90-degree turn. Now totally out of control and dead in what little sky was left, the plane plunged into a solid mass of trees. The left wing wrapped itself around another towering cedar and was torn away. Green pine needles closed over the red plane, blotting it out from any view from above. The trunk of a fir tree, half a meter wide, rose in front of the battered aircraft. The propeller hub struck the tree head-on and punched right through it. The engine was pulled from its mountings as the upper half of the tree fell across the careening aircraft and knocked off the tail section. What remained of the wreckage plowed into the moist compost earth of the forest floor before finally coming to a dead stop. For the next few minutes, the ground below the trees was as silent as a cemetery. Pitt sat there, too stunned to move. He stared dazedly through the opening that was once the windshield. He noticed for the first time that the entire engine was gone and wondered vaguely where it went. At last, his mind began to come level again, and he reached over and examined Stokes. The Mountie shuddered in a fit of coughing, then shook his head feebly and regained a small measure of consciousness. He stared dumbly over the instrument panel at the pine branches that hung into the cockpit. "How did we come down in the forest?" he mumbled. "You slept through the best part," Pitt muttered, as he tenderly massaged a gang of bruises. Pitt didn't require 8 years of medical school to know Stokes would surely die if he didn't get to a hospital. Quickly, he unzipped the old flying suit, ripped open the Mountie's shirt, and searched for the wound. He found it to the left of the breastbone, below the shoulder. There was so little blood, and the hole was so small, he almost missed it. This wasn't made by a bullet, was Pitt's first reaction. He gently probed the hole and touched a sharp piece of metal, puzzled. He looked up at the frame that once held the windshield. It was smashed beyond recognition. The impact of a bullet had driven a splinter from the aluminum frame into Stokes's chest, penetrating the left lung. Another centimeter, and it would have entered the heart. Stokes coughed up a wad of blood and spit it out the open window. "Funny," he murmured. "I always thought I'd get shot in a highway chase or in a back alley. No such luck." "How bad does it look?" "A metal splinter in your lung," Pitt explained. "Are you in pain?" "More of a throbbing ache than anything else." Pitt stiffly rose out of his seat and came around behind Stokes. "Hang on, I'll get you out of here." Within 10 minutes, Pitt had kicked open the crumpled entry door and carefully manhandled Stokes's deadweight outside, where he gently laid him on the soft ground. It took no small effort, and he was panting heavily by the time he sat next to the Mountie to catch his breath. Stokes's face tightened in agony more than once, but he never uttered so much as a low moan. On the verge of slipping into unconsciousness, he closed his eyes. Pitt slapped him awake. "Don't black out on me, pal. I need you to point the way to Mason Broadmoor's village." Stokes's eyes fluttered open, and he looked at Pitt questioningly, as if recalling something. "The Dorset helicopter," he said between coughs. "What happened to those bastards who were shooting at us?" Pitt stared back at the smoke rising above the forest and grinned. "They went to a barbecue." Pitt had expected to trudge through snow in January on Kungit Island, but only a light blanket of the white stuff had fallen on the ground, and much of that had melted since the last storm. He pulled Stokes along behind him on a travois, a device used for hauling burdens by American Plains Indians. He couldn't leave Stokes, and to attempt carrying the Mountie on his back was inviting internal hemorrhaging. So he lashed 2 dead branch poles together with cargo tie-down straps. He scrounged in the wreckage of the aircraft, rigging a platform between the poles and a harness on one end. He strapped Stokes to the middle of the travois. Then, throwing the harness end over his shoulders, Pitt began dragging the injured Mountie through the woods. Hour followed hour. The sun set and night came on as he struggled north through the darkness, setting his course by the compass he'd removed from the aircraft's instrument panel, an expedient he had used several years previously when trekking across the Sahara Desert. Every 10 minutes or so, Pitt asked Stokes, "You still with me?" "Hanging in," the Mountie repeated weakly. "I'm looking at a shallow stream that runs to the west." "You've come to Wolf Creek. Cross it and head northwest." "How much farther to Broadmoor's village?" Stokes replied in a hoarse murmur. 2, maybe 3 kilometers. "Keep talking to me, you hear? You sound like my wife." "You married?" 10 years. To a great lady who gave me 5 children." Pitt readjusted the harness straps, which were cutting into his chest, and pulled Stokes across the stream. After plodding through the underbrush for a kilometer, he came to a faint path that led in the direction he was headed. The path was grown over in places, but it offered relatively free passage, a godsend to Pitt after having forced his way through woods thick with shrubs growing between the trees. Twice he thought he'd lost the path, but after continuing on the same course for several meters, he would pick it up again. Despite the freezing temperature, his exertions were making him sweat. He dared not allow himself to stop and rest. If Stokes was to live to see his wife and 5 children again, Pitt had to keep going. He kept up a one-way conversation with the Mountie, fervently trying to keep him from drifting into a coma from shock. Concentrating on keeping one foot moving ahead of the other, Pitt failed to recognize anything strange. Stokes whispered something, but Pitt couldn't make it out. He turned his head, cocked an ear, and paused. "You want me to stop?" Pitt asked. "Smell it." Stokes barely whispered. "Smell what?" "Smoke." Then Pitt had it too. He inhaled deeply. The scent of wood smoke was coming from somewhere ahead. He was tired, desperately tired, sir, but he leaned forward, against the harness, and staggered on. Soon his ears picked up the sound of a small gas engine, of a chainsaw cutting into wood. The wood smell became stronger, and he could see smoke drifting over the tops of the trees in the early light of dawn. His heart was pounding under the strain, but he wasn't about to quit this close to his destination. The sun rose but remained hidden behind dark gray clouds. A light drizzle was falling when he stumbled into a clearing that touched the sea and opened onto a small harbor. He found himself staring at a small community of log houses with corrugated metal roofs. Smoke was rising out of their stone chimneys. Tall, cylindrical totem poles were standing in different parts of the village, carved with the features of stacked animal and human figures. A small fleet of fishing boats rocked gently beside a floating dock, their crews working over engines and repairing nets. Several children, standing under a shed with open sides, were observing a man carving a huge log with a chainsaw. 2 women chatted as they hung wash on a line. One of them spotted Pitt, pointed, and began shouting at the others. Overcome by exhaustion, Pitt sank to his knees as a crowd of a dozen people rushed toward him. One man, with long, straight black hair, and a round face, knelt down beside Pitt and put an arm around his shoulder. "You're all right now," he said with concern. He motioned to 3 men who gathered around Stokes and gave them an order. "Carry him into the tribal house." Pitt looked at the man. "You wouldn't by chance be Mason Broadmoor?" Coal-black eyes stared at him curiously. "Why, yes, I am." "Boy," said Pitt, as he sagged bone-weary to the soft ground, "am I ever glad to see you." The nervous giggle of a little girl roused Pitt from a light sleep. Tired as he was, he'd only slept 4 hours. He opened his eyes, stared at her a moment, gave her a bright smile and crossed his eyes. She ran out of the room, yelling for her mother. He was in a cozy room with a small stove radiating wondrous heat, lying in a bed made up of bear and wolf hides. He smiled to himself at the recollection of Broadmoor standing in the middle of an isolated Indian village with few modern conveniences, calling over his satellite phone for an air ambulance to transport Stokes to a hospital on the mainland. Pitt had borrowed the phone to contact the Mountie office at Shearwater. At the mention of Stokes's name, he was immediately put through to an Inspector Pendleton, who questioned Pitt in detail about the events commencing the previous morning. Pitt ended the briefing by giving Pendleton directions to the crash site so the Mounties could send in a team to retrieve the cameras inside the pontoons if they had survived the impact. A seaplane arrived before Pitt had finished a bowl of fish soup that was thrust on him by Broadmoor's wife. 2 paramedics and a doctor examined Stokes and assured Pitt the Mountie had every chance of pulling through. Only after the seaplane had lifted off the water on its flight back to the mainland and the nearest hospital had Pitt gratefully accepted the loan of the Broadmoor family bed and fallen dead asleep. Broadmoor's wife entered from the main living room and kitchen, a woman of grace and poise, stout yet supple. Irma Broadmoor had haunting coffee eyes and a laughing mouth. "How are you feeling, Mr. Pitt?" "I didn't expect you to wake up for another 3 hours at least." Pitt checked and made sure he still wore his pants and shirt before he threw back the covers and dropped his bare feet to the floor. "I'm sorry to have put you and your husband out of your bed." She laughed, a light musical laugh. "The time is a little past noon. You've only been asleep since 8 o'clock. I'm most grateful for your hospitality. You must be hungry. That bowl of fish soup wasn't enough for a big man like you. What would you like to eat?" "A can of beans will be fine." People sitting around a campfire eating canned beans in the North Woods is a myth. "I'll grill some salmon steaks." "I hope you like salmon." "I do indeed." "While you're waiting, you can talk to Mason. He's working outside." Pitt pulled on his socks and hiking boots, ran his hands through his hair, and faced the world. He found Broadmoor in the open shed, chiseling away on a 5-meter-long red cedar log that lay horizontal on 4 heavy-duty sawhorses. Broadmoor was attacking it with a round wooden mallet shaped like a bell and a concave chisel called a fantail gouge. The carving was not far enough along for Pitt to visualize the finished product. The faces of animals were still in the rough stage. Broadmoor looked up as Pitt approached. "Have a good rest? I didn't know bearskins were so soft." Broadmoor smiled. "Don't let the word out or they'll be extinct within a year. Ed Posey told me you carved totem poles. I've never seen one in the works before. My family have been carvers for generations. Totems evolved because the early Indians of the Northwest had no written language. Family histories and legends were preserved by carving symbols, usually animals, on red cedar trees. "Do they have religious significance?" asked Pitt. Broadmoor shook his head. "They were never worshipped as icons of gods, but respected more as guardian spirits." "What are the symbols on this pole?" "This is a mortuary pole, or what you might call a commemorative column. The pole is in honor of my uncle, who passed away last week. When I finish the carvings, they will illustrate his personal crest, which was an eagle and a bear, along with a traditional Haida figure of the deceased." After completion, it will be erected during a feast at the corner of his widow's house. As a respected master carver, you must be booked up for many months in advance." Broadmoor shrugged modestly. "Almost 2 years?" "Do you know why I'm here?" Pitt asked, and the abrupt question caught Broadmoor with the mallet raised to strike the fantail gouge. The woodcarver laid his tools aside and motioned for Pitt to follow him to the edge of the harbor, where he stopped beside a small boathouse that extended into the water. He opened the doors and stepped inside. 2 small craft floated within a U-shaped dock. "Are you into jet skis?" asked Pitt. Broadmoor smiled. "I believe the term is now watercraft." Pitt studied the pair of sleek Duo 300 wet jets by Mastercraft boats, high-performance craft that could seat 2 people. They were vividly painted with Haida animal symbols. "They look like they can almost fly." "Over water, they do. I modified their engines to gain another 15 horsepower. They move along at almost 50 knots. Broadmoor suddenly changed the subject. "Ed Posey said you wanted to circle Kung Hit Island with acoustic measuring equipment. I thought the watercraft might be an efficient means of conducting your project." "They'd be ideal. Unfortunately, my hydrophone gear was badly damaged. When Stokes and I crashed, the only other avenue left open to me is to probe the mine itself." "What do you hope to discover?" "The method of excavation Dorset is using to retrieve the diamonds." Broadmoor picked up a pebble at the waterline and threw it far out into the deep green water. "The company has a small fleet of boats patrolling the waters around the island," he said finally. "They're armed and have been known to attack fishermen who venture too close. It seems Canadian government officials didn't tell me all I needed to know," said Pitt, cursing Posey under his breath. "I guess they figured since you were under their license to do field research, you wouldn't be harassed by the mine's security. Your brother, Stokes, mentioned the assault and burning of his boat." He pointed back toward the partially carved totem pole. "Did he also tell you they killed my uncle?" Pitt shook his head slowly. "No, I'm sorry. I found his body floating 8 kilometers out to sea. He had lashed himself to a pair of fuel cans. The water was cold, and he died of exposure. All we ever found of his fishing boat was a piece of the wheelhouse." "You think Dorset's security people murdered him?" "I know they murdered him," Broadmoor said, anger in his eyes. "What about the law?" Broadmoor shook his head. "Inspector Stokes only represents a token investigative force. After Arthur Dorset sent his prospecting geologists, swarming all over the islands until they found the main diamond source on Kung Hit. He used his power and wealth to literally take over the island from the government. Never mind that the Haida claim the island as tribal sacred ground. Now it is illegal for any of my people to set foot on the island without permission or to fish within 4 kilometers of its shore. We can be arrested by the Mounties who are paid to protect us. I see why the mine's chief of security has so little regard for the law. Merchant, Dapper John as he's called," Broadmoor said, pure hatred in his round face. "Lucky you escaped. Chances are you'd have simply disappeared. Many men have attempted to search for diamonds in and around the island. None were successful, and none were ever seen again." "Has any of the diamond wealth gone to the Haida?" Pitt asked. "So far we've been screwed," answered Broadmoor. "Whether wealth from the diamonds will come to us has become more a legal than a political issue. We've negotiated for years in an attempt to get a piece of the action, but Dorset's attorneys have stalled us in the courts. I can't believe the Canadian government allows Arthur Dorset to dictate to them. The country's economy is on the ropes, and the politicians close their eyes to payoffs and corruption while embracing any special interest that slips money into the treasury." He paused and stared into Pitt's eyes as if trying to read something. "What is your interest, Mr. Pitt? Do you want to shut the mine down?" Pitt nodded. "I do, providing I can prove their excavation is causing the acoustic plague responsible for the mass killing of humans and sea life." He looked at Pitt, I will take you inside the mining property. Pitt considered the offer briefly. You have a wife and children. No sense in risking 2 lives. Put me on the island and I'll figure a way to get over the mound without being seen. Can't be done. Their security systems are state-of-the-art. A squirrel can't get past them, as proven by their little bodies that litter the mound, along with those of hundreds of other animals that inhabited the island before Dorset's mining operation gutted what was once a beautiful environment. And then there are the Alsatian police dogs that can smell out a diamond smuggling intruder at 100 meters. There's always the tunnel. You'll never get through it alone. Better that than your wife becoming another widow. You don't understand, Broadmoor said patiently. His eyes burned with consuming flames of revenge. The mine pays my tribal community to keep their kitchen stocked with fresh fish. Once a week my neighbors and I sail to Convicts and deliver our catch. At the docks we load it on carts and transport the fish through the tunnel to the office of the head cook. He serves us breakfast, pays us in cash, not nearly what the catch is worth, and then we leave. You've got black hair. You could pass for a Haida if you wear fisherman's work clothes and keep your head down. The guards are more concerned with diamonds smuggled out of camp than fish coming in. Since we only deliver and take nothing, we're not suspect. Are there no good-paying jobs for your people at the mine? Broadmoor shrugged. To forget how to fish and hunt is to forget independence. The monies we make stocking their kitchen goes toward a new school for our children. There's a small problem. Dapper John Merchant. We've met and struck up a mutual dislike. He had a close look at my face. Broadmoor waved a hand airily. Merchant recognizing you is not a problem. He'd never soil his expensive Italian shoes by hanging around the tunnel at kitchens. In this weather, he seldom shows his face outside his office. I won't be able to gather much information from the kitchen help, said Pitt. Do you know any miners you can trust to describe the excavation procedures? All the mine workers are Chinese, illegally brought in by criminal syndicates. None speak English. Your best hope is an old mining engineer who hates Dorset Consolidated with a passion. Can you contact him? I don't even know his name. He works the graveyard shift and usually eats breakfast about the same time we deliver our fish. We've talked a few times over a cup of coffee. He's not happy about the working conditions. During our last conversation, he claimed that in the past year over 20 Chinese workers have died in the mines. If I can get 10 minutes alone with him, he might be of great help in solving the acoustics enigma. No guarantee he'll be there when we make the delivery, said Broadmoor. I'll have to gamble, Pitt said thoughtfully. When do you deliver your next catch? The last of our village fleet should be docking within a few hours. We'll ice and crate the catch later this evening and be ready to head for Convicts Island at first light. Pitt wondered if he was physically and mentally primed to lay his life on the line again. Then he thought of the hundreds of dead bodies he'd seen on the cruise ship, and there wasn't the slightest doubt about what he must do. 6 small fishing boats, painted in a variety of vivid colors, sailed into Rose Harbor, their decks stacked with wooden crates filled with fish packed in ice. The diesel engines made a soft chugging sound through tall exhaust stacks as they turned the shafts to the propellers. A low mist covered the water and turned it a gray-green. The sun was half a globe on the eastern horizon, and the wind was less than 5 knots. The waves showed no whitecaps, and the only foam came from the prop wash and the bows of the boats as they shouldered their way through gentle swells. Broadmoor came up to Pitt, who was sitting in the stern, watching the gulls that dipped and soared over the boat's wake in hope of a free meal. Time to go into your act, Mr. Pitt. Pitt could never get Broadmoor to call him Dirk. He nodded and pretended to carve a nose on a half-finished mask the Haida had loaned him. He was dressed in yellow oilskin pants with suspenders that were slung over a heavy woolen sweater knitted by Irma Broadmoor. He wore a stocking cap pulled down over his thick, black eyebrows. Indians are not known for 5 o'clock shadows, so he had given his face a close shave. He did not look up as he lightly scraped the dull side of the knife over the mask, staring out of the corners of his eyes at the long dock. Not a small pier, but a true landing stage for big ships, with anchored pilings that loomed larger as the boats entered the harbor. A tall crane moved on rails along one side of the dock to unload heavy equipment and other cargo from ocean-going ships. A large craft with unusually smooth lines and a globular-shaped superstructure, unlike any luxury yacht Pitt had ever seen, lay moored to the dock. Her twin high-performance fiberglass hulls were designed for speed and comfort. She looked capable of skimming the sea at over 80 knots. Going by Giordino's description of a seagoing, space-age design, this was the boat seen running from the freighter Mentawai. Pitt looked for the name and port, normally painted across the transom, but no markings marred the beauty of the yacht's sapphire blue hull. Most owners are proud of their pet name for their boat, Pitt thought, and its port of registry. He had a pretty good idea why Arthur Dorset didn't advertise his yacht. His interest kindled. He stared openly at the windows with their tightly drawn curtains. The open deck appeared deserted. None of the crew or passengers were about this early in the morning. He was about to turn his attention from the yacht and focus on half a dozen uniformed security guards standing on the dock, when a door opened and a woman stepped out onto the deck. She was incredibly stunning. Amazon tall, strikingly beautiful. Shaking her head, she tossed a long, unbrushed mane of red blonde hair out of her face. She was wearing a short robe and looked as if she had just risen from bed. Her breasts looked plump but oddly out of proportion, and were completely covered by the robe that shielded any hint of cleavage. Pitt perceived an untamed, ferocious look about her, as undaunted as a tigress surveying her domain. Her gaze swept over the little fishing fleet, then fell on Pitt when she caught him openly staring at her. The everyday, devil-may-care Pitt would have stood up, swept off his stocking cap and bowed, but he had to play the role of an Indian, so he looked at her expressionless and merely nodded a respectful greeting. She turned away and dismissed him as if he were simply another tree in the forest, while a uniformed steward approached and held out a cup of coffee on a silver tray. Shivering in the cold dawn, she returned inside the main salon. "She's quite impressive, isn't she?" said Broadmoor, smiling at the look of awe on Pitt's face. "I have to admit she's unlike any woman I've ever seen. Boudica Dorset, one of Arthur's 3 daughters. She shows up unexpectedly several times a year on that fancy yacht of hers. So this was the 3rd sister," Pitt mused. Perlmutter had described her as ruthless and as cold and hard as ice from the bottom of a glacier. Now that he had laid eyes on Dorset's 3rd daughter, Pitt found it hard to believe Maeve had come out of the same womb as Deirdre and Boudica. No doubt to demand higher production from her slave laborers and count the take. "Neither," said Broadmoor. "Boudica is director of the company's security organization. I'm told she travels from mine to mine, inspecting the systems and personnel for any weaknesses. Dapper John Merchant will be particularly vigilant while she's probing for cracks in his security precautions," said Pitt. "He'll take special pains to ensure his guards look alert to impress his boss." "We'll have to be extra cautious," Broadmoor agreed. He nodded toward the security guards on the dock, waiting to inspect the fishing boats. "Look at that. 6 of them. They never sent more than 2 on any other delivery. The one with the medallion around his neck is in charge of the dock. Name is Crutcher. He's a mean one." Pitt gave the guards a cursory glance to see if he recognized any that had gathered around the floatplane during his intrusion with Stokes. The tide was out, and he had to stare up at the men on the dock. He was especially apprehensive about being recognized by the guard he'd laid out in John Merchant's office. Luckily, none looked familiar. They carried their weapons slung over one shoulder, muzzle pointing forward in the general direction of The Indian fishermen. It was all for show and intimidation. Pitt quickly perceived they weren't about to shoot anyone in front of observing seamen on a nearby cargo ship. Crutcher, a cold-faced, arrogant young man of no more than 26 or 7, stepped up to the edge of the dock as Broadmoor's helmsman eased the fishing boat along the pilings. Broadmoor cast a line that fell over the guard's combat boots. "Hi there, friend. How about tying us up?" The cold-faced guard kicked the rope off the dock back onto the boat. "Tie up yourself," he snapped. A dropout from a Special Forces team. That one, Pitt thought as he caught the line. He scrambled up a ladder onto the dock and purposely brushed against Crutcher as he looped the line around a small bollard. Crutcher lashed out with his boot and kicked Pitt up, right, then grabbed him by his suspenders and shook him violently. "You stinking fishhead, mind your manners." Broadmoor froze. It was a trick. The Haida were a quiet people, not prone to quick anger. He thought with fearful certainty that Pitt would shake himself loose and punch the contemptuous guard. But Pitt didn't bite. He relaxed his body, rubbed a hand over a blossoming bruise on his buttocks, and stared at Crutcher with an unfathomable gaze. He pulled off his stocking cap as if in respect, revealing a mass of black hair whose natural curls had been greased straight. He shrugged with a careless show of deference. "I was not careful. I'm sorry." "You don't look familiar," said Crutcher coldly. "I make this trip 20 times, Pitt said quietly. "I've seen you lots before. Your name is Crutcher. 3 deliveries back. You punched my gut for unloading the fish too slow." The guard studied Pitt for a moment, then gave a short laugh. A jackal laugh. "Get in my way again, and I'll boot your ass across the channel." Pitt registered a look of friendly resignation and jumped back onto the deck of the fishing boat. The rest of the fishing fleet was slipping into the openings at the dock between the supply ships. Where there was no room, the boats tied together parallel, end to end, the crew of the outer boat transferring their cargo of fish across the deck of the one moored to the dock. Pitt joined the fishermen and began passing crates of salmon up to one of Broadmoor's crew, who stacked them on flatbed trailers that were hitched to a small tractor vehicle with 8 drive wheels. The crates were heavy, and Pitt's biceps and back soon ached in protest. He gritted his teeth, knowing the guards would suspect he didn't belong if he couldn't heave the ice-filled fish crates around with the ease of the Haida. 2 hours later, the trailers were loaded. Then 4 of the guards and the crews of the fishing boats piled aboard as the train set off toward the mining operations mess hall. They were stopped at the tunnel entrance, herded into a small building and told to strip to their underwear. Then their clothes were searched and they were individually X-rayed. All passed scrutiny except one Haida, who absent-mindedly carried a large fishing knife in his boot. Pitt found it strange that instead of merely confiscating the knife, it was returned and the fisherman sent back to his boat. The rest were allowed to dress and reboard the trailers for the journey to the excavation area. "I would think they'd search you for concealed diamonds when you came out rather than entering," said Pitt. "They do," explained Broadmoor. "We go through the same procedure when we exit the mine. They X-ray you going in as a warning that it doesn't pay to smuggle out a handful of diamonds by swallowing them." The arched concrete tunnel that penetrated the mound of mine tailings was about 5 meters high by 10 wide. Ample room for large trucks to transport men and equipment back and forth from the loading dock. The length stretched nearly half a kilometer, the interior brightened by long rows of fluorescent lighting. Side tunnels yawned about halfway through, each about half the size of the main artery. "Where do those lead?" Pitt asked Broadmoor. "Part of the security system. They circle the entire compound and are filled with detection devices. The guards, the weapons, the array of security systems seems like overkill, just to prevent a few diamonds from being smuggled off the property. Only the half of it. They don't want the illegal laborers escaping to the mainland. It's part of the deal with corrupt Canadian officials. They emerged at the other end of the tunnel amid the busy activity of the mining operation. The driver of the tractor curled the train of trailers onto a paved road that circled the great open pit that was the volcanic chute. He pulled up beside a loading dock that ran along a low concrete building in the shape of a Quonset hut and stopped. A man wearing the white attire of a chef under a fur-trimmed overcoat opened a door to a warehouse where foodstuffs were stored. He threw a wave of greeting to Boardmore. "Good to see you, Mason. Your arrival is timely. We're down to 2 cases of cod. We've brought enough fish to grow scales on your workers." Broadmoor turned and said in a low voice to Pitt, "Dave Anderson, the head cook for the miners. A decent guy, but he drinks too much beer." "The frozen food locker is open," said Anderson. "Mind how you stack the crates. I found salmon mixed in with flounder your last trip. It screws up my menus. Brought you a treat. 50 kilos of moose steaks. You're okay, Mason. You're the reason I don't buy frozen fish from the mainland," the cook replied with a wide smile. "After you've stored the crates, come on into the mess hall. My boys will have breakfast waiting for your people. I'll write a check as soon as I've inventoried your catch." The wooden crates of fish were stacked in the frozen food locker, and the Haida fishermen, followed by Pitt, thankfully tramped into the warmth of the fine mess hall. They walked past a serving line and were dished up eggs, sausages, and flapjacks. As they helped themselves to coffee out of a huge urn, Pitt looked around at the men sitting at the other tables. The 4 guards were conversing under a cloud of cigarette smoke near the door. Close to 100 Chinese miners from the early morning graveyard shift filled up most of the room. 10 men who Pitt guessed to be mining engineers and superintendents sat at a round table that was set off in a smaller, private dining room. "Which one is your disgruntled employee?" he asked Broadmoor. Broadmoor nodded toward the door leading into the kitchen. "He's waiting for you outside by the garbage containers." "Eh?" Pitt stared at the Indian. "How did you arrange that?" Broadmoor smiled shrewdly. "The Haida have ways of communicating that don't require fiber optics." Pitt did not question him. Now was not the time. Keeping a wary eye on the guards, he casually walked into the kitchen. None of the cooks or dishwashers looked up as he moved between the ovens and sinks through the rear door and dropped down the steps outside. The big metal garbage containers reeked of stale vegetables in the sharp, crisp air. He stood there in the cold, not sure what to expect. A tall figure moved from behind a container and approached him. He was wearing a yellow jumpsuit. The bottoms of the legs were smeared with mud that had a strange bluish cast to it. A miner's hard hat sat on his head, and his face was covered by what Pitt took for a mask with a breathing filter. He clutched a bundle under one arm. "I understand you're interested in our mining operation," he said quietly. "Yes, my name is—" "Names are unimportant. We don't have much time if you are to leave the island with the fishing fleet." He unfolded a jumpsuit, a respirator mask, and a hard hat and handed them to Pitt. "Put these on and follow me." Pitt said nothing and did as he was told. He did not fear a trap. The security guards could have taken him any time since he set foot on the dock. He dutifully zipped up the front of the jumpsuit, tightened the chin strap of the hard hat, adjusted the respirator mask over his face, and set out after a man he hoped could show him the source behind the violent killings. Pitt followed the enigmatic mining engineer across a road into a modern prefabricated building that housed a row of elevators that transported the workers to and from the diggings far below. 2 larger ones carried the Chinese laborers, but the smaller one on the end was for the use of company officials only. The lift machinery was the latest in Otis elevator technology. The elevator moved smoothly, without sound or sensation of dropping. "How deep do we go?" asked Pitt, his voice muffled by the breathing mask. 500 meters, replied the miner. "Why the respirators?" "When the volcano we're standing in erupted in the distant past, It packed Kung Hit Island with pumice rock. The vibration that results from the excavating process can churn up pumice dust, which raises hell with the lungs. Is that the only reason? Asked Pitt slyly. No, replied the engineer honestly. I don't want you to see my face that way. If security gets suspicious, I can pass a lie detector test, which our chief of security uses with the frequency of a doctor giving urine tests. Dapper John Merchant, Pitt said, smiling. You know John? We've met. The older man shrugged and accepted Pitt's claim without comment. As they neared the bottom of the run, Pitt's ears were struck by a weird humming sound. Before he could ask what it was, the elevator stopped and the doors slid open. He was led through a mine shaft that opened onto an observation platform perched 50 meters above the vast excavation chamber below. The equipment at the bottom of the pit was not the typical type of machinery one might expect to encounter in a mine. No cars filled with ore pulled over tracks by a small engine, no drills or explosives, no huge earth-moving vehicles. This was a well-financed, carefully designed, anal-organized operation that was run by computers aided in a small way by human labor. The only obvious mechanization was the huge overhead bridge with the cables and buckets that lifted the diamond-bearing blue rock clay to the surface and carried it to the buildings where the stones were extracted. The engineer turned and stared at him through green eyes over the mask. Mason did not tell me who you are or who you represent, and I don't want to know. He merely said you were trying to trace a sound channel that travels underwater and kills. That's true. Untold thousands of various forms of sea life and hundreds of people have already died mysteriously in the open sea and along shorelines. You think the sound originates here? I have reason to believe the Kung Hit Island mine is only one of 4 sources. The engineer nodded knowingly. Komandorski in the Bering Sea, Easter Island, Gladiator Island in the Tasman Sea, being the other 3. You guessed? I know. They all use the same pulsed ultrasound excavation equipment as we do here. The engineer swept his hand over the open pit. We used to dig shafts in an attempt to follow the largest concentration of diamonds, much like miners following a vein of gold. But after Dorset scientists and engineers perfected a new method of excavating that produced 4 times the production in 1/3 the time, the old ways were quickly abandoned. Pitt leaned over the railing and stared at the action across the bottom of the pit. Large robotic vehicles appeared to ram long shafts into the blue clay. Then came an eerie vibration that traveled up Pitt's legs to his body. He gazed questioningly at the engineer. The diamond-bearing rock and clay are broken up by high-energy pulsed ultrasound. The engineer paused and pointed to a large concrete structure with no obvious windows. See that building on the south side of the pit? Pitt nodded. A nuclear generating plant. It takes an enormous amount of power to produce enough energy at 10 to 20 bursts a second to penetrate the rock-hard clay and break it apart. The crux of the problem. How so? Asked the engineer. The sound generated by your equipment radiates into the sea. When it converges with the energy pulses from the other Dorset mines scattered around the Pacific, its intensity increases to a level that can kill animal life within a large area. An interesting concept as far as it goes, but a piece is missing. You don't find it plausible? The engineer shook his head. By itself. The sound energy produced down below could not kill a sardine 3 kilometers from here. The ultrasound drilling equipment uses sound pulses with acoustic frequencies of 60,000 to 80,000 hertz, or cycles per second. These frequencies are absorbed by the salts in the sea before they travel very far. Pitt stared into the eyes of the engineer, trying to read where he was coming from. But other than the eyes and a few strands of graying hair that trailed from under the hard hat, all he could readily see was that the stranger was the same height and a good 20 pounds heavier. How do I know you're not trying to throw me off the track? Pitt could not see the tight smile behind the respirator mask, but he guessed it was there. "Come along," said the engineer. "I'll show you the answer to your dilemma." He stepped back into the elevator, but before he pushed the next button on the panel, he handed Pitt an acoustic foam helmet. "Take off your hard hat and set this over your head. Make certain it's snug or you'll get a case of vertigo. It contains a transmitter and receiver so we can converse without shouting." "Where are we headed?" asked Pitt. "An exploratory tunnel cut beneath the main pit to survey the heaviest deposit of stones." The doors opened, and they stepped out into a mine shaft carved from the volcanic rock and shored up with heavy timbers. Pitt involuntarily lifted his hands and pressed them against the sides of his head. Though aft sound was muffled, he felt a strange vibration in his eardrums. "Do you hear me all right?" asked the engineer. "I hear you," answered Pitt through the tiny microphone. "But through a humming sound." "You'll get used to it." "What is it?" "Follow me 100 meters up the shaft, and I'll show you your missing piece." Pitt trailed in the engineer's footsteps until they reached a side shaft. Only this one held no shoring timbers. The volcanic rock that made up its rounded sides was almost as smooth as if it had been polished by some immense boring tool. "A Thurston lava tube," Pitt said. "I've seen them on the big island of Hawaii. Certain lavas, such as those basaltic in composition, form thin flows called pahoeho that run laterally with smooth surfaces," clarified the engineer. "When the lava cools closer to the surface, the deeper, warmer surge continues until it flows into the open, leaving chambers, or tubes as we call them. It is these pockets of air that are driven to resonate by the pulsed ultrasound from the mining operation above." "What if I remove the helmet?" The engineer shrugged. "Go ahead, but you won't enjoy the results." Pitt lifted the acoustic foam helmet from his ears. After half a minute he became disoriented and reached out to the wall of the tube to keep from losing his balance. Next came a mushrooming sensation of nausea. The engineer reached over and replaced the helmet on Pitt's head. Then he circled an arm around Pitt's waist to hold him upright. "Satisfied?" he asked. Pitt took a long breath as the vertigo and nausea quickly passed. "I had to experience the agony. Now I have a mild idea of what those poor souls suffered before they died." The engineer led him back to the elevator. "Not a pleasant ordeal. The deeper we excavate, the worse it becomes. The one time I walked in here without protecting my ears, my head ached for a week." As the elevator rose from the lava tube, Pitt fully recovered except for a ringing in his ears. He knew it all now. He knew the source of the acoustic plague. He knew how it worked to destroy. He knew how to stop it, and was buoyed by the knowledge. "I understand now. The air chambers in the lava resonate and radiate the high-intensity sound pulses down through rock and into the sea, producing an incredible burst of energy. There's your answer." The engineer removed his helmet and ran a hand through a head of thinning gray hair. "The resonance added to the sound intensity creates incredible energy, more than enough to kill. Why did you risk your job and maybe your life showing me this?" The engineer's eyes burned, and he shoved his hands deep into the pockets of his jumpsuit. "I do not like working for people I cannot trust. Men like Arthur Dorset create trouble and tragedy if you two should ever meet. You can smell it on him. This whole operation stinks, as do all his other mining operations. These poor Chinese laborers are driven until they drop. They're fed well, but paid nothing, and forced to slave in the pit 18 hours a day. 20 have died in the past 12 months from accidents, because they were too exhausted to react and move out of the way of the equipment. Why the need to dig diamonds 24 hours a day when there is a worldwide surplus of the damned stones? De Beers may head a repugnant monopoly, but you have to give them credit. They hold production down so prices remain high. No, Dorset has a rotten scheme to harm the market. I'd give a year's pay to know what's going on." In his diabolic mind, someone like you, who understands the horror we're causing here, can now work to stop Dorset, before he kills another 100 innocent souls.
"What's stopping you from blowing the whistle?" asked Pitt.
Easier said than done. Every one of the scientists and engineers who direct the digging signed ironclad contracts. No performance, no pay. Dorset's attorneys would throw up a smoke screen so thick you couldn't cut it with a laser if we sued. Just as bad if the Mounties learned of the carnage among the Chinese laborers and the cover-up. Dorset would claim ignorance and make damned certain we'd all stand trial for conspiracy. As it is, we're scheduled to leave the island in 4 weeks. Our orders are to shut down the mine the week before. Only then are we to be paid off and sent on our way. Why not get on a boat and leave now? The thought crossed our minds until the chief superintendent tried exactly that, said the engineer slowly. According to letters we received from his wife, he never arrived home and was never seen again. Dorset runs a tight ship, as tight as any Central American drug operation. Why shut down the mine when it still produces? I have no idea. Dorset set the dates. He obviously has a plan he doesn't intend to share with the hired help. How does Dorset know none of you will talk once you're on the mainland? It's no secret that if one of us talks, we all go to jail. And the Chinese laborers, he stared at Pitt over the respirator clamped around the lower part of his face, his eyes expressionless. I have a suspicion they'll be left inside the mine. Buried. Knowing Dorset, he wouldn't bat an eye when he gave the order to his security flunkies. Have you ever met the man? Asked Pitt. Once was enough. His daughter, the emasculator, is as bad as he is. Boudica, Pitt smiled thinly. She's called the emasculator. Strong as an ox. That one, said the engineer. I've seen her lift a good-sized man off the ground with one arm. Before Pitt could ask any more questions, the elevator reached the surface level and stopped in the main lift building. The engineer stepped outside, glancing at a Ford van that drove past. Pitt followed him around the corner of the mess hall and behind the garbage containers. The engineer nodded at Pitt's jumpsuit. Your gear belongs to a geologist who's down with the flu. I'll have to return it before he discovers it missing and wonders why. Great, Pitt muttered. I probably contacted his flu germs from the respirator. Your Indian friends have returned to their boats. The engineer gestured at the food storage loading dock. The tractor and trailers were gone. The van that just passed by the elevator building is a personnel shuttle. It should return in a couple of minutes. Hail the driver and tell him to take you through the tunnel. Pitt stared at the old engineer dubiously. You don't think he'll question why I didn't leave with the other Haida? The old engineer took a notebook and a pencil from a pocket of his jumpsuit and scribbled a few words. He tore off the sheet of paper, folded it, and passed it to Pitt. Give him this. It will guarantee your safe passage. I have to return to work before Dapper John's muscle boys begin to ask questions. Pitt shook his hand. I'm grateful for your help. You took a terrible risk by revealing Dorset Consolidated secrets to a perfect stranger. If I can prevent future deaths of innocent people, any risk on my part will have been well worth it. Good luck, said Pitt. The same to you. The engineer began to walk away, thought of something and turned back. One more thing, out of curiosity. I saw the Dorset gunship take off after a float plane the other day. It never returned. I know, said Pitt. It ran into a hill and burned. You know. I was on the float plane. The engineer looked at him queerly. And Malcolm Stokes? Pitt quickly realized that this was the undercover man Stokes had mentioned. A metal splinter in one lung. But he'll live to enjoy his pension. I'm glad. Malcolm is a good man. He has a fine family. A wife and 5 children, said Pitt. He told me after we crashed. Then you got clear only to jump back in the fire. Not very bright of me, was it? The engineer smiled. No, I guess it wasn't. Then he turned and headed back into the elevator building, where he disappeared from Pitt's view. 5 minutes later, the van appeared and Pitt waved it to a stop. The driver, in the uniform of a security guard, stared at Pitt suspiciously. "Where did you come from?" he asked. Pitt handed him the folded note and shrugged wordlessly. The driver read the note, wadded it up, tossed it on the floor, and nodded. "Okay, take a seat. I'll run you as far as the search house at the other end of the tunnel." As the driver closed the door and shifted the van into drive, Pitt took a seat behind him and casually leaned down and picked up the crumpled note. It read, "This Haida fisherman was in the John when his friends unknowingly left him behind. Please see that he gets to the dock before the fishing fleet departs. C. Cussler, Chief Foreman." The driver stopped the van in front of the security building, where Pitt was explored from head to feet by X-ray for the second time that morning. The doctor in charge of anatomical search nodded as he completed a checklist. "No diamonds on you, big boy," he said, stifling a yawn. "Who needs them?" Pitt grunted indifferently. "You can't eat stones. They're a curse of the white man. Indians don't kill each other over diamonds." "You're late, aren't you? Your tribesmen came through here 20 minutes ago." "I fell asleep," said Pitt, hurriedly throwing on his clothes. He took off at a dead run and rushed onto the dock. 50 meters from the end, he came slowly to a stop. Concern and misgiving coursed through him. The Haida fishing fleet was a good 5 kilometers out in the channel. He was alone with nowhere to go. A large freighter was unloading the last of its cargo across the dock from the Dorset yacht. He dodged around the big containers that were hoisted from the cargo holds on wooden skids and tried to lose himself amid the activity while moving toward the gangway in an attempt to board the ship. One hand on the railing and one foot on the first step was as far as he got. "Hold it right there, fisherman." The calm voice spoke from directly behind him. "Missed your boat, did you?" Pitt slowly turned around and froze as he felt his heart double its beat. The sadistic Crutcher was leaning against a crate containing a large pump as he casually puffed on the stub of a cigar. Next to him stood a guard with the muzzle of his M1 assault rifle wavering up and down Pitt's body. It was the same guard Pitt had struck in Merchant's office. Pitt's heart went on triple time as Dapper John Merchant himself stepped from behind the guard, staring at Pitt with the cold authority of one who holds men's lives in the palms of his hands. Well, Mr. Pitt, you are a stubborn man." I knew he was the same one who punched me the minute I saw him board the shuttle van. The guard grinned wolfishly as he stepped forward and thrust the gun barrel into Pitt's gut. "A little payback for hitting me when I wasn't ready." Pitt doubled over in sharp pain as the narrow, round muzzle jabbed deeply into his side, badly bruising but not quite penetrating the flesh. He looked up at the grinning guard and spoke through clenched teeth. "A social misfit if I've ever seen one." The guard lifted his rifle to strike Pitt again, but Merchant stopped him. "Enough, Elmo. You can play games with him after he's explained his persistent intrusion." He looked at Pitt apologetically. "You must excuse Elmo. He has an instinctive drive to hurt people he doesn't trust." Pitt desperately tried to think of some way to escape, but except for jumping in the icy water and expiring from hypothermia and this was the more likely option of the two, being blasted into fish meal by Elmo's automatic rifle, there was no avenue open. "You must have an active imagination if you consider me a threat," Pitt muttered to Merchant as he stalled for time. Merchant leisurely removed a cigarette from a gold case and lit it with a matching lighter. "Since we last met, I've run an in-depth check on you, Mr. Pitt. To say you are a threat to those you oppose is a mild understatement. You are not trespassing on Dorset property to study fish and kelp. You are here for another, more ominous purpose. I rather hope you'll explain your presence in vivid detail without prolonged theatrical resistance." "A pity to disappoint you," said Pitt, between deep breaths. "I'm afraid you won't have time for one of your sordid interrogations." Merchant was not easily fooled. but he knew that Pitt was no garden-variety diamond smuggler. A tiny alarm went off in the back of his mind when he saw the utter lack of fear in Pitt's eyes. He felt curious, yet a trifle uneasy. "I freely admit I thought more highly of you than to expect a cheap bluff." Pitt stared upward and scanned the skies. A squadron of fighters from the aircraft carrier Nimitz, bristling with air-to-surface missiles, should be whistling over at any moment. A bureaucrat with an obscure governmental agency with the power to order an attack on Canadian soil? "I don't believe so." "You're right about me," said Pitt, "but my boss, Admiral James Sandecker, has the leverage to order an airstrike." For an instant, a brief eye blink in time, Pitt thought Merchant was going to buy it. Hesitation clouded the security chief's face. Then he grinned, stepped forward, and wickedly backhanded Pitt across the mouth with a gloved hand. Pitt staggered backward, feeling the blood springing from his lips. "I'll take my chances," Merchant said dryly. He wiped a speck of blood from his leather glove with a bored expression of distaste. "No more stories. You will speak only when I ask for answers to my questions." He turned to Crutcher and Elmo. "Escort him to my office. We'll continue our discussion there." Crutcher pushed a flat-handed palm into Pitt's face and sent him staggering across the dock. "I think we'll walk instead of ride to your office. Sir, our nosy friend could use a little exercise to soften him up." "Hold on there," came a sharp voice from the deck of the yacht. Boudica Dorset was leaning against the rail, watching the drama below on the dock. She was wearing a wool cardigan over a white turtleneck and a short pleated skirt. Her white stockinged legs were encased in a pair of high calfskin riding boots. She tossed her long hair over her shoulders and gestured to the gangway leading from the dock to the yacht's promenade deck. "Bring your intruder on board." Merchant and Crutcher exchanged indulgent glances before hustling Pitt on board the yacht. Elmo prodded him viciously in the lower back with the assault rifle, forcing him through a teak doorway into the main salon. Boudica sat on one edge of a desk carved from driftwood with an Italian marble top. Her skirt, taut under her legs, rose to mid-thigh. She was a robust woman, almost masculine in her movements, yet exuding sensuality and an unmistakable aura of wealth and polish. She was used to intimidating men, and she frowned when she saw Pitt clinically appraising her. "A first-class performance," Pitt observed. Most men would have been awed and cowed. Merchant, Crutcher, and Elmo couldn't keep their eyes off her, but Pitt refused to play on her turf. He ignored Boudica's obvious charms and forced his eyes to travel over the luxurious furnishings and decor of the yacht's salon. "Nice place you have here," he said impassively. "Shut your mouth in front of Miss Dorset," Elmo snapped, raising the butt of his weapon to strike Pitt again. Pitt whirled on his feet, knocked away the approaching rifle with one hand, and rammed his other fist into Elmo's gut just above the groin. The guard groaned in pain and anger and doubled over, dropping the rifle, both hands clutched at the point of impact. Pitt scooped up the rifle from the salon's thick carpet before anyone could react and calmly handed the weapon to a stunned Merchant. "I'm tired of being on the receiving end of this cretin's sadistic habits. Please keep him under control." Then he turned to Boudica. "I realize it's early, but I could use a drink. Do you stock tequila on board this floating villa?" Boudica remained calm and aloof, staring at Pitt with renewed curiosity. She looked at Merchant. "Where did he come from?" she demanded. "Who is this man?" "He penetrated our security by posing as a local fisherman. In reality, he's an American agent." "Why is he snooping around the mine?" "I was taking him back to my office for the answers when you called us to come aboard," replied Merchant. She rose to her full height and stood taller than any man in the salon. Her voice became incredibly deep and sensuous, and her eyes were cool as they flicked over Pitt. "Your name, please, and your business here." Merchant began to answer. "His name is—" "I want him to tell me—" She cut Merchant off. "So you're Boudica Dorset," Pitt said, brushing off her question and returning her gaze. "Now I can say I know all three." She searched his face for a moment. "All three?" "Dorset's lovely daughters," answered Pitt. Anger at being toyed with flashed in her eyes. She took 2 steps, reached out, grasped Pitt's upper arms and squeezed as she leaned forward, crushing him against one wall of the salon. There was no expression in the giantess's black eyes as they stared unblinkingly into Pitt's, almost nose to nose. She said nothing, only stood there increasing the pressure and pushing upward until his feet were barely touching the carpet. Pitt resisted by tensing his body and flexing his biceps, which felt as if they were clamped in ever-tightening vices. He could not believe any man, much less a woman, could be so strong. His muscles began to feel as if they were mashed to pulp. He clenched his teeth and bleeding lips together to fight the rising pain. The restricted blood flow was numbing and turning his hands white when Boudica finally released her grip and stepped back. "Now then, before I encircle your throat, tell me who you are and why you're prying into my family's mining operation." Pitt stalled for a minute while the pain subsided, and feeling returned to his lower arms and hands. He was stunned by the woman's inhuman strength. Finally, he gasped out, "Is that any way to treat the man who rescued your sisters from certain death?" Her eyes widened questioningly, and she stiffened. "What are you talking about? How do you know my sisters?" "My name is Dirk Pitt," he said slowly. "My friends and I saved Maeve from freezing to death and Deirdre from drowning in the Antarctic. You," the words seemed to boil from her lips, "you're the one from the National Underwater and Marine Agency?" "The same." Pitt walked over to a lavish bar with a copper surface and picked up a cocktail napkin to dab away the blood that dripped from a cut lip. Merchant and Crutcher looked as stunned as if a horse they had bet their life savings on had run out of the money. Merchant gazed blankly at Boudica. He must be lying. "Would you like me to describe them in detail?" asked Pitt carelessly. "Maeve is tall, blonde, with incredibly blue eyes. Strictly a camp-on-the-beach type." He paused to point at a portrait of a young blonde woman, wearing an old-fashioned dress with a diamond the size of a quail's egg set in a pendant around her neck. "That's her in the painting." "Not even close," Boudica smirked. "That happens to be a portrait of my great-great-great-grandmother." "Neither here nor there," Pitt said with feigned indifference, unwilling to tear his eyes away from the incredible likeness of Maeve. "Deirdre, on the other hand, has brown eyes and red hair and walks like a runway model." After a long pause, Boudica said, "He must be who he says he is." "That doesn't explain his presence here," Merchant persisted. "I told you during our last meeting," said Pitt. "I came here to study the effects of the chemicals and pollution flowing into the sea from the mine." Merchant smiled thinly. An inventive story, but far from the truth. Pitt could not relax for a moment. He was in the company of dangerous people, cunning and shrewd. He had felt his way, assessing the reaction to his line of approach. But he realized it was only a matter of a minute or two before Boudica figured out his game. It was inevitable. She had enough pieces to fill in the borders of the puzzle. He decided he could better control the situation by telling the truth. "The gospel you want, the gospel you'll get. I'm here because the pulsed ultrasound you use to excavate far diamonds causes an intense resonance that channels great distances underwater. When undersea conditions are optimal, these pulses converge with those from your other mining operations around the Pacific and kill any living organism in the area. But of course I'm not telling you anything you don't already know." He'd caught Boudica off balance. She stared at Pitt as if he had stepped off an alien spaceship. "You're quite good at creating a scene," she said hesitantly. "You should have gone into the movies." "I've considered it," said Pitt. "But I don't have James Woods' talent or Mel Gibson's looks." He discovered a bottle of Herradura silver tequila behind the bar on a glass shelf backed by a gold-tinted mirror and poured himself a shot glass. He also found a lime and a salt shaker. He let Boudica and the others stand there and watch as he dabbed his tongue on the flap of skin between his thumb and forefinger before sprinkling salt on it. Then he downed the tequila, licked the salt, and sucked on the lime. There, now I feel ready to face the rest of the day. As I was saying, you know more about the horrors of the acoustic plague, as it's come to be called, than I do. Ms. Dorset, the same killer that came frighteningly close to killing your sisters, so it would be foolish of me to waste my time attempting to enlighten you. I don't have the vaguest idea of what you're talking about. She turned to Merchant and Crutcher. This man is dangerous. He is a menace to Dorset Consolidated Mining. Get him off my boat and do with him whatever you think is necessary to ensure he doesn't bother us again. Pitt made one last toss of the dice. Garrett Converse, the actor, and his Chinese junk, the Tsusi. David Copperfield would be proud of the way you made Converse, his entire crew and boat disappear. The expected reaction was all there. The strength and the arrogance evaporated. Boudica suddenly looked lost. Then Pitt threw in the clincher. Surely you haven't forgotten the Mentawai. Now there was a sloppy job. You mistimed your explosives and blew up the boarding party from the Rio Grande, who were investigating what appeared to be an abandoned ship. Unfortunately for you, your yacht was seen fleeing the scene and later identified. A most intriguing tale. There was scorn in Boudica's voice, but a scorn disputed by a deep foreboding in her face. You might almost say spellbinding. Are you quite finished, Mr. Pitt, or do you have an ending? An ending? Pitt sighed. It hasn't been written yet, but I think it's safe to say that very soon Dorset Consolidated Mining Limited will be only a memory. He had gone one step too far. Boudica began to lose control. Her anger swelled, and she came close to Pitt, her face tight and cold. My father can't be stopped, not by any legal authority or any government, not in the next 27 days. By then, we'll have closed down the mines of our own accord. Why not do it now and save God only knows how many lives? Not 1 minute before we're ready. Ready for what? A pity you can't ask Maeve. Why Maeve? Deirdre tells me that she became quite friendly with the man who saved her. She's in Australia, said Pitt. Boudica shook her head and showed her teeth. Maeve is in Washington, working as an agent for our father, feeding him whatever information Numa has collected on the deathly sound waves. Nothing like having a trusted relative in the enemy camp to keep one out of trouble. I misjudged her, Pitt said brusquely. She led me to believe that protecting sea life was her life's work. Any moral indignation flew out the window when she learned my father was holding her twin sons as insurance. Don't you mean hostages? The mist began to lift. Pitt began to see that Arthur Dorset's machinations went far beyond mere greed. The man was a bloodthirsty cutthroat, a predator who thought nothing of using his own family as pawns. Boudica disregarded Pitt's remark and nodded at John Merchant. He's yours to dispose of, as you will. Before we bury him with the others, said Crutcher with seeming anticipation, we'll persuade him to fill in any details he might have purposely left out. So I'm to be tortured and then executed, Pitt said nonchalantly, helping himself to another shot of tequila, while his mind desperately created and discarded a dozen useless plans for escape. You've condemned yourself by coming here, said Boudica. If, as you say, officials of Numa suspected our excavation operations were responsible for sending deadly sound waves throughout the ocean, there would have been no need for you to clandestinely spy on Dorset property. The truth is, you have learned the answers within the past hour and have yet to pass them on to your superiors in Washington. I compliment you, Mr. Pitt. Slipping through our security and entering the mine was a masterstroke. You could not have done it alone. Explanations will be forthcoming after Mr. Merchant motivates you to share your secrets. She nailed me good, Pitt thought in defeat. You will give Maeve and Deirdre my best wishes. Knowing my sisters, they've probably already forgotten you. Deirdre maybe, not Maeve. Now that I've met all of you, it's evident that she's the most virtuous of the three. Pitt was surprised at the look of hatred that flashed in Boudica's eyes. Maeve is the outcast. She has never been close to the family. Pitt grinned, a natural grin, mischievous and challenging. It's easy to see why. Boudica stood up, looking even taller due to the heels of her boots, and stared down at Pitt, enraged at the laughter she read in his opaline green eyes. By the time we close the mine, Maeve and her bastard sons will be gone. She spun around and glared at Merchant. Get this scum off my boat, she said. I don't want to see him again. You won't, Ms. Dorset, said Merchant, motioning for Crutcher to push Pitt from the salon. I promise, this will be your last look at him. With Pitt between them and Elmo bringing up the rear, Merchant and Crutcher escorted their captive down the gangway and walked across the dock toward a waiting van. As they passed by the large containers of supplies and equipment that had been offloaded from the cargo ship, the loud exhaust from the diesel engines operating the cranes drowned out a dull thud. Only when Crutcher suddenly crumpled to the planking of the dock did Pitt spin around in a defensive crouch, just in time to see Merchant's eyes roll up into his head before he dropped like a sack of sand. Several steps behind them, Elmo lay stretched out like a dead man, which he was. The whole operation hadn't taken 10 seconds from the killing blow to the back of Elmo's neck to the concussion of John Merchant's skull. Mason Broadmoor grabbed Pitt's arm with his left hand, his right still gripping a massive steel wrench. Quick, jump. Confused, Pitt hesitated. Jump where? Off the dock, you idiot. Pitt needed no further urging. 5 running steps and they both flew through the air and landed in the water a few meters in front of the bow of the cargo ship. The ice-cold water shocked every nerve ending in Pitt's body before his adrenaline took over and he found himself swimming beside Broadmoor. Now what? He gasped, breathing steam over the icy water while shaking the water from his face and hair. The watercraft, answered Broadmoor after snorting water from his nose. We sneaked them off the fishing boat and hid them under the pier. They were on the boat? I didn't see them. A hidden compartment I built myself, Broadmoor said, grinning. You never know when you'll need to skip town ahead of the sheriff. He reached one of the Duo 300 wet jets that were floating beside a concrete piling and climbed aboard. You know how to ride a watercraft? Like I was born on one, said Pitt, pulling himself aboard and straddling the seat. If we keep the cargo ship between us and the dock, we should be blocked from their line of fire for a good half-kilometer. They punched the starters. The modified engines roared to life, and with Broadmoor less than a meter in the lead, they burst from under the dock as if shot from a cannon. They stuck the noses of their watercraft in a hard turn and sliced around the bows of the cargo ship, using the hull as a shield. The engines accelerated with no hint of hesitation. Pitt never looked back. He hunched over the handlebars and pressed the trigger throttle to its stop, half expecting a hail of gunfire to pepper the water around him at any second. But their getaway was clean. They were far out of range before the rest of John Merchant's security team was alerted. For the second time in nearly as many days, Pitt was making a wild escape from the Dorset mine for Moresby Island. The water sped past in a blue-green blur. The bright colors and the Haida designs on the watercraft glittered radiantly in the bright sun. Pitt's senses sharpened at the danger, and his reactions quickened. From the air, the channel between the islands seemed little more than a wide river, but from the surface of the sea, the inviting safety of the trees and rocky hills of Moresby appeared like a speck on the far horizon. Pitt was awed by the stability of the wet jet's V-hull and the torque of its modified big-bore, long-stroke engine. which drove the craft with a ferocious low snarl through the low swells with hardly a bounce. Fast, agile. The variable pitch impeller delivered incredible thrust. These were truly machines with muscle. Pitt couldn't know with any certainty, but he estimated he was whipping over the sea at close to 60 knots. It was almost like riding a high-performance motorcycle over water. He jumped Broadmoor's wake, pulled even until they were hurtling across the water virtually side by side, and shouted, "We'll be dead meat if they come after us." "Not to worry," Broadmoor yelled back. "We can outrun their patrol boats." Pitt turned and peered over his shoulder at the rapidly receding island. He cursed under his breath as he spotted the remaining Defender helicopter rising above the mound surrounding the mine. In less than a minute it was sweeping across the channel, taking up the chase and following their wakes. "We can't outrun their helicopter," Pitt informed Broadmoor loudly. In contrast to a grim-faced Pitt, Mason Broadmoor looked as enthusiastic and bright-eyed as a boy warming up for his first track meet. His brown features were flushed with excitement. He stood on the footrests and glanced back at the pursuing aircraft. "The dumb bastards don't stand a chance," he said, grinning. "Follow in my wake." They were rapidly overhauling the homeward-bound fishing fleet, but Broadmoor made a hard turn toward Moresby Island, giving the boats a wide berth. The shore was only a few hundred meters away, and the helicopter had pulled to within a kilometer. Pitt could see waves sluicing and heaving in constant motion as they hurled against the rocks below, a shore of steep, jagged cliffs, and he wondered if Broadmoor had a death wish as he aimed his watercraft toward the swirling breakers. Pitt turned his attention from the approaching helicopter and put his faith in the Haida totem carver. He stuck the nose of his watercraft into the rooster tail, shooting up behind the front runner, and hung in the foaming wake as they ran flat out through a cauldron of waves thrashing against a fortress of offshore rocks. To Pitt, it looked as if they were on a direct course toward the wave-hammered cliffs. He gripped the handlebars, braced his feet in the padded footwells, and hung on to keep from being pitched off. The rumble of the breakers came like thunderclaps, and all he could see was a gigantic curtain of spray and foam. The image of the Polar Queen drifting helpless toward the barren rock island in the Antarctic flickered through his mind. But this time, he was aboard a speck in the sea instead of an ocean liner. He plunged on despite a growing certainty that Broadmoor was certifiably insane. Broadmoor cut around a huge rock. Pitt followed, instantly setting up the turn, shifting his body back and outside to slightly weight the front inside of the hull, then hanging on, the hull biting into the water as he carved the turn in Broadmoor's wake. They rocketed over the crest of a huge roller and smashed down in the trough before ascending on the back of the next one. The helicopter was almost upon them, but the pilot stared in dumb fascination at the suicidal course set by the two men on the watercraft. Astonished, he failed to line up and fire his twin 7.62 guns. Wary of his own danger, he pulled the aircraft up in a steep vertical climb and swept over the Palisades. He banked sharply to come around for another look, but the watercraft had already been out of sight for a critical 10 seconds. When he circled back over the water, his quarry had vanished. Some inner instinct told Pitt that in another 100 meters, he would be pulped against the unyielding wall rising out of the water, and that would be the end of it. The choice was to veer off and take his chances with the firepower from the helicopter, but he remained inflexibly on course. His life was passing in front of him. Then he saw it. A tiny crevice in the lower face of the cliff suddenly yawned open like the eye of a needle, no wider than 2 meters. Broadmoor swept into the narrow opening and was gone. Pitt grimly followed, swearing that the ends of his handlebars brushed the sides of the entrance, and abruptly found himself in a deep grotto with a high, inverted V-shaped ceiling. Ahead of him, Broadmoor slowed and glided to a stop beside a small rock landing, where he jumped off his machine, tore off his coat, and began stuffing it with a bundle of dead kelp that had washed into the grotto. Pitt immediately saw the wisdom of the Indian scheme. He hit the stop switch on the handlebar and matched Broadmoor's actions. Once the coats were filled to simulate headless torsos, they were thrown in the water at the entrance to the grotto. Pitt and Broadmoor stood there watching as the dummies were swept back and forth before being carried by the backwash into the maelstrom outside. "You think that will fool them?" asked Pitt. "Guaranteed," answered Broadmoor confidentially. "The wall of the cliffs slants out, making the opening to the grotto impossible to see from the air." He cocked an ear at the sound of the helicopter outside. "I'll give them another 10 minutes before they head back to the mine and tell Dapper John Merchant, if he's regained consciousness, that we bashed our brains out on the rocks." Broadmoor was prophetic. The sound of the helicopter echoing into the grotto gradually died and faded away. He checked the fuel tanks of the watercraft and nodded comfortably. "If we run at half speed, we should have just enough fuel to reach my village. I suggest we relax till after sunset," said Pitt. "No sense in showing our faces in case the pilot of the helicopter has a suspicious disposition. Can you navigate home in the dark?" "Blindfolded in a straitjacket," Broadmoor said indisputably. "We'll leave at midnight and be in bed by 300 a.m." For the next several minutes, worn out from the excitement of the hard run across the channel and the near brush with death, they sat in silence, listening to the reverberating roar of the surf outside the grotto. Finally, Broadmoor reached into a small compartment on his wet jet and retrieved a canvas-covered half-gallon canteen. He pulled out a cork stopper and handed the canteen to Pitt.
"Boysenberry wine. Made it myself."
PTT took a long swallow and made a strange face. "You mean boysenberry brandy, don't you? I admit that it does have a nice kick." He smiled as Pitt passed back the canteen. "Did you find what you were looking for at the mine?" "Yes, your engineer led me to the source of the problem." "I am glad. Then it has all been worth it." "You paid a high price. You'll not be selling any more fish to the mining company." "I felt like a whore taking Dorset money anyway," said Broadmoor with a disgusted expression. "As a consolation, you'll also be interested to learn that Boudica Dorset claimed her daddy was going to close down the mine a month from now. If it's true, my people will be happy to hear it," said Broadmoor, handing back the canteen. "That calls for another drink." "I owe you a debt I can't repay," said Pitt quietly. "You took a great risk to help me escape." "It was worth it to bash Merchant and Crutcher's skulls." Broadmoor laughed. "I've never felt this good before. It is I who must thank you for the opportunity." Pitt reached out and shook Broadmoor's hand. "I'm going to miss your cheery disposition." "You're going home?" "Back to Washington with the information I've gathered." "You're okay for a mainlander, friend Pitt. If you ever need a second home, you're always welcome in my village." "You never know," said Pitt warmly. "I just might take you up on that offer someday." They departed the grotto long after dark as insurance against chance discovery by Dorset security patrol boats. Broadmoor draped the chain of a small shaded penlight around his neck so that it was hanging on his back, fortified by the boysenberry wine. Pitt followed the tiny beam through the surf and around the rocks, amazed at the ease with which Broadmoor navigated in the dark without mishap. The image of Maeve, forced to work as a spy under the boot of her father, blackmailed by his seizure of her twin sons, made him boil with anger. He also felt a stab in his heart, a feeling that had not coursed through him in years. His emotions stirred with the memories of another woman. Only then did he realize it was possible to feel the same love for two different women from different times, one living, one dead. Driven and torn by conflicting emotions of love and hate, and a determination to stop Arthur Dorset, no matter the cost and consequences, he gripped the handlebars till his knuckles gleamed white under the light from a quarter moon as he forged through the cataract from Broadmoor's wake. For most of the afternoon, the wind blew steadily out of the northeast, a brisk wind but not enough to raise more than an occasional whitecap on the swells that topped out at 1 meter. The wind brought with it a driving rain that fell in sheets, cutting visibility to less than 5 kilometers and striking the water as if its surface was churned by millions of thrashing herring. To most sailors it was miserable weather, but to British seamen like Captain Ian Briscoe, who spent their early years walking the decks of ships plowing through the damp of the North Sea, this was like old home week, unlike his junior officers, who remained out of the gusting spray and stayed dry. Briscoe stood on the bridge wing of his ship as if recharging the blood in his veins, staring out over the bow as if expecting to see a ghost ship that didn't appear on radar. He noted that the mercury was holding steady and the temperature was several degrees above freezing. He felt no discomfort in his oilskins, except that caused by the occasional drops of water that snaked their way through the strands of his precisely cut red beard and trickled down his neck. After a 2-week layover in Vancouver, where she participated in a series of naval exercises with ships of the Canadian Navy, Briscoe's command, the Type 42 destroyer HMS Bridlington, was en route home to England via Hong Kong, a stopover for any British naval ship that was sailing across the Pacific. Although the 99-year lease had run out and the British Crown colony was returned to China in 1997, it became a matter of pride to occasionally show the Cross of St. George and to remind the new owners of who were the founders of the financial mecca of Asia. The door to the wheelhouse opened, and the second officer, Lieutenant Samuel Angus, leaned out. "If you can spare a few moments from sea defying the elements, sir, could you please step inside?" "Why don't you come out, my boy?" Briscoe roared over the wind. "Soft, that's the trouble with you young people. You don't appreciate foul weather." "Please, Captain," Angus pleaded. "We have an approaching aircraft on radar." Briscoe walked across the bridge wing and stepped into the wheelhouse. "I see nothing unusual in that. You might say it's routine. We've had dozens of aircraft fly over the ship." "A helicopter, sir? Over 2,500 kilometers from the American mainland and no military vessels between here and Hawaii." "The bloody fool must be lost," Briscoe growled. "Signal the pilot and ask if he requires a position fix." "I took the liberty of contacting him, sir," replied Angus. "He speaks only Russian." "Who do we have who can understand him?" "Surgeon Lieutenant Rudolph. He's fluent in Russian." "Call him up to the bridge." 3 minutes later, a short man with blonde hair stepped up to Briscoe, who was sitting in the elevated captain's chair, peering into the rain. "You sent for me, Captain?" Briscoe nodded curtly. "There's a Russian helicopter muddling about in the storm. Get on the radio and find out why he's flying around an empty sea." Lieutenant Angus produced a headset, plugged it into a communications console, and handed it to Rudolph. "The frequency is set. All you have to do is talk." Rudolph placed the earphones over his ears and spoke into the tiny microphone. Briscoe and Angus waited patiently while he carried on what seemed a one-way conversation. Finally, he turned to the captain. "The man is terribly upset, almost incoherent. The best I can make of it is that he's coming from a Russian whaling fleet. Then he's only doing his job." Rudolph shook his head. "He keeps repeating, 'They're all dead,' and wants to know if we have helicopter landing facilities on the Bridlington. If so, he wants to come aboard." "Impossible," Briscoe grunted. "Inform him that the Royal Navy does not allow foreign aircraft to land on Her Majesty's ships." Rudolph repeated the message just as the helicopter's engines became audible, and it suddenly materialized out of the falling rain, 1/2 kilometer off the port bow at a height of no more than 20 meters above the sea. "He sounds on the verge of hysteria. He swears that unless you shoot him down, he's going to set down on board." "Damn!" The oath fairly exploded from Briscoe's lips. "All I need is for some terrorists to blow up my ship." "Not likely any terrorists are roaming about this part of the ocean," said Angus. Yes, and the Cold War's been over for 10 years. I know all that. For what it's worth, said Rudolph. "I read the pilot is scared out of his wits. I detect no indication of threat in his tone." Briscoe sat silent for a few moments, then flicked a switch on the ship's intercom. "Radar, are your ears up?"
"Yes, sir," a voice answered. "Any ships in the area?" "I read one large vessel and 4 smaller ones, bearing 272 degrees, distance 95 kilometers. Briscoe broke off and pressed another switch. "Communications? Sir? See if you can raise a fleet of Russian whaling ships 95 kilometers due west of us. If you need an interpreter, the ship's dock can translate. My 30-word Russian vocabulary should get me by." "The communications," officer answered cheerfully. Briscoe looked at Rudolph. "All right, tell him permission is granted to set down on our landing pad." Rudolph passed on the word, and they all watched as the helicopter angled in from the starboard beam and began a shallow power glide approach over the landing pad just forward of the stern in readiness for a hovering descent. To Briscoe's practiced eyes, the pilot was handling the aircraft erratically, failing to compensate for the brisk wind. "That idiot flies like he's got a nervous disorder," asked Briscoe. He turned to Angus. "Reduce speed and order an armed reception committee to greet our visitor." Then, as an afterthought, "If he so much as scratches my ship, shoot him." Angus grinned amiably and winked at Rudolph behind the captain's back as he ordered the helmsman at the ship's console to reduce speed. There was no insubordination intended in their shared humor. Briscoe was admired by every man of the crew as a gruff old sea dog who watched over his men and ran a smooth ship. They were wet, aware that few ships in the Royal Navy had a captain who preferred sea duty to promotion to flag rank. The visitor was a smaller version of the K-32 Helix Russian Navy helicopter, which was used for light transport duty and air reconnaissance. This one, used by a fishing fleet for locating whales, looked badly in need of maintenance. Oil streaked from the engine cowlings and the paint on the fuselage was badly chipped and faded. The British seamen waiting under the protection of steel bulkheads cringed as the helicopter flared out barely 3 meters above the pitching deck. The pilot sharply decreased his engine RPMs too early, and the craft dropped heavily to the deck, bounced drunkenly back into the air, and then smacked down hard on its wheels before finally settling like a chastised collie into motionless submission. The pilot shut down his engines, and the rotor blades swung to a stop. The pilot slid open an entry door and stared up at the Bridlington's huge radar dome before turning his eyes to the 5 advancing seamen. Automatic weapons firmly clutched in their hands. He jumped down to the deck and peered at them curiously before he was taken roughly by the arms and hustled through an open hatch. The seamen escorted him up 3 decks, through a wide companionway before turning into a passageway that led to the officer's wardroom. The ship's first officer, Lieutenant Commander Roger Avondale, had joined the reception committee and stood off to one side with Lieutenant Angus. Surgeon Lieutenant Rudolph waited at Briscoe's elbow to interpret. He studied the Russian pilot's eyes and read terror numbed by fatigue in the wide pupils. Briscoe nodded at Rudolph. "Ask him what in hell made him assume he can board a foreign naval vessel any time he chooses. You might also inquire as to why he was flying alone," added Dale. "Not likely he'd scout for whales by himself." Rudolph and the pilot began a rapid-fire exchange that lasted for a solid 3 minutes. Finally, the ship's doctor turned and said, "His name is Fyodor Goromykin. He is chief pilot in command of locating whales for a whaling fleet from the port of Nikolaevsk. According to his story, he and his co-pilot and an observer were out scouting for the catcher ships." "Catcher ships?" inquired Angus. "Swift-moving vessels about 65 meters in length that shoot explosive harpoons into unsuspecting whales," explained Briscoe. "The whale's body is then inflated with air to keep it afloat, marked with a radio beacon that sends out homing signals and left while the catcher continues its killing spree. Later, It returns to its catch and tows it back to the factory ship. I had drinks with the captain of a factory ship in Odessa a few years ago, said Avondale. He invited me aboard. It was an enormous vessel, nearly 200 meters in length, totally self-sufficient, with high-tech processing equipment, laboratories, and even a well-staffed hospital. They can winch a 100-ton blue whale up a ramp, strip the blubber like you'd peel a banana, and cook it in a rotating drum. The oil is extracted and everything else is ground and bagged as fish or bone meal. The whole process takes little more than half an hour. After being hunted to near extinction, it's a wonder there are any whales left to catch, muttered Angus. Let's hear the man's story, Briscoe demanded impatiently. Failing to locate a herd, Rudolph continued. He returned to his factory ship, the Alexander Gorchakov. After landing, he swears they found the entire crew of the vessel, as well as the crews on the nearby catcher ships, dead. And his co-pilot and observer, Briscoe persisted. He says he panicked and took off without them. Where did he intend to go? Rudolph questioned the Russian and waited for the ANG swear to pour out, only as far away from the mass death T as his fuel would take him. Ask him what killed his shipmates after an exchange. Rudolph shrugged. He doesn't know. All he knows is that they had expressions of agony on their faces and appeared to have died in their own vomit. A fantastic tale, to say the least, observed Avondale. If he didn't look as if he'd seen a graveyard full of ghosts, said Briscoe. I'd think the man was a pathological liar. Avondale looked at the captain. Shall we take him at his word, sir? Briscoe thought for a moment, then nodded. Lay on another 10 knots, then signal Pacific Fleet Command. Apprise them of the situation and inform them we are altering course to investigate. Before action could be taken, a familiar voice came over the bridge speaker system. Bridge, this is radar. Go ahead, radar, acknowledged Briscoe. Captain, those ships you ordered us to track? Yes, what about them? Well, sir, they're not moving, but they're beginning to disappear off the scope. Is your equipment functioning properly? Yes, sir, it is. Briscoe's face clouded in bafflement. Explain what you mean by disappearing. Just that, sir, answered radar officer. It looks to me as if those ships out there are sinking. The Bridlington arrived at the Russian fishing fleet's last known position and found no ships floating on the surface. Briscoe ordered a search pattern, and after steaming back and forth, a large oil slick was spotted, surrounded by a widely scattered sea of flotsam, some of it in localized clusters. The Russian helicopter pilot rushed to a deck railing, gestured at an object in the water, and began crying out in anguish. Why is he babbling? Avondale shouted to Rudolph from the bridge wing. He's saying his ship is gone, all his friends are gone, his co-pilot and observer are gone. What is he pointing at? Asked Briscoe. Rudolph peered over the side and then looked up. A flotation vest with Alexander Gorchakov stamped on it. I have a floating body, announced Angus, peering through binoculars. Make that 4 bodies, but not for long. There are shark fins circling the water around them. Throw a few shells from the Bofors at the bloody butchers, Briscoe ordered. I want the bodies in one piece so they can be examined. Send out boats to retrieve whatever debris they can find. Somebody, somewhere, is going to want as much evidence as we can collect, as the twin 40mm Bofors guns. Opened up on the sharks, Avondale turned to Angus. Damned queer goings-on, if you ask me. What do you make of it? Angus turned and gave the first officer a slow grin. It would seem that after being slaughtered for 2 centuries, the whales finally have their revenge. Pitt sat behind the desk in his office for the first time in nearly 2 months, his eyes distant, his hand toying with a Seahawk dive knife he used as a letter opener. He said nothing, waiting for a response from Admiral Sandecker, who sat across from him. He had arrived in Washington early that morning, a Sunday,
and gone directly to the empty Numa headquarters building, where he spent the next 6 hours writing up a detailed report on his discoveries on Kung-Hit Island and offering his suggestions on how to deal with the underwater acoustics. The report seemed anticlimactic after the exhausting rigors of the past few days. Now he resigned himself to allowing other men, more qualified men, to deal with the problem and come up with the proper solutions. He swung around in his chair and gazed out the window at the Potomac River and envisioned Maeve standing on the deck of Ice Hunter, the look of fear and desperation in her face. He felt furious with himself for deserting her. He was certain Deirdre had divulged the kidnapping of Maeve's children by her father on board Ice Hunter. Maeve had reached out to the only man she could trust, and Pitt had failed to recognize her distress. That part of the story Pitt had left out of his report. Sandecker closed the report and laid it on Pitt's desk. A remarkable bit of fancy footwork. A miracle you weren't killed. I had help from some very good people, Pitt said seriously. You've gone as far as you can go on this thing. I'm ordering you and Giordino to take 10 days off. Go home and work on your antique cars. You'll get no argument from me, said Pitt, massaging the bruises on his upper arms. Judging from your narrow escape, Dorset and his daughters play tough. All except Maeve, said Pitt quietly. She's the family outcast. You know, I assume that she is working with Numa in our biology department along with Roy Van Fleet on the effects of the ultrasound on sea life. Yes, I know. Sandecker studied Pitt's face, examining every line in the weathered yet still youthful-looking features. Can we trust her? She could be passing along data on our findings to her father. Dirk's green eyes registered no sign of subtlety. Maeve has nothing in common with her sisters. Sensing Pitt's reluctance to discuss Maeve, Sandecker changed the subject. Speaking of sisters, did Boudica Dorset give you any indication as to why her father intends to shut down his operations in a few weeks? Not a clue. Sandecker rolled a cigar around in his fingers pensively. Because none of Dorset's mining properties are on U.S. soil, there is no rapid-fire means to stop future killings. Close one mine out of the 4, said Pitt, and you drain the sound waves' killing potency. Short of ordering in a flight of B-1 bombers, which the president won't do, our hands are tied. There must be an international law that applies to murder on the high seas, said Pitt. Sandecker shook his head. Not one that covers this situation. The lack of an international law enforcement organization plays in Dorset's favor. Gladiator Island belongs only to the family, and it would take a year or more to talk the Russians into closing the mine off Siberia. Same with Chile. As long as Dorset pays off high-ranking government officials, his mines stay open. There's the Canadian, said Pitt. If given the reins, the Mounties would go in and close the Kung-Hit Island mine tomorrow because of Dorset's use of illegal immigrants for slave labor. So what's stopping them from raiding the mine? Pitt recalled Inspector Stokes's words about the bureaucrats and members of Parliament in Dorset's wallet. The same barriers, paid cronies and shrewd lawyers. Money makes money, Sandecker said heavily. Dorset is too well financed and well organized to topple by ordinary methods. The man is an incredible piece of avaricious machinery, not like you to embrace a defeatist attitude. Admiral, I can't believe you're about to forfeit the game to Arthur Dorset. Sandecker's eyes took on the look of a viper about to strike. Who said anything about forfeiting the game? Pitt enjoyed prodding his boss. He didn't believe for an instant that Sandecker would walk away from a fight. What do you intend to do? Since I can't order an armed invasion of commercial property and possibly kill hundreds of innocent civilians in the process, or drop a special forces team from the air to neutralize all Dorset mining excavations, I'm forced to take the only avenue left open for me. And that is, Pitt prompted. We go public, Sandecker said without a flicker or change in his expression. First thing tomorrow, I call a press conference and blast Arthur Dorset as the worst monster unleashed on humanity since Attila the Hun. I'll reveal the cause of the mass killings and lay the blame on his doorstep. Next, I'll stir up members of Congress to lean on the State Department, who in turn will lean on the governments of Canada, Chile, and Russia to close all Dorset operations on their soil. Then we'll sit back and see where the chips fall. Pitt looked at Sandecker in long, slow admiration. Then he smiled. The Admiral was sailing in stormy waters without giving a damn for the torpedoes or the consequences. You'd take on the devil if he looked cross-eyed at you. Forgive me for blowing off steam. You know as well as I there will be no press conference. Without solid, presentable evidence, I would gain nothing but a quick trip into a mental institution. Men like Arthur Dorset are self-regenerating. You cannot simply destroy them. They are created by a system of greed that leads to power. The pathetic thing about such men is that they don't know how to spend their wealth nor give it away to the needy. Sandecker paused and lit his cigar with a flourish. Then he said coldly, I don't know how, but I swear by the Constitution I'm going to nail that slime bag to the barn so hard his bones will rattle. Maeve put on a good face through her ordeal. At first she had wept whenever she was alone in the small colonial house in Georgetown that her father's aides had leased for her. Panic swept her heart at thoughts of what might be happening to her twin boys on Gladiator Island. She wanted to rush to their sides and sweep them away to safety. But she was powerless. She actually saw herself with them in her dreams, but the dreams of sleep became nightmares on awakening. There wasn't the least hope of fighting the incredible resources of her father. She never detected anyone, but she knew without doubt that his security people were watching her every move. Roy Van Fleet and his wife, Robin, who had taken Maeve under her wing, invited her to join them in attending a party thrown by a wealthy owner of an undersea exploration company. She was loath to go, but Robin had pushed her, refusing to take no for an answer and insisting she put a little fun in her life, never realizing the torment Maeve was going through. Loads of capital bigwigs and politicians will attend, Robin gushed. We can't miss it. After applying her makeup and pulling her hair tightly back in a bun, Maeve put on a brown Empire waist dress of silk chiffon, an embroidered net with beaded bodice, and a short three-tier skirt that came to several inches above her knees. She had splurged on the outfit in Sydney, thinking it quite stylish at the time. Now she wasn't so sure. She suddenly suffered pangs of shyness at showing too much leg at a Washington party. The devil with it, she said to herself in front of a full-length mirror. Nobody knows me anyway. She peered through the curtains at the street outside. There was a light layer of snow on the ground, but the streets were clear. The temperature was cold but not frigid. She poured herself a short glass of vodka on ice, put on a long black coat that came down to her ankles, and waited for the Van Fleets to pick her up. Pitt showed the invitation he'd borrowed from the Admiral at the door of the country club, and was passed through the beautiful wooden doors carved with the likenesses of famous golfers. He dropped off his topcoat at the cloakroom and was directed into a spacious ballroom paneled in dark walnut. One of Washington's elite interior decorators had created a stunning undersea illusion in the room. Cleverly designed paper fish hung from the ceiling, while hidden lighting gave off a soft, wavering blue-green glow that provided an eye-pleasing watery effect. The host, president of Deep Abyss Engineering, his wife and other company officials stood in a receiving line to greet the guests. Pitt avoided them and dodged the line, heading straight for one dim corner of the bar, where he ordered a tequila on the rocks with lime. Then he turned, leaned his back against the bar, and surveyed the room. There must have been close to 200 people present. An orchestra was playing a medley from motion picture musical scores. He recognized several congressmen and 4 or 5 senators, all on committees dealing with the oceans and the environment. Many of the men wore white dinner jackets. Most were in the more common black evening clothes, some with vividly patterned cummerbunds and bow ties. Pitt preferred the old look. His tux sported a vest with a heavy gold chain draped across the front, attached to a pocket watch that had once belonged to his great-grandfather, who had been a steam locomotive engineer on the Santa Fe Railroad. The women, mostly wives with a few mistresses mixed in, dressed elegantly, some in long dresses, some in shorter skirts complemented by brocaded or sequined jackets. He could always tell the married from the single couples. The married stood beside each other as if they were old friends. The single couples were constantly touching each other. Pitt wallflowered at cocktail parties and did not enjoy mingling to make small talk. He was easily bored and seldom stayed more than an hour before heading back to the apartment above his aircraft hangar. Tonight was different. He was on a quest. Sandecker had informed him that Maeve was coming with the Van Fleets. His eyes wandered the tables and the crowded dance floor, but found no sign of her. Either she changed her mind at the last minute or hadn't arrived yet, he figured. Never one to compete for the attention of a gorgeous girl surrounded by admirers, he picked out a plain woman in her 30s who weighed as much as he. She was sitting alone at a dinner table and was thrilled when a good-looking stranger walked up and asked her to dance. The women other men ignored, the ones who lost out in the natural-born beauty department, Pitt discovered to be the smartest and most interesting. This one turned out to be a ranking official at the State Department, who regaled him with inside gossip on foreign relations. He danced with two other ladies who were considered by some to be unattractive, one a private secretary to the party's host and the other a chief aide to a senator who was chairman of the Oceans Committee. Having performed his pleasurable duty, Pitt returned to the bar for another tequila. It was then that Maeve walked into the ballroom. Just looking at her, Pitt was pleasantly surprised to find a warm glow settling over his body. The entire room seemed to blur, and everyone in it faded into a gray mist, leaving Maeve standing alone in the center of a radiant aura. He came back down to earth as she stepped away from the receiving line ahead of the Van Fleets and paused to gaze at the crowded mass of partygoers. Her long blonde hair, pulled back in a bun to reveal every detail of her face, highlighted her fabulous cheekbones. She self-consciously raised a hand and held it to her, between her breasts. Fingers slightly spread, the short dress showed off her long, tapered legs and enhanced the perfect molding of her body. She was majestic, he thought with a trace of lust. There was no other word to describe her. She was poised with the grace of an antelope on the edge of flight. "Now there's a lovely, sweet young thing," said the bartender, staring at Maeve. "I couldn't agree more," said Pitt. Then she was walking with the Van Fleets to a table, where they all sat down and ordered from a waiter. Maeve was no sooner settled in her chair when men, both young and old enough to be her grandfather, came up and asked her to dance. She politely turned down every request. He was amused to see that no appeals moved her. They quickly gave up and moved on, feeling boyishly rejected. The Van Fleets excused themselves to dance while they waited for the first course. Maeve sat alone. "She's choosy, that one," observed the bartender. "Time to send in the first team," Pitt said as he set his empty glass on the bar. He walked directly across the dance floor through the swaying couples without stepping left or right. A portly man Pitt recognized as a senator from the state of Nevada brushed against him. The senator started to say something to him, but Pitt gave him a withering stare that cut him off. Maeve was people-watching out of sheer boredom when she became vaguely aware of a man striding purposefully in her direction. At first, she paid him little notice, thinking he was only another stranger who wanted to dance with her. In another time, another place, she might have been flattered by the attention, but her mind was 20,000 kilometers away. Only when the intruder approached her table, placed his hands on the blue tablecloth and leaned toward her, did she recognize him. Maeve's face lit with inexpressible joy. Oh, Dirk, I thought I'd never see you again, she gasped breathlessly. I came to beg your forgiveness for not saying goodbye when A1 and I abruptly left the ice hunter. She was both surprised and pleased at his behavior. She thought he held no affection for her. Now it was written in his eyes. You couldn't have known how much I needed you, she said, her voice barely audible above the music. He came around the table and sat beside her. I know now, he said solemnly. Her face turned to avoid his gaze. You could not begin to understand the scrape I'm in. Pitt took Maeve's hand in his. It was the first time he had deliberately touched her. I had a nice little chat with Boudica, he said with a slight sardonic grin. She told me everything. Her poise and grace seemed to crumble. You? Boudica? How is that possible? He stood and gently pulled her from her chair. Why don't we dance? And I'll tell you all about it later. As if by magic. Here he was, holding her tightly, pressing her close as she responded and burrowed into his body. He closed his eyes momentarily as he inhaled the aroma of her perfume, the scent of his masculine aftershave. No cologne for Pitt, spread through her like ripples on a mountain lake. They danced cheek to cheek as the orchestra played Henry Mancini's Moon River. Maeve softly began singing the words. Moon River, wider than a mile, I'm crossing you in style someday. Suddenly, she stiffened and pushed him back slightly. You know about my sons. What are their names? Sean and Michael. Your father is holding Sean and Michael hostage on Gladiator Island, so he can extort from you information on any breakthroughs by Numa on the slaughter at sea. Maeve stared up at him in confusion, but before she could ask any further questions, he pulled her close again. After a few moments, he could feel her body sag as she began to cry softly. I feel so ashamed. I don't know where to turn. Think only of the moment, he said tenderly. The rest will work itself out. Her relief and pleasure at being with him pushed aside her immediate problems, and she began murmuring the lyrics of Moon River again. We're after the same rainbow's end, waitin' round the bend, my huckleberry friend, Moon River and me. The music faded and came to an end. She leaned back against his arm, which was around her waist, and smiled through the tears. That's you. He gave her a sideways look. Who? My huckleberry friend, Dirk Pitt. You're the perfect incarnation of Huckleberry Finn, always rafting down the river in search of something, you don't know what, around the next bend. I guess you could say that old Huck and I have a few things in common. They kept moving around the dance floor, still holding each other as the band took a break and the other couples drifted back to their tables. Neither was the least bit self-conscious at the amused stares. Maeve started to say, I want to get out of here. But her mind lost control of her tongue and it came out, I want you. As soon as she spoke the words, a wave of embarrassment swept over her. Blood flushed her neck and face, darkening the healthy tan of her complexion. What must the poor man think of me, she wondered, mortified. He smiled broadly. Say goodnight to the Van Fleets. I'll get my car and meet you outside the club. I hope you dressed warm. The Van Fleets exchanged knowing looks when she said she was leaving with Pitt. With her heart pounding madly, she hurried across the ballroom, checked out her coat, and ran through the doors to the steps outside. She spotted him standing by a low red car, tipping the valet parking attendant. The car looked like it belonged on a racetrack, except for the twin bucket seats. There was no upholstery. The small curved racing windscreen offered the barest protection from the airstream. There were no bumpers, and the front wheels were covered by what Maeve thought were motorcycle fenders. The spare tire was hung on the right side of the body, between the fender and the door. Do you actually drive this thing? She asked. I do, he answered solemnly. What do you call it? A J2X Allard? Pitt answered, holding open a tiny aluminum door. It looks old. Built in England in 1952, at least 25 years before you were born. installed with big American V8 engines. Allards cleaned up at the sports car races until the Mercedes 300 SL coupes came along. Maeve slipped into the Spartan cockpit, her legs stretched out nearly parallel to the ground. She noticed that the dashboard did not sport a speedometer, only 4 engine gauges and tachometer. "Will it get us where we're going?" she asked with trepidation. "Not in drawing-room comfort, but she comes close to the speed of sound," he said, laughing. "It doesn't even have a top. I never drive it when it rains." He handed her a silk scarf. "For your hair. It gets pretty breezy sitting in the open. And don't forget to fasten your seatbelt. The passenger door has an annoying habit of flying open on a sharp left turn." Pitt eased his long frame behind the wheel as Maeve knotted the ends of the scarf under her chin. He turned the ignition starter key, depressed the clutch, and shifted into first gear. There was no ear-shattering roar of exhaust or scream of protesting tires. He eased out into the country club's driveway as quietly and smoothly as if he were driving in a funeral procession. "How do you pass Numa information to your father?" he asked, in casual conversation. She was silent for a few moments, unable to meet his eyes. Finally, she said, "One of Father's aides comes by my house, dressed as a pizza delivery boy. Not brilliant, but clever," Pitt said, eyeing a late-model Cadillac STS sedan parked by the side of the drive, just inside the main gate of the country club. 3 dark figures were sitting in it, 2 in front, 1 in the rear seat. He watched in the rear-view mirror as the Cadillac's headlights blinked on and it began following the Allard, keeping a respectable distance. "Are you under surveillance?" "I was told I'd be closely watched, but I have yet to catch anyone at it." "You're not very observant. We have a car following us now." She clutched his arm tightly. "This looks like a fast car. Why don't you simply speed away from them?" "Speed away from them?" he echoed. He glanced at her, seeing the excitement flashing in her eyes. "That's a Cadillac STS behind us, with a 300-plus horsepower engine that will hurl it upwards of 260 kilometers an hour. This old girl also has a Cadillac engine, with dual 4-throat carburetors and a Mao Iskandarian 3/4 cam." "Which means nothing to me," she said flippantly. "I'm making a point," he continued. "This was a very fast car 48 years ago. It's still fast, but it won't go over 210 kilometers an hour, and that's with a tailwind. The bottom line is that he's got us outclassed in horsepower and top speed. You must be able to do something to lose them." "There is, but I'm not sure you're going to like it." Pitt waited until he had climbed a sharp hill and dropped down the other side before he mashed the accelerator against its stop. Momentarily out of sight, he gained a precious 5-second lead over the driver of the Cadillac. With a surge of power, the little red sports car abruptly leaped over the asphalt road. The trees lining the shoulder of the pavement, their leafless branches stretching over the road like skeletal latticework, became a mad blur under the twin headlight beams. The sensation was one of falling down a well. Peering into the tiny rear-view mirror perched on a small shaft mounted on the cowling, Pitt judged that he had gained a good 150 meters on the Cadillac before the driver crested the hill and realized his quarry had sprinted away. Pitt's total lead was now about 1/3 of a kilometer. Allowing for the Cadillac's superior speed, Pitt estimated that he would be overtaken in another 4 or 5 minutes. The road was straight and rural, running through a swanky region of Virginia just outside of Washington that was occupied by horse farms. Traffic was almost non-existent this time of night, and Pitt had no trouble passing 2 slower cars. The Cadillac was pressing hard and gaining with every kilometer. Pitt's grip on the steering wheel was loose and relaxed. He felt no fear. The men in the pursuing car were not out to harm either him or Maeve. This was not a life-or-death struggle. What he did feel was exhilaration as the tack needle crept into the red. A nearly empty road stretched out in front of him. and the wind roared in his ears, in concert with the deep, throaty exhaust that blasted out of big twin pipes mounted under the sides of the Allard. He took his eyes off the road for an instant and glanced at Maeve. She was pressed back in the seat, her head tilted up slightly as if to inhale the air rushing over the windscreen. Her eyes were half closed and her lips partly open. She looked almost as if she were in the throes of sexual ecstasy. Whatever it was, the thrill, the fury of the sounds, the speed. She was not the first woman to fall under the exciting spell of adventure, and what such women desired on the side was a good man to share it with. Until they came into the outskirts of the city, there was little Pitt could do but crush the accelerator pedal with his foot and keep the wheels aimed alongside the painted line in the center of the road. Without a speedometer, he could only estimate his speed by the tachometer. His best guess was between 190 and 200 kilometers per hour. The old car was giving it everything she had. Held by the safety belt, Maeve twisted around in the bucket seat. "They're gaining," she shouted above the roar. Pitt stole another quick peek in the rearview mirror. The chase car had pulled up to within 100 meters. The driver was no slouch, he thought. His reflexes were every bit as fast as Pitt's. He turned his attention back on the road. They were coming into a residential area now. Pitt might have tried to lose the Cadillac on the house-lined streets, but it was too dangerous to even consider. He could not risk running down a family and their dog out for a late-night stroll. He wasn't about to cause a fatal accident involving innocent people. It was only a matter of another minute or two before he would have to slow down and merge with the increased traffic for safety's sake. But for the moment, the road ahead was deserted, and he maintained his speed. Then a sign flashed past that warned of construction on a county road leading west at the next junction. The road, Pitt knew, was winding with numerous sharp curves. It ran about 5 kilometers through open country before ending on the highway that ran by the CIA headquarters at Langley. He jerked his right foot off the accelerator and jammed it on the brake pedal. Then he spun the steering wheel to the left, snapping the Allard broadside before tearing down the middle of the road, the tires smoking and screaming across the asphalt before the car drifted to a stop. The rear wheels were spinning, and the Allard leaped onto the county road, which led into the pitch black of the countryside. Pitt had to focus every bit of his concentration on the curves ahead. The old sealed beam headlights did not illuminate the road as far ahead as the more modern halogen units, and he had to use his sixth sense to prepare for the next bend. Pitt loved corners, ignoring the brakes, throwing the car into a controlled skid, then maneuvering into setting up for a straight line until the next curve. The Allard was in its element now. The heavier Cadillac was stiffly sprung for a road car, but its suspension was no match for the lighter sports car, which was built for racing. Pitt had a love affair with the Allard. He had an exceptional sense of the car's balance and gloried in its simplicity and big, pounding engine. A taut grin stretched his lips as he threw the car into the curves, driving like a demon without touching the brakes, downshifting only on the hairpin turns. The driver of the Cadillac fought on relentlessly, but rapidly lost ground with every turn. Yellow warning lights were flashing on barricades ahead. A ditch opened up beside the road where a pipeline was in the midst of being laid. Pitt was relieved to see that the road carried through and was not blocked completely. The road turned to dirt and gravel for 100 meters, but he never took his foot off the accelerator. He reveled at the huge cloud of dust he left in his wake, knowing it would slow their pursuer. After another 2 minutes of her exciting breakneck ride, Maeve pointed ahead and slightly to her right. "I see headlights," she said. "The main highway," Pitt acknowledged. "Here is where we lose them for good." Traffic was clear at the intersection. No cars approaching from either direction for nearly half a kilometer. Pitt burned rubber in a hard turn to the left, away from the city. "Aren't you going the wrong way?" Maeve cried above the screeching tires. "Watch and learn." Pitt said as he snapped the wheel back, gently braked and eased the Allard around in a U-turn and drove in the opposite direction. He crossed the junction with the county road before the lights of the Cadillac were in view and picked up speed as he drove toward the glow of the capital city. "What was that all about?" asked Maeve. "It's called a red herring," he said conversationally. "If the hounds are as smart as I think they are, they'll follow my tire marks in the opposite direction." She squeezed his arm and snuggled against him. "What do you do for your finale? Now that I've dazzled you with my virtuosity, I'm going to arouse you with my charm." She gave him a sly look. "What makes you think I haven't been frightened out of any desire for intimacy? I can climb into your mind and see otherwise." Maeve laughed. "How can you possibly read my thoughts?" Pitt shrugged cavalierly and said, "It's a gift. I have gypsy blood running in my veins." "You, a gypsy?" "According to the family tree, my paternal ancestors, who migrated from Spain to England in the 17th century, were gypsies." "And now you read palms and tell fortunes." "Actually, my talents run in other directions, like when the moon is full." She looked at him warily, but took the bait. "What happens when the moon is full?" He turned and said with the barest hint of a grin, "That's when I go out and steal chickens." Maeve stared warily into the blackness as Pitt drove along a darkened dirt road on the edge of Washington's International Airport. He approached what looked like an ancient, deserted aircraft hangar. There was no other building nearby. Her uneasiness swelled and she instinctively crouched down in the seat as Pitt pulled the Allard to a stop under dim, yellowed lights on a tall pole. "Where are you taking me?" she demanded. He looked down at her as if bemused. "Why, my place, of course." Her face took on an expression of womanly distaste. "You live in this old shed. What you see is a historic building, built in 1936 as a maintenance hangar for an early airline long since demised." He pulled a small remote transmitter from his coat pocket and punched in a code. A second later, a door lifted, revealing what seemed to Maeve a yawning cavern, pitch black and full of evil. For effect, Pitt turned off the headlights, drove into the darkness, sent a signal to close the door, and then sat there. "Well, what do you think?" he teased in the darkness. "I'm ready to scream for help," Maeve said, with growing confusion. "Sorry." Pitt punched in another code, and the interior of the hangar burst into bright light from rows of fluorescent lamps strategically set around the hangar's arched ceiling. Maeve's jaw dropped in awe as she found herself looking at priceless examples of mechanical art. She could not believe the glittering collection of classic automobiles, the aircraft and early American railroad car. She recognized a pair of Rolls-Royces and a big convertible Daimler, but she was unfamiliar with the American Packards, Pierce Arrows, Stutzes, Cords, and the other European cars on display, including a Hispano-Suiza, Bugatti, Isotta Fraschini, Talbot Lago, and a Delahaye. The two aircraft that hung from the ceiling were an old Ford trimotor and a Messerschmitt 262 World War II fighter aircraft. The array was breathtaking. The only exhibit that seemed out of place was a rectangular pedestal supporting an outboard motor attached to an antique cast-iron bathtub. "Is this all yours?" she gasped. "It was either this or a wife and kids," he joked. She turned and tilted her head coquettishly. "You're not too old to marry and have children. You just haven't found the right woman." "I suppose that's true. Unlucky in love." "The Pitt curse." She gestured to a dark blue Pierce Arrow travel trailer. "Is that where you live?" He laughed and pointed up. "My apartment is up those circular iron stairs. Or if you're lazy, you can take the freight elevator." "I can use the exercise," she said softly. He showed her up the ornate wrought iron spiral staircase. The door opened into a living room study filled with shelves stacked with books about the sea, and glass-encased models of ships Pitt had discovered and surveyed while working for Numa. A door on one side of the room led into a large bedroom decorated like the captain's cabin of an old sailing ship, complete with a huge wheel as a backboard for the bed. The opposite end of the living room opened into a kitchen and dining area. To Maeve, the apartment positively reeked of masculinity. So this is where Huckleberry Finn moved after leaving his houseboat on the river, she said, kicking off her shoes, settling onto a leather couch and curling up her legs on the cushions. I'm on water most of the year as it is. These rooms don't see me as often as I'd like. He removed his coat and untied his bow tie. Can I offer you a drink? A brandy might be nice. Come to think of it, I carried you away from the party before you had a chance to eat. Let me whip you up something. The brandy will do just fine. I can gorge tomorrow. He poured Maeve a Remy Martin and sat down on the couch beside her. She wanted him desperately, wanted to press herself into his arms, to just touch him, but inside herself she was seething with turmoil. A sudden wave of guilt swept over her as she visualized her children suffering under the brutal hand of Jack Ferguson. She could not push aside the enormity of it. Her chest felt tight, and the rest of her body, numb and weak. She ached for Sean and Michael, who were to her still babies. To allow herself to fall into a sensual adventure was little short of a crime. She wanted to scream with despair. She set the brandy on the coffee table and abruptly began to weep uncontrollably. Pitt held her tightly. Your children? He asked. She nodded between sobs. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mislead you. Strangely, female emotions had never been a big mystery with Pitt, as with most men, and he was never confused or mystified when the tears came. He looked